the world's best surfers have descended upon Chopu, the tranquil Tahitian village at the end of the road. But the tranquility on land is the last thing on the minds of the top 34, as they ready themselves to tackle one of the heaviest and most feared waves on the planet. The consequence is real, not only for each surfer's battle with the ocean, but also for the few remaining world title contenders, where one mistake could end their 2014 campaign. With 3 different surfers holding to 2 wins each, the rest of the year will prove to be a battle of consistency. Now, with a dauntingly perfect swell on the horizon, the race for an ASP World Champion continues at the 2014 ASP Billabong Pro Tahiti. Welcome, everyone. Good morning from Tahiti here for Dawn Patrol. It is the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Pat Purnell along with Mark Occhilupo, Strider Wazlewski, and Ross Williams. And let's take a collective sigh, because yes, the swell is here. We've anticipated it throughout the week. Clear skies last night, but we heard thunder throughout the night. We've got a lot coming up. The official call when we're going to be getting the guys out in the water, as we'll be also taking a closer look at the breakdown with Michelle Perez. Surfline forecast the rest of the week looks stellar. And then, of course, the monster moment going back to 2011 with Matt Wilkinson, where he dug deep, is what you have to do here in Tahiti. And amazing look back with the monster moment. But let's talk about the hype, this swell. Last night, you could hear it starting to rumble through, and everyone is on edge. It looks like a little anxiety out there in the lineup.
Well, Pat, the boys would have lost a lot of sleep last night. It's already 6 to 8 foot, maybe some 10-foot sets. It's only going to get bigger.
Yeah, I mean, the vibe last couple of days has just been nice cruise, Tahiti, just fun. Well, last night and then into the morning, you heard the waves rumbling under the deck at Raymana's house, and all of a sudden, the vibe has changed to this, like, energetic, up through the roof, and it's like, it's on.
Well, everyone's familiar with the code red swell. I'll tell you what, it's already code orange out there, boys. I mean, it's definitely pumping. It's at least 6 to 8 feet. So I think the main thing for today for the guys is to breathe, because, you know, obviously everyone has a lot of anxiety.
If what we've already seen this morning is any indicator, today is going to be a serious game day. I'm calling it Mega Bowl. Mega Bowl 2014. You can officially believe the hype. How about you boys up in the booth? Joe Trappell, 89 world champ, Martin Potter. What do you guys think?
Good morning, Pat. It's so good to see this swell come to life here at Chopu. This is the kind of forecast that you dream up when you think about this venue on tour. Potts, think about the years in the past. We'd be dying for some of the days we had the first 3 days of the waiting period. We're absolutely scoring this week.
We are, Joe, and I tell you what, I lost sleep last night, so I can only imagine what's going through the competitors' minds right now. It is absolutely pumping, and as Occhi said, it's only going to get bigger. So we're in for an amazing day of surfing. Don't go anywhere, guys, because it's going to be unbelievable.
Massive heats to start, possibly early in the morning. We see the free surf going off first thing in the morning with a number of the top 34 getting pitted and blown out of the barrel. Guys like Sebastian Zietz will be on deck in that first heat. Potts, they do have the option of wearing a vest in today's competition. We haven't seen that before in surfing.
No, we haven't, Joe, and I tell you what, it's kind of ominous. I was talking to Randy Montero as we see someone just getting absolutely barrel off his head. It's going to be dangerous out there today, so the guys have the option to wear that jersey. Just that flotation device gets them up to the surface a lot quicker, but that can throw them off too. I mean, you know, Ronnie was saying, is it going to be that big? They actually need this. Some will, some won't, so it's going to really play on their minds.
Well, now let's find out if we're going to get started first thing in the morning. Our commissioner, Kieran Perot, is on the boat with Big Wave World Champ, Peter Mel. Good morning, Pete.
Good morning, Joe, and good morning, everyone. Yeah, we're just buzzing here on the boat. I mean, it's already, action's hot and heavy. I mean, it's kind of obvious call, I think, but we'll ask you anyway. What's the call today and what's going to happen?
This morning, it's as good as it gets out there. It is unbelievable. Like, just the draining ocean and waves are perfect, spitting out, so we are on. I've been looking forward to saying that for about 5 days. Probably 2 weeks we've been tracking this swell, so unbelievable day of action coming up.
What time are we starting?
7:30 start, and we'll go into round 2. We'll do as many heats as we can, but we'll just monitor the swell, and it's supposed to fill in a little bit through the day.
I mean, you have a lot of experience out here. What is going to be the key today for this break?
The key today, I think, is positioning. You know, you see this morning I was out there, I didn't catch a wave, but I watched a lot of sets. And if you weren't in the right spot, if you weren't underneath them, you won't be able to catch them. So guys are sort of floating around at the back and looking at them too long, you won't be in the right spot. You need to be underneath it. So,
speaking with experience, you want to learn more about the break? This break right here, coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Dawn Patrol. The previous stop on the 2014 Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour was in Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. And we journey all the way across the globe to the South Pacific nation of French Polynesia. And at the end of the road, it is none other than Chopu, a long crack in the reef, thousands of years of fresh water flow, and it's created one of the most awesome anomalies worldwide, one of the best slabs on the planet, guys. As we take a look at the aerial view of Chopu, such a magical slice of reef. We have a lot more coming up on Dawn Patrol. Remember, 7:30 a.m. start. Kelly Sater, Sebastian Jeets, Glenn Michael Hall in Heat 1, as we'll also be taking a look at the Surfline forecast. The rest of the week looks amazing. Monster Moment with Matt Wilkinson back in 2011. And we'll be breaking down today's equipment and the judging at Chopu. Obviously, a lot of focus on the barrel. Let's talk about, in terms of the break here, it's one of those places that you try to explain to people that haven't been here, but it's so unique, the way that the water draws off the reef, the way it bends. A lot to take in, right, Ock?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is hard to explain, but the bigger it gets, the thicker it gets. It never washes through. It hasn't got like a third reef out there where it breaks outside and washes through. It only stays on that part of the reef, just gets thicker. It gets harder to ride the bigger it gets.
Yeah, there's, you know, when you're out in the water, there's actually two cracks. There's a west crack and there's a south crack. And when, you know, the waves are coming from deep, that south crack, you know, that's where you want to sit. It actually creates a little fold in the wave, especially on the inside bowl. You want to find that little crack and get that little fold, and it lets you in. So out in the water, when you're sitting out there and you look down, you actually can see those little suckers, and that's where you want to be.
You know, the amazing thing about this wave, it's actually sort of a hybrid. It's a hybrid between a slab and a proper reef break like pipeline. And that's what makes it so beautiful. It's got that crazy ledge that the surfers, you know, Kieran Pro led onto a little bit. You have to be underneath this wave. And that's what makes those exciting late drops. And, you know, when you make it out of those tubes, there's nothing like it in the world. It's just a crazy wave.
I'll tell you what's really telling. You hear someone like John Florence talk about this wave, and it's almost like he giggles like it's some beach break. He says it's so, you know, it's so just machine-like. It's unbelievable. When you understand this wave, you get comfortable out here. It's incredible. You can have the barrel of your life. Someone that knows this wave very intricately is none other than Michel Berez. He takes us into the close look at Chopu with our GoPro breakdown.
Teahupo'o is the end of the road, you know. When you come here, you can see it's still raw, you know. It's like the big mountains and then the big wave and like the clear water. It's out of control, man. It's so beautiful. The power of the wave is pretty much what gives all the respect, you know. It's so powerful and so scary at the same time. The barrel is square, it's massive. You can fit a truck in it. You need to have like a southwest swell. That's the best swell you can have here. With a south swell, it's more like a long barrel, like bigger takeoff, but a longer barrel. The reef is the reason why there's not that many people out, you know? Because it's really dangerous. If you get smashed, you're pretty much sure that you're gonna end up on the reef. Here you have to think about the reef, think about the size of the waves, and to think about if you can make the barrel, because it's easy to get hurt. So you have to think about a lot of stuff. It's not about doing turns only or just do a big air, you know, like that's what we do like most of the time of the year, but here you just have to make the barrel. When I'm out there, the only thing I think about is where to place myself to be deep enough to make the barrel. It's all about that. It's not about catching the biggest one. It's all about like get the right one, but be at the right place, you know, to make it. This place is special just because it's home, you know. It's a beautiful wave, you know. There's not that many places on earth when you can surf and you can have this background. It's far from everything, and if you make the effort to come all the way here, you can get the barrel of your life.
Thank you, Michel Berez, and those incredible cameras, GoPros. And of course, we have the Surfline forecast here, and you know what? Those guys over there did a great job. As you can see on the maps, those purple blobs, they move down below the south there, and as you can see now, makes its way up right on Tahiti. We have that swell on tap behind us. I mean, just beautiful conditions. They were spot on with the winds. As you can see, the 7-day forecast, we have swell the entire week. So it's gonna be picking and choosing. And as you go to the winds, we've got an east-northeast kind of flow today, as it'll switch around to the southeast. Both of those directions are actually optimum, as long as they stay in that kind of light and variable stage. So we're looking pretty good here through today. And of course, the swell heights, you know, anywhere from 8 to 10, they're calling 8 to 10 swell, which really translates to probably 10 to 15 foot faces. And of course, we're all excited about how it's going to be unfolding today. The boys are on fire out there, and they've been pushing each other. That's exactly what we want to do. Coming up next, though, is the Monster Moment with Matt Wilkinson. Don't go anywhere.
Introducing Orbitz Rewards, the instant approach. Earn rewards in an instant, redeem in an instant. Book a flight, use rewards for the hotel. Book the hotel, use them to stay longer. Think reward, redeem, relax, repeat. Orbitz Rewards, instant vacation gratification.
If we look at the world water crisis, it's overwhelming. It's not about going out there and trying to save the world. It's about going out there and doing your part. And nobody said you couldn't have fun while you're helping people.
Welcome back, everyone, to Dawn Patrol. Official 7:30 a.m. start. It is on for the 2014 Billabong Pro Tahiti. Before we get to a closer look at upcoming heats, let's take a look back in this monster moment. Matt Wilkinson, and it was 2011.
My best heat and best wave on tour was Tahiti with that massive swell. It was also the heat that I least wanted to paddle out for in my whole life. The wave there makes you feel like a little girl. You go out there and the ocean, it feels like the whole ocean is coming up at you, and then you know that it's going to break on 2 foot deep, like on top of reef. The day before was the Code Red. It's like the biggest swell ever there, and we went out on the boat and watched some of the guys towing in, and they had their life jackets, and I thought I was going to see people dive. And the next morning I woke up and just expected that it was still too big to run, and got the text message saying that it was 7 o'clock start, and I was the second heat, and I was just like...
Real leap of faith for some of those guys paddling over that ledge.
So scary. I went out and got one pretty nice one, and then I dropped in super late, just got under it. It was like on the foam ball, and it was a huge one, and got spat out. I came out of the barrel and was just like, yeah! So out there, you like come out going so fast, and I was like still standing up, just like pumping kind of between the boats. Everyone was screaming, and I was like, this is the best day of my life! I love this place, this is my favorite wave! It's good fun. You're either gonna get the biggest wipe out of your life or the best tube, so.
That was your monster moment, Matt Wilkinson, hoping to get that feeling. I love this place. When he gets those waves, it's all going to come down to his performance in round one. Once again, I want to remind everyone, coming up Heat 1, Kelly Slater, Sebastian Zietz, and Glenn Hall. Do want to break down a couple other heats to watch. Obviously, Heat 4, Joel Parkinson, Ace Buchan, and Nathan Hedge. This is a cracker of a heat for all of these guys. A lot at stake.
Yeah, it's a cracker for sure. I'm actually staying with Joel. He went out early and surfed his 6'8", and I think that's the kind of size you'll need. Ace Buchan hurt himself a little bit last night, just got scratched up. He should be fine. It's going to be a really crackerjack heat.
Well, when you say Ace, you know, he hurt himself a little bit, but not too bad. It's still in the back of your head. You're feeling that, you know. It was 4 foot and really fun last night, but this morning it's a different story. It's really, really heavy out there. I mean, just watching it, you know, on the screens here, it's been amazing.
Well, this heat right here is ridiculous. I mean, John, we've seen a couple rides from him this morning. He looks like he's sleepwalking out there. Definitely one of the men to beat. Kai Otten, obviously, he's proven himself out here. He will go. And Jordy, you know, he has been on fire all year, but still reaching for that big result. So you'd say probably the heat to watch in this round.
Yeah, well, John Florence has already got some pearls this morning, so he'd be the man to beat.
And we were talking about Heat 5 as we opened up. Nathan Hedge, here's the one back. You go back to 2004, made it to the finals, dislocated his shoulders. He's gone through a lot of loss, personal and professional. He's had to climb his way back. I love the hunger that I'm seeing from Hogg.
Yeah, he surfed great in the trials, got that second spot, and I saw him yesterday. He's looking really relaxed. Hasn't been surfing as much as he usually does. He says he's saving himself, but can't wait to see that heat.
And then Heat 5, a lot of excitement building for Heat 5 coming up. So lots to look forward to here as we take a little closer look with Nathan Hedge. We talk about his fall and his climb back up. He's one of the great stories here in Tahiti.
Nathan likes to surf, not Nathan the surfer. That's the best way to describe it. I wish you knew. Because once you take all that stuff away, the ratings, sponsorship, pats on the back, you're doing well, incentive-based contracts to get more money, all this stuff, it's pretty confronting. And to place your self-worth on those things, those external things, that's all I've known since a little guy. Once that's all stripped away and you're left with yourself, it's a pretty volatile way to live, so I had to go through that whole process of working out who am I. I had to find out who Nathan was. Early 20s, I was just so gung-ho, and at that stage of first years on tour, I was just trying to do everything and just really kind of going hard, you know, like in the water, out of the water, and just living life to the max. That much travelling and that much exposure, like the here, there and everywhere, such a young guy, it was pretty taxing, and it all caught up with me. I didn't know if I was going to go back surfing or find something else to do, you know. I've already had an amazing career, and if it was going to be going back to the way I used to do the tour and used to live, like so gnarly, it wouldn't be worth it. So I had to get me right and then come back in at the right time. I think the difference now is that I'm a little bit smarter with switches, like knowing when to be full bore Nathan and then when to back off a little bit, you know. I understand myself better and what actually works better for me. I think over the years I've probably worried about too much what other people think. At the end of the day, when you get home and you're going to put your head on the pillow, you know, you're brushing your teeth, look in the mirror. As long as you can look at that guy and be proud of him or her, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter whether these big companies are going to sponsor you or whether you end up winning a contest or not. It's only really about you being proud of yourself and staying true to what you believe in. I think that's probably the biggest lesson. As long as you try your best and you give it 110%, it doesn't matter.
All these boards here are made specifically for choke whip. I've got 12 boards. Looking at the forecast, I see probably 3 days in there that are 10 feet. So I stacked heavier towards that range. One of the things we're looking at and looking to try and improve on is the time spent in the barrel. And I looked at riding a 4-fin this year, and I noticed I just had too much speed, and once I gained that speed, it was too hard to wipe off. So I decided to go to the 3-fin just because it's a little slower. I can wipe off speed, I can stay in the barrel longer. This wave's such an art now that it's like, you have to maximize the potential of that wave so you can get the biggest points. You come out of the barrel early, you're losing half a point. You just try and stay in there as long as possible, and that's something the goofy putters struggle with, is because, you know, we don't have our ass to drag in the wall. We've kind of got our hands, and it's not like I've got big hands. It's all the subtleties that make the difference, I think, in a wave like this, and that's where the shaping's come into play. You know, with JS, he's got a lot of experience here, and he's shaped for guys on tour for a long time. What I do for here, and I don't just look at one half or one thing, I look at the whole board. Tight tails, the extra thickness up here, the rails, you know, the carbon. The carbon in this board itself is going to give me some extra strength, with Chopu being like the most powerful spot on tour and known to break boards. It's going to help there. For me, when I come to an event, for me there's being prepared. So I cover everything in the quiver, make sure I have all the sizes. And then there's also, during the quiver, I have all subtle differences between each board. So what I'll try and do is ride them, tell the difference, notice which one goes better and things like that, so I can make improvements for next year. And that way it kind of just gives me that, you know, good feeling coming into an event that I'm going to be ready for what's on hand.
A great look at former finalist Owen Wright and his quiver. Some speed adjustment, finding as much shade out there as you want. What do you guys think? Keys to a quality quiver here. What makes the difference?
I personally think you can't really do anything wrong in terms of the quad and thruster conversation. It definitely, you need the magic number in terms of the amount of volume on your board to get into the wave, to get that momentum, but then you want to fit in that boxy barrel. You know, it's got so much curve. So, you know, there's a magic, a theory for each surfer, and there's a lot of variety out there, Hawk.
There is, yeah, for sure. I know Joel was on a 4-fin this morning. I saw Kelly catch a couple of waves this morning. Looks like he's riding a longer board. I mean, this wave demands respect. Too short of a board, you might be eating it. But, you know, like, it's just going to be interesting to see what these guys are riding.
Yeah, you know, it comes to equipment, and you guys are talking about the tri-fin and the 4-fin. Really, it's whatever you're comfortable on out there, right? If you got the headspace and you're on a board that you know you feel like you can do it on, that's what you need. And these guys have got so many boards, and they ride them all before they get here. They ride them while they're here, and they find the one that they feel the best on, and that's the one they go with, and then they just get under the ledge and just do it.
Strider, you mentioned comfort. That is the key to confidence here, and we've been watching Owen Wright all week try out the different boards, and it's going to be interesting to see if that thruster is going to spell the difference for him to finally make his way to a second final and potentially a win. For a little more insight on the judging, let's check in with the booth. Joe Turpel and Martin Potter. Guys.
Thanks a lot, Pat. We're getting really excited to get this thing underway. Talking about equipment and finding the right recipe for success out here, it all is translating to how you can max out the scale and what the judges are looking for in this event. It's different than the last venue at Jeffreys Bay, where it's coming down to overall performance. Here, it's all about packing the pit and being as deepest as you can in the pit here, Potts, as we look at the criteria.
Yeah, and you see that first sentence there, commitment and degree of difficulty. That is going to be a major influence here on the judges today. That seriously steep drop, you know, the big waves, you know, the combination of maneuvers, all that kind of stuff really isn't going to come into play today. It's maximizing the time in the barrel on those big gnarly waves, and we're going to see a lot of waves go up into that excellent range today, Joe, that between 8 and 10 points. You know, we're going to see some poor ones as well. You know, these guys are going to take off on some big waves. There's going to be some wipeouts, so we're going to see some low scores, and then we're going to see some really high scores thrown in there. But I tell you what, this first heat in the morning is going to really set the scale. The judges are going to have a really close look at it, and there's going to be some time before the judges throw scores down.
Well, we reflect back in history with guys like Kelly Slater, who's had perfect heats out here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti, a perfect slab that he was successful in a final, getting 210s. Jeremy Flores also doing that same feat back during that Code Red swell. Judges will be trying to set the scale in this first heat with perfect conditions like this. Kelly Slater takes on Sebastian Zietz and Glenn Micro Hall as we're waiting for the sound of the horn. Potts, how hard is it for the judges to set the scale with an increasing swell out here at Chopu?
Well, you know, a lot of the judges have got experience here. You know, they've been here before. They know exactly what to expect. And, you know, a lot of the judges will understand what's going on. We saw a few of them out there yesterday just sampling a few of the waves just to get wrap their head around how difficult this wave is to ride. So I think they're going to come out of the blocks firing. You know, we're going to see some big scores if these guys make the barrel. But that commitment and degree of difficulty basically to me is going to be where all the points are. They're going to need those big steep drops, and we heard the boys talk about having to sit underneath that ledge, which basically equates to those vertical drops, you know, transitioning straight into the barrel and maximizing your time behind the curtain. So that's what we're looking for here today. There's no maneuvers really that are going to come into play. There we see on your screen Kelly, Sebastian and Glenn. There's going to be some nervous moments here through the beginning of this day. It's going to see who can control those nerves best is going to win.
Exciting matchup as you see Kelly Slater, number 6 in the world. A bit of a surprise coming into this event outside of the top 5 picture. When you reflect back on one of his great wins out here back in '03, he went from 11th all the way to 1st in the world after a huge win over Taj Burrell way back when. Is this where Kelly needs to get started, Potts?
Yeah, well, you know, I thought Kelly would sort of get the ball rolling. Tahiti, J-Bay, this is his pet events. These are events that notoriously done so well at. So, you know, he's behind the 8 ball, so to speak. He needs to get things going here. He had his throwaway at J-Bay, which was a real big hiccup for him. We can see him out in the water there. Already had a free surf, as was Sebastian. We saw him out there this morning getting washed over the reef. So he's going to come out firing and swinging. He loves these kind of waves. He is incredible in the 8 to 10 foot range.
Well, remember back to the Code Red year, we're going to continue to compare this year to that year because we have so much size today. As we check out our local time, we're waiting for the sound of the horn to count this first heat in the morning. Thanks for being with us wherever you might be around the world. It's 7:30 a.m. local time here in Tahiti. In Hawaii, they're right on schedule with us here in the South Pacific. In Los Angeles, back at ASP headquarters, it's 10:30 in the morning. Over in Europe, it's in the evening hour, 6:30 over there in London. Sydney, Australia, it's 3:30 in the morning as people are watching on Fuel TV and on ASPWorldTour.com. Our commissioner, Kieran Perot, has given the nod to the world's best to take on this wave. It'll be 35-minute heats scored on your top 2. And this is a non-elimination round where first place skips straight into round 3. The clear favorite in this one, Kelly Slater in the lineup. Previous winner out here at Billabong Pro Tahiti. 4 wins in his career, and it's his 14th start here at Chopu in his amazing career.
You know, yes, he is the favorite, but take nothing away from the other 2 surfers. Sebastian Zietz, we saw him get spat out of a huge barrel this morning. You know, feels really comfortable, feels at home here. And that was right after being washed over the reef. So, you know, he knows how to control those nerves. He's no stranger to big, gnarly conditions. Glenn Hall, on the other hand, took a bad wipeout in Fiji, broke his back in a very similar kind of wave. So he's got to overcome those nerves. I think once these guys make that first wave, take that first drop, get spat out of the barrel, I think those nerves are gone and that turns into excitement.
Well, Glenn Micro Hall has been pretty vocal on his Instagram feed, talking about the fear and the anticipation of the swell over the last few days. Do you mind a competitor admitting that he's a little bit nervous about the swell coming?
You know, I think if you confront that, I think you've got to get it out there. You've got to, you know, you can't bottle that up. You can't hold that in because that's just going to create negative energy. I think, you know, as soon as you admit the fact that you're scared, we saw Matty Wilco do exactly that on the Code Red swell. Yeah, you know, he admitted the fact that he was super scared. You could see in his eyes that he was. So for him to deny that would have been, you know, creating a false sense of security. You've got to admit the fact that you're scared, and if you're not, there is something seriously wrong with you.
Sebastian Zietz sitting out the back, waiting for a wave to come through. 6'1", 174 pounds. We saw him already on the reef early this morning during the free surf. Michel Perez gave him a lift out of a sticky situation, but he was fine, unscathed. Paddled back out and got a bomb and got spit out into the channel. The Hawaiian, fearless in conditions like this.
And that's what you got to be. You have to be absolutely fearless. You've got to really throw caution to the wind. If you're going to charge, today is the day to do it.
First wave of the morning will go to our Hawaiian, Sebastian Zietz, stalling to start, pumping now and driving into the channel. First completion of the morning, and he'll take the early lead. Remember, 3-man priority. We'll have these rotations going throughout this opening round, and now it's up to Micro and Kelly to set it up. Deep on this one, Slater drops right into the pit, standing nice and deep in this barrel. Clean line and a nice exit. 2 perfect tubes to start off the morning.
Well, that's exactly what we're expecting. You know, the swell has been anticipated from the get-go.
Now Micro Hall has a turn, standing tall. We could see him throughout that entire wave. He'll get a nice vision, kicks out into the channel, and now we will set the scale on the opening exchange. Beautiful conditions. Kieran Perot was talking about positioning out in this lineup. Where do you want to be, Potts, when you're taking off on a wave like this?
Well, I want to be in the boats watching, but to be honest with you, you've got to see where Kelly's sitting right now, you know, and he's got that ability to be able to slow himself right down. You can see him using his butt, his arm, setting that rail, slowing himself down, using that little bits of his body here and there to maximize that time behind the barrel. Perfect technique from Kelly Slater. We saw Sebastian Zietz do exactly the same. You can see him dragging that butt. Now he starts to drive through, which means he's nice and deep in the barrel. That's what the judges are going to be looking at right now. They're going to use all the different angles to make sure they catch every little idiosyncrasy here in our sport of surfing. There's so much going on in such a short space of time. They've got their work cut out, but you can see Sebastian Zietz right there, slowed himself right down, and the ability to be able to pump through the barrel whilst holding the rail is a really talented thing to do. I mean, a lot of guys can't do that. Once you grab that rail, you're pretty much set.
And then we'll compare that to Micro Halsway.
Yeah, well, you talked about the fact that he was visible throughout that entire wave. You know, we heard Owen Wright touch on the fact that all the goofy footers have got is that ability to drag that arm, and it's quite hard to do. That can pretty much dislocate your shoulder at the drop of a hat. So the natural footers will have a little bit of an advantage in that opening exchange.
Well, Kelly Slater, 42 years of age, 5'9", 159 pounds, the undisputed best of all time with 11 world titles, 4 wins here in Tahiti. We look back to some of the events here where he's had a little bit of trouble with some wild cards like Ricardo dos Santos, Manoa Drolet in that second round. As we take a look at these opening round heats, we looked at Nathan Hedge during the Dawn Patrol, but also Tuomato Puatini, local boy, is going to look to do some damage against the top seeds.
Yeah, and have a look out the back. I mean, you know, the thing with Kelly is he's pretty feeling comfortable right now because he doesn't have a wild card, and I think that's his nemesis. I reckon he's in a good place. You see Taj Burrow there, we spoke to him yesterday. He's in a good headspace as well. Super fit, ready to do battle. This is one event that's escaped him. He's won just about everything out there in the world, but except this event. So he's come close twice, lost to Bobby Martinez and lost to Kelly Slater. So we're looking for big things from Taj.
Taj coming up with Adam Melling, Brett Simpson in heat number 3 of the morning, just about 5 minutes off the clock. As the opening exchange comes through, Glenn Hall starts with a 3.0, and now Seabass and Kelly will wait for their numbers at the 30-minute mark. First priority is back with Sebastian Zietz to start as he looks to get a spot straight into round 3. He's a former Triple Crown champ. He's done well in Hawaii throughout his whole life, obviously raised in Kauai, coming out to the North Shore, showed his fearless approach at Off the Wall and made a quick name for himself globally and seems to fit right in here at Chopu.
Oh, he fits right in on the World Tour. I mean, the kid's got a complete package. You know, he's good in the air, he's good in small waves. You saw that in Brazil, taking down John. He's good in the barrel, he's good surfing pretty much all kinds of conditions, and that's what you got to be. You've got to be a complete competitor out here on the World Tour.
Having a look, Kelly Slater, second wave of the heat, still driving, grabs his rail, and he is lining up a perfect section to come out right above the reef. 2 completed tube rides. Kelly already has a 7.0, and that'll be his second scoring ride. Now, with more waves on the way, Sebastian pulls in, takes 1 pump. As he's deep in the pit, he'll slow down and maximize the tube ride. Seabass complete again, perfect execution from this 3-pack, all making their tube rides. Sebastian out of 4.67, and that'll be his second scoring ride.
Yeah, you know, I think you look at those opening scores there, Kelly with a 7, Sebastian Zietz with a 4.67. I think the difference in that was not the fact that Sebastian didn't get a longer barrel than Kelly, it was the fact of the size of the wave. The judges know that there's some bombs out there. These guys are going to have to wait their turn. They've all got priority at a certain stage of the heat. They've got to make sure they wait for those big ones. Those are the ones that are going to get you through heats.
As we take a look from the channel, what do you like about Sebastian's approach?
Well, he's got that beautiful takeoff. It almost like he just falls straight into the barrel, and then you can see him using pretty much every part of his body, dragging that, his backside in the wave, using that front hand. As we see Kelly there pumping through the barrel, one of the best at no grabs, but there it is, he's grabbing that one. You can see him using his body to slow himself down. That's the advantage the natural footers have out here at Chopu. And we heard the guys talk about once you take off on this wave, you're going really fast immediately. The ability to be able to slow yourself down is key out here. The goofy footers are just going to have to go deeper to get the scores that the natural footers are going to get.
Well, it's interesting when you watch all these waves here at Chopu and the free surfs, you see guys take off and they're just trying to make it. When it comes into throwing the jersey on, they're trying to maximize their time behind the tube and stay in there as long as possible. Does your technique change to show your skills to the judges to kind of make sure that you're getting scores up in the X1 range? We'll get back to that with Glenn Hall gliding in. He has to drive, still waiting for the barrel. He won't get it there, so he has to kick out. Glenn started with a 3.0, and now the next wave, looking promising. First priority is with Slater, as he'll look over the ledge. No hands as he's pumping on the backhand. Now grabs that rail, and he'll come out. the channel, loving the approach for the 11th-time world champ, kicking out into the channel, and a bigger set coming, Potts.
Wow, well, I tell you what, this is just a sample of what we've got today. We were talking to Kelly the other day, and he said, I'm going to probably be the smallest. I'm going to probably get the smallest waves of the day in my heat. It's just going to grow through the day. We're just going to see bombs coming through left, right, and center. These guys are going to have definitely their work cut out. But have a look at this. Beautiful conditions here this morning. Absolutely perfect, as Kieran Perot said. Look at Kelly just driving through that barrel there. And you know what? Sometimes, you know, this wave doesn't let you get deep because it really turns itself inside out. It's a mutant of a wave. And we see Kelly there straight into the channel, high-fiving. This is the angle the judges have got. Now, look at this steep drop here. We've talked about how Ross said you've got to be underneath that lip. You can't paddle over the top of it like you can at most spots. And you can see him driving off the bottom there, getting that rail set. Now he sees down the line, and he's going to grab the rail because he wants to make sure he comes out of this one. There's a lot of water moving up the face of the wave. We can see Glenn Hall ditching the board. Look how thick that thing is, turning itself inside out. It wasn't a long barrel. Very critical surfing there from Kelly Slater, and one of the bigger waves we've seen so far this morning.
Well, Slater on fire early in the morning. Rare to see him in this first heat since he is the 6th seed now, coming into event number 7 on the Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. Starts with a 7, then a 5.93. Another score to come. You look back at footage of Kelly from way back in the day. You see longer boards. You don't see him going for the no grab in these critical tube ride sections. Section that big. How are the judges going to be rewarding commitment like that in the pit right there?
Well, they will. You know, that's the commitment and degree of difficulty. Both of those scoring criteria came into that wave. Now, it wasn't a deep barrel, but I tell you what, you've got to have the guts and the ability to be able to catch those ones. You've got to, you know, pushing yourself over the ledge. You know, the judges understand that, so obviously there's going to be some big points thrown at that wave.
As we reflect back to last season, Potts, Ace Buchan had a dreamy win over Kelly Slater. An emotional podium speech from Buchan as he comes back to defend the title. Fanning took his first victory over one of his longtime rivals, Joel Parkinson, in a very dramatic showdown. 2011 was that Code Red year where Kelly was effective in taking that win. And one of the greatest of all time, our forever champ, Andy Irons. His last CT win was here in 2010 over CJ Hobgood.
Yeah, you know, Andy surfed this place probably the best I've ever seen it surfed, and showed the world what is actually possible here. No one ever thought of being able to do things on the wave that Andy did. He brought that go for it attitude out here. He showed people that, hey, at that 10 to 12 foot range, you can still paddle in. You've just got to have the guts to do it. And, you know, we're talking about degree of difficulty and commitment, and we talked about big scores being thrown at that last wave of Kelly. 9.40, Joe. That's what you've got to do out here. You've got to wait your turn. You've got to wait for the bombs, and you've got to show the judges that you're prepared to go. If you're going to charge, this is the best time to do it. You've got the best water patrol on hand. Everyone's got their eyes on you, so you're going to get plucked out of the water no matter what. So, you know, basically, you've just got to go for it. And get yourself as deep as possible and have a go.
Kelly Slater certainly did that. A 9.4 from the panel. High scores a 9.5, the low score an 8.5 from the panel. Seeing that commitment, not grabbing the rail in a heavy section. He has a huge lead. Sebastian Zeitz comboed. Glenn Hall needs a 7.34 to take Sebastian's spots with plenty of time on the clock. Let's say a hello and big good morning to the boys on the decks. Ronnie Blakey alongside Mark Occhilupo and Strider Wasilewski.
Thanks, Joe. Thank you, Potts. What a way to kick things off. Incredible waves, and we've got Kelly Slater. He's won this event 4 times, and he's already kicked off with a big bang. Strider Wasilewski, you want to get your thoughts on the conditions out there. That swell, it turned up, but it's so clean right now.
Yeah, it's about as good as it gets. I mean, the conditions are perfect, 6 to 8 feet, maybe a couple bigger waves, and just on the ledge, just the most beautiful morning we've seen. The winds are absolutely perfect, and we saw Kelly get an almost perfect ride out there already this morning. I mean, last night we went out for a little surf at Bad Pass and had no idea we were going to wake up to this, and now just to watch the waves coming in right now, it's just so exciting.
Occy, you won this event in '99, the same year you went on to win the world title. It's a crucial contest, isn't it? That midpoint in the year, world title race heating up, guys chasing requalification. How crucial is this contest?
Oh, it's so crucial. You know, it's event number 6. We're going to see Gabriel Medina and Joel. They're in the top 2. They're going to be very important heats for those guys to win, to skip the round 2, because that round 2 is going to be really hard with those wild cards. And yeah, it's crucial. And when the waves are big, you know, we haven't seen a forecast like this forever, you know, where it's going to be, it won't get under 8 feet for the whole event. I was speaking to Kieran Perot last night, And we've never had that, you know, like the year I won, it got big during the event, but it ended up being small for the finals. So this event's going to be big the whole way, so it's going to be unbelievable.
It sure is. Kelly Slater out there leading at the moment. A crucial contest for Kelly. Potts, I want to get your thoughts on it. Kelly, every time the waves have really turned up, when it's been that kind of scary sort of surf, Kelly has dominated the draw. You think back to Cloudbreak, you think about Tahiti back in 2011. He has been so strong when the waves get to that consequential point. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely, Ronnie. Hit the nail on the head there. You know, Kelly likes that challenge. I mean, he's been on the tour so long. He needs that extra motivation. He needs something to get him excited, and this is what it is. In that 8 to 10 foot range, in gnarly waves like this, that's what gets Kelly's juices flowing. You know, he's in a good spot because the spotlight's off him. There's no pressure. Number 6, you know, in the world. This is a really dangerous point right now for the rest of the tour. They've got to really step up because I think Kelly's going to get the ball rolling right here.
Well, it's crazy when you look back at all that history, and not just the competition, but also the free surfs. And I know, Strider, you had an emotional wipeout here way back in the day where you ended up on the beach. Looking at the swell window that we have this week, are you going to see similar types of waves that what you had to deal with way back when?
Well, yeah, you're going to see some crazy surf out here. Obviously, the swell perfect today and absolutely as clean and perfect as it gets. Kelly Slater just out there having a field day. I don't think we're going to see anything as big as, you know, I had to deal with that one moment, but I think you can definitely see the consequence is going to be high. I mean, you do not want to end up on that inside closeout section when you wipe out across that reef. It is where you don't want to be. It's probably the scariest place in the world to be, is in there on that right, getting it on the head.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking, like I said, you know, the guy that wins this contest is going to be the best Chopu rider ever, and they're going to stamp their authority on that because it's not going to get under 8 feet, and I just can't believe how good this contest is going to be.
Oh, it's going to be a mind blow. We've got 4 previous winners in there. I mentioned before, Kelly Slater has 4 of those Chopu titles, and we've got live action out there. We'll throw it back to you, Joe.
Sebastian Zietz behind the spin, and he will not make it. A fair effort to try to pack a solid section, and he goes down on his 3rd wave so far in this heat, down to 19 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in the opening heat of the day. Sebastian with a 4.67 and a 5.67 as he's comboed. We'll take another look at this replay from the channel.
Yeah, you know, taking off really deep, and you can tell how deep he is because he's got a punch, he's got a pump, and he's right on the fumble there. You can see when the lip hits the face of the wave, this white water shoots up the face, and you've actually got to really adjust. You've got to actually trim a lot higher. A really difficult thing to do. So there's a real fine line between being in the right spot and being just that little bit too deep. We saw him take off. He really had a sense of urgency to make that wave. Unfortunately, didn't come out at the end, but that's what you got to do, Joe. You know, Kelly's in a commanding position right now. Sebastian's got to throw caution to the wind. He's got to go for it. He's got to try those ones that you almost think you're not going to make, and those are the ones that are going to turn out to be the massive scores.
Well, we reflected on Sebastian Zietz last year as a rookie on the WCT. Exited out in round 2 to Adam Melling, but when you look back on the totals, it was a tie-break situation. Both had 8+ rides. Adam breaking the tie-break with the highest single wave score, so a tough decision in that 2nd round. That 25th really doesn't mean that he got smoked in that heat by any means.
No, you know, we see, we hear of guys losing, and it's not because they didn't surf that well. It's, you know, sometimes you surf out of your skin, you have enough points to pretty much win any other heat in the round. You just so happen to come up against a guy who got the better wave. So, you know, that's the beast of our surfing. You know, surfing is a strange sport. Sometimes things go your way, sometimes they don't. You've just got to keep knocking on the door, and those results will eventually come. You can see on your score on the screen there, Kelly with a 16.402 wave total. We talk about a combo situation, Joe. Basically, that means that Sebastian and Glenn have got to wipe their slate clean and restart their heat. They need a 2-wave total of 16.41. So basically, they need 2 8+ rides to get themselves back into this heat and give Kelly Slater a run for his money.
Well, Potts, the channel is absolutely packed here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. We're going to take a short break. Round 1 continues here in Tahiti right after this.
if we look at the world water crisis, it's overwhelming. It's not about going out there and trying to save the world. It's about going out there and doing your part. And nobody said you couldn't have fun while you're helping people.
Good morning and welcome back to the South Pacific. You're watching the Billabong Pro Tahiti, the 7th stop on the Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. Kelly Slater in heat number 1 of the morning, already with a 16.4 combined total, having Sebastian Zietz and Glenn Hall in a combination spot, needing 2 new waves. Joe Trappell alongside former world champ Martin Potter as we assess this beautiful morning light. We look at Glenn and Sebastian. They both came on tour last year in the same rookie class. You touched on the injury that Micro suffered back in Fiji, and he's coming to a similar scenario here in Tahiti. It's solid. He's mentioned his back wasn't at 100% a couple events ago. What's he dealing with as far as pressure's concerned coming into this matchup?
You know, I think Glenn's just got to, you know, realize that he's got to go for it. You know, there's no holding back, and you know, basically he's got to throw caution to the wind. But you know, in doing so, he's got to make sure he makes his waves. He's got to pull in deep. He's got to come out. And once he does that once he gets that feeling of getting nice and deep in the barrel, you know, these guys are so good, Joe, that that's all they need is just that one nice clean run through. It'll give them the confidence. Those nerves will turn into excitement and adrenaline, and that's what it's going to take. We just saw him paddle back to the boat and change a board, and that's what you've got the ability here to do that. It's such a quick transition to get your backup board in your hands. So Glenn Micro Hall on a different board, looks like a little longer. And let's hope that he you know, gets a good wave at least to get his nerves out of the way.
Well, you can see the channel's pretty active. We have Rioni Montero coming up next against Matt Wilkinson and the local favorite, current world number 5, Michel Perez. Rioni missing an event due to injury and trying to make a comeback roll on tour. He hasn't made a heat yet, out of round 2 yet so far this season. A lot of pressure on Rioni, but we remember he was dominant during the Code Red Swell back in 2011.
Yeah, that he was. I mean, you just got to go back to Fiji, that big paddle towing, that big paddle day. He had one of those heats in the morning and pulled into a 15-foot barrel, so the kid's not scared. He will charge out here. You know, and you go back to that whole thing of you know, he hasn't made it out of a round 2 heat. That's not due to lack of trying. You know, this kid surfs incredibly well. It's just those situations where, you know, very similar to Brett Simpson, where, you know, he's been surfing really well, but just not, for some reason, making it through heat. So he's got to put all that aside. He's got to make sure, you know, and the good thing about these early rounds is that everyone gets priority, everyone gets their shot. Just be patient, that wave will come, and when it does, you got to just pull in.
Well, remember, we just had subtle adjustments to the priority rules starting this season, and it was all due to the blocking rule, which actually used to happen here. There's a heat with Freddie P and Mick Fanning, and Freddie was able to block Mick on the next wave, and they want to make sure that there's a clean rotation. If you use priority to block, you're going to have to lose your priority for the next wave.
Yeah, you go to the back of the line, so it's a commitment, you know, and that doesn't mean you can't block. You know, if you think that you're in the wrong place to get the wave, but you can stop the other guy from getting a really big score, the guys will use that, you know, and that will put them at the back of the line, but that's the chance you got to take.
So right now, 13 minutes on the clock. Little waves running through the inside. These guys are just waiting for the bombs. Remember, Surfline telling us 10 to 15 foot on the face, potentially 18 foot plus, but it hasn't even peaked yet. The swell's still on the rise on the opening day of competition. Day 4 of the waiting period. First priority out the back is with Glenn Hall. He just has a 3.6 total. He needs a huge score to come through. And now he'll be able to make the first decision if he wants a wave. Doesn't want this one, Kelly takes a look, and that one is just going to detonate on the reef bots.
That was one of those ones that they don't let you near them. You know, when you're out there and you've surfed this wave before, some let you in, some don't. And that one there just really didn't want to be surfed. You know, and you've got to let those go. Those ones really are the ones that you just got to let go. Those are the board breakers and the body breakers.
Well, right now we want to make sure you guys are joining us in the conversation on Twitter and on Instagram. We'll go with Sebastian Zietz. He's in the lineup now. He's thrown up a shot of a quick interview he had with Laird Hamilton on the set of Point Break 2 over in Italy. That's big news in itself, Pops.
Wow,
We're going to get another Point Break.
Wow, that's amazing. In Italy.
Of all places. And also Kelly Slater got caught today. He didn't even know that he was going to be over there in New York on the Today Show. It was great to have a lot of the ASP top execs and top surfers in the world hang out in New York City. You can check out all that, the backstory on that on ASPWorldTour.com. Exciting times for Kelly, and finding some new fans for around the world, Potts.
Yeah, apparently he shreds. I need evidence. Well, I tell you what, mate, you've got evidence right here this morning. A 9.4 and a 7.0. Kelly Slater, notoriously not a very good morning person, but I tell you what, when the waves are like this, he wakes up pretty darn quick and will get busy, which he's done. So Kelly Slater leading the heat, Glenn Hall as well as Sebastian still looking for that two-wave total of a 16.41.
And now let's get caught up with this heat, Pots. Remember, we started off with a 35-minute heat. We're down to 11 minutes on the clock, and Kelly leads with a 7.0 and a 9.4 as we check out the 7.0 to start for Kelly.
Well, this was one of the first waves of the morning. Kelly Slater pulling in nice and deep there. Perfect technique, trims nice and high, as you can see, dragging his body to slow himself down, maximizing the time behind the barrel. One of the best at it. And I tell you what, in that 6 to 8 foot range, Kelly, very dangerous. We can see here commitment and degree of difficulty. No one does it better than this guy. I tell you what, it's going to be a good score, we thought, and it was. Look at that, pumping through the tube right there. It wasn't a deep one, it was a big, gnarly barrel. You can see there, that's the view the judges have got. Look how big that wave is, 3 or 4 times overhead, and it's super thick, super heavy wave. Kelly Slater, 9.40, pumped through the channel, and high fives. So what Kelly's done really is show the rest of the field, hey, it's possible. You just got to put yourself in the right place, and these waves are makeable.
Well, we've seen Kelly do this at Pipeline, also the Vulcan Pipe Pro, the Billabong Pipe Masters, where he's dedicated to let go of the rail, not hang on the takeoff, and he'll throw down big numbers, throwing complete commitment. Sebastian and Glenn Hall stay in a little bit of trouble. As we hit the 10-minute mark, we'll say a big good morning and Urana to our own Rosie Hodge, who's out in the channel. Rosie, what's the vibe like out there?
Good morning, boys. Well, yeah, the channel is just alive this morning. It's kind of weird, though. You feel that kind of anticipation, that nervous energy. You watch the boys kind of getting ready. We saw Matty Wilco. He put one of those life vests, inflatable life vests on, and he was kind of testing it to see how he was going to paddle with it. So, yeah, a lot of nervous energy, but a lot of excitement, too.
Well, when the sets come, Rosie, is the channel like kind of making everybody go? Is there everyone screaming at Kelly and Seabass and Glenn to make a move?
There's so much screaming. I swear it's almost like there's a bunch of 8th grade girls on all of the boats. It's so crazy. I think everyone's just trying to give that bit of encouragement. And when you watch these sets come through, it's something of true beauty. I mean, it's just insane to watch that blue water kind of fold over the reef.
Rosie, it's notoriously one of the loudest waves in the world, and just really shows how powerful it is.
Yeah, totally, Potts. I mean, just watching the wave absolutely unload and then spit out, and then watching that kind of rainbow effect that it has on the spit, it's incredible. There's so much raw power out here.
Very impressive to see that, Rosie, and we'll be crossing with you throughout the day today. We have a little wave popping up on the inside, no takers, with 8:40 on the clock. Kelly with a 7 and a 9.4. First priority is still with Glenn Micro Hall. The interesting part about Glenn, he's the guy that's the first call-up as a wild card this season on tour. His injury came at Fiji last year, but he didn't get a spot to be back in the top 34. He's been getting the call-up, though, in almost every event. The only events he's missed, Pots, have been Snapper and Margaret River.
Yeah, you know, and there's in this day and age, surfers are going to get hurt. The way they surf, it's impossible not to. So, you know, Glenn's just biding his time. He's been, as you said, he's only missed 2 events so far this year. He needs to get a result, though, and this is the place to do it. He's a goofy footer. He's got to, you know, rely on that confidence facing the wave. He's got priority right now. He's running out of time, though. Under 8 minutes to go. He needs a bomb right now. We can see the ocean starting to stand up. And that's the funny thing. You can see these guys sitting nice and comfortably. You can't see these sets hit the reef until they're right in front of your face. So many times you paddle over a little wave, and then all of a sudden you're greeted with a 10-foot wall of water. It is one of the most terrifying waves on the planet because you can't really see it coming. You're relying on the people in the channel to whistle, to tell you, here they come, and then you paddle over and you're really confronted with something that you're not used to seeing, and having the ability and the balls to turn around and go.
In such a short period of time, which is so incredible. Compare that to the J-Bay Open. You see a set coming miles away. You can anticipate it. You can think about where you want to take off. Here in Tahiti, you have this shallow reef, sometimes as shallow as 3 feet on the takeoff, and it comes out of such deep water. It's such a steep shelf, and you can kind of see that wave bowl up. And a lot of people are referencing black water sets. What does that mean, Potts?
Well, because it's so deep just off the back of the reef, it drops off to about 300 feet. And that's why when you heard Strider talk about there's no outside bommies, the wave doesn't dissipate. No matter how big it gets, it breaks in the same spot. It just gets thicker and thicker and harder to ride. So it's called black water because when those big ones come, the blue disappears and it comes out of deep, dark water. It is absolutely terrifying. You're talking about having to make that split-second decision. Do I go or don't I go? And really, you got to go.
Well, we've had a lot of big wave chargers on hand throughout the last couple of weeks here in Tahiti. That's a common theme. And even Shane Dorian, he's always so humble, though. He said those blackwater sets really get his adrenaline pumping. John Florence has been notable throughout the last couple of weeks, has been the one guy that's fearless and not afraid to take on the biggest waves here in Chopu, as we always are predicting the favorites each and every year coming to this venue.
Yeah, well, he's honed his skills at Pipeline, which is a very similar wave. So, he's drawing on experience, he's drawing on his confidence, and also you've got to have that thing of believing in your ability to be able to make the wave, and I think that's half the game. Knowing you've got the right boards under your feet, knowing, and relying on your ability that you've worked all these years to perfect. John's got that, he's honed his skills at Pipeline. He knows how to take a steep drop. He trusts himself. He trusts his decision making. He's in the right place. He never doubts himself, and that's why he looks so cool, calm, and collected under those heavy situations.
Down to 5.5 to go. A lot of the big reason why these guys are so calm as well is because they are protected and watched by the Tahitian Water Patrol. They have the jet ski driver that goes into crazy situations to pull out the world's best, and they also have a guy in the back of the sled that can jump off that sled, grab one of the surfers, and swim him out to safety. They have such an amazing routine to watch. It's beautiful to see how in sync they are with this reef. All local Tahitians that all surf this wave really well.
You've got a very limited time in between the sets to get the guy. Sometimes, being able to drive the ski and pull the guy out of trouble at the same time is a hard thing to do.
5-minute warning. Paddling in using priority is Glenn Hall. He starts to drive down the line, deep in the barrel on the foam ball. And Micro goes down, holding priority for quite some time. He'll still stay comboed, and he's still getting blown up right above the reef.
Has he popped up yet? No, there he goes. Okay, so now you can tell. You can see how much turbulence there was. You can see how much power's in the wave, and now he's got to take the next one on the head. That's what I was talking about. There's very little time in between the waves to go in and get these guys. And that's why you've got the surfer, the water patrol guy hanging on the back of the ski. He'll come in and grab Glenn Micro Hall. Are you okay? Yep, no, get me out of here. He says, whoop, missed that first touch there. He's fine though. There's no other wave coming, so Glenn can paddle back into the channel and he's safe. So it's not a critical situation, but I tell you what, you've got to be able to take a couple of waves on the head. That's part of the deal. If you can't do that, then you shouldn't be out there. This is a wave basically for experienced surfers only.
We see him miss the grab from the ski driver. Micro's gonna have to deal with this one on the head. He'll let go. Remember, he doesn't have any water underneath him. He's standing on the reef on that section, and then we see the next set pour in. We'll have another attempt from the Water Patrol to get Micro out of this situation. They'll grab him and now start to step on the gas, and he should be back into safety without a problem. 3:30 on the clock. Micro was fine right there, but we're just looking at time management now. He's in the back of the line with priority pots with 3:20 to go. This might be his last chance to skip the round.
Yep, absolutely right. And you know what you got to do too is you saw Glenn there took his leash off straight away. You don't want to be dragging your board. You don't want to be worrying about that thing. So the surfers will rip their leash off, get them into the lagoon where it's quite safe. Wait for the waves to wash his board in. They'll grab that board, do the big loop around. It takes around about 30 seconds, 35 seconds to get him back out. He'll take a breath. He'll get his regain his composure and get himself back into the lineup. Now that wipeout he took, just for the average surfer out there, that's life-threatening stuff. These guys are good. They know how to wipe out. They know how to fall, and they know how to just you know, be calm and not fight it, because as soon as you start fighting it, you start panicking, then that's when your adrenaline pumps and you lose all your energy.
So Micro going down on a sizable wave. 1.53 on his last score, still comboed. Sebastian Zietz in that same combination spot, meaning he needs 2 new waves to overtake Kelly Slater's total in first. With 2:30 on the clock, that's a huge task at hand. Sebastian does have first priority. We've seen some miracles though in waves like this. Tahiti, Pipeline, Fiji, especially with a swell that offers perfect waves and near perfect rides almost every look from the world's best. We'll see if Sebastian can pull off a miracle with the time against him.
Well, you know, the thing is with this place, Joe, it's a quick paddle back out. You know, there's no rips pulling you left, right, and center. You can catch a wave, kick out, and probably be back out in the lineup within 20 seconds. So you can turn around a 2-wave total really fast if you've got that, you know, if you're in sync with the waves. Right now, though, because it's a growing swell, we're seeing these really long periods between the sets. So, you know, he's in kind of a sort of an impossible situation. But later in the day, once that swell starts pumping, you know, we're going to see heats being turned around real quick.
And just to know, round 1, it's a non-elimination round. So second and third are reseeded once again in round 2. We reseed for the last time in round 3, meaning the top seed surfs against the bottom seed. And that's the way pro surfing's been for quite some time. So you always see the world #1, which is now Gabriel Medina, surfing against the wild card stories, or the guys that really haven't had a major result yet this season. Do you think that's a pretty fair system that we have so far?
Absolutely. You know, I think the sport of surfing's as good as it's ever been. I've been involved with it since the early 80s, and you know, it's gone through its teething stages, it's gone through experimental stages, and I think we've fine-tuned it right now to 2014. The waves, the locations, the judging criteria. I think we've got the best judges on tour at the moment that's ever been. You know, we've got better locations. We've just the whole setup is probably as good as it's ever been.
As we look at the clock now in heat #1, remember 35-minute heats, and we're down to 45 seconds on the clock. Run out of time for Sebastian and Glenn Hall to take out Kelly Slater. Kelly showing his dominance, 4-time Billabong Pro Tahiti champ. Started with a 7, let go of the rail, a 9.4 for that high score of the morning. Sometimes in those early morning heats, the judges try to stay away from a perfect number because they're anticipating the swell to rise. They want to keep their scale nice and tight in this first heat.
You know, I knew that was going to be a big score for Kelly. I'm sort of pretty surprised they threw a 9.4 at it, but you know, we're going to see longer barrels than that today. We're going to see just as big as sets coming through. We're going to see bigger waves than that probably. So, you know, I'm pretty excited that the judges are not scared to throw big numbers down.
So Kelly straight into round 3 as he moves on. Michelle Perez, Matt Wilkinson, Rioni Montero coming up next. Welcome back to Tahiti. You're watching the Billabong Pro, the 7th stop on the Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. Brand new heat on deck with world number 5, 2-time event winner this year, Michelle Perez, representing this local lineup. Matt Wilkinson from Copacabana, Australia, coming off an epic performance in South Africa. And Brioni Monteiro from Saquarema, Brazil, current 34th in the world, looking for a major result. Joe Chappelle alongside former world champ Martin Potter. Potts, as we look at this wave and we think about competition surfing, well before that you came here in the early 90s for a movie called TV Dinners with a guy named Brock Little, a fearless charger.
Yep.
Back then there weren't so many stories of all the haunting things that have happened here in Chopu because it was all beginning way back when. What did that feel like to come here for the first time?
Well, you know, we surfed it probably half the size of this, you know, in the 4 to 6 foot range. It was beautiful, pretty. We had the south swell. We didn't have that west bowl coming at us. We surfed for 7 hours one day. It was absolutely perfect, pristine, beautiful place. And we thought, wow, how cute is this wave, you know? And, you know, the next year we came back for the Gotcha Pro, and we saw the real teeth and the gnarliness that the spot can produce. It was horrifying to see how we can go from something so beautiful to something so scary.
Do you remember what equipment that you guys were dealing with back then?
Yeah, I think the boys are running even up to 7 foot boards. You know, I mean, for me personally, I only surfed it probably up to 6 to 8 foot, and I was riding a 610, you know, not the best size really. You need a board that fits into that transition. You know, it's a real abrupt wave. It's got a lot of curve. You know, it doesn't really give you a lot of time to set the rail, so you need something that's going to fit into that transition. And you know, you're going to probably see the biggest boards the guys are going to be riding here is around about the 6.6 range. But as we heard earlier, you know, Ross touched on the fact that everyone's got their special number. Everyone's got that, you know, special volume that you're looking for, and each person's different.
As we think about Brioni Monteiro, he's been around for a long time, qualified for the tour back in 2004, stayed on tour through 2007, fell off, and had to make a comeback. We saw him win Sunset Beach. He was able to re-qualify back in 2011. He's dealt with injuries a few times and has had to make the comeback the hard way as we transition to the success of Matty Wilkinson.
Yeah, you know, Matty Wilco, I tell you what, we're waiting for this kid to fire up, and geez, didn't he fire up in South Africa? I mean, it's probably the best I've ever seen him compete. You know, I've seen him surf, you know, as good as that, but compete, never. I've never seen the kid really turn it on. Took down Kelly Slater in fine form, went on to a semi-final result there at J-Bay. Some of the best backside surfing I've seen since Mark Okalupo. You know, so Matty Wilco really has found his feet. Now he's here at Tahiti, a whole different ball game. It's a place that scared the living daylights out of him a few years ago. Let's see if he can draw on that experience and wonder if it's still his favorite wave.
Well, and then you go to Michelle Perez, the local favorite. Everybody here wants this guy to win this event. This is the one that he wants to win. He's won in Brazil. He's won in Margaret River. This year has been special for him. He's breaking all of his personal records, but still the one goal when you ask him is to win the Billabong Pro Tahiti. He hasn't had the best success when you go back in his career here. This is his 6th year on tour, but he hasn't really made a move yet on his local break until now. Pulling in, let's go to the rail, a big pump, and the Spartan is down.
Yeah, you know, that was just well, you can see him just getting sucked under the water there. There's no making it through this wave. There's no denying the fact that you're going to get smashed. And I think that's, if you can set your mind on that level of saying to yourself, you know what, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when I get donuts. And we can see Michelle pushing under there. You know, it's going to happen, and I think you've got to have that headspace of it's going to happen. And I think if you can, you know, admit that fact, and I think you'll get over that hump a lot quicker. Michelle there, you can see there's no getting through this wave. You can't dive off in the barrel and get through the back. You've got to take donuts. We see Michelle there gets onto the back of the jet ski, and they whip him into the channel. He'll be back out in the lineup in about 30 seconds.
Out the back, Brioni Monteiro glides in, grabbing the rail. Nice line still with plenty of drive. He'll make this tube and take the early lead. Monteiro picking his point well. Remember, we didn't establish priority yet. Wilkinson being selective, and he'll hold first priority out the back.
You know, that was just a nice little warm-up there for Brioni, just feeling it out. And, you know, as I said earlier, get one and make it. As soon as you make that first wave, you get that feeling of what you got to do. You know, hey, it's not as heavy as I thought. You know, how good is it? How perfect is it? you know, once you break the ice, you know, the longer you sit there, the longer you pull back, and if you've had a wipeout straight off the bat, it's going to rattle you a bit. There's no doubt in that. We can see Randy Montero here, can see not forcing the issue, dragging his hand, setting himself up, just getting that feeling of being barreled here this morning. Okay, done it, made it. All right, now let's see if we can get a bit deeper on the next one.
So just a quick 2.0 start for Rioni Montero. They want to see a little bit more out of him. Michel Perez with a 1.0. Wilco still holding first priority as we're starting to hear some whistles from the channel. And we'll see if Matty Wilkinson will be making a move. Remember, he's been moving quickly up the rankings. Our biggest mover from his semifinal finish at Jeffreys Bay, moved up 12 spots into that 21st position. As you see Michel Perez now coming around the corner. Let's now toss it to Rosie Hodge in the channel with Kelly Slater.
Thanks, Joe. Yes, Kelly Slater, an incredible performance. First heat of the morning, pumping conditions. Just describe your mentality paddling out today.
Right when we pulled up, we saw a couple bombs. Jack Freestone got a huge one, and then he ate it. And then a set came, no one could paddle on. It was just like kind of on that verge of maybe couldn't catch it. And then saw a bunch of guys. Ricardo Dos Santos got a huge one. He broke his board on. Parco had a really great one. It was a lot of guys, in pretty much every good wave that came through. John got an unbelievable one. So every wave that came through, somebody's going on besides the one set. But we all scrambled, jumped off the boat, and there was pretty much the top 36 were out there catching waves. So it was a tough crowd. I caught 2 waves this morning, one all right one and one just a little stand up. That was about it. But so I was excited to get in the heat and get going. But it's perfect, you know. It was nice to get out there early and just get a little lineup. You know where the big ones were going to shift to, and you know they're really cornering on the end.
And you're exceptional in conditions like this. Looking at the forecast, you must be feeling pretty confident for the event.
I'm so excited that I'm shaking, to be honest with you. Like my whole body, I feel like I got to calm down. Like I got to calm myself down. I'm too excited, but yeah, it's going to be a good week. It's, you know, it doesn't look like it's going to drop below 6 feet here for the next 3 weeks in Tahiti. So we're going to finish in at least 6 foot surf, probably, you know, 6 to 8 or something. And you know, there's that other swell coming in a couple days that's maybe similar size to what this afternoon will be, but wait till this afternoon. I think it's gonna get considerably bigger than this, and there'll be a lot of waves not ridden.
And you know exactly what a good wave looks like out here at Chopu. Looking at that 9.4 before you paddled into it, what were you thinking?
It was a good wave. Pretty much at this size, any of those big sets are gonna hit it and just be perfect. All you gotta do is catch it somewhere along the line and make the drop. And I took off, I was a little bit deep maybe, so I had to get going real fast, and so I couldn't quite get as deep as I wanted to get. We got photobomb in the background? You photobombing us, Seabass? Oh, I thought you were photobombing us. Ah, sweet. Yeah, so I had to go a little fast, so maybe I could have been deeper in that end section, but I think if the foam ball hit me, I probably would have got thrown off.
All right, Kelly, well, thanks for your time. Back to you, Joe.
Thanks, Rosie. Kelly Slater, a 9.4 in that opening heat as he's trying to calm his emotions. Looking at the forecast this week, he's so excited to surf, went with the quad, and never looked like he was going to get beat. As we see the vision from Kelly looking at Matt Wilkinson with priority. Wilco, let's go. He stops the takeoff, pulls it so deep, and he will get blown up onto the reef. You see that wave exploding into the channel.
Those are the dangerous ones when you've got no speed. You can see he fell out of the sky and just really took the whole brunt of that wave, and he's going to have to take this one. No, they're going to get him just in time. So that's how good these guys are. See, they've got about less than 10 seconds to get in there and get him, which they've done. So they're going to drag him into the channel. He'll jump on the back of the ski. Great work there, Vitaya David. Poto is a former World Tour surfer. He knows this place as good as anyone. Let's have a look at this one here. You can see him free falling, setting the rail, losing his speed, and just gets eaten up by that one. So I tell you what, that's going to dust the nerves off a little bit for him. Look at this view from the channel. And, you know, once everyone starts yelling, you've got to go. There's no pulling back on those. And those are the ones, if you come out of that, that's a 10-point ride right there.
Really impressive. Potts, what went wrong for Wilco there? Was it the positioning on the takeoff?
Just a little too deep. You know, I think that can happen, and he's just going to reposition himself. You know, you heard Kelly say that, you know, he could have got a lot deeper on that barrel. These guys are just working it out. It's the first real surf they've had in this place. Last year was nowhere near this. The last time they had a taste of this was the Code Red Swell. So it's going to take them at least a heat or so to get, you know, reacquainted with those big gnarly ones and where to catch them. And, you know, I love the fact that he went for it. His technique was perfect. He managed to stomp the takeoff, but just losing that rail a little bit, he lost a lot of speed, and that's obviously didn't get that drive off the bottom. So, you know, he'll go back to the drawing board. He'll know now what he's got to do on the next one. You can see him talking about it. You know, hit the reef, of course, that's what you do here. That's a guarantee.
So Wilco is going to brush that one off quickly, using the quad setup in this heat. That's been a big topic of conversation over the last few years, specifically at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Thruster or the quad, it seems to be a personal take on choosing how many fins you want on your board. What's your theory about the quad out here, Potts?
Well, it just gives you a little bit more fin in the water, a little bit more drive. You know, some surfers think that you're going fast enough on this wave as it is. With the quad setup, it sort of puts you too far ahead. So guys like that third fin, that thruster setup where it's easier to wipe speed off, you know, especially for the goofy footers. We're going to see the natural footers take the option of the quad. I think is going to be the board of choice for the natural footers, maybe the thruster for the goofies. So we heard Freddie P saying he's not quite, you know, adjusted to the quad. He likes the thruster feel out here.
As we see a little wave popping up, Michel Perez with second priority lets this one run through as the scale is still fairly low on the first few attempts. It's on at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. As we see the next heat on deck, Adam Melling, Taj Burrow, Brett Simpson eyeing down the conditions. Taj Burrow, 2 finals that we touched on before. Smaller conditions in the final with Bobby Martinez a few years back. He's had a little bit of trouble with wild cards, but another event that he's dying to win, Potts.
Absolutely right. I had to talk to him yesterday, and you know, he's just come off a massive tow session with Mark Matthews. You know, I asked him about that, and you know, he charges this kid. I mean, Taj is no stranger to heavy waves. He's grown up in Western Australia, you know, and basically surfing waves like this that are a little bit more raw, not as perfect. So, you know, Taj is going to come into this heat with a lot of experience up against Adam Melling and Brett Simpson. I think he's going to be the favourite. Brett Simpson obviously surfing out of his skin at that Code Red Swell, making the quarterfinals. Adam Melling, I don't know if Adam's really adjusted to this wave yet. We'll see. But I tell you what, all these guys got the ability to ride the barrel. It's just a matter of being on the right wave.
So now looking at the numbers, and we'll take a look at this wave from Brioni Montero. Grabs his rail on the takeoff. Nice positioning. He's deep, deeper than his first wave, and he comes out. Nice control from Montero to back up the 2.0 and extend his lead a bit further.
See, that's what we're talking about. That first one was just dust the nerves off, get your feet in the wax. You know, just get that feeling. Next one a little deeper. Next one I guarantee is going to go a little deeper. So now he's just working the break out. This is what these guys will do. As we see him there, nice grab there, dragging the hand, not pushing the issue. Gets a little bit of a ramp there on the inside of that wave. There's a lot of energy in that wave, Joe, and once that wave unloads on the reef, there's a lot of water pushing back up the face.
Next wave for the local boy. Knifes the takeoff. His fins slide out, but he appears to regain control. The Spartan trying to pull off a miracle off the bottom. Slid out, tried to regain composure, and he goes down. Wilco on the next one. He free falls, and he's down right in front of Michel Perez. 2 big wipeouts and a broken board as Michel has to take this one right on the head, Potts.
Yes, well, I tell you what, that was a gnarly wipeout from Matty Wilco. You know, he's not scared. He's going to throw himself over the ledge. Has he come up yet? There he is, just popped up then. So, you know, it's super shallow there, but you can't push off the bottom, Joe. You'll cut your feet to pieces. Now, both jet skis needing to be in action here. We see Arsene at the helm there, one of the legends of the spot, as he gets them out of gets Michel Perez out of the zone. Matty Wilco, that was a horrifying wipeout. You know, just basically disconnecting from his board, and he definitely went up and over and hit the bottom again. Michel Perez side slipping in the barrel. I'll tell you what, we're going to see some great waves, but we're also going to see some really scary wipeouts.
As we get another view from the channel, Wilco face plants on the takeoff as that one spits without him once again. Think about what Wilco's dealt with as we take another look. 2 major wipeouts in the first 15 minutes.
You know, and I tell you what, that takes a lot of energy out of you. You can see his board disconnecting from the face of the wave. Just a really hard thing to do there. Matty Wilco got picked up and over and slammed down into the reef. Michel Perez had a bird's eye view of that. So both surfers just copping the raw energy of Chopu, and you can see on the front here all that water bubbling. There's so much air that gets compressed under the water. That's why you see that white water spitting up into the air. And now Raoni Montero got the lineup to himself. So let's hope that both these surfers are okay and they get themselves back out in the lineup.
So heavy wipeouts from Michel Perez and Matt Wilkinson. Montero strengthens his lead with a 2 and a 4.0 as he's holding first priority at the 19-minute mark. wave selection has been crucial for Montero. As a little wave pops up, Montero is going to hold that outside position and let it run through. You can see how beautiful the conditions are this morning. Light winds throughout the day. Could just change up a little bit, but our goal is to complete round 1 with a lot of anticipation of what could be happening, Potts, in heat number 8, heat number 9, when the swell continues to build.
Yeah, it's going to get scary. And as Kelly said, there's going to be ones that people don't want to catch. So I'm excited. I'm not going anywhere.
As we'll take a quick break, we'll come back with round 1, heat number 2 here in Tahiti right after this. Couple of major wipeouts here at heat number 2 of the opening round of competition, as our Brazilian Rione Montero has 2 successful tube rides, a 4 and a 3.17 for his top 2. Michel Perez with a 2.9 total as he side-slipped in the detonation zone and went down once again. As we'll take a look at what happened during the break, Montero finds his line with first priority and makes another tube. What's his role with wave selection right now, Potts?
Well, I tell you what, he's on the good ones. That's all I can say, Joe. And he's not pushing the issue. He knows, you can see they're letting go, just enjoying the ride. And what a ride it is here. You can see, look at him. He's loving this right now. Rione Montero grabs the rail to take off just to give him some stability. He sets that rail and then lets go. He's pulling a Kelly there as he just enjoys this perfect view. What an amazing day of surfing we've got so far already. And Michel Perez was back out in the lineup as well. So Rione Montero increases his lead with the 3.17. He needs to get a little deeper as we see Michel Perez as he pulls up deep there again. Can he come out of this one? Yes, he can. How is the adjustment on that where got really high, had to drop back down and then recorrected. So a good wave there from Michel Perez, and the judges loved that one, a 6.83. So Michel Perez all of a sudden with one solid wave finds himself in the lead, Joe.
So impressive to see how quickly you can come back. 2 big wipeouts, and Michel already has the lead. For more, we'll send it to the desk with Ronnie Blakey, Strider, and Aki.
Cheers, Joe. Yeah, very interesting event for Michel Perez. We all know that he's been on an incredible run this year. 2 wins, a semi-final finish in Fiji, but he's also hanging on to a couple of poor results, already counting on a 13th, and it is critical if he wants to be in the world title race that he banks a big result here at his home of Enoch.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's so much pressure though, Ronnie. There's so many boats and everyone is cheering for the local boy. They always have, and obviously they always will. But, you know, if he can get a win here, he could go close or get closer to winning his first world title, and that would be so good for Tahiti and Polynesia.
Well, strangely enough, Strider, he hasn't actually made it out of the 4th round here.
Well, I mean, watching him out there just now, he seems like he's getting comfortable. He had a little build-up, and then we saw that adjustment on that last wave to pull up high over that foam ball, and he's got the highest wave of the heat so far. So, you know, he's got the talent to do it. Let's see if the pressure cooks him. Look at Wilco just going mad.
Well, this is a real desperation heat for all these guys. We mentioned Michel. He wants to remain in this world title race. Matt Wilkinson, with his semi-final finish over at J-Bay, has just crept inside the requalification mark. Rione Montero, he is chasing a massive result. Hasn't been out of the 2nd round all year. We'll throw it back to Joe and Potts to call the action.
Thanks, Ron. Michel Perez kicking out of one right out front. Matt Wilkinson, his first successful tube ride as he makes it out to the channel, as he's trying to pick up the pace. Big themes brought up from the desk there as Michel Perez tries to win his first victory in front of this hometown crowd to really get a stranglehold on this world title race. Montero on the back of the ski now as he's trying to make a comeback. An interesting heat, a lot different than the one we had before, Potts.
Yeah, and have a look at that. This is what we're talking about. Kelly was saying we're going to see some bigger waves come through. We're going to see some unridden ones. Because sometimes they just don't really want to be ridden. Some of them just absolutely mutate on the reef, and they're the kind of ones you don't want. They're the ones that'll break your board and really snap you in half. Let's have a look at Matty Wilco. He's had 2 big go-downs, and I tell you what, he's not scared. He's back on the horse, and what a barrel there from Matty Wilco. Thread in the eye of the needle, standing tall in that one there. So great surfing from Matty Wilco. Michel Perez right behind him on his backup board. Looks a little smaller than the one he was riding earlier, but looks a little bit more maneuverable. So maybe that's a blessing in disguise for Michel Perez. As soon as he snapped his board, he came back out, he got a 6.83, and he's backed it up with another nice little wave.
Well, impressive just to see Matt Wilkinson's composure to compete, taking some heavy wipeouts to start and not rattled. Anyone else in the world taking a wipeout like that might never surf again. A guy like Wilco, he's ready to battle back out. His best number about to lock in from the panel. Remember, Michel had a 6.83 before. He'll be getting another score to lock in. Wilco with a clean 6.0 on that last wave.
Great there from Matty Wilco. You know, he's took 2 big wipeouts. He said to himself, you know what, I'm fine. Everything's okay. I'm still alive. I've got to just go for it now. That's probably the worst wipeouts we've seen so far this morning, and I'm still here kicking. So let's just go for it. Let's find the right place to take off. Let's pick the right waves. He's in the heat now. He's got a 6.0. He's up in a 2nd place. And he's only chasing a 2.74. So Matty Wilco in a good position, and I tell you what, this kid is not scared.
Well, how challenging is that, Potts, taking on a wave at Chopu, trying to get yourself to agree with the idea that you know you're going to take a wave on the head. You know you're going to be willing to put yourself in a tough position out here.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you think you're going to go out there and dodge it and not get wiped out, not get caught inside, you know, you're kidding yourself. It's going to happen, and I think that's that whole fear factor thing too, of admitting the fact that I'm scared. Hey, there's no denying it. I mean, people aren't going to think that anything worse of you if you say, I'm scared, I'm really scared. So I think if you admit that fact and get it out there and know that this is, you know, and accept it, this is what's going to happen, then I think you can deal with things a little bit easier.
Down to 11:40 on the clock here in heat number 2. Michel Perez, the local boy, in the lead with a 6.83 and a 2.5. Matt Wilkinson, 2 big wipeouts and turns in a 6.0 for 2nd. We saw Rioni Montero. He was making clean exits to start, but not really getting too deep on the waves he's picking. They're having him down in 3rd at this stage.
Yeah, well, there's two kinds of approaches, you know, and it's that degree of difficulty, that commitment. And I think that, you know, you're looking at Matty Wilco's commitment as well as Michel Perez. The judges are liking that. Rioni's picking the nice little clean gems. He's not getting too deep, which he's going to have to do now. He's now in a situation where he's gone, okay, well, what I've been doing so far is not working. I need to get a little deeper. I need some more commitment involved in my approach.
So down to 11 on the clock as we wait for a set. Let's catch up in the channel with Rosie Hodge. Rosie, what's it like out there in the channel, and what's the setup like?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of an overview, a bit of a feeling from the channel. You can see the judges' tower set back there on the reef. You know, that's where the boys are perched for the whole day. They have that kind of front of view of the action of what's going on. There's some sets pulling in through right now, and it's so crazy because you stand on these boats and the wave will literally come straight up to where, like, the water patrol, all the boats, the photographers' boats are. And, you know, Kelly actually on his 9.4 made it all the way to the water patrol, gave the guy a high five. So that's how close we are to the action. So just to give you a little bit of a feeling, the judges' tower, like I said, has that straight on view. They also have the replays from the channel and the action that we're getting over here.
Rosie, I mean, what's the attitude of the surfers? I mean, have you seen a lot of the guys standing on the boat? We see Mick Fanning there. I mean, it's not fun and games today, is it?
No, Potts, you know, you see the boys and they're doing their warm-ups and they have to do it, you know, they find a little bit of space on a crowded boat to kind of get their head, their mindset into the right place to go out there and surf Chopu. And, you know, we're busy screaming in the channel and these boys have to make the split-second decision whether or not to go on a potentially life-threatening wave.
Well, we see the water patrol out there too, Rosie. Are they keeping an eye on the channel too? Are they kind of regulating where all the boats are as well?
Yeah, the water patrol pretty much keeps the boats in line, keeps an eye on them, but also for the boys. I mean, the guys in the lagoon just making sure that they don't get washed over and keeping them away from the west sets. It's incredible to watch it, kind of the mechanics of everything, of how this event kind of runs. There's so much of everyone just keeping an eye on each other and making sure that everyone's safe.
Well, we saw Wilco, Rosie, get wiped out on his first attempt. Was everyone calling him into that first wave from the channel?
Yeah, everyone was going absolutely mental in the channel, telling Wilco to go. And you could see there was like a slight bit of hesitation, but he still put his head down and absolutely went on that monster. And we're seeing monster sets come through at the moment. It's getting a lot more consistent, I think, throughout the day. Like Kelly said, the conditions are going to continue to improve.
Looking impressive from the channel. Thanks a lot, Rosie, as we see that wave spit and go unridden. I think everyone should be in a life jacket out there, Potts.
Yeah, I think there's one at the back. You can hear the whistles, and sometimes the whistles mean there's something big coming. You know, and that's the thing. Are the crowd saying go, 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 or no, no, no? You know, sometimes you don't want them, and sometimes you're looking at it thinking, okay, this is the one, and you know, you've got your caddy, you've got your, you know, someone that you really look to, and I know the Quicksilver guys, they've got Raymana in the channel, you know, sort of basically directing traffic out there. You know, you need someone like that with a wealth of knowledge of this place, because, you know, even though a wave might look perfect, it's not the one you want.
Exactly, Potts. As we know, with a swell like this, it's on at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. With now 8 minutes on the clock, heat number 2, living up to the expectations with drama. Seeing more wipeouts in this heat than the opening heat of the morning, where we saw Kelly Slater go straight to round 3. Remember, second and third not eliminated. We'll have to surf again in round 2. As we see a lot of waves come through here. We talk about the perfection meter of a wave like Chopu, Potts. How many waves in a set are perfect? Are they all perfect, or are there some waves that you really don't want a piece of?
Yeah, well, you just got to look at it, you know, and I think some of them, the ones that come really west, kind of almost don't let you out at the end of it. You know, they kind of sometimes pinch. You want the ones with a bit of south in it, you know, you sort of take off a little deeper, you can maximize the time in the barrel, and that's what we've got. We've got a southwest swell. You know, when it's south-southwest, that's when we see the wave a lot longer. With a bit more west in it, it's going to get a lot more short, a lot more intense.
As we check out the heat recap to get caught up in heat number 2, we saw Michel Perez highline that first pump. He was able to make it for a 6.83.
Yeah, that was incredible. Watch how he adjusts right there and just misses the lip there. That was incredible ability from Michel Perez, a 6.83, well-deserved score for him. Matty Wilco, 2 wipeouts in a row, and tell you what, he came back firing, pulled into a perfect barrel. The wave of a lifetime for anyone else out there on the world, but these guys need more as Matty Wilco gets himself back into the heat. Still looking for a small wave, 3.34. And Michel Perez with that 6.83, that's the difference at the moment.
Well, it's been a pressure cooker year for Matty Wilkinson. We saw him finally get his first round 2 win over Ace Bucket at Bells Beach. He had such a huge sigh of the relief. He was really starting to feel the pain of those previous 25ths. He was starting to deal with coaches, change his program regimen, taking in a lot of advice, but things really turned around when he went to Bolito. Made the final at the Prime, then a semifinal at the J-Bay Open, transitioning to an all-star year from the start for Michel Perez.
You know, started off the Quickie Pro, pretty average result, 13th, but then backed it up with a first. Then he did another, you know, bad result, 25th at Bells, and then backed it up with a first. So Fiji Pro third, a 13th at J-Bay. He's got his throwaways right now. He's carrying a 13th, which is going to hurt him at the end of the year. He needs to make sure that there's no more hiccups. He needs a good result. Quarterfinals are better here for Michel Perez if he wants to keep himself in that world title race.
So impressive to look back on the Spartans' career. Michel Perez representing Tahiti so well. Last year, the big goal was just making his first final in Bali against Joel Parkinson. Before that, it was all about semifinals. He made a semifinal at the Billabong Pipe Masters, so we saw all these signs of brilliance. But now we're starting to see everything come together for Michel Perez. Crazy to see him take so many firsts. A first win, and now his first real moment to be in a world title race.
You know, it happens with the best surfers in the world. Sometimes they believe they can do it, and sometimes they don't. And I think once, you know, with Michel, he made the finals last year at Karamas, that gave him that sense of belief. And what that did was it equated into results this year. 2 wins on his, two wins ever, really. His first 2 wins in his competitive career. So that's that thing of belief. Now, Taj Burrow talked about it yesterday. You know, he didn't believe that he can do it. Now he believes he's got a world title in him. Let's see if he can do it.
Well, little gliding out front with first priority. It's Matty Wilkinson looking to get a quick cover-up, just a quick tube, and he's out. Not super deep as he'll try to back up the 6.0. He only needed a 3.67 to take the lead, but we've seen the judges be pretty critical on just the short little end section tube rides today, Potts.
Yeah, you know, I like what Matty Wilco's doing. He's dusting off those 2 wipeouts. You know, he's got a 6.0, he's got third priority, so he's just going to keep busy. The more waves you catch out here, your confidence starts building. You know, you start feeling your board right, you start getting your feet in the right spot. Just, you know, just riding waves out here is going to build that confidence. So I like what Matty Wilco's doing. It's going to put him in that good rhythm. Keep catching waves. You know, once you sit there too long, Joe, those nerves build, that anticipation rises, and when those big ones come, sometimes, like you said with what Kelly said, he goes, I'm so excited, I'm shaking, and that's what happens. That can happen on the flip side, you know, where you're so nervous that you're shaking as well.
So right there, last score doesn't do anything for Wilco, just a 1.53. Crazy to see a tube ride only get a 1-point range score. They want to see him much deeper to beg a lead change from Michel Perez with just 3:40 to go on the clock. The channel is absolutely packed. People are trying to line up their boats in the early morning light. You could hear this reef thundering with this swell that just came in. So we started to see the early signs of it last night. Some of the free surfers, guys like Ace Buchan, already got a taste of the reef and had a couple of wounds to be tended with.
Yeah, exactly right. And he's coming up a little bit later in Joel Parkinson's heat number 5. You know, he's hit the bottom, so he's got that out of the way. He knows what it feels like. It's not too bad. It's the lime afterwards. It's the killer. But you know, that's what you got to do. You've got to expect the fact that you're going to lose some skin here. Get a nice little chopu tattoo.
And that's the whole theme here. Hit the reef, feel the lime, and the lime stings, but also takes care of your wound. You need to do that as soon as you exit the lineup.
That's right. Otherwise, you get that crazy thing called staph infection. The reef is alive here, carries a lot of bacteria. So you've got to get that lime on it straight away, or seek medical attention, because that can turn into some nasty stuff.
Well, we're down to 2:40 to go here in heat number 2. Michel Perez with the 6.83 and a 2.87. He has a talented surfing brother, Kevin Perez. That was a part of the trials that had a horrific wipeout going face first into the reef, had 4 hours of surgery, and we're glad to hear that he is going to be okay. They were really worried about him before that, and looks like he's now on the stage of recovery. A big fan of his brother Michel in this event, but you can kind of translate that fearless approach to Michel over the past. Even the Code Red Swell out here, he kind of approaches this wave at Chopu like he's surfing over a beach break.
Well, he's so used to it, you know, and I think what Michel's got to do is take a little leaf out of Kelly's book and relax. Just take a deep breath. You know, I think he wants to win this event so bad that, you know, sometimes you can oversurf it. You can oversurf the wave, you can overthink it. You know, he's got to just really adopt his attitude that he's had in 2 events this year, Margaret River and Brazil. You know, he didn't push the issue. He surfed each wave on its merits. He didn't try to oversurf it, overthink it. Just let your ability take over and trust that. You know, and I think if he does that out here at Chopu, he's got a big shot at winning it.
As we remember, Michel Perez results, Ronnie Blakey talking about his 9th place finish as his best. He's never made a quarterfinal here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti, but his best round 4 a couple of years back against Jeremy Flores. He had big numbers, 18 plus total.
Yep.
He lost because Jeremy had the perfect heat.
And that's the thing, you know, he's got to take that kind of confidence away. He would have won any other heat in that round. Unfortunately, Jeremy posted 2 10-point rides. So, you know, you can't really do anything about that. I think Jeremy almost got 3 10s because I think he's back up with something in the 9-point range. But, you know, Michel's got the ability out here, and I think that, you know, you've got to have a little bit of luck go your way as well. You know, you've got to make sure you're on the right ones. If there's 10-point rides out there, you've got to make sure you get them.
Well, now we're down to 50 seconds on the clock. Wilkinson only needs a 3.67 to skip round 2 and go into round 3. He has 3rd priority. Is there anything Wilco can do back of the line with 35 seconds on the clock?
I think he's doing it. You know, just keep catching waves. The boys are going to be, well, they know now. Matty Wilco he's just got to keep riding waves. Michel Perez, you know, is in second priority, so he's got to hopefully, you know, hope that Roney doesn't go on the next bomb, but Roney's going to go on the next bomb. So, you know, the big ones are the ones that are going to score big points, and everyone knows that now. So, basically, the guy that's got 1st priority is going to sit and wait. The guy that's got 3rd priority, well, catch a couple of waves, get your board feeling good, and get those nerves out of the way.
Well, Wilkinson not able to get another chance. Ronnie Montero stays in 3rd. Michel Perez moves straight to round 3. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back with round 1, heat number 3, right after this.
Hi guess it's all just trying to keep your heart rate down and focused, and every time you go out there you can get the wave of your life, so that's kind of what you look forward to. You can also get the beating of your life, so you just, you know, wish everyone safety. We have great water people, and yeah, hopefully the best man wins.
Walking around the island and sleeping at night, you know, it's always all those thoughts go through your head of how you're going to, you know, take off on, you know, the first wave of the day, and you kind of get nervous thinking about it with so much time. But now it's finally coming down to crunch time, and I just can't wait to get out there and just get into it.
First, the Big Bang. The sun, the heat wave, then the sound wave, then it got closer. Right there, every day, at our feet, teasing. It humored us, it dared us to team it.
One of the biggest aerials ever seen in World Tour competition.
It caused us to dream, to imagine, to dance. It created new artists, new competitors, new battles.
Look at this, Kelly. No hand grab, just all glory.
It inspired us. It inspired millions. It carried our champions.
Yeah! You're world champion! Nick Manning from 2013!
A wave.
Welcome back to the Billabong Pro Tahiti, the 7th stop on the Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. We see world number 4, Taj Burrow, representing Australia. He'll be wearing the red jersey in this heat, joined with Adam Melling from Lennox Head, 21st in the world at the moment, and Brett Simpson from Huntington Beach, California, USA, looking for a first place position to skip round 2 and go right into round 3. Joe Turpel alongside former world champ Martin Potter. As we break this one down, Taj Burrow, the top seed in this heat. Looking at his previous results, we talked about how he's won here before. He's had perfect attendance in this event since '99 to 2013. With waves like this and what you've seen from him this year, is he a favorite to win?
Absolutely. I think Taj is a favorite to win at every stop on tour. You know, he's that complete guy. He charges in big waves as we see him having a look at this, and here he goes now.
He wants the first wave, and he goes down straight away on the takeoff, and that wave spits without him. A dramatic exit off the top of that wave. Remember, no priority to start. Taj wanted a piece of that one and then changed his mind halfway down.
Yeah, and you look, you know, we always talk about how good these guys are. They're also good at wiping out. Now, when I say that, they know how to. We saw Taj there ditching the board, knew that wasn't going to be a score that he was looking for. He ditched the board, dived under, and came straight back out. He's back out in the lineup. So this is what I'm talking about. These guys, have a look at this right here. Paddles into this one, having a look at it. The other two guys didn't want it. Taj straight away ditches the board and somehow gets out of the back of that wave and is already back out in the lineup. So not only are these guys good at riding waves, they're good at knowing how to get out of them if they need to at the drop of a hat.
Well, very impressive. Taj will be in the back of the line with priority. He comes in as one of the older guys on tour, 36 years of age, 5'9", 158 pounds, from Western Australia. Is always exciting in small surf. Always stays with younger guys and goes on boat trips to make sure his air game's up to speed. But his favorite thing in the whole world is riding the tube. And he's got a couple of crazy slabs that he was able to grow up with back in West Aus.
That he does, you know, so he's no stranger to heavy waves. You know, we're talking with him yesterday and he was saying how at home is, you know, we've got waves like this, but they're a little bit more raw, a little bit more rugged, you know, not as perfect. So coming to places like Chopu and Cloudbreak, etc., you know, he really does love coming here. You know, he's made 2 finals before, lost to Kelly, lost to Bobby, but apart from those 2 results, his best is a 9th. So he needs really to step it up, and I think where Taj is, you know, really let himself down in the past is consistency. I think if he can find that, he's going to be hard to beat.
As we see Adam Melling pacing himself out the back. This is his 5th start at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. His first appearance was back in 2010 when we had the old mid-season rotation. What happened was, at the halfway mark, we'd make cuts out of the top 34. Melling was able to survive that because he made a final at J Bay, and he also got an equal 9th that year, way back when, and was able to keep himself on tour for the back end. That was a very pressure cooker moment for a lot of the guys. We lost some of our seasoned vets due to that mid-season rotation.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of a weird sort of scenario, but here we go, Brett Simpson.
Having a look, he'll glide in. Simpo's trying to drag, he's slowing down, he'll pull up and into the pit. Clean exit, and he's out. Simpson taking the early lead with 29 to go.
Nice surfing there from Brett. You know, manufactured that barrel as you see the surfer in white. Here we go.
Adam Melling getting things started. He grabs around the takeoff. Nice clean exit. Lets go of the rail. Gets hit in the head by the lip, but still has enough to complete the tube ride. Kicks out right next to Simpo. Now Taj Burrow back to first priority.
I'll tell you what, Adam Melling there has got to be careful of letting go of that rail because that lip almost knocked him off and that would have been an incomplete ride. So, you know, this wave can do that to you. Never underestimate the power of Chopu. Make sure you finish your ride off, and that grabbing that rail really does help. Let's have a look here. He does it on the takeoff. Perfect technique, nice positioning. He lets go right there. Boom, the thing just clipped him ever so slightly and almost took him down. So Adam Melling starts off nicely though. Beautiful clean wave right here. You can see, boom, it just clips his head right there. And that was only a fraction of the lip. So if that whole thing had have hit him, it probably would have taken his head off.
And then Brett Simpson, how'd you like his approach in comparison?
Yeah, beautiful slide into the wave takeoff. No bottom turn out here this morning. These guys are literally sliding straight into the barrel, using that rail grab technique and dragging sort of the back half of their body, putting that backside into the wave, which slows you down, allows you to set the fins. You grab that outside rail and literally pull the board up, and that gives you direction to come out of the tube. So none of this going down to the bottom turning and then pulling in. These guys are slotting straight into it, which you kind of got to do here at Chopu to maximize your time in the barrel.
Well, early numbers coming in from the opening exchange. Taj Burrow just kicked out and got a .27. Melling opens with a 2.87 with a lip in the head, and a similar score for Brett Simpson at just a 3.0, almost matching themselves with plenty of time remaining on the clock. What more do they want to see from Brett and Adam on the next wave?
Deeper barrels, bigger ones. You know, those were sort of the medium waves at the moment. We need the big sets. These guys have got to be on the bombs, and they've got to get really deep, disappear completely, and not trying to manufacture it, just get really deep.
Well, right now, Rosie Hodge is with the local boy, Michelle Perez, out in the channel.
That's right, Michelle. You're at home. You've been home since J Bay. How prepared are you for this event this year?
Oh, I'm really prepared. You know, I've been here for maybe a month now, and been coming here like pretty much every day. So I'm really prepared, but I was really like really stressed out there because it's kind of big, and I didn't surf this morning for the free surf, so I didn't expect the waves to be that big this morning, you know.
And you did break a board out there during your heat. You know, as the rounds roll on, how prepared and how many boards and kind of what preparation are you, and how selective are you going to have to be out there in heats?
I bring maybe 6 boards from 6.0 to 6.10. I just use my 6.6 and 6.8. But no, I felt it was a bit too big. I need to work on my boards for next year, you know, like do something wider and thicker, and I don't like the pintail, maybe a round 10 next time, yeah.
All right, Michelle, always stoked to see you into round 3. Back to you, Joe.
Thanks a lot, Rosie. Very interesting insight from Michelle Perez, already thinking about his quiver for 2015. Out here surfing his local lineup here at Chopu, wanting more foam, and actually a little bit surprised of how much size we have already first thing in the morning.
Yeah, I think Kelly said the same thing, you know, not really predicting this early morning pumping waves. But, you know, kind of a scary thought there, Michelle, thinking of next year already, and, you know, he's only surfed 1 heat so far. Obviously, straight away not happy with his boards. And that's someone that lives here, someone that knows the wave. So you can only imagine how hard it is for the touring pros, guys that come here like once a year and have to get it right. You know, you bring a quiver of boards and they're all wrong. What do? You know, you've got to make them work, and that's a major part of success out here at Chopu, is having that magic board under your feet. Sometimes you have that magic board and it snaps on the first wave. What do you do?
Well, Michelle Perez still was able to get the heat victory as he moves on straight to round 3. If you're just joining us, Kelly took the first win this morning. Slater taking Sebastian Zietz and Glenn Hall into round 2. In this one, Brett Simpson with the lead at a 3.0. As we reflect back to 2011 when he did make the quarterfinals out here in pumping conditions, he took out guys like Joel Parkinson, Damian Hobgood, Freddie Pataccia. All those matchups, he was put as the underdog, and he kept proving everybody wrong. Got his best result and was able to requalify for the next season.
That's what I like about this wave, Joe. People step up that you don't think, you know, and we always have a Cinderella story. Bruno Santos coming in as a wild card, winning the event. Manoa Droulet, same sort of scenario. You know, the wave has the ability to produce those upsets. You know, it's the kind of place where if you're on the wave, I mean, you know, a lot of these guys know how to ride the barrel. They all know how to ride the barrel. It's just having the guts to push yourself over the ledge and pull in. If you do, you're going to come out with a big score. And once you realize that, those big names all of a sudden don't become so daunting. You know, the Kellys, the Joels, the Micks, those guys are beatable out here.
So very interesting moment for Simpo as he's trying to break the curse of round 2 losses this year on the WCT. Now let's get caught up with Rosie Hodge, with Matt Wilkinson, to talk about the vests out in the lineup.
Joe, yeah, Maddie Wilkinson, you were one of the first competitors in this contest to wear one of the vests out there. Did you feel like that gave you a little bit of confidence in the water in your heat?
Yeah, definitely. I think it helped out. I got nailed out there, but I don't know. I thought I tried it on this morning, and it doesn't really hinder your paddling. And I thought if anything to give you a little bit more confidence and a little bit more flotation and kind of padding can help out there. Ace got smashed on the reef yesterday and cut up his back, and I thought even if the same thing happens, it's worth it just for the padding. So I don't know, I wore it out there, and that first wave it was so round inside that thing, and it just dropped out. I got flogged and then got back out in the channel, and Paulette's like, yeah, that's as smashed as you can possibly get. You'll be fine. Like, that's as smashed as you can get. Like, yeah, you're probably right. And 2 seconds later, I swung, and I was just didn't get enough paddles in, and it was a bit later than I'd kind of hoped, and didn't get a breath in time, and got absolutely smashed. And I don't know whether the life jacket helped, and I came up quicker than I would have, but I was under for such a long time, and I was really lucky there wasn't a wave behind it, or I probably would have got a 2-wave hold down. And I don't know, after that I was a little bit more cautious, but I don't know, Michelle did well, and my 6 felt really nice, and then it was just pretty slow out there.
And in 2011 you got a little bit flogged. How do you kind of overcome that fear and keep paddling back out year after year?
I don't know, all week I've just kind of come off the flu. I've been in bed for the last few days, and before that I was getting all nervous, and then when I got sick I was like, oh, I can't do it, I definitely can't do it. And then this morning I came out and I was like, maybe I can just get ones that I know I can make, and I thought I was going to do that, but I don't know, I guess your mind thinks you can do more than you can actually do or something, but I guess it's been a little bit cocky, but I don't know, it's fun, and once the heat's over, you've got all this adrenaline. I can't stop talking.
Well, Maddie, we really look forward to seeing you in round number 2. You're exciting surf out there. Back to you, Joe.
Thanks a lot, Rosie. I think that's why we always know Matt Wilkinson's one of the most entertaining surfers on the planet. Fearless in conditions like this, and not afraid to take one on the head, using the vest well, and we're glad that that's an option this year with the swell forecast on hand. Might as well make safety a reflex. Put that thing on if you want to wear it, and it's available to all competitors. It's a little bit puffy. We saw Nathan Hedge try it out yesterday, and also Owen Wright, and they talked about it's a little bulky, and we'll see. Some guys might decide not to use it even at the biggest parts of the day. Yeah,
we've seen a few guys opt not to wear it, you know, but that might change as the day rolls on. You know, and like Matty said, you know, with or without, you're going to get held down. Even with the jersey, he was held down for a long time. So you just got to take the lickings and keep on ticking, you know, take a deep breath and just relax.
As we go right into a wave for Taj Burrow. This wave spits. Taj looking to make an exit, and he will kick out. Nice clean composure for Taj. Had the .27 before that. And now his best wave ridden so far. More waves on the way. At first priority with Melling. They let that one go through.
Yeah, that was a beast, that one. That was below sea level. You know, we've always talked about this wave drains off the reef. You know, it's a super deep. And have a look at this one here. Taj taking off super late, not scared at all. This Taj Burrow pulls in nice there, perfect positioning, comes out with the spit, nice and deep, probably as deep as you could have got on that one. If you got it any deeper, you would have got knocked off. So Taj Burrow. Have a look at this. This is the view the judges have from the tower as he drops down there. Perfect positioning, not all the way to the bottom of the wave. Didn't completely disappear on that, so it's not going to be a massive score, but he's got his confidence up right now.
And the wave continues to spit out here at Chopu. Chopu meaning the wall of skulls. So we had some warriors out here in Tahiti way back in the day. As you can see, this wave can easily take a part of your skulls. We see a little wipeout board. Oh, looks like it could be broken.
Adam.
As we search for Adam Melling on the inside, we'll give you that update in just a moment. Simpo with a 3, Melling with a 2.87 as a water patrol on hand to retrieve that board, and also our competitor right here bobbing.
Yeah, I don't think the board's too much of an issue right now. Things in 2 pieces, so Adam Melling is the primary person you've got to get out of there. And let's have a look at what happened here. Super late on the drop. Adam Melling upside down and decides to jump. Now, there's no penetration there, Joe. He's up and over, so let's hope he's okay. I mean, he looks all right. He's back on the jet ski, but the board is worse for wear. As you can see Adam Melling there just dusting it off, taking a couple of deep breaths. Looks all right, so these guys are tough.
It's impressive to see how Adam Melling takes on waves like this. Remember at the Pipe Masters as well, when he's a part of the Triple Crown race, he was taking off on crazy sections of backdoor pipeline, airdropping out of the sky. He's due to take a lot of wipeouts, but he's usually able to recover quickly and get right back out there.
Yeah, most of them are. You know, these guys are at such a high level. You know, they know what they can do. They've got they're super fit, super healthy, ready for it. They've been preparing mentally, physically for this event all year. Even though whilst competing in other events, they slowly preparing themselves for this contest because it's such a gnarly event. You know, and the closer they came to it, they realized that we're going to get waves, and then all of a sudden there's a whole different kind of preparation. That mental preparation of settling down, calm yourself down, start thinking slower, make the right decisions, put yourself in the right place. You know, I guarantee you everyone at J Bay, they were already thinking about this event.
Impressive to see that. 18:40 on the clock. First priority is with Brett Simpson. He has a 3.0, needs a 4.11 for the win. Melling to second, or now with his 2.87 and his 0.27 in. Simple is going to take a look. Let's go the rail. Sets it up off the bottom, a little bit out in front, just gets a quick cover up, and he'll kick out, backing up the 3.0. Now a bigger one behind him. Taking off is Taj Burrow. He's looking over the ledge, grabs the rail, slows down, the wave spits. Taj still going. And he'll make it out. 2 back-to-back successful tube rides for Taj, and he'll strengthen his lead.
That was a good one from Taj. I mean, he was, tell you what, just to hang on to that wave, get, you know, the spit behind him, there's so much pressure coming out of that wave, and what happens is when the wave breaks, it traps the air, and when that thing compresses, the air gets blown out. And that's exactly what happened to Taj. Watch as he takes off and literally disappears in that spray right there. Boom, that's so much energy getting blown out of that wave. Great positioning there from Taj because he was pretty much riding that one blind. He was just using his feel and his knowledge of this wave to direct himself out of that tube. Have a look at that. That is just incredible power right there from Chopu. And Taj comes out of the mist and manages to pull that off. And as you said, will extend his lead, Joe.
Well, that's what you hope to see every time you come to the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Getting blown out from a cannon. Taj Burrow will back up his 6.83 to extend his lead. We have plenty of time on the clock here in round 1, heat number 3. Let's see if Melling and Simpson can make a comeback right after this.
Kid, he's got style, he's got class.
He's definitely a changing of the guard in this event.
As the world title race gets excited, we head into event number 7.
Welcome back. You're watching the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Stop number 7 on the Samsung Galaxy ASP World Tour. We've got the third heat in the water. Action aplenty, boys. Some big wipeouts. And sometimes, we saw Taj at the start of the heat take a big beating. Sometimes these guys are able to bounce back in the space of a heat and turn it all around.
Yeah, it's so true. That wave was incredible. He got it, and I thought he was in the perfect spot, but he bailed. He thought he was a bit too deep. But after having that, he actually got spat out the back, and now he's charging. I mean, he's lately been charging. We saw that wave that he pulled into in Western Australia on the right with Mark Matthews behind him. So Taj is a new big wave rider now. So, you know, he could go well in this competition, Strider.
Yeah, I mean, he looks really confident. He looks strong. I mean, he's paddling right into some of the bombs of the heat and just really knifing it down into the section. It's really hard to do that mentally to win that game. Like you said, you know, he got one out of the way. Maybe he got the confidence up.
Yeah, well, here's his nice wave right there for Taj. Yeah, go on, Strider, sorry.
Yeah, you can see his confidence level. He's got a nice, strong level of commitment. He's into it. He's just putting himself in the spot, under the ledge, where you need to be. We heard Kieran Perot talk about it this morning. You really do have to just turn and burn and get underneath that section. You have to turn around like probably 3 seconds earlier than you would actually think you need to turn around and start paddling your brains out for the life of you.
Exactly.
Loving watching these guys just go at it. We're seeing the biggest waves ridden, the biggest sets taken on. Strider, just quickly, when someone does eat it out there, what do you experience underwater?
Well, it's a crazy phenomenon. Actually going sideways under the water, going like 30 miles an hour, and you're like, it's all black, and there's this green layer, and there's these pieces of reef coming at you, and you're like a cat, and you just kind of just try to stay away from those things, because once they touch you, they just rip you right open.
Oh, well, great insights there from Strider, and some big waves approaching. Let's get a situation update from Joe Turpel and Martin Potter.
Thanks, Ronnie. Great update. As we see the scores, a 12.5 total for Taj Burrow. Brett Simpson now needs a 9.5 to take the lead, and Adam Melling needs a 9.63 as we come down to 14 minutes on the clock. First priority again with Taj Burrow. Everything in favor of Taj at the moment, and Brett and Adam still chasing with more waves on the way.
Yeah, more waves on the way, Joe, and I tell you what, you don't want to be chasing, because that means you've got to really push the issue. Maybe do something you don't need to. Here's a big bomb right now. Who's going to go? And it's one of those ones that no one wants. You can see those. That's a real west one. It doesn't have a lot of wall on it, and it's not going to give you that long barrel that these guys are looking for. So you really got to pick the eyes out of it.
As we take a look now, good-looking wave holding back with first priority is Taj Burrow, and we'll see this one unload once again. This wave spits with so much power. And you talk about some of these wave spots going below sea level as it draws off the reef. You can see water actually getting pulled up from the reef, and then it becomes even shallower.
Well, that's what happens. I mean, the wave's moving at such a great speed that it literally is drawing the water off the reef, and that's what makes it stand up. You know, you've got this pass here, you've got the water running out. There's a real slow rip that pulls you back up the point. So you've got two directions, one coming in, one going out. That's what gives it that really crazy phenomenon that Strider talked about, where the water just comes out of a deep channel and just unloads on the reef. You're literally going backwards before you go forward. So you really do got to get into it. You know, have a lot of momentum. We heard Matty Wilco say he didn't take enough paddles. And what that really is saying is that you've got to commit. You've got to paddle almost a little bit down the face of the wave, have some momentum. And if you don't, you literally go backwards, and that's what's creating that free fall drop, which you don't want out here.
What a crazy experience. Well, one man who has a lot of experience out here packing gigantic barrels is Peter Mell, as he's looking on from the channel at this 3-pack. Pete, how's it looking for you out there?
Well, it's still, we talk energy, right? And the energy is still high. I mean, it's slowed up a little bit as far as the consistency goes, but when they come, the whole channel lights up. I mean, look at the flotsam behind me. They're all tied together. It is full on. Just, you can't believe it. This is my first time being here during the event, and I'm excited. As you look over, you got the surfers over here who are caddying, and then it's straight into the lineup. So, I mean, you're literally right on top. I just wanted to give you perspective. I mean, we're 100 yards away from these massive beasts, and like, it is just so intense. You can't believe it.
Right into this wave with Taj Burrow, grabs a rail, pulls in, lets go, stands up, and looks back at a bottomless pit. He'll kick out and anticipate another score. Priority now shifts to Brett Simpson out the back. No takers on another solid one, unloading into the channel. It's getting bigger right in front of our face. A solid 10-foot bomb just lit up this lineup, Pods.
Yeah, Pete, talk about the energy that's in the water at the moment, mate. It must be incredible.
Hey, the part that's kind of classic is there's all the water patrol has whistles, right? So every time there's a wave, you get a little prefab whistles. You have Ted David running show here, and like everybody just lights up. You hear the hoots, and then as soon as everyone pulls out and kicks out in the channel, you know it's just like catching a touchdown pass. You know, it's just like these guys are kicking out. They're already lit up by the fact that they just rode the most massive and incredible wave, and then they hear the crowd just hooting them on. It's freaking. It's good. It's so good.
Well, Pete, you've seen this place absolutely gigantic when it's not paddleable, and we're looking at conditions right now in this kind of size range and this swell direction. How is this day rate on the perfection meter for you?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely perfect. It's on the realm a bit too big, and that's exactly what we want. We want guys to be able to test their boundaries of what can be done paddle-wise, and this is the perfect day. There's not a puff of wind, light offshore. I mean, everything you'd want aligned to have these massive waves ridden by your two arms is being done right now by the best guys in the world. You know, I mean, it's the direction. We were really worried about it being too west, and it really doesn't have that. This morning, it kind of looked a little bit more of that southwest direction, which is exactly what they want. So they have that entry, and then they're able to pull into that second ball, and the second ball has been lighting up. We love it.
Pete, well, if you were coaching someone out there, what would you tell them? Like, what's kind of headspace do you need to get the bombs?
Well, it's straight up warrior status, right? I mean, that's the whole thing first. You just got to get into, you're going to war. Next thing is positioning. Kieran touched on it today. It was just about where you need to be lined up for the biggest ones. I mean, you have to commit so early that you don't know which waves are going to be rideable or not, right? So you just got to commit and hope for goodness sake that you get the entry. And then at that point, man, it's on.
Unbelievable. Thanks so much, Pete. Enjoy the show out in the channel. We'll be crossing with you throughout this insane day. I'll never forget the shot of Pete Mel that he got last year during the tow session out here in massive conditions. That was the same year that Koa Rothman ended up in the Billabong XXL Awards, winning Wipeout of the Year and Wave of the Year, all in the same wave.
I'll tell you what, Peter Mel surfed this wave as big as it gets, and look how fired up he is. He's absolutely on fire at the moment, and why? Because he's sitting in the channel. He's feeling the energy of the ocean, and that's something that we fail to be able to bring you guys. You know, we can show you the vision. We can, you know, you see these perfect images and you see these beautiful waves, but what you fail to get is the power that is coming through, the energy that this ocean produces. It is bar none some of the heaviest on the planet.
Incredible to see that. 8:40 to go as we see the score line still with Taj Burrow, a 6.83 and a 5.67. He had a dramatic drop on his last wave, but only turned in a 2.70 as we look at the replay of this energy, Potts, you're speaking of.
Well, look at that. You know, the wave is almost folding inside out. The lip is about 5-6 foot thick. That's all that energy getting trapped inside that wave. You can see it turning itself inside out. Now, these are the ones that you don't want. These are the ones that you're not going to make. I mean, even if you do make the drop, that thing's going to just grab you and drag you back into the barrel and then throw you off, pin you down and tear some skin off your body. You know, these are waves of consequence. These are waves that could change your life in a bad way. So, you know, you can see these guys letting that go. There was no end to that one. That's a tow wave right there. And I'll tell you what, good move on all of those guys' part of letting that thing go. You want to survive the end of the day. You want to make sure you make it through to at least round 2, and you leave those ones alone.
Well, it's so amazing how one wave can change pro surfing forever. Back to this one, Taj Burrow with third priority is able to grab this wave, pulls in, nice exit, didn't get super deep, but showing that he still has control and his composure. Looking to better a 5.67 with 7:30 to go. Brett Simpson still hanging on to that first priority roll. As we'll see it, barrel spit for Brett Simpson as he's liking the way that one felt. He needs to make a big comeback. That wave will go into his top 2.
Absolutely right. That's best. That's Brett's best wave right now by far. As you can see, paddling in, beautiful positioning here, dragging his hand there, and just setting that rail, not letting go of that outside rail, making sure he's got that stability, and comes out. You can see he's pretty happy with that. See Brett's wearing one of those vests underneath his competitive jersey. Both surfers paddling back out. Brett got the better of that exchange, one would have to say, as he gets himself back into the heat. And that's all it takes, Joe. You know, we talk about the quick change around. All it takes is 2 waves, and that can happen in a real short space of time. 6 minutes and 45 on the clock. Brett gets himself a 5 or something like that. All he needs then is a 7, and he's got himself into first place.
Well, it's been an amazing career for Brett Simpson, but now dealing with a bit of a slump for the first time. We've been able to talk to him about what it's going to take to win, and he's talked to some of his mentors like the Hopgoods, saying how sometimes you can get on the bad end of a streak and have bad results go your way for a long time. the cool part about right before this event, he had the U.S. Open of surfing in his backyard at the Huntington Pier, where he was able to move on to the semifinals, losing to eventual event champ Felipe Toledo. He got the winning feeling again with that prime. How's that going to translate back to the WCT?
Well, it will. It'll translate in confidence. But it's such unfortunate that he's coming into this event. You know, I think had he gone from that US Open straight into Trestles, I thought, wow, that's a massive momentum sort of gatherer. But here, it's a different ball game. I mean, he's going to have the confidence, but can he translate that into results here? We'll have to wait and see.
As we get caught up with a recap of this heat, a 6.83 for Taj Burrow to get things started in his lead. He went down on his first wave, but picked up the pace really quickly, Potts.
Yeah, just dusted that off. You know, maybe that big session at Western Australia did him good, as we see him dropping in again there, knifing through, holding the rail, and disappears, not behind the curtain, but in that mist there that came flying out of the barrel. So Taj Burrow picking some gems. Brett Simpson got himself back into the heat. We're still waiting for that score to drop. Perfect positioning from Brett Simpson. Comes out with a spit, nice and deep there from Simpo, and is starting to feel it. So both Adam Melling and Brett Simpson need to get going. Simpo's definitely going to get himself back in the heat. Early score being dropped in now is 6.0 from one of the judges, so he's definitely going to get himself back into this heat. He's going to need another 6+ ride if he wants to take this out. Time ticking away though, Joe, inside the 5-minute mark.
That's right, passing the 5-minute warning, and all eyes on Taj Burrow to hang on to this lead. Our red jerseys have been undefeated so far this morning. Kelly Slater taking the first win, Michelle Perez taking the second win, and now Taj Burrow still in that top 5 equation, needing a breakthrough win this year. We only have 3 guys with wins so far in the WCT, and this is Taj's turn to start getting up on the podium. We saw a dramatic finish for him back at Bells Beach when we shifted to Winky Pop. Finished runner-up to Mick Fanning. Even though he's been on tour for so long, he's more hungry than ever. As we go right out the back with Adam Melling, he'll glide out with the foam ball and cannonball his way out to the channel.
Yeah, better way from Adam Melling, but just needs to get a little deeper. Scores coming through for Simpo, a 6.17. So Brett Simpson right back in the mix, a 6.34 required. Adam Melling still looking for a massive score, 9.63, which is doable out here at Chopu. One wave can be the difference. Let's see how he takes off. And you can see, Joe, these guys aren't bottom turning. They're sliding straight into the barrel and trying to maximize that time behind the curtain. The only thing with that is, once you take off on this wave, you are going so fast. Really hard to wipe off the speed here at Chopu, and that basically comes down to positioning. You need to set yourself a little deeper on the reef, which takes absolute commitment.
As we take another look on that backside tube approach, you see him let go of the rail when he was out in front. It seems like some of the best of all time in Chopu history tend to be on the backhand. What's that secret weapon when it comes to backside tube riding, Potts?
Well, I think it's just, you know, ability. I think we're just talking to a bunch of freaks, you know. The guys that have been winning this event on their backhand are guys that are at the best of their game, best in the world champions, guys that have dominated the sport for a period of time. You know, that's all it comes down to, really. I mean, we've seen goofy footers win this event. We've seen more natural footers win this event. I think that just comes down to those natural footers that have won this event are just freaks of nature.
As we see the channel alive and well, chattering and cheering on the world's best into absolute mutants on one of the world's greatest slabs here in the South Pacific. We have 2:40 on the clock. First priority still with Taj Burrow with his 6.83 and a 5.67. Brett needs a 6.34 now to turn it, and Melling needs a 9.63. You can see Brett with second priority, and he has a little bit stronger chance to turn this one around. There's only one seeming takeoff spot as we look out front. Potts, does he just have to wait for Taj to make a decision?
Well, at the moment there is. You know, I think as this event moves through, as we go deeper into this event, we're going to see guys starting to take off a lot deeper. Right now, everyone's feeling it out. You don't want to get hurt too early. I mean, this is a non-elimination round, so you don't want to risk your life just yet. You know, you want to make sure you get a couple of waves under your belt. Win, lose, or draw, you've got another shot. And I think that's in the back of these guys' minds right now. Don't go, you know, too crazy too early. Hurt yourself, put yourself out of the event. I think what they're doing is feeling it out. It's the first time these guys have surfed this wave in over a couple of years. I mean, it hasn't been like this for a few years, so they're reacquainting themselves with it, and that's what you've got to do. As this event gets deeper, we're going to see guys charging a lot deeper, knowing the fact that they can make it from back there.
It's a very impressive showing from Taj Burrow so far this year in the top 5 picture with that runner-up finish earlier this year. Looking to go straight into round 3. If he holds this win, as we anticipate a big showcase of Mick Fanning, Alejo Muniz, and Mitch Colburn getting the call-up as a wild card due to the absence from Jeremy Flores. He'll be able to compete at this event. One of those dangerous wild card scenarios that have proven to be extra dangerous when it comes to a wave like this.
Yep, absolutely. You know, and that's the thing, you know, certain guys are really excited about today. And then there's the rest of the guys that are really nervous about today. So, you know, that's what we're talking about. John Florence looks like he is just a walk in the park for him. Kelly Slater looked really comfortable out there this morning. Taj Burrow looking really confident. There's those guys that are really looking forward to surfing this. And then there's those guys that are really having to make themselves surf this.
As we see 40 seconds tick away off the clock, the Water Patrol standing by. Brett with not another chance to get the 6.34 at the moment, as he'll try to make a quick decision. Melling needs a 9.63, and Taj is going to try to let this clock run out. You can see the pace of this swell right now. There'll be bombs that come out of nowhere. You can't see it coming from too far out the back, and you have to be ready to go. Even with 20 seconds, there could be a quick turnaround.
Absolutely right. You know, Brett Simpson's got, if there's time on the clock, you know, your game is on still. Don't give up just yet. Make sure you've got yourself in the right position. And that's all it takes. One big wave can change everything. Brett Simpson only needing a 6.34. Even Adam Melling's still in a good spot, but time run out as we finish the heat with Taj Burrow moving through.
Brett Simpson, Melling will have to wait for another chance in round 2. We'll go into round 1, heat number 4, and we'll bring in Pat Parnell and Ross Williams for the call.
If this is how you like to fly, get on board. And when you're finally wiped out, sit back and enjoy the view. Surf Tahiti. Fly Air Tahiti Nui. Just 8 hours from Los Angeles.
Introducing Orbitz Rewards, the instant approach. Earn rewards in an instant, redeem in an instant. Book a flight, use rewards for the hotel. Book the hotel, use them to stay longer. Think reward, redeem, relax, repeat. Orbitz Rewards, instant vacation gratification.
Welcome back, everyone. It is the Billabong Pro Tahiti at Chopu, the ultimate equalizer. Pat Parnell, along with CT, former competitor on the CT, as well as big wave charger Ross Williams, as we look at Mick Fanning, current number 3 up against the Brazilian Alejo Muniz and Mitch Colburn. As so far, Ross, I think it's safe to say, Chopu living up to expectations. I mean, all the surfers really pushed to the limit early on in this round.
Definitely just trying not to burst through my skin right now. Unbelievable the way they're cranking. Everyone's on high alert, and you know, we've had a couple of weeks, as the commissioner said this morning, to stare at this swell, and here we are. You know, it's not disappointing.
Well, obviously looking out at the lineup, things just getting started in this heat. Mick Fanning, Alejo Muniz, and Mitch Colburn, a couple of waves trying to get in the exchange. 35 minutes heats, trying to make that fast track to round 3. And so we've seen some incredible performances. This was just at the top of the heat. Mick Fanning finds an early one, and you can see getting a little cover, and he gets on the board with a quick tube ride here in Tahiti. Fanning just so comfortable finding cover here in Tahiti, and gets a quick tube ride to start things off as scores for that first wave for Fanning an 8.83. So I say quick too, Bride, but nonetheless, a great score for Fanning to build on. Alejo Muniz sitting on a throwaway 1.5 and Mitch Colburn a 0.37, so 2 throwaways for our 2 other surfers. But we've seen it's been all about the red jerseys so far this morning, the likes of Taj Burrow. We saw Michelle Perez, Kelly Slater. Incredible performances throughout the day. And the 33-year-old Mick Fanning, 3-time world champion, former winner here back in 2012. And Ross, good to have you.
Thank you. Yeah, as I mentioned, you know, just absolutely bursting through my skin here, sitting in a booth with you, and the waves are incredible out there. But look at that start for Mick Fanning. You know, so smooth. He's going to be tough to beat out there. Not many mistakes, and it's easy to do out there. It's the mistakes today to steer away from for the competitors is getting too deep or getting too far in the shoulder. You know, there's a very fine line between getting a 2.5 and an 8-point ride.
We heard Potts and Joe talking about this, just that finite space of where the takeoff zone is right now. Do you see that expanding as the comfort level expands with it?
Definitely, and it can throw you off your game because, as I mentioned, you know, it's so easy to be out in front of the barrel here, so it forces you to go deep. But then again, if you get too deep, you're smoked. You know, you'll get inside the barrel and you'll blow up on that whitewash ball.
You're part of that momentum generation when you talk about Mitch Colburn, part of the modern collective, always known for his above-the-lip surfing, but I mean, when we talk about a surfer that's so comfortable in the pit, in the tube, Mitch Colburn's one of those. He's a surfer's favorite. What is it about Mitch that makes him so deadly when it comes to barrel rides?
You know, we've talked about it with some other surfers like John and Kelly. You know, he has a great mix between being brave, having a ton of courage, and great technique. You know, he's on his forehand out here. That means he's going to fall out of the sky on his inner rail, which gives him a sort of an advantage taking off late and deep. But he's got that mix that you really want out here, bravado and skill.
You mentioned John Florence. He says he when it comes to a wave like this, he prefers to be on his backside. It's an interesting note with Alejo Muniz, no stranger, by the way, of catching bombs out here. Back in 2011, got one of the biggest waves. What are Alejo's chances with the conditions on hand?
You know, that's what I love about watching this event here at Chopu. You never know who's going to show up. You know, we saw Matt Wilkinson in 2011 sort of stamp his courage on the map here, and a lot of this, you know, you could argue a good 15 to 20 guys are in that category where they're not necessarily known as being the guy to beat, but you know, when you have priority and a set comes at you, all these guys will swing.
Well, another surfer that all surfers love to watch, whether it's in competition or in the videos, is none other than Taj Burrow. He's with our own Rosie Hodge.
Taj Burrow, your level of comfort out there just looks incredible. You know, we saw you have that situation at the right with Mark Matthews in Western Australia. Do you feel like that gives you even more confidence in waves like this?
Yeah, I guess so. That was a pretty serious wave I had with Mark, and but I had a bunch of floaties on for that one. I didn't have any flotation on today, but it definitely helps with confidence surfing waves like that. But today is just so beautiful, and it's just I just wanted it so bad. It was so much fun, like just such a good opportunity to get a couple like with no one around, because obviously when it's like this, there's so many people heckling on the peak, so it feels so nice just to spread out and take your time and just put yourself right where you want to be. Those waves are incredible.
And how do you drown out the noise from the channel and kind of make your own decision in your own mind on what waves to take out there?
Yeah, I learned that a long time ago. It's famous for it here. People are screaming no matter what, even if it's the worst, biggest, ugliest, most evil West set you've ever seen. Everyone's going to tell you to go because they just want to see some kind of carnage. So I've learned to block that out and just kind of make my own decisions. But I did want to get some big ones, you know, in that heat. I really wanted to take a couple sets just to feel my board out, and yeah, it's just, like I said, it's such a good opportunity to get a nugget.
Well, Taj, we're really looking forward to seeing you in round number 3. Back to you, Pat.
Thanks, Rosie. Incredible job by Taj, and I'll tell you what, I was almost more impressed with the way that he was able to dismount on that first wave, the way that he was able to pierce and pop out the back. I mean, that skill set is often overlooked by so many surf fans.
Yeah, it looked like it was sort of an accident. His nose poked just a bit because that was a perfect wave, but he bounced back nicely. And, you know, Taj from Western Australia, growing up as a kid, he had a lot of practice in hollow, heavy surf, so he's got a pretty good comfort level out there.
You know, currently number 4, obviously making it to round 3. This bodes well for Taj's chances for the world title as Mick Fanning, he finds another wave. Current number 3 stalls up nicely, takes the high line, and he'll easily glide out.
One thing you'll notice about surfers like Mick Fanning, you know, these veterans, he knows which wave he wants. I think he has a vision in his head, especially to start the heat. He doesn't want the heavy west peaks that, you know, are sort of throwing caution into the wind. Look at this thing. This is a straight buttercup. He knows he's going to slide through this thing. It's got a lot of south in it. That means it's going to bend nice and predictably all the way through the channel. He's got a couple of scores on the board, and he's in control.
Mick Fanning sitting on the 8.83. Alejo Munoz yet to get his second wave, as is the situation for Mitch Colburn. 26:15 on the clock here in round 1. Heat 4 winner advances directly to round 3. Second and third place finisher have to battle it out in round 2, an elimination round. But all the focus right now is on the swell. We anticipate it getting bigger through the day. What's your excitement level right now, Ross?
I'm sorry, I keep bumping into you. Yeah. We're all just jumping out of our seat, but you know, Kelly Slater always has amazing insight, and he's been studying, all these surfers have been studying every single website, especially Surfline. You know, we heard him mention that it's going to maybe even possibly double in size this afternoon. So the tricky thing about that is it gets to a point where you can't paddle into these waves. They get so thick, there's no entry. So there's sort of a money zone right now, and we're looking at it. We've been out in the water during the free surfs throughout the week, noticing that Alejo has been very active in those free surfs. A little bit different a day like today compared to when Chopu is, you know, fun and more on the frolic level of surfing. Frolic is the word. You know, even when it's 4 to 5 feet, you're still have a high heart rate. You know, it's still intense, but it has all these different levels. And today we're seeing the real Chopu. This is what everyone talks about. And you know, what's interesting is that most of the surfers haven't really practiced in this size. You know, once it becomes available, when it's this big, you got to be ready. So as a competitor, when you talk about Mick Fanning, 3-time world champ, what is it about Nick that makes him so focused? They always talk about that laser focus when it comes to competition. What is he doing? He's got steady nerves, doesn't he? Like he seems to always be prepared. One of the most prepared surfers ever on tour. You know, his equipment, he's got a coach with him, all the way down to his game plan. He's obviously got experience, confidence. He just ticks every single box. Not to mention his skill level is really high at Chopu. You know, he's not really known for being the boss out here at Chopu. You maybe think of Mick on the Goldie or Bells or obviously J-Bay. But he's a threat at Chopu as well. And after that win in J-Bay, Mick Fanning taking a little time off in Greece. He looks very rested, very relaxed, and very in form so far. As based on the success in J-Bay, Mick Fanning taking out Joel Parkinson, jumps up to 3rd place. And this is where we start talking about the world title implications. Michel Perez, you know what, came back and able to make his way into round 3, and it bodes well for the Tahitian. He talks about this stop, Ross. He wants it almost more than anything else. Could you imagine? Yeah. You know, the passion win from there. If Michel was able to take out a win in his home country, he's having a dreamboat year. That being said, he's got a couple of throwaways already, and he knows that. So that was a big win for him this morning to skip that deadly 2nd round. And we see Gabriel Medina on top, the 3 Australians, and we made mention of Mick Fanning. Took a little time off in Greece, but also made it out to the Commonwealth Games. He's been an active guy in between the 2 events, between J-Bay and coming here to Tahiti. And scores dropping for that 2nd wave for Fanning, a 6. So now Fanning on top, and both Alejo and Mitch Colburn in a combo situation, just like that, Ross. That's how quickly it happens. 8.83 and a 6.4 Fanning, under 23 on the clock, and that's exactly what Fanning has been known to do time and time again. Such a savvy competitor. Now, if you're a Mitch Colburn fan or even a Alejo Munoz fan out here, don't fret, because Chopu is one of the best spots in the world in competition to get back-to-back high scores within 2 minutes. You can paddle back out after getting a bomb of a score and back it up really quickly. So even though these guys are comboed right now, they're far from out of it. And there is Nathan Hedge. I was here back in 2004. He made it to the finals, dislocating his shoulder early on. And he's had to climb his way back onto the CT using trials, making his way out of a very contentious trials to earn his spot here in the main event up against Ace Buchan and Joel Parkinson. But such an amazing story. Nathan Hedge at the top of his game back in 2004. And it's great to see that, you know, he's found a second coming of sorts. He really has, and you saw him there getting ready for his next heat, putting on that vest there with the flotation devices on it, and we've been talking about that a lot in this broadcast. A great safety device for these surfers to make sure they come to the surface.
you're no stranger to charging big waves. Compare and contrast a hull down with a wave like this versus just, say, a larger, maybe outer reef wave. It reacts differently.
Oh, it's the equivalent of just a violent car accident. There's a lot going on. You're constantly waiting to hit the bottom. That's the threat out here. It's so shallow. You really, it's frequent that surfers crack the bottom and you know, get huge cuts and lacerations. Whereas a big wave spot in deep water, you're worried about being held down for a long time. You still get the long hold downs out here, but it's more about worrying connecting with that reef is the scare.
Well, so far for Fanning, doing a great job. We mentioned the 8.83 and the 6. And we were talking about how Mick Fanning, awfully rested and relaxed. He made his way to Greece, but also made it out to the Commonwealth Games. Huge congrats to all of these gold medalists. Such an honor to meet you all. The Hockeyroos rule. And South Person too there. So Mick's such a big sports fan. That's the great thing about Mick. Doesn't matter the sport. He knows his stats. He knows about every single game. He's like a walking, talking sports center.
He really is. And I think there's that mutual respect that crosses between sports for all these athletes. They know how much work they put in. So when they see a fellow competitor, no matter what the sport is, you know, they're eager to give a high five.
He can talk tubes, he can talk footy, and I'll tell you what, he's doing a great job getting on the board early. Alejo Muniz, the Brazilian, yet to get his second wave. Priority sits with Mitch Colburn. Colburn with a throwaway, a .37. So things a bit quiet here in Chopu for the moment, but anything can happen. Still a lot of time on the clock. More from the Billabong Pro Tahiti when we return right after this.
Welcome back. A huge greeting from beautiful Tahiti. We're here for stop number 7 of the ASP World Tour, and big waves getting a big day started off. Heat 4 already out in the lineup, but let's recap what has gone down so far. Kelly Slater, a very strong performance in his first heat, Strider.
Yeah, it's been incredible to watch this morning kick off with Kelly. I mean, Kelly out there just getting after it. Everybody's saying how he's not really a morning person. Well, it looked like he showed up this morning bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and after it. He was out in the lineup first thing, getting some warm-up waves. As he said, there was the top, 36 were out there getting after it. And then there he is, in this heat. He looked like, to me, that he was just in the right spot, deep on the bowl and just coming across it, riding the forefin, going super fast, didn't need to drag much at all. He was just in the spot the whole time. I mean, these waves were just enormous, as you can see how big they look from the tower there. So much speed coming out of the waves all the way into the channel. I think the coolest part about, these heats are how close these guys are to the waves.
Absolutely. And then we had Heat 2, we had Michel Perez. I really thought he dodged a bullet here. He didn't have a huge total by any means, and Matty Wilkinson got some big waves and had some big wipeouts, and Ronnie Montero surfed pretty good too, but I really feel that Michel did dodge a bullet in that heat.
A couple of big wipeouts at the start of that clash, but the boys bouncing back. Taj Burrow got his campaign here at Tahiti off to a fantastic start. Such a crucial contest, this one, for the world title contenders, but also those guys dwindling down the back end of the ratings, looking for a huge result. But TB looked unstoppable and really did catch a number of huge waves in this heat off.
Absolutely. Didn't he look great?
And there he is, finishing off another superb ride. Taj finishing with a 6.83 and a 5.67, getting a high 5 there from his trainer, John Gannon. But an amazing start to the day. Swell still building, and Ross, Pat, unbelievable. The action continues.
Oh yeah, thank you, boys. I'll tell you what, with the swell reacting the way it has been, just starting to hit the reef, slowly building these lulls, it's just telling that we can expect better conditions throughout the day. As we see Alejo finds a quality second wave, quick trim, gets a quick cover, and so he'll get something to work with on the board. Lots of speed on that one. Probably wanted to stall up a little deeper on it, but had a lot of speed.
Yeah, it could be even argued as being a mistake. Going on a wave of this size, you can't see the judges going too high with a tube ride like that. So there the score is starting to drop there, Pat, 2.5, 3.5. So, you know, you can argue that's almost a waste of time for Alejo, especially with Mick with that high 8 and a 6.
Mick Fanning, second in priority. He'll take a runner. He'll pull in. Can he come out? He does. Fanning making it look way too easy.
Really deep there. You can see Mick Fanning went up and over the whitewash ball inside that barrel, and that's a sign of how deep he was. That'll go pretty high. I'm guessing that's going to better his 6-point ride. And this camera angle here from the channel will give us a look inside the barrel and see how technical this tube ride was. Look how deep he is. Grabs for control. There's the over the whitewash ball, showing you, you know, there was no room to get any deeper. And a great tube ride there for Mick Fanning. No grab right here, big pump. That's to get out into the space where he's not too deep. If he didn't create that pump, all that speed, he would have got swallowed. So great technique there from Mick Fanning.
Amazing deft touch. Fanning just, you mentioned that pump, his ability to read the wave and make it look oh so easy, and still waiting on scores. He's sitting on an 8.83, a 6. Alejo, Mitch Colburn still in a combo situation. No dent in Alejo's scoreline with that 2.67. So both Alejo and Mitch at this point have to be very selective about what waves they're going to choose.
Agreed. And Mitch Colburn, as we mentioned earlier, you were asking, you know, he's got all those video parts, you know, he's part of this new generation. He's got the airs, but he definitely is an awesome tube rider, and he is not scared. So it looks like to me right now he's biding his time, waiting for a bomb of a wave to come in.
So we can see a few lines approaching. We've witnessed so far in early round action, it has been one of those situations where you basically have to go all in. And it's those waves we saw Slater able to capitalize on. Wilco, both Wilco and Micro, trying to find their rhythm, relegated to round 2. And Ace Buckin, you can see on the back, just that's what happens when you touch the reef here at Chopu. And Mitch Colburn finds a clean one. So Mitch getting on the board with his second wave, trying to climb out of the combo situation, looking awfully casual on that. Alejo, his third wave, tries to stall up. He pulls in, getting some good distance there. So Alejo Muniz, best wave so far for him, as scores starting to drop for Mick Fanning, and it's going to better his score line considerably. And judges eating up Fanning's wave, but we look back on Alejo's.
Well, Alejo Moniz here, another medium-sized wave, but look how beautiful it is. There's no wind out here this morning. Clean, glassy faces, no chop at all on the surface, and just too easy there. Again, I don't see this wave being scored too high, although, you know, it will be better than his 2.6. Mitch Colburn, you know, I was mentioning, I think he's waiting for a big, gnarly, scary-looking wave, but he's smart. He knows that he has to get something going, and he took off on a little buttery south wave there. It didn't have that end bowl, and that's why you won't see his score go too high either. Meanwhile, Mick Fanning.
A 9.03, now sitting on an 8.83 to 9.03, maintaining the combo situation for Alejo and Mitch. So Mick Fanning just illustrating why he's a 3-time world champ. We always talk about the rail work, but I'll tell you what, his tube prowess is unbelievable. It's been an incredible morning. Let's check in with our own Pete Mel, who's right in the channel. Morning, Pete.
Hey, best seat in the house, guys. Best seat in the house, obviously. So here I'm with Glenn Hall, and I just wanted to kind of ask him and Matt Wilkinson, but first, you guys, like, how do you deal with the anticipation of the swell, first of all, leading up to it?
It's pretty funny. Like, pretty much haven't slept for 3 days, and I don't think anyone who's saying they haven't been nervous for a few days is lying. I reckon it's like anywhere you go, anything you read is talking about the swell on Facebook or Instagram or anyone you bump into. And so, you know, it's interesting to spend 3 days with well hyped up like this. So yeah, it's good to come out here and finally get the show on the road.
And what about you, Wilco? I mean, how are you dealing with just the prefab before finally day of?
Yeah, I was actually, the last few days I've been in bed really sick, and I just kind of haven't got out of bed, and I've just been checking the forecast hoping for it to downgrade.
Okay, well, we can hear stuff going on in the channel here, so something's going to be happening very, very soon. Pay attention, folks.
Thanks, Pete. Fanning with a sizable dismount on that. Wow. So Fanning still going for it, even though he's sitting on the 8.83, 9.03. And you can see Fanning as the water just sucking over the reef, and watch this inside section as the guts come out of that thing.
Oh, Mick Fanning just wore that wave on the head. Look at all the turbulence, all that water boiling to the surface. Nowhere for it to go. That's how shallow it is out here. And you saw Mick Fanning dive on that wave. He realized he wasn't going to make it, and that was all by design. He's going to wear another one on the head here.
Not enough time for water safety to get to Fanning.
And it's so shallow there, Pat. There's not much room. It's maybe 3 or 4 feet deep. So basically, he's underwater, flipping around, circling, trying not to connect with the reef.
And there we see water safety getting to Fanning, up and on the ski. So just a testament to how challenging this wave can be. You're sitting on an 8.83 and a 9.03, and this is where it went wrong for Fanning.
He's gonna decide right here, I'm not gonna make this, so he dives. The reason he goes for that dive is to penetrate. He wants to go down below the surface so that he doesn't get sucked up over the falls. As that wave passed him, he actually succeeded. You could see he didn't get caught over the falls. That's when you connect with the reef, Pat, is when you go over the lip line, there's not much room there, and you'll bang some limbs, some arms, some legs on the reef. So that was a professional way to fall.
It's officially on here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. So Fanning makes his way back out to the lineup. Priority sitting with Alejo Muniz. Mitch Colburn still in the combo situation along with Alejo. 4.03 on that last wave. So both surfers trying to find anything in the 8s and the 9s. Fanning just doing an amazing job of putting in the screws early on in this heat. It has to be such a hard blow for both Alejo and Mitch to take that soon in the heat when you're battling the wave itself.
Correct. Mick is such a smart competitor, but, I did allude to it earlier. In 5 minutes, you can get a couple of 10s out here. We've seen it happen. I think Kelly Slater has done it out here in the past. It's much like backdoor and pipeline in that 8-foot range where you're not out of it. Where a lot of surf spots, Bells, J-Bay, if you're comboed at the 10-minute mark, you're toast. Out here at Chopo, there's always a chance to get a couple of big scores in a small space of time.
We heard Glenn Microhall talk about any surfer that would say that he hasn't been nervous, they're lying. Is there any surfer that's not nervous about this swell that's going to be competing?
Everyone's nervous.
Yeah.
Even Kelly, John, the guys that you would think of are the favorites out here and that actually love it. You're still nervous. If you're not, you're not alive, are you? Even Shane Dorian and some of the best big wave riders in the world, when they come to this place, let's face it, there's a good chance you can get hurt, so that's why you're nervous.
Mitch Colburn staying active, a quick cover, trying to climb out of the combo situation. 8:20 on the clock here in Heat 4. Round 1 winner advances directly to round 3. Second and third place finisher on to elimination round 2. And Fanning looking awfully comfortable in the driver's seat at this point. 8.83 and a 9.03 for Fanning. 3-time world champ looking in form on day 1 of the Billabong Pro Tahiti.
Look at your screen right there. Alejo Muniz has priority. I can't tell you how ominous that feels to own the lineup. Every single person, that peanut gallery in the channel, is just waiting for a bomb to come in to cheer you in.
Well, we heard Taj talk about it. How do you get it out of your head as Alejo, up and over the handlebars, Alejo goes down. And it looks like he got the secondary suck over the falls on that. Couldn't quite tell. You can see the board tombstoning, and good to see Alejo.
Look at all the turbulence. Look at that water boiling to the surface. That shows you how shallow it is out here. There's nowhere for the water to escape, so it actually boils back up.
He'll take this one on the head. Unfortunately, a wave behind that one as well.
So as I mentioned, the entire top 34, they'll go. You know, they're going to have priority. It's going to be their turn, and they're going to swing and go. The difference is, will you capitalize on it? And we saw Alejo there definitely did not capitalize on it. It was a tricky drop. It was late, but he didn't grab his rail. He got extended, and he paid the price.
So Mick Fanning now with priority. He'll just easily glide in, park it. He'll drag. And a quick cover for Fanning, trying to ditch the 8.83 as he's sitting on a 9.03, his highest wave score of the heat. 6:40 on the clock. And both Alejo Muniz, Mitch Colburn in a combo situation almost the entire heat. What kind of psychology does that do for Mick taking that kind of situation onward?
Wow, for Mick, you know, that's going to do wonders. It's going to calm the nerves. He's going to skip that second round, which is scary. You don't want to, you know, draw a dangerous surfer in the second round and go home early. So for him, he's just going to go home with a huge smile on his face. You know, it's going to be, you know, nothing feels better than having nerves all these days, building up to the swell, and then just settling it down.
Well, we've been checking in on the social media. Want to know how everyone is out there watching. And there you have it. Glued to my TV watching the Billabong Pro Tahiti at ASP. Lisa Anderson, no stranger to tube time. Lisa Anderson, you know, world champ. And I'll tell you what, she is one of the biggest fans out there when it comes to quality waves.
It's amazing, you know, all the surfers after they retire and are off tour, they're glued to their TV sets. You know, everyone's a fan, including myself. You know, it's got so much energy, and Chopu is one of everyone's favorite events to watch.
When the waves are like this, I want to declare an international work stoppage day as Mitch Colburn finds another quick one. Can he make a dent, however, in the scoreline of Mick Fanning? 8.83 and 9.03. It seems like Mitch is being active, but he's finding these quick, small cover-up sections. He's going to need something a little bit more merit as we look back on the early portion of this wave.
Well, perfectly positioned, and look how comfortable Mitch Colburn is. He was extremely deep on that. But not a crazy long tube ride. A little shorter than he would like. So again, this score is probably not going to be an excellent range, but you can see the skill level of Mitch. He's definitely a threat.
So Mitch Colburn waiting on scores on that last wave. And so far, it's been all about the red jerseys in round one. And coming up in our next heat, taking to the water will be Joel Parkinson, Ace Buchan, and Nathan Hedge. As we check back in with Fanning, making it look awfully relaxed, stands up tall and proud. He'll just calmly ride out of this one.
Mick Fanning, three-time world champion, just showing how versatile he is. You know, obviously known for those huge carves. You know, I'm really impressed. He is putting on a show.
Well, back in 2012, he was the champ here. Took out Joel Parkinson, as was the case at J Bay last stop. Third here in 2013, and you'd have to go back all the way to 2007, where Fanning got a second-place finish. So Fanning's always been a contender here, but he's always been the focus when it comes to his performance, that power rail-to-rail surfing. Look at this barrel, though, for Fanning.
He's standing tall there. You can see such a wry smile. Nothing feels better than that right there. Perfectly slotted right there. You're going to see him as soon as he realizes that he's going to make it out. He just stands tall and proud. That wave spitting. He is having a ball out there, possibly even better than that 8.83. We'll have to see. Look how late this drop is. He grabbed that rail to keep the surfboard from sliding out. That's to keep the control. If he didn't grab that rail, he possibly would have slid out and ate it. So showing that he's really manhandling these waves out here right now. Not easy to do at Chopu.
3.5 on the clock here in Heat 4, Round 1. Priority sitting with Mitch Colburn out the back, along with Alejo Muniz. And Fanning waiting on that last wave score. And it is definitely going to impact his score line as we wait for the remaining numbers to trickle in. And it's definitely up in the excellent range for Fanning. So an amazing boost of confidence for Fanning, 9.13. So Fanning just furthering the hammer blow to the psyche of Mitch Colburn and Alejo Muniz.
I tell you who's excited right now is his buddy from the Gold Coast, Joel Parkinson. Guaranteed he's trying to draw some inspiration from Mick Fanning, because at this point now, he's just putting on a show.
So 2.5 on the clock. We always point out you can catch two incredible waves in a short time period here at Chopu, but 2.5, 2:40 on the clock. That would be a tall, tall order to get 2 waves in the excellent range, so it's almost safe to assume Fanning's going to be moving directly to round 3, but I'll tell you what, it's just a testament to Fanning's amazing ability, no matter the condition.
Well, you notice the judges are right there at the 9-point range, so they're just leaving that extra, just a little bit of space between the ceiling, and that's because out there's potential for a wave to come in a little bit bigger, a little thicker. You can drop in a little bit further behind and get blown out all the way through the channel. So there is room to improve, and Mitch, I tell you what, he could definitely sneak one of those under there. But he's running out of time with 2 minutes to go.
Mitch Colburn, we pointed out, just a surfer's favorite in terms of just the big fans out there of Mitch Colburn, all his film parts. Also an amazing competitive surfer. He's shown that he has the wherewithal, climbed his way through the QS, and then try to make his way onto the CT. Alejo Muñiz, another surfer who's really paid his dues long and hard on the CT, and also in the combo situation, 1.5 minutes on the clock. And tell you what, if you told me this morning that Mitch Colburn would be sitting on a 4 and a 5, I would say no way. I would definitely assume Mitch Colburn would at least grab something in the excellent range for one of his waves.
His 5-point ride was a nice wave. He got pitted, but let's see, he's paddling in here, Pat.
Mitch Colburn calmly glides in, gets a quick cover, and he'll kick out. So
yeah, I'm a little surprised with his wave selection. You know, he keeps taking off on sort of the medium-sized waves. You know, I don't think he had priority there, so that might have been the reason why he had to go on that one. But Mick Fanning, if you look back at his 3 big scores, they were on set waves. He was nice and deep. You got to get those under your belt if you're going to go into excellent range.
So winding down the last 60 seconds of Heat 4, round 1, it looks like Fanning will move on to round 3. Alejo Muñiz, the Brazilian, along with Mitch Colburn, relegated to elimination round 2. And we hope to actually get into round 2 today, as the swell is continuing to fill in and build throughout the day. As we pointed out, swell on tap for the entire week. Some of the best conditions Chopu has seen in quite some time. A lot of the surfers excited on just what the rest of the week holds. We might even see it get bigger come Thursday.
It's amazing. You know, the only thing we need to cooperate with this swell is the wind. You can see right now, absolutely perfect conditions.
And there it is, it's official. Mick Fanning, 3-time world champ, moves on to round 3. When we come back, Joel Parkinson, Ace Bucket, and Nathan Hedge take to the water.
Kid, he's got style, he's got class.
It is definitely a changing of the guard in this event.
As the world title race gets excited, we head into event number 7.
You are watching the Billabong Pro Tahiti, stop number 7 of the 2014 Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. In the water right now, former world champ, current number 2, Joel Parkinson, the defending champ, Adrian Buchan, and Nathan Hedge, former finalist out here from 2004. A lot at stake for all 3 of these surfers, and incredible stories for each of them. So each surfer going to try to tap into that drive, what it takes to do well here at Chopu. We've seen some incredible heats so far, but it's all been the red jersey so far? Can Joel Parkinson continue the trend?
Yeah, good point. And actually, you know, looking back in the history of this event, it's actually produces a lot of upsets. So we'll see if that trend continues. But Joel Parkinson right now definitely inspired by Mick Fanning.
Sure, Joel Parkinson reflecting back to 2012 where he lost to Mick Fanning in the final. Ace Buchan has that momentum from last year, grabbing the win over Slater, and then Nathan Hedge, he's got to go all the way back to 2004 and think about the time that he made the final. What do you take on Nathan Hedge and his whole reinvention, having to basically climb his way back? We saw in Bells working with Matt Granger and really cleaning up his game on every level. What do you make of his drive and his chances?
He's never lacked drive, very passionate surfer, but I think the main thing for him that he's come to realize late in his career is to focus that energy and to keep it positive. You know, sometimes you can get peaks and valleys. That's not what you need to be a steady competitor. You really need to garner that energy where it helps you and doesn't you know, affect you in a negative way.
Nathan Hedge has gone on record. He talks about that dark period following 2004, losing his father, the passing of his father, then losing his sponsor. And it wasn't until he turned that blame to ownership that he said that he started to see some real change. And I'll tell you what, he definitely is hungry, as Nathan Hedge has a quick look there. And we mentioned back in 2004, dislocated shoulder in the early parts of the heat. It just shows you how destructive this wave can be. And it looks like Parko having a look, little sniff, and then
yeah, you had a look there. You can see that wave below sea level. That's what makes this wave so recognizable. There's absolutely no back, meaning when this wave comes in, Pat, normally you'll have a nice tall wave come into a surf spot, and there's quite a bit of height behind the wave. Chopu, it's almost flat, so the entire ocean feels like it's just pouring onto the reef.
Well, we just witnessed three-time world champ Mick Fanning put on a clinic. It almost looked like he was on a boat trip out there, grabbing some amazing waves and moving on to round 3. He's with Pete Mel.
Yeah, he is definitely feeling like a boat trip. We're all on a boat trip right now. I'll tell you what, Mick, you made it look really, really easy. I mean, I know it's not. You know, like, you know, tell us about conditions this morning when you were looking at it and how you felt.
Yeah, this morning I rocked up. It was, I saw some really big west ones and they were really thick. And my first wave, I just got tumble dried. And just as one of the boys was like, don't go to the closeout. So what do I do? I went to closeout. But now it's sort of straightened up a little bit. It's not as west and the conditions are just flawless. Like, you can't ask for anything better. And yeah, I was just stoked to get some good ones.
I got to ask you, I mean, you know, last year when you won the title, you know, you had that final day at Pipeline, and that was Radical Pipeline. And here compared to Chopes, I mean, what is there a difference, and or you know, how do you feel compared to that day?
Yeah, it is different. As you see, Hoggy, look at that one. Yeah, it's a lot different. Where Pipe, it was sort of all over the place a little bit, and you just had to really pick them. This one is just so clean and perfect. You know, if there was some morning sickness or something, it'd probably make it a little bit more evil, but it's just so nice out there right now. And let's see Parko going. I'll just commentate. But yeah, it's, you know, I think that day at Pipeline really sort of got me a little bit more excited for bigger waves, and I got pounded that day too, so I know what I'm in for.
And tell me about that one wave. I mean, you were out there with priority and you knew this biggest one coming, and I mean, where's the switch turned?
Oh, well, I saw Alejo go one that was pretty solid. I was paddling back out, and yeah, I just sort of saw that one. I had a bit of time. I heard someone in the channel whistle pretty early, so I had a bit of time to sort of set myself up, and then yeah, and then it's just put yourself in the position, just time it right, and just put the head down and just hold on. And yeah, I was lucky I got to the bottom, and then it just opened up. It was a dream.
It was a dream. Gosh, so fun to watch. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Pete. Ross, it's so telling when you hear someone like Mick who's having fun out there versus the other surfers having a challenge as we look back on Parko's wave.
Huge pump into that barrel, and I tell you what, that got him out to the exit there. So great surfing from Parko. Not a huge wave, but a technical tube ride nonetheless.
But getting back to the point in terms of the surfers that, you come off the high after having, 4 back-to-back super fun waves, some amazing barrels. You're definitely going to be happy. You compare and contrast that to someone who just took a serious beating, a little bit different in tone.
That's why I love coming to this event. As you see Joel having a look. it combines that competitive spirit. All these events, 95% of these events has a feel of they're coming in for combat. They want to compete. They want to destroy their competitor. They're trying to perform at their best, highest level. Then you come to Chopu, and there's a whole different atmosphere. You're really challenging Mother Nature. It's part of the deal. You're trying to conquer your own fear, so there's a lot more energy involved out here.
We were talking about Nathan Hedge having to climb his way out of the trials to make his way to this event, a very contentious trials, and this event really known for that wild card factor. For a little more on that, we check in with the desk, guys.
Cheers, Pat. Yeah, the wild card factor. Certainly wild cards have done some damage here in the past, taking down world title contenders in that second round. Oh, it is crucial for the likes of Joel Parkinson, Gabriel Medina to win through in these next couple of heats, because if they don't, they'll be coming up against those wild card entrants.
Absolutely, Ronnie. In the back of their minds, or probably the front, is that, they want to win this heat. The swell's getting bigger, and we will probably run into round 2, and it's going to be maxing out this afternoon. I remember I had a contest way back in the 2000s where it was the same kind of size. I didn't make my first heat, and I was really worried at the end. I drew for Taya David, which is the head of the water patrol here. I drew him, and he pulled it on his vest. I didn't have one and got knocked out of the competition. These guys, all the top seeds do not want that to happen. So they want to win this heat so they don't go into the second round.
I mean, yeah, just thinking about that anticipation of what's coming. I heard Kelly talking about it, that it was just going to build through the day. And in the back of your mind, like, you're almost thinking, man, I just better just go for the gusto right out of the gates and just get through that heat if I can, win and skip that round, because like you said, you don't want to come up against those guys, and you don't want to come up against Mother Nature when she's just about to pulse.
That's right.
Exactly.
And the pressure already on Joel Parkinson and Gabriel Medina, with Kelly Slater, Taj Burrow and Mick Fanning already progressing directly through to round 3, boys.
Thanks, Ronnie. Thanks, Aki and Strider. Yeah, world title implications already in motion as we look at the top 5 getting some ground in terms of the title contention.
And just to touch on that, with Aki and his stories, we see one line here. Is anyone paddling? No. That's the difference at Chopu. You're dealing with your own nervous energy. Whereas you go to another surf spot, let's say Gold Coast, for instance, at Snapper Rocks. Everyone's out there 100% focused on winning their heat. Out here, you're just trying to keep the nerves at bay.
And drop it in. Quick line and a spit. And you'll finally get on the board as we're still waiting on scores for Parco's first wave.
Well, that was a sweet tube ride there from Ace Buchan, Adrian Buchan from Australia. Goofy footer. Obviously, he won here last year. A bit of an underdog story. But you can see pretty darn comfortable in the barrel there, nice and deep. There's the soul arch showing, he was in control. He knew he was flying out of that one. I love the front angle because it shows you how deep. You can see him disappearing in the barrel. And that shotgun spray right there, really unique to this wave. Pipeline has big spray as well, but Chopu, nothing matches it. All the air and water gets compressed in the barrel, and because the wave is so hollow, it shoots it out literally like a shotgun. And that's when you see these spits that surfers like to call it, just signifying how hollow this wave is, Pat.
Ace Buchan looking awfully relaxed, almost losing it on the spit there. The defending champ celebrated the birth of his daughter this year and trying to tap into a little bit of the momentum. When you come into an event like this and you're the defending champ, how much more pressure does that add to just surfing Chopu, on itself?
I think no pressure. I think confidence, for Ace Buchan, feeling, hey, you know what? I got a W here last year. I can do this. And he's a great tube rider, technically. He knows how to fall as a regular footer, or sorry, a goofy footer on that inside rail and take off on a nice late drop. That's the name of the game out here, is sneaking under the hood and managing that late drop.
We mentioned Ace hitting the reef last night in the free surf. He says having belief at Chopu is the key. For someone like Joel Parkinson, obviously, he doesn't need to convince himself. He knows, he's just a supernatural talent. What does Parco have to do in these kind of situations in early rounds?
For him, he really needs to draw from his buddy Mick Fanning, what he did in that last heat. He's the veteran. He's got tons of experience out here. He needs to get those waves that he has in his mind from the get-go, those ones that come from deep right on the money spot that fly through with the West End flavor on the end. We talked about that before in the morning show, where if you get that West Bull to pitch over you at the end, it makes the score that much more attainable to go to that excellent range.
And what about Nathan Hedge? We were talking about his excitement, the so-called froth factor. How does he maintain that and keep it at bay and keep it in check when it comes to a wave like this?
I love the fact that you mentioned how he's taken ownership of any faults or positive in his career and his life. In psychology, that's nothing works better to me. You know, everyone has excuses. Everyone has a reason why they didn't win or why they did good or bad. I think that type of attitude does wonders for a wave like Chopu. Look at Matty Wilkinson. It reminds me of you know, how he's very verbal, like, oh yeah, I'm scared. But guess what? He went out there, owned it, and charged. I think if Nathan Hedge can pull that kind of energy, he'll get some big rides.
Hedge always talks about when he lost, the gratitude. He said that was a tipping point for him. But good news for him is he's back. We talked about Ace Buchanan and what a blistering performance he put in here last year at the Billabong Pro Tahiti, taking the win away from Kelly Slater. Looking back at Ace's performance, how on point is that?
Well, you saw that drop, and that's what I was talking about earlier. He knows how to fall on an inside rail right there, just grabbing it, barely escaping that lip line. And, you know, he got a ton of high scores there. Kelly Slater put up a fight. You can see Kelly on his backhand. He's able to drag his rear end in the wave. Total different style and technique from Ace Buchanan. But look at this wave choice right here. There's that West Bull, the extra bit of tube ride right there. Ace Buchanan always eager to have the passionate claim. Really selling it to the judges. And Kelly, last-ditch effort here with this a rare right-hander at Chopu. You're not going to see that today, I'll tell you that.
Not with the West, as Ace Buchanan grabbing a big win the second time he has beaten Kelly Slater back in 2008. He was able to do it in France. So Ace Buchanan has the wherewithal, has the goods to take wins on the CT. I'll tell you what, he's had a little bit of a challenging 2014 year here. He's trying to get some flow. The 13th has a string of 13th, the 25th at Bells, and the rest 13th place finishes. So really trying to find some success here. He desperately needs it.
He's battled a couple of nagging injuries, you know, with his foot, and he's bouncing back slowly. He's known for being a very technically sound competitor, and he's made some uncharacteristic mistakes. So once he gets over that hurdle of you know, blocking out those bad results, I'd like to see his confidence build.
A quick look out into the flotilla for someone that's never been out in the lineup here. How would you break down the atmosphere?
It's having you know, courtside seats to a bus wreck. It really is. You know, it's so loud. You're very close in proximity to these waves. They literally spit in your face. You know, there's nothing that can compare to sitting in channel at Chopu, one of the most exhilarating sights you can see in surfing.
It literally does sound like two freight trains colliding as we check in. Hedge finds one, gets a quick amount of shade there, hit it, and will glide out. No problem for Hedge as he gets amped.
There's the passion. Never lacking passion, Hedgie, but I'll tell you what, he had reason to claim that wave. That was a nice tube ride. Definitely drawing first blood in terms of a decent score in his heat. You can see the energy right there kicking to get back out in the lineup. And I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. Not a breath of wind. Look how smooth that face is. Tucking right in. You can see him just in front of the tube monster there. Perfectly positioned, coming out of the barrel after the spit. That's a sign of how deep he was. Here's an angle, you'll see how deep he is. Behind the curtain, reappears, coming out with the spit. There's the claim, so Hedgie, that's gonna be a good score.
All right, so 18 minutes on the clock. Parco's first wave, a 6.5. As we take another look at Hedgie on that. Just love the amount of shade he was able to get on that.
That's that West Bull peak, Pat, that really creates more width in the barrel. You'll see wide gapers there. They almost look like a giant clamshell. With those westerly direction waves that come in and hit this reef, those are just begging to be big numbers.
So about 17 minutes on the clock. I noted Parco, that first wave, a 6.5, Ace, 6.33. Hedgie, prior to that, a 1.5, a throwaway. So we'll wait for numbers to drop on that last wave. Still a lot of time in this final. However, Parco is going to have to get to work as we expect big numbers for Hedgie on that wave.
definitely going to be big numbers. You know, one thing that gets me so excited and what I love about this event, you know, there's a lot of waves where the common surfer at home watching this telecast will be like, hey, I would love to be out there. You know, that looks like a wave I could ride. But there's one thing that everyone will agree is this is a wave that doesn't have that vibe. You're just literally sitting there watching something that you don't want a part of. It's a crazy wave.
And you can assume everyone back in Australia is watching. For all you Hedge fans out there, a reason to celebrate. 9.27 the score on Nathan Hedge, his last wave. So 9.27. This could be one of the first upsets we have seen so far if Nathan Hedge could come out of trials, take down Joel Parkinson along with Ace Buchan. And as we look at the total two-wave scores, 6.5 for Parko, Ace Buchan a 6.3 and a 10.77 for Hedgie, sitting on that 1.5 and a 9.27.
Yeah, so the bulk of that score there for Nathan Hedge is the 9.27, as you mentioned, so that's a huge score. Right now, it definitely calmed his nerves. He does not have priority, so he's going to have to wait his turn. But I'll tell you what, he's in a very powerful position because now the job at hand for Nathan Hedge is to back that score up. Now, what does that mean? Obviously, he's got that 9-point ride. He needs to collect its top 2 to advance to the next round. So he needs one more score to accompany that huge number.
So at the 17-minute mark here in Heat 5, round 1 winner goes directly to round 3. Second and third place finishers have to battle it out in round 2. It is an elimination round as Nathan Hedge, staying active, finds a small inside. He'll toy with it. Sticks in the E-brake, trying to get that double arm drag, and he gets a quick tube, and he'll kick out.
Savvy veteran decision there for Nathan Hedge. Obviously, that's not a wave you'd think, oh, you know, that's not going to compare to the 9.27, but exactly what we just talked about, backing up that score, because you need 2 numbers to make your total score to move on. Hey, even if it's a 5, that's going to make the job at hand for Joel Parkinson much harder.
Well, Nathan Hedge, I'll tell you what, building on a 9.27, this is going to be a decent score for him to stack onto that.
Very patient. He stuck his arm in the wall, slowing himself down, even both arms. And now he gets nice and tucked in there. Got pretty deep for a smaller wave. Again, I don't think it's going to be too big of a number because of the size, but it's a smart move because now he's going to force Adrian Buchan and Joel Parkinson to catch 2 big scores.
So Nathan Hedge doing an amazing job on the comeback trail, trying to dig his way into a final here in Tahiti. Can the Hog do it? We'll find out when we come back to the Billabong Pro Tahiti right after this. Back to stop number 7 of the 2014 Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. It is the Billabong Pro Tahiti. In the water right now, former world champ Joel Parkinson, along with Ace Buchan, defending champ here, and Nathan Hedge, climbing his way out of the trials to find his way into round 1 and trying to advance on to directly into round 3 as Joel Parkinson trying to build on a 6.5. He'll grab some rail, gets some distance, leans into it, so gets a quick tube for Parko to stack onto the 6.5.
Well, Joel definitely, you know, there's been a bit of a pause between sets. So he's deciding to pull the trigger and get a wave under the belt. Obviously, that's not going to be, you know, as high as a 9.27 we saw from Nathan Hedge. But he's staying busy, and he's got a number on the board with that one.
And not sure if he's going for a board switch here for Joel Parkinson, as he'll make his way over to the channel. Still waiting on scores for Nathan Hedge on that last wave. Remember, Hedge sitting on a 9.27 and that 1.5. We assume that he's going to ditch the 1.5 based on the merit of that last wave. Still a lot of time for both Parko and Ace as we look back on Parko's wave.
You're going to see Joel control the tempo of this, his pace with his rail work. See him grabbing the rail, even leaning his front knee forward. And that's to wipe speed off. He's trying to stay as deep as he can in that barrel to maximize his points with the judges.
So out the back, Ace finds a clean one. So glassy, taking his time. And very, very calm, collective in the barrel for Ace.
Man, just absolute pristine conditions out here this morning at Chopo. You can see mainly due to the fact that there's not a breath of wind out there. Ace Buchan cruising through this gaper. Nothing but, you know, just a wide opening exit there for him. Too easy. And that's going to be also a solid score. So now it's all about trying to compare that set wave with Nathan Hedge. That's the big difference.
You see a tube like that at Chopu, you think to yourself, it's not too bad.
Not too
it looks
shabby.
fun, right? Yeah.
Yeah, those were the last wave of Joel and Ace Buchan were more of the friendly type. But the wave from Nathan, the 9.27, that was had much more consequence. So if Joel Parkinson and Ace are going to get back in his heat, they're going to have to match that wave.
And we saw it with Kelly, too, in terms of where Kelly was taking off and how much deeper, and the angle on those waves really ended up rather steep and deep at the end of the wave for Slater.
And it's a tough thing to do. You know, it's extremely easy to be too deep or too far in the shoulder. It really is, you know, just a tight little zone to take off in the right spot. So
bit of spring break here in the flotilla. All the fans coming out to witness the best sporting event in the world. I call it the Mega Bowl, especially when conditions are like this. Parko, he'll pump his way into this, pulls into the tube. Can he make it out? And Parko, deeply pitted, just gets clamped down on that.
Joel Parkinson, always casual. It looked like he had a great chance, as you see his board tombstoning. There, he just now popped up. So he got hammered a bit on that, but it looked like he was going to fly out of that just a little too deep. Again, Joel Parkinson, always casual, a very stylish surfer. You saw not grabbing his rail. That he's trying to maximize his points. So, you know, you're really going to impress the judges if you can manhandle these tubes without grabbing your rail. It's a higher level of difficulty. Although, because he didn't grab his rail, the whitewash ball grabbed a hold of his surfboard and down he went.
Well, just under 11 minutes, Parko needs to find a sizable wave to stack onto that 6.5. Ace sitting on a 6.33. So Ace will have priority out the back. Hedgie, the 9.27, still waiting on scores on that last wave. Looks like a 2.17 on the third wave. His total 11.44 for Nathan Hedge, as Judge is still calculating the numbers here. An incredible first morning of the 2014 Billabong Pro Tahiti. We expect conditions to improve throughout the day and throughout the week, for that matter. When you know you have this much swell to work with, it makes it a little bit easier, right? Or maybe that a little bit harder, right, to decide whether or not to go?
It's possible. Yeah. You know, I think the factor that will come in and make things just a little trickier is the wind. You know, this next swell that's coming behind this one has a little more wind on it, so that's when we'll see a little bit of a trickier decision for our commissioner, Kieran Perot. But today and tomorrow look like just absolute no-brainers.
Well, an incredible performance so far from Nathan Hedge. We talk about how contentious the trials is at this event. Fair to say one of the most prestigious trials events out there, as Nathan Hedge, oh my, what? That just happened. Nathan Hedge just continues to stay active on the inside, finding some amazing barrels on, I would say, rather like innocuous looking waves.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is not a set wave, it's a medium-sized wave, but for a medium-sized wave out here today, he made it about as exciting, as challenging as you can get out here, way behind, and you can see him barely squeezing through that tube right there. So a technical ride there for Hedgie, and you know, that should be better than his second score now.
I'll tell you what, the body language on that, lots of bravado, as now scores coming in, combined score for Parko right now, an 11.83. based on his last wave, and 11.44 for Nathan Hedge. So he's going to want to find something a little bit higher. We'll wait for scores on that, but that last wave we can expect it should tip the scales as we are well under the 10-minute mark here in Heat 5, Round 1.
Well, I'll tell you what, Hedge is on the hunt. He's definitely looking to back up that huge 9.27 right there, and he's succeeding. He's doing a great job. So putting the pressure on the world champ, Joel Parkinson.
Well, Nathan Hedge, he's thinking, I've been to the finals here before. I can do it again. 2004, what, 10 years? 10 years ain't nothing, as we see some more lines approaching.
Well, you bring up a good point, Pat. You know, he did come through the trials, so he's got a lot of experience in this recent week, you know, just in the last 6-7 days. He's got a lot of time out here, so definitely, you know, his confidence is at an all-time high.
Well, the situation for Ace Buchan improving. That last wave, a 6.07. So now Ace, defending champ, in front. So we've been seeing some great back and forth between all these surfers. That last wave for Ace, a 6.07. But remember, if Hedgie can just find something in the medium range to put on top of the 9.27, a mere 5, a 4, you can expect some decent numbers for Hedgie.
Well, I don't expect that to last long. You know, those numbers still, we're waiting for them to drop, that last ride from Nathan Hedge. So, you know, right now, Joel Parkinson's got a 6.5. Ace has got that 6.3. Those are decent backup scores, but they need that big wave, that big number like Nathan Hedge's 9.27. If they're going to compete with Nathan, they need the Mother Nature to cooperate, and a set wave has to come in for them.
And the judges taking their time on that last wave for Nathan Hedge. But so far, let's catch up on this heat as we look back at top scoring waves, starting with Parko.
Joel Parkinson, great technical job there. You know, that no-handed pump got him right to the exit there. Beautiful surfing. Ace, look at that wave, nice and thick, soul arching. That wave just regurgitates all over his back there. Huge hollow wave, and he loves it. Nathan Hedge right here, this is the 9.27. That is absolute perfect Chopu. It's not going to get any better than that. Not a breath of wind. You know, he loved it, and how couldn't you? That's one of the best feelings in life right there, getting spit out of the barrel at Chopu. And Ace, this is his backup score, another 6-point ride. So right now, it has him in a very narrow lead, but again, we're waiting for those scores to drop for Nathan, that backup score. Hedgie on the inside here, big pump, trying to get in front of it, and he just does. So this is the score that I think is going to make the difference to push him in the lead. Again, we're still waiting for those to drop.
Hedgie's score, as you requested there, Ross, 6.5. So now Nathan Hedge, with just minutes to go in this heat. Nathan Hedge, 5:50 on the clock. Nathan Hedge out of the trials into round 1. Can he take down the defending champ and former finalist and former world champ Joel Parkinson? You know what? If it stays as it is right now, if it were to end right now, Nathan Hedge would be going directly to round 3, but we've seen some great back and forth, amazing swell filtering through. What does Hedgie do at this point to keep the likes of Ace and Parko at bay?
Well, here's the thing. There's not much you can do, Pat. There's 3-man priority system out there that ensures that everyone's going to take turns. So it's not like he can hassle Joe or Ace. He can't, you know, paddle all over him and try and technically do something. He basically needs to wait for another set wave to come, or a group of set waves, and hope that he can better that 6.5.
All right, I'll tell you this. It doesn't bode well for both the defending champ and former finalist here and former world champ Parko and Ace. Ace needs a 9.49, Parko needs a 9.27, so either surfer has to wait for that textbook Chopu wave right now.
Agreed, 100%. And so they need Mother Nature to cooperate in the dying minutes of this heat. You know, they're going to hear a lot of whistles in the channel. That's what they're looking for. The nerves, calm the nerves, as we see some past champs here.
Ace Buchan, as we pointed out, the defending champ. Mick Fanning won it back in 2012. Slater, he's done it a few times. What a final that was. The late and great Andy Irons, when you talk to Joel Parkinson, he talks about what you have to do at Chopu to have success, and he talks about channeling the inner Andy Irons. Oh! And completely spitted. Was it enough? We jumped in right on the tail end of that for Parko. We'll take a closer look. Remember, Parko needing a 9.27.
Okay, well, we're going to get all kinds of great angles for you on this wave here. amazing set wave. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for Joel Parkinson. He needed Mother Nature to cooperate, and it did. Huge set wave. A couple of waves came in here. First up, Ace Buckin. Clean wave here. Look at that. Beautiful, smooth surface. Bottom turning while he was dropping in. Amazing there, as late as he could get up and over the whitewash ball there. That was a crazy tube ride. Let's take a look from the judge's angle. You're not going to get any deeper than that. Again, he went up and over the whitewash ball. I guaranteed Ace Buckin was in that barrel, not expecting to make it out. And right behind him, Joel Parkinson, a bigger wave, right next to the tube monster there, signifying how deep he was in that barrel. Those were a couple of huge scores, and I'll tell you who's nervous right now is Nathan Hedge.
Nathan Hedge, both ways, ridiculous on equal merits. You had the deep factor for Parko and the spit. Wait for it, a la Parko right there. And then you had the foam ball that Ace, it looked like he literally, you know, he gained elevation at the end of that. Amazing board control. Just to remind everyone, we're under the 3-minute mark. Ace needs a 9.49. Parko needs a 9.27.
You're not going to get any deeper than Ace on that barrel. That's as deep as you can possibly get out here in a barrel at Chopu. So that's going to come into factor for his number. Joel Parkinson wave, not quite as deep as Ace, but he was very deep. And it was a bigger wave. So the judges really got to crunch the numbers here. They're going to get extremely technical to dissect which was the you know, the biggest number. Keep in mind, we're all judging off of Nathan Hedge's 9.27. That's where we're scaled to.
And this really shows you the depth. Now watch the foam ball. Watch where Ace comes out.
Oh man, I mean, it's such a tough call. Again, that 9.27, couple of minutes to go. You know, 9.27 from Nathan Hedge was a big number. These, I think, are going to be higher than that.
We are under the 2-minute mark here in Heat 5, Round 1, the most back and forth heat that we have witnessed all morning long here in Round 1. Winner advances directly to Round 3. The big story, Nathan Hedge making his way out of trials into the Round 1 main event up against defending champ and Joel Parkinson. Waiting on scores for both Ace Buckin and Joel Parkinson. Ace needing a 9.49, Parko needing a 9.27, and we anticipate numbers in the excellent range. Both those waves so unique in their own way. I could continue to watch those on the loop reel right now. It's
amazing. Incredible surfing there from Ace, how deep he was in that tube ride. I guaranteed, like I mentioned before, he probably didn't think he was coming out of that barrel. A minute ago, all three of these surfers are waiting for the numbers to come in. They have no idea if they're going to be in first or third place.
And let's not forget Nathan Hedge. He has surfed an amazing heat, a 9.27 and a 6.5. If anything starts to just kind of come out of the horizon here, you can bet Hog will be on that wave. Nathan Hedge, just a cagey competitor.
It just really comes down to how you dissect it. You know, I would think Joel had the biggest wave, Ace had the most technically difficult wave, and Nathan Hedge is right there in the middle somewhere.
I'll tell you what, though, no matter which way it sways with under 20 seconds left, you have to give a big salute to Nathan Hedge.
Big handshake there from the Hog, Nathan Hedge, and Joel Parkinson. And that's what you love about doing battle in conditions like this. It's just, you know, so much fun. It really is like going to war.
Scores coming in for Parko. He needed a 9.49. He gets a 9.8. So enough for Parko, as we'll continue after this.
man. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got a lump in my throat.
Welcome back. A beautiful day here in French Polynesia, here for the 2014 Billabong Pro Tahiti. We just witnessed a down-to-the-wire battle with Joel Parkinson, former world champ, defending champ here in Tahiti, Ace Buchan, and Nathan Hedge, as Ace Buchan, in the end, the numbers were crunched, and Ace Buchan advances directly to round 3 as we look at our next matchup. Current #1 in the world, donning the yellow jersey, Gabriel Medina, up against Mitch Cruz, and out of the trials, local wildcard Tuamata Puatini. So expect more fireworks as we get ready. As you look at how close that score line between Parko and Ace, down to 16.3, had to do a count back.
Close to the tune of a tie.
Yeah.
So Ace Buchan, a near 10, 9.97, you know, on the count back on the highest single wave. Just narrowly beat Joel Parkinson, so it's not going to get any closer than that. And I really did feel bad for the judges. There were so many ways to look at those two waves. You know, obviously they were the best ones of the heat, and they went for, I think, the technical aspect. And how could you argue? You weren't going to get any deeper than that barrel.
So here's what's at stake for Gabriel Medina. He's current #1 at the 7th stop of the 2014 Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. A lot of people are saying, is he due for a bad one? He's had such success. What do you give Medina's chances here in Tahiti?
Really good. I think Gabriel Medina is underrated, quite frankly, in hollow waves. I think he's one to keep an eye on. He's so technically sound. It kind of reminds me of Mick Fanning's heat. How he just doesn't make many silly decisions. He doesn't just go for the crazy late drop and swing it. I think he waits for those waves where he makes sure he has a very, very good chance of making it. He's going to be a tough one to beat.
People talk about Gabriel Medina. You always mention natural ability. It gives him confidence. Does it give you enough confidence for a wave like Chopu?
100%. This man is arguably one of the most confident surfers on tour in a long time. Kelly Slater's kind of the man that's held that that sign on his back of, you know, he just really sure of his abilities. Gabriel Medina's right there. You know, and let's face it, he's in control. He's leading the ratings for the world title.
And it's interesting. We're really watching the trajectory of Gabriel Medina, potentially going to be the first Brazilian world champion. Then there's the rookie, Mitch Cruz, no stranger to pulling into deep kegs. Can, you know, definitely find some barrel time. Interesting thing about Mitch Cruz, used to be roommates with Jack Freestone. Maybe you can channel a little bit of that Jack Freestone approach, all or nothing, as we saw earlier in the week, Jack Freestone taking an amazing wipeout. But then Tuamata Puatini. Talk about the pressure you have when you're the local favorite. You have to make your way out of the trials. A little bit different type of pressure.
I agree. You know, I would think Michel Perez falls into that category. Obviously, he didn't have to come through the trials, but the local boys, there's just 2 of them in this event. They're carrying the entire island nation on their back. They have a lot of pride, and they want to come out here and show that they can compete and even win with the world's best surfers out here at Chopu. So you're going to see, hopefully, that they can buckle down and make it happen with all that pressure.
Well, Tuamata Puatini dealing with a slight injury, but as we saw in the trials, was surfing brilliantly against the likes of Bruce Irons. I mean, you go down the roster of that trials event. We were talking about the prestige that this trials event has. It has to be up there. It has to be up with really even like a prime event or even a CT event.
It really is. It's a much like Pipe Masters, where there's a whole list of specialty surfers that can completely manhandle this wave. You know, they're the best in the business, and these technical late drops out here, that's the name of the game. It's not easy to do. It's not about performing and slamming your board above the lip or airs or turns. It's about hucking yourself under the ledge. It's tough to do.
So just under 30 minutes on the clock here in Heat 6, Round 1. We just watched Joel Parkinson, the first of our red jerseys to go down. But what about the yellow jersey? Current #1. Will he be the next victim? Will it come in the likes of Tuamata Puatini, the local wild card winner of the trials, or the rookie Mitch Cruz?
And, every single heat, Pat, is going to start with no priority. So it's interesting to see right now. They're sort of free-handing right now. They're out there scrambling around, and it's you can see Gabriel Medina very busy. Looks like he's hunting for the right spot to sit.
It seems like in 2014, the WCT, it's a much different level of the playing field. It used to be back in the day, there might be say 5 guys that would really charge, and the rest of the field would scared out of their mind. It's not really the case anymore. Everyone steps up, it seems.
Good point. I think I agree with you. Even Mitch Cruz, who's arguably the underdog in this heat, everyone's going to swing and go on a set wave. It's just a matter of who can technically take it down.
28 minutes on the clock as we check in with Pete Mill and our defending champ, Ace Bucket.
How exciting was that heat? Oh my goodness. I mean, each and every heat, but 9s at the end there. The 997 seemed to be the turning point for you. Very technical. I mean, how was that barrel, first of all, coming through it? I mean, looks like your board was in point, everything was on point.
Yeah, it felt wrong, like taking off. I was like, you're too deep, like got a good pump in. I was like, oh, you're still too deep, you should probably jump off. And for some reason, I just like hung on, and it kind of lifted me up backwards and then forwards. And then I just got a big projection off the foam ball, I guess, and like, I don't know what it looked like from the front, but I was just shocked. Like when I come out, there was probably a couple that were a little bigger, but that one just felt super square, and pulled off that, and saw Joel get his crazy one, and yeah, whatever happened, obviously, just to surf these waves in the event with all the fans watching's huge honour, and yeah, stoked to come away with the win.
How do you deal with the psychology of coming back after yesterday, having that one heat, you slammed yourself, you've got a hipper and scrapes on you? I mean, psychologically, that's got to be tough.
Oh man, it was. Like, yesterday I hit the bottom pretty hard and went in and saw the doctors, and I haven't hit the bottom that hard. I don't know if I ever have, and I kind of went into a bit of shock when I was in there, like, just felt like I hit concrete, like it was so hard, and my hip swelled right up last night, but I kind of just stayed up late and iced it and took heaps of anti-inflammatories, and just I wanted to be a part of today. Like, I just was like really hoping that I wasn't going to wake up and feel like I've been hit by a truck, and kind of got up this morning and went for a swim and did some yoga and kind of felt a bit better. So yeah, it's crazy, like sitting in the channel this morning, seeing Wilco catch that one big one, and just all the guys just throw themselves into these huge kind of crystal barrels. It's pretty crazy.
The Warriors are doing battle. I love it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, it's Chopu, where feeling wrong could never feel so right, as we heard from Ace. An incredible place where all surfers have to step up, rise to the occasion, as we see a building swell filling throughout the day. Under the 26-minute mark here in Heat 6, Round 1 of the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Winner moves directly to Round 3, so 26 minutes on the clock, as things awfully quiet for all of our 3 surfers. Gabriel Medina in the yellow jersey, the current #1 in the world. Mitch Cruz, the rookie of the 2014 season, and Tuomato Puatini, winner of the trials, making his way to the main event. So a lot of pressure for each of these surfers. For Mitch Cruz, needing a strong finish. He has had a very challenging year, and just making it past Round 3 would do wonders for his standing, as Gabriel Medina, obviously a little bit more pressure on him. Now that he's won, expectations are always that much higher. With each more stop, the more success he has, it almost builds more expectation.
It's very true, and it's an interesting dynamic. Obviously, Mitch Cruz is in his heat as well, but Tuomato, this is a local surfer who spends most of his time all year long surfing this wave, whereas Gabriel Medina, he's competing around the world, and his mind has to be on all types of different waves. So, and here we see Round 1, Heat 6, no scores as of yet, and keep in mind, Pat, there will be a restart if no one catches the wave halfway through this heat. So if half the heat expires, no one's caught a wave, they'll restart it.
The biggest lull of the event so far, and sometimes that can be a great indicator, sometimes it can be shown that the swell is waning, but we do know by the numbers that we expect things to build. And there it is, a heat restart. Almost Medina got into that inside just grinder of a tube, mini spit, had he gotten on that. So a restart back, 35 on the clock, as we'll get Heat 6 back underway. Open priority as of right now. Medina in position, pulls into the tube, high line and lots of speed. Medina smoothly exits that one.
So there's that thought process that I was alluding to about Gabriel Medina. He's such a smart competitor. I love the way he has technically amazing skill in hollow waves. He can swing under a ledge. He has a lot of courage, but he seems to always have a knack for knowing when he's going to make a wave. Rarely do you see Gabriel wipe out. This was pretty much of a breeze for Gabriel, just a smaller one, but realizing that the waves can be kind of slow right now in terms of numbers. There's not a lot of waves coming in. He's trying to get a wave on the board.
It's interesting, you hear from Gabriel Medina in interviews, we talked about the expectations and the pressure, but Brazilian fans in particular, he talks about how intense they are in terms of what they expect from him. A little bit more, there's really an amazing amount of pressure from the country of Brazil on Medina. You can't imagine what that would be like, you know, thinking that your country expects you to be the first Brazilian world title.
I think you'd have to have thick skin, and I think Gabriel has that, you know, because let's face it, everyone has their moments. Look at the World Cup, you know, the Brazilian team had a shocker, and everyone was obviously very passionate, and you saw people crying when they lost, and it's the same for surfing.
You mentioned that, you know, there was tears when his situation with Julian on the European leg, and it was an interesting thing for Medina to deal with. You know, he's since kind of made good on that with Julian, and he's definitely matured. We've watched this trajectory. We talk about how he's learning from his losses, and he's really, you know, growing as a competitor.
There's a threshold, isn't there, for passion. I really think it gets to a point where if you're too emotional, it can be counterintuitive. I mean, you know, it can hinder you. So I think he's learning that. He's very young, and the last year and a half, he's really fine-tuned it.
So you mentioned about Tuamata Puatini, the amount of hours that I'm sure he's clocked in here at Chopu. What would you imagine? What would it be like if Chopu is your local break? As Medina's score coming in at 4.33 on that, but 32 minutes on the clock. Imagine if Chopu is your backyard break.
I think even if it's your home break and you surf it for hours upon hours every week, you're still going to be nervous because, let's face it, there's always a repercussion of hitting the bottom out here. That being said, comfort level out here in this heat, obviously Tuamata is going to have the edge. He's got, you know, so much time under his belt out here. That being said, Gabriel Medina is a savvy competitor. I mean, look what he's done right here. He's already sniffed out that 4.3. So, you know, it's a little bit of a coin toss.
We heard Aki talking about it earlier. Michel Perez, another local favorite, 2 wins on the CT so far this year. Didn't, you know, he squeaked by in that heat. Are you a little surprised that Michel Perez isn't a little more in form?
You know, I think that heat in particular, Michel Perez, there was a couple of mistakes here and there, but more or less the waves, you know, we've seen can slow up sometimes where they'll be 10, 15 minutes at a time with not much surf. We saw that affect those numbers, you know, obviously not a very high scoring heat. But let's just say that he knows, Michel Perez, he's not going to be extremely satisfied with that win. But is he happy they skipped round 2? You bet.
Well, still lots of time for both Mitch Cruz, 31 minutes on the clock, and Tuamata Puatini, the winner of the Air Tahiti Nui Trials event, making his way to the main event. And we've seen it before. People come out of the Trials dos Santos going on to win the event. It can happen in Tahiti. That local knowledge, that local IQ can do amazing things here at Chopu. Let's check in with Ronnie, Aki, and Strider, guys.
Thank you, Pat. Yeah, just wanted to touch on Gabriel Medina. His year so far, obviously he's been blowing minds, surfing incredibly well at each of the stops. A lot of the talk going into this contest, however, is if Gabriel can maintain that #1 position after this contest, towards the back half of the year, he is going to be so lethal.
He really will, you know, Trestles, Europe. If he can win this event, he might be hard to stop. First Brazilian world champ ever, could you believe it? Hasn't happened yet. But, you know, the Goofies haven't really shone on today. Like, Ace was the first one to actually get through today. Gabriel, hopefully, is going to be the second for his world title campaign. We're just going through some footage where he won Snapper, first event of the year. But, yeah, I mean, I like his chances, you know. He's shown a lot of good form at Pipe and Chopu too, so he could win this heat.
I mean, right now, you know, there's footage of him winning at Snapper, the first event of the year. That momentum he gained off of that must just be so, you know, elevating and feeling it all the way through. I mean, look at this kid up on the shoulders right away, first event of the year. You know, that's a great way to start the year right there.
He has a lot of support everywhere he travels. I thought in Fiji he looked unbeatable. He was so solid from the very first round. He just put together massive heat score totals and comboed Nat Young in the final.
Oh, yeah, no one could touch him, Ronnie, absolutely. And the waves were small, though, so it's a completely different event here. The next one in Polynesia Tahiti. It's going to be big. It's not going to get under 6 to 8 foot for the whole contest, so he's going to have to really mark up.
Nothing surprises me with Gabriel. If he won this event in solid waves, you'd probably just tip your hat to him. It wouldn't be that big of a surprise, Strider.
Well, we're yet to see that. I want to see him step it up. I want to see him bring it. There's still something to prove, so to speak, for me watching him, and I want to see him step it up out here. I know he's got it. I know he's got the talent, and he's got the technical aspects. And then, when an 8 to 10 foot bomb comes at you at Chopu, I'd like to see him whip it and get under it.
Me too.
Well, it's going to be one heck of a show. We've got Gabriel Medina out there against Mitch Cruz and Tuamata Puatini, a wild card in this heat.
Thanks, guys. Great insight. 28.5 on the clock, and they bring up a great point. If Medina, if it maintains size, even gets bigger, if he were to do really well here, semifinals, finalists, take the win in big conditions, is that the last box to check for him in terms of silencing the critics?
I don't think he has a ton of critics out there, but obviously Strider wants to see him whip it on a 10-foot wave. 10-foot wave is, that's a big one. It's definitely going to take, him manning up to do that. It's no easy task, and it's not a foregone conclusion that he will. But if I'm a betting man, I think he will. I've seen him take off at some huge waves at Pipe, and even in Fiji during that swell during the ladies event, he was out there free surfing, and he definitely looked confident.
As we see, taking a quick look, Medina 4.33. Both Mitch Cruz and Tuamata Puatini yet to get their first wave. We see some lines approaching in the yellow. Medina having a look. So both Mitch Cruz and Puatini rather quiet so far in this heat as we're getting closer to the 20-minute mark. So Medina looking to grab a second wave under priority. And an interesting lull here. It's the most quiet that we've seen at Chopu all morning long.
And keep in mind, just finishing up that conversation with Gabriel Medina, the big scores that we saw in that last heat, Joel as well as Ace Buchan, they weren't 10-foot waves. They were 6 to maybe 8-foot waves. So I think that's a huge factor in terms of everyone's going to charge these waves. Once it gets to just that extra level, those 10-foot waves, it's a huge difference.
Well, I think the Strider brings up the point in terms of when you take a surfer like, say, John Florence, he's got the air game that Medina has, rail to rail, but then he also charges. Nowadays, you need to have the complete package, it would seem.
Agreed, definitely. And that's what I love about our tour. It tests all different aspects.
And Medina finds his second wave. He'll pull back, getting a good amount of tube on that first section. So finally getting on the board, Mitch Cruz.
See Mitch Cruz grabbing that rail. Looked somewhat stoic on that wave, but I tell you what, he stayed in control. Gabriel giving a long look at that, making sure Mitch was going. Right there, he tucks under the hood, just sneaking under, and keeping that hand on the rail, meaning his board was a little squirrely, and making sure that he kicked out of that wave properly, making sure, you don't want to get sucked over the falls on that end bit. It's very treacherous.
Coming into your rookie season and you show up at Chopu and you see a Surfline forecast like that we've seen, definitely will get the nerves tingling, the blood going as Tuamata Puatini, his first wave, calmly glides into this. He'll try to stall. Little drag, hits the brake, stands tall and proud once again, and a quick cover for Puatini. Very soulful on that. And now some waves, nice pulse, a quick spit on that, but starting to see some waves filtering through.
This is typical, Pat, of the beginning of any large swell. The intervals are long. You're going to see it take some breaks, but look at the wave selection from the local wildcard. He knows exactly which wave is going to peel through that entire reef. Too easy for him. The only negative you could say is it looked a little too easy, so the judges love to see a technical aspect to that, but nonetheless his wave selection and the positioning was perfect.
Well, still a lot of time for Tuamata Puatini, the winner of the trials event. Mitch Cruz will wait for scores on his first wave. Medina sitting on a 4.33, so not a lot of waves between the three of our surfers. Still waiting on scores for Cruz and Puatini here in Heat 6, Round 1. Some great lines approaching. Can Medina take advantage? And Medina, little movement in the lineup. All three surfers.
This wave looks large.
Paddling to the outside. Will there be any takers? 24.5 on the clock. All surfers deciding, no way. Let's watch this one peel on the inside. Gurgling.
You can hear the noise that wave makes, frightening, and a lot of times this number 2 wave has whitewash up the face, and that's why Tuamata chose not to go. Wise choice. See all the whitewash along the face line there? That creates a lot of turbulence under your surfboard, something you don't want.
And you have to hand it to Puatini. He tried to get under that, at least for a quick moment, and had a look. But when the wave ledges like that, try to break down for someone that's never been in the lineup how daunting when the lip is thicker than the wave is high.
Well, it's interesting, you know. Strider brought up the question: Will Gabriel Medina flip it on a 10-footer? And that wave came in just now. That was right around that mark, 8-10 feet. I will say he looked like he didn't see it in time. He had to paddle out to it, so I'm not sure he had much of a chance to make it. And again, that's what makes him such a savvy competitor. I don't think he would have gone until he knew for sure he had a chance to get it under the hood.
Medina finds a tube on the inside, getting some good distance, smaller size wave, but good quick barrel for Medina. And he'll stack that on the 4.33. So Medina being savvy on the competitive side, trying to get some numbers on the board, still waiting on scores for Mitch Cruz and Puatini.
Something we haven't alluded to too much yet in this coverage. Not only, you know, do you have to ride these waves and handle the late drop, but you have to forecast where it's going to break when these set waves come. More than any other surf spot, you don't have much warning. There's no outer reef to tell you the set's coming. They sort of just jump up on you. So you literally have seconds to react. You could tell on that big set wave that came in, they were too far in. They didn't have enough time to react and get in the right spot.
Still waiting on scores as 5.5 for Mitch Cruz finally comes in, and matching that, the wildcard Puatini, a 5.5 as well. So talking about how much we want these surfers to charge those big waves, do you think at all Medina, as much as he wants to charge, he knows that he's currently world number 1. When you take a break like Chopu, there's consequences. You also have to think about kind of the safety factor. Does that come into his mind at all?
I think it does, but more than that, I think he's such a smart competitor. He knows that at the end of the day, even though everyone talks about courage and the scare factor, it's a numbers game. And he knows that a couple of 7-point rides can win a lot of heats. So, you know, he might make sure, hey, even though it's not a bomb of a set wave, if I get a couple of big score, you know, medium to large size scores on the board, it's going to put pressure on the other guys.
And here we see Mitch Cruz finding his second wave. Gets a quick barrel on the high end of that, and he'll kick out. Not a lot of tube time for Cruz, but finally gets a second wave in the exchange. So Medina sitting on a combined 8.6, and Puatini trying to get active with 21 on the clock here in Heat 6, round 1.
Yeah, well, Mitch Cruz right now, just a couple of mediocre scores for all these surfers, you know, especially Gabriel Medina. You know, he's in a lead, a very narrow lead, but he's just got a couple of medium 4s. So now he needs to kick it into gear, wait for that set wave, make sure he's in the right spot when it comes, and he's going to have to flip it and go.
And the winner of the trials, Puatini, once again, just textbook, instant stall on the drop-in. Beautiful tube for Puatini, and making it look way too easy, as you pointed out, maybe working against him. I mean, he's just, looks like he's toying with those medium-sized waves.
Well, I think all 3 of these competitors are doing a great job at getting that medium score under their belt. Now they need that excellent score, that big, thick, juicy West Bowl to get that 9-point-something. You know, we're done with the backup scores. Now we need Mother Nature to cooperate, throw a couple huge sets at us and see what they can do.
And you can imagine Puatini is thinking back to all the hundreds of sessions he's had out here.
A lot of south direction in this swell, and what I mean by that, it breaks from left to right on your TV screen, nice and soft. The wave starts at the top of the reef and sort of gently peels down to the exit, whereas the swells that come on straighter in on this reef, we call it more of the West Bowl, those are the thick ones. That's where the big scores come into play.
Talk about the joys of when you catch a really good south angle, you exit the wave, and there is a big swinger on the west landing on your head. What's that like?
Well, first of all, you got to keep your heart out of your throat, and then as soon as you make that drop, it's one of the best visions you can have on the planet. You know, it's such a hollow wave. You're sitting in this aqua room, basically, looking at the mountains of Tahiti. It just puts you in that cobra trance. You know, there's not a human on planet that wouldn't enjoy that view. That being said, you have to make sure you make it out, because there's a reef waiting for you right on, you know, to your right.
So scores coming in for Mitch Cruz. They're 3.93, a total of 9.43, and Medina is going to have to get busy here with just under 19 minutes on the clock. And the energy, very frenetic, energetic out in the lineup. Let's check in with Pete Mel. Pete, how you doing out there?
I'm doing great. As you can see, there's just a lot of people out here. But I'll tell you what, I just wanted to give you a bit of a conditions report, being that the wind, you know, we had the kind of easterly trades. Either it was going to be northeast or southeast. It kind of was fluctuating. We seemed to feel a lot more of the southeast, which is exactly what we want. You know, it'll hopefully get a little bit stronger and stay offshore. One of the things I have noticed as well is the tides. You know, there's a big lagoon, so the water moving in and out of here, it changes how the consistency of the sets. And we've seen a little bit of a slow time right now. But, you know, as soon as you hear the whistles, you know that it's coming. But it's a little bit few and far between right now. But I think the tide is going to be changing, and we should see it hopefully with a little increase in surf, as well as a little increase in the consistency.
Hey, Pete, I got a question for you. That last big set wave that came in that no one was in position for, did you see any mistakes in terms of positioning, or is it simply they didn't have enough warning?
Oh, you know, I'll tell you what, it's not, it's a little bit of both, probably. You know, the positioning-wise, you'd think the local man here would have, you know, a lot of experience. And I'll tell you what, it's just straight intimidating. You know, and you've only got this little, like, maybe 5 to 8 yard zone that, oh gosh, Gabe Medina made it.
So Medina finds an amazing wave in the midst of that. Prior to that, Puatini on top with a 9.47, Mitch Cruz in second, and Medina, that is going to do nicely on top of his first wave.
That's what makes this man so tough to beat. Again, a medium-sized wave. He had very high percentage rate of making it out of that barrel, and he got spit out. That's a sign, you know, we're going to see right here from the front view just how far he disappears behind a curtain. Look at that. Nice and deep. There he is, completely disappearing right there. But, you know, a cakewalk for Gabriel Medina. Spit out right there, a little stylish exit for Gabriel Medina. So you could argue that this will be the best score so far in this heat.
Interesting, looking into the spit. Little switch approach there for Medina. So Medina will wait for scores on that. 16.5 left here in Heat 6, Round 1. Can Medina climb his way back? The current #1 on the ropes. We'll be back right after this. You are watching the Billabong Pro Tahiti, stop number 7 of the 2014 Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. A beautiful day here in French Polynesia as we get underway with the first rounds of competition. Heat 6 in the water right now. Current #1, Gabriel Medina, trying to climb his way out. The winner of the trials event, Tuamata Puatini, with the 9.47, but scores dropping for Medina's last wave. So now Gabriel Medina, current world #1 on top. Mitch Cruz sitting on a 5.5 and a 3.93. So both Puatini and Cruz now having to climb back with under 15 minutes on the clock. And we saw this in the previous heat. A lot of back and forth on the tail end of the heat. All surfers seem to starting to get their rhythm going.
You can see Gabriel Medina hounding the lineup right there, paddling around. And that 6.93, that's what he's so deadly at. He's going to get a couple of solid scores under his belt, put the pressure on Tuamata and Mitch Cruz. But I'll tell you what, you know, if a set wave comes, we really want to see these guys in position and get one of those huge barrels that Chopu's known for.
I'll tell you what, that local knowledge that Tuamata Puatini possesses, when Chopu turns on, he capitalizes. Saw some incredible waves go down in the trials event. Unfortunately, Michel Perez, his brother Kevin Perez, just showing how dangerous this break is, went over the falls, winning his heat, albeit, but major contusions, lacerations to the face, underwent 4 hours of surgery, and we've seen year after year Chopu take down some of the world's best. As we jump into the lineup out there, the flotilla, that is one big spring break. Energy is amazing, and it's just this collective I don't know, connection with the surfers when those waves come in. You try to explain it to people, and it's one of the most magical places to be at a surf event.
It really is, and the same reason what makes this wave so dangerous is what makes it so exciting. It's a extremely shallow, long stretch, a shelf, if you will, of reef. And right beyond that, it gets deep quickly. So when these swells hit that ledge, it just hucks over itself.
And with that valley, the river comes out, and thousands of years of fresh water flow, it made this amazing crack in the reef. It's I call it an awesome anomaly, this cracked left elbow of reef. Strider was up in the helicopter yesterday looking at the multiple cracks, and he said, you can see that one takeoff zone. It's a machine. There's a reason why Chopu is such an incredible wave. Thousands of years in development, and now in the new millennium, well, we get to take full advantage of it.
Yeah, and you know, it's not obvious from the beach. You can't tell, and that's why for many, many years, no one surfed out here until you take a good look from the boat. It's not easy to see.
And Puatini finds one, stalls beautifully. He gets slotted, lots of speed, and he'll kick out. So quick shack attack for Puatini. Medina on top with 11.26. Puatini needing a 5.77.
I'll tell you what, that's going to make this heat interesting. Still a lot of time left on the clock, and you can see Tuamata has great positioning out here in this lineup. Again, picking off another screamer. The only thing that you could pick apart here is it didn't have that west bowl on it, another soft exit. But you can see he is definitely picking this lineup apart with those nice south entries.
So just chipping away, can Puatini find the 5.77 and take the lead away from Medina? Mitch Cruz needs a 5.77. Under 12 minutes on the clock. The winner of Heat 6 Round 1 goes directly to Round 3 as we see the fans starting to leave the port. Some Australian fans, nonetheless. Some amazing boats here in Chopu.
Yeah, it's really amazing how you're talking about, you know, it's one of the best waves in the world to spectate, and you know, you have some crazy sailboats right there, you know, literally less than 100 yards away from this wave spitting on them.
Went to a barbecue the other night, and actually people sailed in to go to the barbecue, which we thought was so cool. It's an amazing place, and you know, spending time with Raimana, you realize how vital the lagoon is part of Tahitian culture, and living on the water without a boat, I mean, you're almost paralyzed, so to speak.
It is the main artery. You know, sure, there's a road here and there's vehicles, but you know, that waterway with boats and every kind of watercraft, that's the main transportation source.
Well, the energy is alive and well as we see some lines approaching. You can hear the hoots. Medina on top for the moment, and Medina finds one. Massive hit, albeit quick, but Medina making it look way too easy on the dismount.
Well, that was that west bowl that we love. You know, that's those ones that hit the end bowl are extremely hollow. Now, if I'm going to pick that wave apart, got a little too casual early there and wasn't as deep as he could have been. And it's all about the entry. Right here, he's paddling in. If he was maybe another 8 to 10 feet back, he would have been deeper. He would have been still in the barrel at that point and now coming out. So not sure how high the judges will go with this score.
Yeah, if you were looking at that wave from the front perspective, a little bit different scenario.
Yeah, he's definitely going to disappear, but see how quickly he reappears. So a quick tube ride for them. You know, you don't blame him for being happy. It was a big wave. It was extremely hollow, and from his point of view, amazing. But you know, again, I can't see the judges going super high in this score. just for the fact that there was room to be deeper. Right there, standing tall, hands above his head. It's going to make a great picture. But we'll see. You know, I'm dissecting this wave. It'll be interesting to see what kind of number the judges throw.
Well, Puatini's score came in as 6.67, puts him on top by 0.91. Now Medina needing a 5.24. So that quick tube, albeit spectacular. Maybe talk about just the energy that you feel. Even if you take a high trim line here at Chopu, it's an amazing feeling, right?
It really is. And with the scale set right now, you know, looking at Puatini's score, that 6.67, that was also, let's take a look at this. Tuamata, the local wild card, huge wipeout there. You can see that was a big wave, Pat, and he did the froggy jump, the leap, trying to penetrate to get under it. I'm not sure he did. And there he is on the back of the ski, so hopefully he's okay.
Still movement out the back. We'll keep you updated on Puatini on his condition as Mitch Cruz, a little squirrely on the drop, able to get up and over, at least get out of the melee on the inside section. Just look at the froth on that. Wow. So Puatini over the falls and looked a little rattled, visibly rattled on the back of the ski there with water patrol. It just shows you, I mean, this wave, it challenges the world's best every time they paddle out. You get the barrel of your life, and then 2 waves later, you're put to the test.
Yeah, you know, the floor just drops out from underneath you, and that's exactly what happened on that takeoff from Tuamata. You know, he was trying his hardest to dig, to paddle, to get some momentum, to get down that face, and there was nowhere to go. And a lot of that is because they get caught off guard. These set waves pop up on them. You know, like a monster jumping out of the bushes. They just have to react quickly, and sometimes they just can't get enough momentum to get down the face.
Based on the waves that we're seeing start to filter in, it is on at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. And we hope to get into round 2 action. That is the goal today, but as we pointed out, there's so much swell forecasted. Gives them the ability to be really selective with the wind, tide, and the conditions on hand.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of texture on the water now. There's not a whole lot of wind today. You could say it's even variable winds, so this is going to be a lot to do with the land getting warm. It may or may not create some sea breeze. Right now, you know, the wind just starting to show a little bit of its face, but it's still perfect conditions out there.
So current number 1, Gabriel Medina, needing a 5.24. Still waiting on scores. Coming up in our next heat, Adriano de Souza, Miguel Pupo, and Dion Atkinson. Amazing heat so far, and it's a nice back and forth between Puatini and Medina. Mitch Cruz, sitting on that 5.5. He needs a 6.68. Definitely an attainable goal for Mitch Cruz. Just in the medium range for Cruz. Just needs to find something to work with. Medina on top, look at that 4.33, a 6.93, the 4.3 his throwaway. Still need a 5.24, but we expect a decent score on that last wave of Medina's.
Well, that was a pretty horrendous wipeout from the wild card Tuamata, and we're going to take eventually here a closer look at just how tricky it is to take off on these waves out here, especially that 8-foot mark. Once it gets to that big level right here, we're going to slow it down for you right here. And I want to show you, just look at the curve of the wave. You can see because of that curve, there's nowhere for Tuamata to get down the face. And as we progress through, you can see he's actually froggy jumping down the wave here, and that's to penetrate. And you can see once he gets down to the bottom of the wave, the reason he dove is he's trying to get out the back of the wave. And you can see how thick that wave is. It's amazing to see. Look at the lip line right here. Slow it down for me. From there to there, I mean, that is a huge amount of girth. There's so much water in there. And keep in mind, Tuamata, our wild card, the poor guy is underwater somewhere, and we can progress through here, the shot. That is a lot of water to penetrate. So between the curve of the wave and how much water is moving. It's so tricky and technical to get down that wave. It's extremely hard to get enough momentum to slide down the face of the wave. That's, you know, a lot of it comes down to getting enough warning. When these set waves approach, you need just that extra couple of seconds to give yourself that paddle power to get that momentum down the face.
And it speaks volumes about this break, the amount of time and hours that Puatini has put in here, and you still fall victim to a good flogging every time you paddle out here. You never know when it's going to happen.
It's just it's a numbers game. I mean, this guy, Tuamata, has surfed out here hours upon hours, and it's so difficult that you're going to wipe out half the time.
Mitch Cruz needing an 8.83. Scores coming in for Medina was enough, so now Puatini needs a 7.66. His last wave, Medina, I should say, a 7.4. We're under the 4-minute mark here in Heat 6, Round 1. Winner advancing directly to Round 3. Second and third place finishers have to battle it out in the elimination Round 2, which we hope to get through today. We'll wait for the official call as we still have more Round 1 heats on tap. We mentioned coming up Adriano de Souza, Miguel Pupo, and Dion Atkinson. So let's get everyone caught up on Heat 6, Round 1 so far. Looking back with Mitch Cruz.
Yeah, Mitch Cruz here getting a nice little nugget, medium-sized wave, grabbing that rail. You can see he's got loose trucks. His fins are slidey, so he's keeping a hold of that rail. Tuamata right here, too easy. The wild card, local boy, Tahitian. Although he needed that west bowl, he needed that end bowl to create a little more drama. Gabriel Medina has a narrow lead right now. Stylish exit right there, and he backed it up after that horrendous wipeout with this wave right here. Standing tall, beautiful textbook Chopu wave. Look at that perfect texture on the water. Still not a breath of wind out there. And again, I mentioned, you know, he's in the lead, but it's not by a lot. There's still time for these guys to squeeze in and take Gabriel Medina out.
If any of these three surfers could nab something that doesn't look like that it has scoring potential, would be Puatini. He can definitely find the gems in the rough out here. He knows this break so well. Mitch Cruz, he needs an 8.83, a wave up in the excellent range. However, Puatini, a 7.66. Medina has been consistent and active, stacking up scores, a combined score of 14.33. Just 2 minutes on the clock. Remember, Round 1 non-elimination. Winner advances directly to Round 3. Second and third place finishers have to battle it out in Round 2. But after that bit of a lull that we experienced earlier, love what we're seeing right now in terms of the pulse. There's definitely some potential for some great rides. Want to see some of these guys swing under, the larger size sets. It'd be great to see.
I'll tell you what, Tuamata only needs a 7.66. That's not much of a score. So all of Tahiti right now is, riding on his back, just hoping one more medium-sized wave comes in or larger. That's all he needs. And Mitch Cruz, don't count him out as well. 8.83, very attainable.
The love for the islands, the love for the water, you can feel it here in Tahiti. Everyone is connected to the ocean, doesn't matter what type of watercraft they're on, and all the local Tahitians coming out in force to support the winner of the trials event, Tuamata Puatini. Can he find something to work with in the last 60 seconds of this heat? Medina, current world #1. Will he advance directly to Round 3? It's going to come down to the last 60 seconds. If anything can materialize, and all Puatini would need is a 7.66. Cruz looking for that 8.83.
Well, you can see right now they look pretty stoic. They're sitting on their boards waiting for something to pop up. The water does look pretty calm, so Gabriel Medina, he's the only one out there in this heat right now that's happy. He wants the ocean to stay flat.
And Medina taking a page out of the book, what he did before Fiji. Him and his stepdad Charlie coming a little early and spending a lot of time at this break. Seems to be working for Medina, taking that, kind of the focus and a lot of preparation going into each stop, knowing how important it is when you're current #1.
I would agree. And, it's just on top of his skill level, he's always has a great game plan, and he seems to execute it time and time again. And maybe one more transaction here.
Last 10 seconds. We'll count it down. And with that, Gabriel Medina, current world #1, moves on to Round 3. Stay with us. When we come back, Joe Turpel and Martin Potter for the call.
Introducing Orbitz Rewards, the instant approach. Earn rewards in an instant, redeem in an instant. Book a flight, use rewards for the hotel. Book the hotel, use them to stay longer. Think reward, redeem, relax, repeat. Orbitz Rewards, instant vacation gratification.
If we look at the world water crisis, it's overwhelming. It's not about going out there and trying to save the world. It's about going out there and doing your part. And nobody said you couldn't have fun while you're helping people.
Welcome back to the Billabong Pro Tahiti, the 7th stop on the Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour, as we invite you to round 1, heat number 7, featuring 2 Brazilians. Adriano de Souza wearing the red jersey, ranked number 7 in the world. The goofy foot Miguel Pupo, number 17th right now in the rankings. And rookie from South Australia, Dion Atkinson, looking for their top 2 waves in 35 minutes to move straight into round 3. Joe Chappelle alongside former world champion Martin Potter as we assess the conditions. We're going to have a quick start here from Miguel Pupo, locking in on his forehand. Still driving, nice tight tube ride, and he'll have a nice and easy exit to take an early lead pot.
Yeah, Joe, you know, Miguel Pupo taking a leaf out of Gabriel Medina's book and catching a quick wave there. You know, you just got to get the ball rolling. Catching a couple of quick ones under his belt. That's not going to be a big score, but it is going to get him on the board, and it's going to build his confidence.
Excited to see this matchup on paper with Pupo, de Souza, and Dion Atkinson. We talk about the rookie class all the time, trying to prove themselves quickly on tour. And the exciting parts, usually the factors that de Souza and Pupo had to go through, was what are they going to do with waves of consequence? What happens if the swell maps turn purple and red like they have this year? Dion, in his first call-up here to the Billabong Pro, has to deal with that fact.
You know, Dion from South Australia, so I don't think he's going to be too worried about it. He loves charging, he loves big waves. You know, watching him at Margaret River in the past few years, you know, no stranger to big waves and stuff like that. So, you know, even though he's a rookie, he's a big boy and he's going to charge, that's for sure. It's just got to make sure he's on the right ones. Miguel Pupo, well, he's proved himself. You just got to take a look back at the Pipe Masters last year. Probably got the wave of the event and posting some massive scores. So Adriano de Souza, I think, is going to be the underdog in this heat. You know, Adriano obviously well versed in a lot of different kinds of conditions, but you know, I really haven't seen him charge too much at Chopu, so this is going to be an interesting heat for him.
Well, it's been an interesting year for Adriano de Souza. He's held that world #1 position from time to time in his career, as he was kind of set as maybe the first Brazilian before Medina's taken hold of this #1 spot as the guy to win it for Brazil. Now sitting number 7 in the world, hasn't made a final yet this season. Has there been a change of form from de Souza, or has it just the waves not come his way so far this year?
You know, that's the nature of the beast, isn't it? Pro surfing. It's no matter how much hard work you put in, how much time you spend on your trade, you know, the ocean has the last roll of the dice. So you're in the right spot, you get the right wave, you're going to do well.
And now having a look, it's going to be Miguel Pupo again, pulling it. Clean exit. Short tube ride, 2 quick scores. He started with a 3.67, and that'll go right into the mix. Interesting game plan for Miguel Pupo, starting with that first score and backing it up quickly, Potts.
Yeah, you know, I like his approach, you know, and he's very similar to Gabriel Medina's approach, getting his waves under his belt, getting that 2-wave total. Now, even though the first one was a 3.67, the second one is going to come in roughly around the same, but he's already got a 2-wave total to work off now. He kind of knows what he's got to do. He's set his line, he's got his fid in the wax. You know, and I think the longer you wait, the more that tension builds, the more that anticipation rises, the more pressure gets put on you. You know, and then that first wave, almost you're so nervous that you could make a mistake. So I like Miguel's approach, getting a couple of quick waves and putting some scores on the board.
Well, Miguel Pupo qualified for the tour alongside Gabriel Medina at the midseason rotation. Medina now on the channel with Peter Mel.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. So Gabriel, he can't keep his eye off the ocean, as like everyone on the water right now. Gabriel, I mean, have you ever even surfed chopo like this before?
Never. It's my first time, and it's pretty sketchy.
And tell us, I mean, you know, this morning, anticipation, it's all this stuff I keep asking everybody, but how did you deal with it?
I don't know. I just try to don't think about it, you know. I picked my board. This is a 6'4", and I had a 6'6". Ricardo borrowed me, and I don't know. This one felt better, and I tried to, I don't know, keep it focused, you know, just thinking about the paddle, like to stand up and just to pay attention to everything, and it worked out, and I'm stoked to make it.
And being in the ratings leader, I mean, this is a big event right now. You feeling any pressure in regards to that?
No pressure at all. I'm living a dream, you know, to have this experience and to have the chance to surf chopo this big and against these guys is just opportunity, and I don't waste it.
He's not going to waste it. Love to hear that. Thank you, Gabriel.
Thank you, boys. Back to live action quickly with De Souza getting his first wave of this heat. He kicks out to the safety of the channel. Amazing composure for Medina in that last heat, Potts. We know he's had some heat victories with the Billabong Pro Tahiti in the last couple of years, but never dealing with this kind of size. What changes with chopo when it goes from 3 feet to 8 to 10 feet?
Well, it's that fear factor, Joe. I think that, you know, you've got to keep those nerves under check. You know, you've got to make sure you stay calm. You know, you make the right decisions. You think slow. You know, Medina surfed big waves before. He's no stranger to that. Pipeline, he's, you know, surfed in some big ones, as well as Fiji. So this is kind of similar in the sense of, okay, it's a nice big barreling wave. You know, you've got to rely on your technique, rely on all the hard work you've done, and make sure you've got a good board under your feet. He's done all that, and, you know, the results showed. He surfed really well, and he didn't look nervous at all.
Very interesting to see how much this wave can change from a smaller day of competition, and then when you see it really start drawing off the reef, and these guys throwing all the commitment into this wave. Paddling in to wave number 3, Miguel Pupo locks in, back arm dragging just for a moment. Another perfect exit. Smaller waves on the inside, but an easy rhythm. 3 tubes so far for Pupo, with more waves in the set. Atkinson holding back as the first number for Dion comes in at a 4.83 as he's chasing Pupo here, Potts.
Yeah, you know, and it looks like De Souza with the best exchange so far, that 5.67. So, you know, it basically comes down to now being on the right wave. All these guys have shown straight off the bat, okay, we're all capable of riding the barrel. We're all capable of pulling into it. It's just a matter of now who's going to get the right one as we see De Souza pumping. See how high he's staying on the face of the wave there, and then comes out nice and tight there from Adriano De Souza. You know, he's going to use that backhand. He's going to use that rail grab. He's going to try and stay really tight to the face of the wave and try and avoid that whitewash that comes shooting up the face. That's what can dislodge you, and that's what can turn you upside down really quickly.
So we see now 26 remaining as the judges are throwing in the numbers. Pupo with a 3.67, then a 3.5. Adriano De Souza starts with a 5.67 and has the best wave of the heat so far. De Souza just 27 years of age, been on tour for a long time. We compare him with what Dion's going through right now, being a rookie on tour. You know, we think of him as a top 10 guy now, but De Souza started off with a big learning curve, finished his first season 20th in the world.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, Adriano De Souza is a student of the game. You know, he's constantly learning, constantly evolving. You know, if something's missing in his repertoire, he goes out and learns it. You know, I watched him following Trent Munro, trying to get that backhand bottom turn with a rail grab. And I watched him just, you know, studying it, then going out and using it and perfecting it. You know, he's the same with last year at Pipeline. Like, he had a bad result there, so what did he do? He stayed behind. He surfed it every time it broke. He ended up making the finals of the Vulcan Pro. So, you know, this kid is a student of the game. He's getting better and better. He's evolving all the time. He had a bit of an injury at Karamas. A board hit him in the face, broke his nose. And I think that did hinder his performance at J-Bay. Obviously finding it harder to breathe. It's a wave that takes a lot out of you. And it wasn't the Adriano de Souza that I was expecting.
Well, Miguel Pupo coming into the mix in that amazing Brazilian class that we have on tour. He's been deadly in waves of consequence. He had the 9.77 last year at the Pipe Masters for a beautiful tube ride. Coming up against a guy like Dion Atkinson. Dion's on his back end, one of the bigger guys on tour. And he was one that wanted to prove the critics wrong at the opening start of the season. He was able to beat Kai Otten in a round 2 victory to move on to round 3. He's also beat CJ Hobgood in round 2. Those are his only 2 wins so far this year in his rookie debut. What more are you putting on Dion's shoulders as far as improvements concerned?
Well, it's, you know, we're halfway through now, so he's got all the nerves out. He's made all his mistakes. He's, you know, he's kind of got that big stage fright out of the way. You know, he's taken down some experienced guys on tour, so he's got to start drawing on that now, and he's got to start, you know, fine-tuning his game. I think he's got it, you know. I mean, he's a great surfer. He's got a lot of power. He's got a great style. He's got good wave knowledge. You know, coming into the back part of the year, he's really searching for results. I think, you know, maybe a quarterfinal here, which he's very capable of, I think would be really good for his confidence.
Amazing to see how rookies step up to that whole equation. We saw Medina as a rookie battle that out with guys like Miguel Pupo, John Florence. John ended up being Rookie of the Year. It's all according to rankings. Miguel Pupo finished 17th in the world after his first true year on tour as he came up with that mid-season rotation. So it's fun to watch these guys start learning the ropes, especially in tricky venues like this one. 23 on the clock in heat number 7. And right now we have Miguel Pupo with a 3.67 and a 4.77 total in the lead. De Souza with the best score so far to 5.67, only needs a 2.77 to move on. And Atkinson needs a 3.61. Small numbers required at the moment. Priority a huge issue now because they have a clean rotation. It's interesting to see how much that whole 3-man priority has really changed the game of pro surfing.
Yeah, it's even the playing field. You know, you've got guys that are really good at positioning themselves and, you know, maybe out-positioning the other guy, you know, putting the pressure on, hassling. There's a lot of variables that come into play when there's no priority involved. So what this 3-man priority's done is it's ensured that all these guys get to pick and choose the right waves, or pick and choose their waves, have that opportunity to put themselves in a position wherever they want to sit on the reef, they're allowed to, and then the other guys have to give way. So it's creating better surfing, we're seeing better competition, and we've seen the best surfer win on most occasions. So I really enjoy watching the 3-man heats now more than in the past, because we saw a lot of hassling. We saw one guy come up short. This way, they're all got an equal opportunity.
As we see little waves run through the inside, Surfline, our official forecaster of this event, telling us that today, Monday, would be the biggest day of our waiting period here for the Billabong Pro Tahiti, with this swell still rising, saying 10 to 15 plus on the face of this wave, which sounds almost fake when you think about what that could produce on this reef. Back when this wave was first coming on the map pods, there was a lot of comparisons to the other reef breaks around the world. Of course, the Pipe Masters, Pipeline in comparison for you, what are the major differences between these two incredible waves?
Well, Pipeline's got a second reef and a third reef, so basically what happens is, you know, even when it's, you know, sort of that 8 to 10 foot range, you get an indicator. You can see, you know, the waves looming on the second reef, and it kind of gives you time to look back, reposition yourself, make sure you're in the right place. Taking nothing away from Pipeline, it's one of the heaviest waves on the planet. It's taken people's lives. I've had some of my worst beatings out there ever. So it is a wave of consequence, but it gives you a little bit of time to reposition yourself, make sure you're in the right place at the right time. And then the added option, if you're too deep, you can go back door. Here at Chopu, it comes out of 300 foot of water and literally springs up on you, so you've got no time whatsoever. So really having to rely on your positioning and making sure that you have that split-second timing to turn around and go for it, or pull back and let it go, because you know, that's one of those unmakeable waves. So, you know, it really, your timing here is of importance as well as positioning.
What's interesting when you look at swells come in of this size and consequence, there's always the question in Tahiti, is it a paddle swell or is it a tow swell? Does that same conversation happen pipe, or do those outer reefs kind of help out the paddle surfers?
Well, the thing with pipeline is no matter how big it gets, you can still paddle into it because you end up going out onto the second reef and then eventually out onto the third reef. So it just, you know, your boards just get bigger, and you know, then it sort of, the crowd thins out. You've only got a certain amount of humans that'll go and do that, as opposed to here at Chopu where it gets up into that 12-foot range, and then here we go. Let's have a look at this.
Having a look now, Dion Atkinson packing the pit on his backhand. He gets spit out. Nice clean exit. He'll hop off on the top of the wave. He had a 4.83 start and only needed a 3.61 to get a lead change.
Oh, that was a good wave. I dare say he might get the score. Probably the best wave of the heat so far. Let's have a look at the water angle here from Dion paddling into a jam. A little bit of wind starting to pick up. Dion grabs the rail, pulls in deep. He's no stranger to the barrel. He comes flying out. And as this wave does, it unloads on that inside section. So Dion making sure he got out of that before it unloaded on the reef. So Dion Atkinson back in the heat, and I think that's going to be the best score of the heat.
So still 20 minutes remaining as we're about halfway through. As we look back on what's happened through the first 6 heats of the day, it's been domination from our top seeds. Kelly, Michelle Perez, Taj Burrow, Mick Fanning, Gabriel Medina, the only top seed. Joel Parkinson ended up having to get sent to the second round because of Ace Buchan getting an insane tube ride to get blown out into the channel. Were you surprised by the red jerseys being so successful the first part of the day today?
No, not at all. Red jerseys are prevailing, and there's no stranger to that.
As we have a look from De Souza, clean line, nice finish. You can see him trying to maximize the tube time. Didn't let him hang in there too long, and he'll kick out. Remember, just the 5.67 before, as he was hoping for a 2.77 to take the lead.
You know, you've got to remember these guys haven't surfed this wave like this. Some of them never, as we heard Gabriel Medina say. So, you know, these guys are taking a little while to get used to it. It's a 3-man heat. There's no losers. So, you know, they're going to sort of not try and sit as deep as possible. They want to make sure they make a few waves, build up that confidence, and that's what we're seeing right now. Adriano De Souza, you know, could have got it probably deeper as if he sat a lot deeper on the reef, but he just wanted to make sure he gets a couple under his belt and make sure he makes it, because you don't want to end up on the reef. You don't want to break your board and start off on the wrong foot.
As we wait for scores, let's get some more insight on the desk with Ronnie, Strider, and Aki.
Thank you, Joe. Yes, heat number 4. We're going to look at that, Ock. An incredible heat, the highest scoring heat so far for Mick Fanning, 18.16. He looked really composed in that clash.
Oh, didn't he, Water? Fanning on fire. It's not the first time we said that, but he was. He was surfing so good. Best performance of the day by far. Now he's just kind of got a target on him now. I feel that, you know, he really thinks he can win this event.
Oh, he's done it before. He had an 8.83. He was dropping, just a really strong showing. But heat number 5 was a beauty too, Strider.
Yeah, this is my favorite heat. Number 5, these guys got after it. I mean, they went for it. It looked like, I mean, that was incredible right there, Ace. But it looked like all Hedge at the beginning of this thing, where he was just getting wave after wave and hitting the sweet little spots. And this was such a beautiful ride, 9+ ride right there. Just incredible. Not a drop of water out of place. That thing just spit off so perfectly. Talk about a photo finish right there. And, you know, then things started to turn around as the heat flowed through. These guys started getting busy. Ace started getting a couple nice waves. And the foam ball ride that Ace got right there, you know, from the beach, it didn't even look like he was coming out. Got a huge score right there. That turned the table. And then Joel backed it up, though. I mean, I was really thinking that Joel's wave was the best wave of the heat. I mean, look at this wave. It just folded perfectly and spit so hard, and he comes out with style. I mean, that to me was the best wave of the heat. In the end, they gave it to Ace. He got the nod, and it went that way.
I got to agree with the judges. Just the technical aspect of Adrian Buchan's ride. That was the first wave today where I went, there's no way he can make it, and he actually popped out. Gabriel Medina, it's got to be said, Michelle Perez and Gabrielle, for me, in this first round so far, of all the world title contenders, have looked a little more vulnerable than the other top seeds. And I think that Gabrielle will really look to fire up as he moves through the rounds, even though he did get the win there off.
Yeah, but these guys have got to be stoked. They're not in round 2. They've got the day off. Tomorrow's going to be a bit smaller, so, you know, they surfed a smart heat, even though they weren't convincing. But they got through.
They got the job done. Adriano De Souza out there at the moment, another one of our title threats this year. Let's throw it back to Joe for the call.
Thanks a lot, Ronnie, Aki, and Strider for the update. Big numbers from the top seeds. Mick Fanning, Ron mentioned, former champ back here in 2012 over Joel Parkinson. These were the events we were waiting for Mick Fanning to take over in his career, now put as a major threat for the title. I mean, you look back in history, Potts, you'd come into this event, you're always thinking the Hobgoods were going to do extremely well. Irons Brothers, Kelly Slater. There's kind of a short list. That seems like it's expanding coming into this season.
Yeah, you know, the more this event is on tour, the more these guys are going to get used to it, you know, and that's the thing. In the early days, there was only a handful of guys that really had surfed it at its full potential. So, you know, those are the guys that actually had the benefit of the doubt. So nowadays, you know, we're sort of running through this event. It's become part of the tour. It's a staple for these guys. They know they've got to surf it. They're coming with the right equipment, coming with the right attitude, and you're starting to find guys are stepping up to the plate. So it's exciting, you know. It just throws more in the mix, and it just shows that, you know, we can have those guys come out of nowhere and win this thing.
Pretty incredible to see the short history that we've had at the Billabong Pro Tahiti compared to the long-standing events like you go back to Jeffreys Bay and surfing history, talking about the first waves ridden back in the 60s. You go to Bells Beach, competition surfing back in the 60s, and you look at this kind of wave where it's really been about changing the world tour in the last 15 years or so. The whole idea of it coming on as a stop in the late 90s almost sounded crazy, seeing this slab that was almost seemed unrideable in the past.
You know, just it throws variety into the mix. You know, you look at all the different locations that we go to. You know, you've got to have every kind of aspect of surfing under your belt. You know, you can't rest on one-dimensional surfing. You can't rest on your airs. You need the rail game. You need the tube riding. You need your backhand, forehand. You know, you've got to have everything under the sun totally wide. You've got to be able to ride bigger boards. You've got to, you know, have those little hot rods and then go from your little hot rod straight onto your 6'6" pintail and pull into an 8 to 10 foot chopu barrel. So it's just showing the diversity of these pro surfers. It's showing how good they really are.
As we look at a little wave popping up, Potts, 14 minutes on the clock. Dion Atkinson out in front with 11.83 combined total. De Souza right behind him, and Pupo, who had the quick start, is now sitting in the third position. You can see them being very selective. We've got a little bit of a breeze on the face, and now one starting to bowl up, digging in. Miguel Pupo will let go. Pulls right into the barrel on the takeoff. Stand up, and he will get out onto the channel. Clean read for Pupo, taking off a bit deeper from his earlier wave spots.
Yeah, you know, just working it out, finding out that's you know, that sweet spot, so to speak. Finding out where exactly, how far he can go up the reef and how he can make it out the end without getting clipped. So Miguel Pupo working that out.
And now Pupo paddling back out. We'll take a short break. We'll continue with round one, heat number 7 here in Tahiti right after this.
To the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left-hand man. I love you when you sing the song, and I got a lump in my throat.
Welcome back to the South Pacific. You're watching the Billabong Pro Tahiti. We're into round one, heat number 7. Rookie from South Australia, Dion Atkinson with the lead with an 11.83 total. Adriano de Souza holding down the second spot, and Miguel Pupo sitting in the third position with an 8.44 total, and still plenty of time on the clock in this one as we anticipate who will take the lead and move straight into round 3. Joe Turpel alongside former world champ Martin Potter as we check out the action. You got to surf with Miguel Pupo the other day at one of the other passes, and he had his little brother alongside with him. Looked like a carefree surf. Was that a good way to prepare for an event like this?
Yeah, you know, just getting in the water, acclimatizing, you know, making sure you got the right wax on your board, you know, just you know, feeling it out. Now, I think that's what you got to do. You know, it takes a few days to get in that rhythm, get in that zone, and you know, you can't constantly be on, you know, your competitive game. You've got to be able to release that pressure valve. You know, have a bit of fun, catch a few waves, joke around. You know, he was doing some backside airs, and obviously not what he's doing out here today. But you know, in saying that, he's been out here every day since. You know, making sure that he's perfecting his, you know, positioning, his timing out here. It's a different wave, it's a different beast, and you know, Miguel Pupo, no stranger to the barrels. I think he's going to be a hard one to beat once he gets the ball rolling.
Well, Potts, you got to call his brother into a couple of waves the other day. What's your take quickly on Samuel Pupo? Will we see him on tour one day?
Absolutely. I mean, the kid's got an unbelievable technique. He's a natural footer, which is, I think, in his favour. But no, the kid's, he's going to probably do the QS next year. He's only 14 years old, I think it is. Massive future ahead of him. And he's got a brother. He's got a big brother to look up to and learn the ropes from. Have a look at this wave, though. Late drop, straight into it, slots in perfect, drags his hand, and his channeling is in a pipeline right now. He's remembering that wave he had at pipe and just emulating that straight into it. These guys are not going down to the bottom of the wave, pulling in. There's no time for that. These late drops, you've got to pull straight up into the barrel, set that rail, and pick your line. And Miguel Pupo doing a fine job, moves himself up into second spot, and needing a 5.67 if he wants to lead off Dion.
So now a big moment in this heat. You can see the swell pop up in just a couple of seconds, and we'll see who's going to take on this next one. Pupo with a quick rhythm, catching a lot of waves. He'll glide into another one. Sets his rail, his back foot slips off, but he recovers, and he'll still get a quick cover up before he kicks out.
Wow. Are we talking about the right wax? Here we go, Dion up and riding.
Dion pulled straight in on the takeoff, nice and deep. Atkinson coming out with the spin. That one felt good for Atkinson. He already has a 7.0, and he'll look to better a 4.83. Solid composure. Miguel running after the first wave. Much better wave for Dion on the next one.
Yeah, he's going to, I reckon Dion's going to double that 4.83. Here we go. Have a look at this. Back foot slips off. What amazing talent and balance there for him to regather. We're talking about the right wax and, you know, learning all that. It was just that much pressure on the back foot. And Dion right behind him, perfect position, grabs the rail, slides straight into it, nice and deep, gone, and here he comes flying out of the end. So Dion Atkinson, perfect positioning, perfect timing, and you know, I tell you what, wave selection at a premium out here. You can see that wind starting to pick up a little bit on shore. So it's starting to crumble. Now you've got to be on the right ones. You've got to find those gems that open up for you and allow you to get out.
Well, we had a couple of adjustments with the three-man priority since it was installed a couple of years ago. We mentioned the blocking one. That was updated this year. But you also didn't want to lose the paddle race to get back into the lineup, as you saw Dion and Pupo going for it there. As we started off this heat, Potts, you were making a lot of comparisons to the Pipe Masters last season at the end of the year. A guy named Miguel Pupo was able to get maybe arguably one of the best pipeline waves ridden in a long time. This was a 9.77.
Yeah, this could have been a 10-point ride easily as he comes flying out of the end. I think a couple of judges did throw a 10-point at that. See, a little bit longer board, eh? These guys surf at pipeline compared to here. Look at Miguel driving through. His positioning was perfect, and the water angle of that wave was just unbelievable.
Coming back to De Souza now as he kicks out after another successful tube ride. The channel is starting to go crazy because you can see this one going below sea level. No takers. And Chopu shows its teeth on that next wave, still showing that there's plenty of bombs in this swell that's still peaking throughout the day. Wise decision for the boys to let those two go through, Potts?
Yeah, that's just the second wave of the set, sort of threw itself inside out. Let's have a look at De Souza. Nice late drop, grabs the rail, sets his fins, perfect. Great positioning there from De Souza. Now, that looked beautiful from the water angle. We need to get a look at that from the straight on angle, and that's the one the judges are looking at. That's the one that shows us really how deep he was, and that is going to determine the score. So if the judges could see his board or his body through that wave, then it won't be as high a score.
So now it's 7:20 to go. We have an announcer on the tower that is always updating the surfers with their numbers, the priority, so they always know what they need to take a heat win. And right now it's Dion Atkinson, who's looking for his first win in round one this season. He's had those round two wins. How different is it to win a round one heat? Why does that seem like such a challenge, Potts?
Well, you know, especially if you're someone like Dion, you're going to get the big boys. Let's have a look at De Souza here. Look at the size of that one there. Beautiful, disappears. And then the nose of the board pokes through. So it wasn't a long barrel. very critical. You know, I'll tell you what, an intense drop. I mean, the vision he would have got from that, that's a wave of someone's life, and these guys are getting 3s and 4s for it. So it just shows you what you really got to do out here at Chopu to get a big score. The judges have been very critical because they know what can happen out here at the drop of a hat, so they don't want to be throwing too big a scores at short barrels. You've got to maximize your time behind the curtain. But sometimes on those big ones, Joe, you can't because it throws itself inside out. And you've got to come out before that whitewash or it's going to buckle you.
Impressive to watch. 5:40 to go. De Souza out of this 3-pack with the most experience. Came on tour as a rookie back in 2006. Finished 33rd that first call up. We used to have a 33rd place when we had more guys on tour. He lost to Victor Rivas that year. He found some success though a couple of years later when he had back-to-back quarterfinals back in 08 and 09. Last year though, early round loss and got an equal 25th. So we see moments of brilliance, but you're still waiting for the domination. He seems like a guy that's been learning so well over the years. We always seem to remember that we saw him so young. When he qualified for the tour, he was still such a grommet, a young teenager representing Guarujá.
Yeah, you know, and that's what you forget. You know, these kids have been around a long time, and they're still in their 20s. So, you know, De Souza's still learning the game. He isn't quite in the prime of his life yet. He's still putting on muscle. You can see him getting stronger. He's working the game out. You know, he's still going to be a threat over the next 5 to 10 years. This kid's going to be, you know, in the race for a world title.
Well, Potts, you started touching on that really fun rivalry with regular versus goofy, and I know you tease your goofy foot world champ friends like Tom Carroll, Barton Lynch. Yep. You know, it's talking about how regular foots have the dominant stance, more world titles if you really do the math. Focusing on this wave, we had Ace Buchan win last year for the goofy foots. Signs of brilliance from the natural footers like Kelly, Andy, and then the goofy foot performance from Bobby Martinez. Was there anything special about those goofy foot wins according to the swell those years?
Well, I think the year Oki won, it was big. Bobby Martinez, it was absolutely perfect. Hopgood, I think, you know, you'll have to go back and check the vision, but you just look at the score lines. You know, obviously, you know, sometimes, you know, the conditions can be big through the event, but then ending in sort of marginal conditions. So this event's going to be a lot different, where it's going to be pretty pumping through the whole event. But, you know, I think it comes down to those individuals and how their run through the event went. But, you know, all guys, I mean, all these guys are capable of winning.
Now De Souza in third, needing a 6.17, times this pit, bottom turns, pulls in just for a moment. Couldn't get ultra deep, so he's forced to kick out with now 3:30 to go. De Souza trying to pick up the pace against Dion Atkinson and didn't find too much on that one, Potts.
Just, you know, keeping the ball rolling, Joe. I think that's what he's doing. You know, he had third priority, so, you know, not a lot of time left. He's looking for a wave to get himself into that #1 spot. Dion Atkinson with the lead at the moment. The reason why? 2 of the best waves.
Well, now let's get a quick equipment update with Peter Mel out on the channel. What do you have for us, Pete?
Oh, thank you, Joe. You know, I'm out here in the caddy buoy, and of course, the only board out here right now is actually Adriano De Souza's, and his is a 6.3, 18 3/8 taco grinder. Now, the taco grinder is a new model by CI that basically is a 2-rider, made with a little extra foam up front, a little thicker up front, definitely for the paddle to get down the face. You know, one thing I've been amazed by is how short the boards these guys are riding. I mean, Potts, you know for a fact that we used to ride, like, if we looked at this, we'd be on 7.2s to 7.6s, right? Now they're riding like 6.2s, 6.4s. That's what the models are. They're going shorter. They surfed this morning on 6.6s, and now they're on their 6.4s. I mean, and this is a 6.3, and this is this big board. I mean, it's weird to me that they could actually, you know, over the years decide that that's actually what we need to do, is go less board.
Yeah, absolutely right, Pete. I mean, if I was out in the water today, I'd be riding something in 6.10 range just to get into these things. But I think that's a testament of how much hard work these kids are doing with their physical fitness.
And I think a lot of it too is also positioning, right? I mean, that's what you're talking about this morning. Is if you need to be underneath it, right? So you need to sit, wait for it, and then just you know, paddle as hard as you possibly can to get down the face. And then once you're up under your feet, the board actually maneuvers through it. The only thing I think that would be nice if there's a little extra volume to get through those, you know, the foam balls, but they seem to be doing just fine.
Pete, you've always spoke about foam as your friend. Do you notice a little thicker boards? I mean, especially here for Chopu, they're going shorter, but are they going thicker?
Yeah, no, I would say there is a bit more foam, but it's nothing, you know, like nothing huge increase bounce-wise. It's just, you know, maybe a couple extra, you know, liters. You know, if that, even 1 liter. I mean, it's more, they still want the sensitivity. You have to knife the rail. You have to get in there. A lot, you know, we'll talk about this more at this event though, but, you know, 3 fins comparatively to quads, there's probably a half and half mix. You know, some of the guys saying, hey, 3 fins are better. Some are loving the way that the quad flies through that foam ball.
Thank you very much, Pete, for the update. We'll continue to cross see in the channel throughout this epic day of competition in the opening round of the Billabong Pro Tahiti. It's Dion Atkinson with the lead. He has an 8.33 and a 7.0. He's had some ups and downs in his rookie debut, just like De Souza and Pupo had when they were rookies, coming in when you start getting compared to the best athletes on the planet. You can see the channel alive and well, waiting to see if De Souza can come back. He needs a 7.91 to take the lead. Pupo needs a 9.16 at this stage. You mentioned how things can quickly turn around, Potts.
Absolutely, Joe. I mean, you know, there's 50 seconds remaining, so, you know, Dion Atkinson knows he's still under threat. A 7.91 is easily attainable, as well as that 9.16. Got to be on the right one. Here we go.
Little wave running through and going underwater, spitting into the channel. And no rider there, as you see the foam ball just going inside out onto that shallow reef. It goes completely dry in there, Potts.
That was one of those west ones, and Dion Atkinson actually went for that. Oh.
And the next wave, Pupo, he's able to make the completion. He falls onto the face, onto the closeout, as he needed a major score to come back. So Dion going down doesn't affect his top two. And Pupo looking for the excellent range score of a 9.16 as we hear the horn sound.
Wow. Well, Dion Atkinson, we thought no one was on that wave, Joe, because he was below sea level. We couldn't actually see him. See if we can get some replay action on that. But that was some crazy exchange right there. Miguel needing a close to perfect wave, a 9.16. We'll have a look at that when we come back.
We'll give you a quick update on the final outcome. Well, this is what happened at the start of Miguel Pupo's wave. He did pack the pit and get blown out. We'll give you that final outcome right after this quick break.
Kid, he's got style, he's got class.
It is definitely a changing of the guard in this event.
As the world title race gets excited, we head into event number 7.
Introducing Orbitz Rewards, the instant approach. Earn rewards in an instant, redeem in an instant. Book a flight, use rewards for the hotel. Book the hotel, use them to stay longer. Think reward, redeem, relax, repeat. Orbitz Rewards, instant vacation gratification.
Welcome back to the Billabong Pro Tahiti. A bit of a flurry at the end of heat number 7 with Pupo getting a wave and still waiting on that score to come through as we now set up a brand new heat on paper. Last year's Rookie of the Year, Nat Young from Santa Cruz, California, takes on former world champ CJ Hobgood from Florida, and Tiago Perez representing Portugal. 35-minute heats, scored on their top 2. Potts, how are conditions changing for you at this stage of the day?
You know, they're just a little bit of onshore wind, so, you know, we're going to see some of the waves crumble a little bit. You can see there that wave not as hollow as it was this morning. You know, those beautiful buttery conditions where it was nice and smooth, not a breath of wind. The only offshore motion was because the wave moves. So we're seeing a little bit of onshore here, but you know what, the winds are meant to be variable today, so we're going to see it go from back and forth. We're going to see some little bit of onshore, a little bit of offshore, and then it'll hopefully glass off through the afternoon. But we saw scores on that last one from Miguel, enough to move him up into second spot, but not enough, I don't think, to take the lead. So I think Dion might still hang on to that. We're still waiting for scores, actually, to come through. So a great surfed heat there from Dion, posting some big scores, an 8.33 and a 7.
A huge one for the rookie, coming up against some veterans as we have Tiago Perez on board, 34 years of age, representing Portugal. He was the ASP wildcard coming into the start of the year. Due to some injuries he suffered from last season, the injuries came back. He had to pull out of Margaret River, and he's just been really trying to rehab himself so he can compete at this level. He doesn't want to sit on the sidelines yet and try to gamble with wildcard situations for next year.
You know, and all he needs a couple of results. He's, you know, no stranger to big gnarly waves, growing up in Portugal, surfing the tour at a young age. So, you know, he's going to come out swinging. That young, 23 years of age, 5'11", 159 pounds, Santa Cruz, California, ranked number 8 in the world. This kid surfs like a seasoned veteran in only his 2nd year on tour. So Nat Young, he's going to be tough to beat as well, I reckon. CJ Hobgood, the 3rd man in the mix, the veteran on tour, 35 years of age, 5'9", 149 pounds, from Melbourne, Florida. To me, one of the picks here. I reckon if you look back on the Fantasy Surfer, a lot of humans around the world would have their money on this guy.
If you guys want to play Fantasy Surfer, go to ASPWorldTour.com. A little late on this one since we already got underway, but make sure that you're making those decisions on who's going to take the title out at each and every stop on the ASP World Tour. We have a little wave growing out the back. No priority to start. Now turning last minute. Tiago takes a look, and he'll let it run through. Now let's head on to the channel with Rosie Hodge and Dion Atkinson.
Yeah, that's right, Dion. An incredible performance from you. Rookie year on tour, obviously your first time competing out at Chopu. Talk us through it. How was your mindset?
Yeah, to be honest, like, it's been a pretty long week. We've seen this swell, and it's been on every boy's radar. And yeah, I kind of didn't know. I don't know a first thing about here. I've only kind of heard rumours and seen the footage, and I was trying to just watch that and kind of compare it to waves I got at home. And yeah, it's pretty perfect, but it's been pretty crowded this last week. I mean, that was the best waves I've had since I've been here by a mile. And yeah, there's all the like big wave Daves out there frothing around, and yeah, it kind of been small, but yeah, just having fun. And yeah, it's good fun on your back end and dropping in late and kind of just cruising. And yeah, I don't know, stoked to got some scores.
You had some incredible rides, but then at the end there you also copped that west set. Do you want to just talk us through that ride?
Yeah, I had priority and the boys needed scores, and I just had to kind of go it, I guess. I don't know, what do you do? And yeah, I'm just glad it wasn't any bigger, to be honest. But it got me pretty good, and I just got sent going about 5 different directions, and just like a big starfish, and yeah, it's fun.
Right, Dan, we're always stoked to see you through to round 3. Back up to you, Joe and Potts.
Thanks a lot, Rosie. Impressive from the rookie. Taking a win. Rosie?
Sorry, Joe.
Having fun out in the channel. Great to hear from Atkinson as it gets really active out there. It's fun to hear all the different camps. You know, some of these guys have access to big boats. They can kind of keep their composure. Other guys have to kind of group together to get out to the channel. Sometimes it could be hard to get some personal space out there, Potts.
Yeah, you know, I think a lot of the guys, what they'll do is they'll jump off the boat, get on their board, paddle over, and just sort of sit closer in and get a closer look at it, feel the energy of the water moving around, you know, just sort of find that little bit of a space. But an interesting interview there with Dion. Hadn't surfed this wave like this before. Try to relate it to somewhere at home, and that's what these guys do. They familiarize themselves with it, you know, trying to pick a place at home that they surf that kind of looks like it, that kind of feels like it, and then watch a bit of the footage on TV, on video, and then go out and emulate that. And Dion Atkinson did a damn fine job at it, by the way.
Solid approach for Dion Atkinson, as we always compare that to places at home. But what's interesting about these guys, they're never home, Pots.
Yeah. And let's face it, who's got a break like this at home? There's not too many waves like this on the planet, that's for sure.
Really impressive. Yeah, obviously our local boy, Michel Perez, calls this his local spot. It's just about a 10-minute boat ride away from Chopu, as we saw him take an early win earlier this morning over Matt Wilkinson and Rioni Montero. But it wasn't all easy for Michel. Quick to talk about. Equipment changes is possibly as quick as tomorrow. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely right. You know, Michel breaking his board in the early stages of his heat. And then that one he jumped on, the board he jumped onto, I thought looked better. You know, he was able to change direction in the barrel really quick, really tight. Surfed good enough to make it through his heat. He's not happy with his performance, but that's what you like about these guys. You know, they you know, for any normal person on the planet, one of these waves would make your lifetime. You'd pretty much hang the board up and go, I've done what I've, you know, as good as I'm ever going to do. These guys want more and more, and I think that's what makes them the best in the world.
As we see another great spot to watch the Billabong Pro Tahiti right in the channel. It's, you know, a bit comparable to what happens at the Fiji Pro, where the channel gets quite busy with a lot of boats, but it seems much more active when you come here to Tahiti. You have a couple of official boats, the media boats that are getting all the great shots. We have Gordo the Great on one of the cameras on the boat, and he bounces with the sets and the swells all day and never misses a beat. Here goes Nat Young, driving, stepping on the gas. Speedy little tube ride for Nat.
Wow, Nat Young. That was quick. That was a really late drop. That's what you got to do here at Chopu. Take off underneath the lip, straight to his feet, set the rail, and powered through the barrel. Have a look at this right here. Straight into it. No bottom turn, and then straight on the gas. Driving, driving, driving. You know, and that's what these goofy footers have got a little bit of an advantage there. Once this wave turns a little bit onshore, they've got that ability. You can watch him, he sets his rail, and see how he's pumping his board. He's not standing there, and that's what the natural footers do. They grab the rail and they set their line. What the goofy footers have got an advantage is they can actually maneuver through the barrel. So when that wave's breaking, they're watching that white water shoot up the face, they transition up and over and around it as not to get bucked off. So Nat Young there showing some great technique.
Well, we mentioned before, Potts, when I had you compare Pipeline to Chopu, we saw Nat Young make the final over at Cloudbreak. What are the big differences between Cloudbreak and Chopu?
Well, Cloudbreak a lot longer, a little bit more of an almond-shaped barrel, but still very, very gnarly wave. It wasn't big this year, but that place is probably one of the scariest big waves on the planet. I mean, it holds as big as it gets. So Nat Young, obviously no stranger to that. You know, everyone was saying that his weapon was his backhand. No one's really seen Nat Young perform that well on his forehand. I thought he surfed incredibly well at Cloudbreak, and it's kind of like he's carried that over here. That first wave there looked really sharp.
Really fun to watch Nat Young at that event, and now here competing in Tahiti for the second time. It's on at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. With swell like this, you can anticipate a lot more action throughout the rest of the day today. This is Heat 8. Heat 12 features Jordy Smith, John Florence, and former semi-finalist Kai Otten before we close out the round.
Wow. You know, that's definitely one of the heats of the round to watch. I mean, you know, John, Kai's been surfing really well. We saw him get washed over the reef this morning. Jordy has been by far one of the outstanding surfers in each event so far this year. Results have been eluding him, so we see there Jordy, you know, keeping a close eye on the ocean. But you know, what's missing for Jordy Smith? What's he going to do out here? What can he do to change the rhythm that he's in at the moment? Why is everyone saying he's the best surfer in the water? You know, pretty much at every event, but no results are being produced from it. So he's got to change up something.
Well, impressive to see Jordy standing tall, watching the action here, because he doesn't come up to heat number 12. Once you commit to coming out to the channel before your heat, is he basically stuck here now, or does he have enough time to run back to his place and catch his breath?
No, I think he's got a jet ski on call, so, you know, pretty much 5 minutes and you're back into wherever you are, you know, have a bit of a, you know, a bit of a break, get away from it, you know, just sort of decompress a little bit, take a few deep breaths, have another look at your boards, and then get back out there.
As we see Nat Young look over the edge, and he doesn't go. That one drains through over this shallow reef. You can hear it thundering. Opening ride for Nat came in at a 6.83. Still haven't set up priority with CJ and Tiago. CJ was jockeying for a position, and they'll let this one run through.
Yeah, well, those two guys, oh, you can hear the thunder. But those two guys basically jockeying for position. Nat's got to take the back seat right now. You know, and if these guys decide not to go, Nat Young can still take off. But I'm sure that if there is a good one does come through, CJ as well as Tiago are going to definitely open their account.
Well, CJ, he was one of the guys starting off this morning, Potts, as one of the guys to watch for you. As we go back in history, we saw CJ come here back in the late 90s when it was just getting introduced to the tour. His first showcase out here, he made the final and finished runner-up to our own Mark Akalupo way back when. He also made the final with Corey Lopez in 2001. And finally won this thing back in 2004 over Nathan Hedge.
You know, he was on a crash course with victory here. I mean, the guy's completely amazing, and you just got to look at that poster that was made of him paddling into that ginormous wave. I think one of the biggest paddlings we'd seen up to that point.
Tiago taking a quick look. He'll hold back. Still waiting for his opener to come through. Still just the 6.83 in this heat with 23 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Surfer in red's Nat Young, he's looking. Now gliding in, pulls in. Short barrel, and he'll step off. That'll be his second scoring ride for the time being.
How close it is, you know. I mean, these guys come out of the tube and they're literally 10 foot from the boats. You can feel the speed from the barrel once that barrel unloads. You see here Nat Young deciding to go this one. He was left on his own on the inside. This is one of those little West bowls. Not a deep tube right there, but definitely a good backup for Nat. A 6.83 on wave number 1. And a nice little backup there for Nat on wave number 2.
As we check out more action right out front, Tiago finally gets his first wave. Successful make on his back end, and he kicks out to the safety of the channel. Remember, Nat already with 2 waves in, so Tiago will be chasing him. He'll take second. And how do you like CJ? Still selective. He's left over 10 minutes off the clock already.
Yeah, you know, CJ, he knows all he needs is 2 waves. Let's have a look at the one here from Tiago. Nice and easy in there, grabs the rail. You can see him dragging his body, slowing himself down. And that's what these backsiders do. The guys that stand with their left foot forward, they're going to, you know, use parts of their body to slow themselves down. It's a technique that the backhanders use. If you're standing with your forehand with your right foot forward, it's a lot harder. You've got to basically use your hands. We've heard Owen Wright say, thank God I've got big hands because I can drag, you know, and slow myself down a lot more. You know, I'm sort of almost questioning, you know, when they make their quiver for this place, make a board that goes slower. Is that possible?
Impressive to see what's going on with equipment these days and maxing out the tube time. You see the fans on deck. You can be so close to the best surfers in the world surfing this crazy slab. CJ, his name is synonymous with this wave, with what he's done in paddle sessions and also with the jersey on. And Sean Doherty sat down with him in a write-up a couple of years ago, and CJ was like, it's interesting that I'm known as Mr. Chopu because I've won in Japan, I've won in beach breaks in France, and Sean was like, well, do you want to be known as the king of the beach breaks or the king of Chopu, a slabbing barrel on a shallow reef? And he's like, I get it. I understand. I'll take this one.
Absolutely. And who wouldn't? I mean, you know, pretty much anyone can ride the beach breaks in Japan, but not everyone can excel out here. And I think that's the credit to CJ, you know, coming from Florida. You look at him and his brother Damien and then Kelly, you know, these guys come from Florida. There's nothing like this there. How do they do that?
It's been the constant question. We've relieved them of that question for a few years because we'll just let them go. Fearless Chargers. CJ still scoreless at this point. For more insight, we'll send it to the desk with Ronnie Blakey.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, this location is certainly incredible down here on the southwestern tip of Tahiti, and Chopu is open to all that available action that's happening in the southern hemisphere at the moment. Big southwest swell pushing up, and it's just pounding the reef here today. But noticing that wind's come around a little bit.
Yeah, I was getting a little worried, Ronnie. The wind came a little onshore, but the best thing, it was coming from behind. If it was coming into the face, I thought they might have to call it off. And now it seems like it's swinging a bit. It's swinging back to offshore, so I was worried that they might have to call it off, but I think it could be a great afternoon. And the other thing that is kind of interesting is it's supposed to come up more this afternoon, but it kind of seemed a little bigger this morning, so it's probably on its way.
It's on its way. I think it's still coming, and we're still going to see more out of it today. Like you said, the wind's switching around. It did the same thing yesterday, the day before that. It just takes a little breath. The hot air, you know, kind of the mountains heat up, everything changes a little bit, and then the wind gets back into it, and it just gets so beautiful in the afternoon here. It's probably some of the most picturesque time here at Chopu is watching it in the afternoon here. It's going to be a show for sure later, and if Mother Nature does what she's supposed to and comes back to the table and pulses again this afternoon, it's going to be one of the best shows on earth.
Most definitely. Well, for more insight on the conditions, let's throw it out to Peter Mel in the channel.
Yeah, right on, Ronnie. So you're talking about that onshore breeze, right? And it is coming from the south, right? It was the south angle here. It does blow to the back of it. It does have a little crumble on the face, not really affecting those bigger set waves. You know, Dan, Strider talking about taking a breath. I mean, that's exactly it, right? I mean, the tide making a move, the swell making a move. We don't know if we're going to see another pulse or not. I think we're just going to have to cross our fingers and stay tuned, right?
Yeah, Pete, I just wanted to get your perspective looking into the tube. Even though there is that slight wind trying to clamp these barrels, it's still so round that guys are able to get themselves nice and deep in the barrel.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, and that last one in Nat was really good because you could look right into it and see that he had to skim over the top of the foam ball. And that's been the key to getting the bigger scores. Anybody that's actually been able to make it over that part of it, and it's tough because it's just like potholes. It's like you need to have shocks and somehow get right over it and have enough speed to do it. Those guys that have been doing it, been succeeding at it, have been getting those bigger scores.
Keep enjoying the view out there in the channel, Pete. Right now, We're going to throw it back to the boys in the booth to call this heat.
Thanks, Ronnie. Thanks, Peter, Aki, Strider. Doing a great job on this big opening day, day 4 of the waiting period here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti, as we see a flat ocean out the back. Crazy to think that we do have a pulsing swell right now. It'll be a couple of waits like this throughout the day. We even had one restart. Why does that happen on a bombing swell like this, Spots?
Well, it's still a growing swell, so you're going to have those periods where the ocean takes a breather, you know, just regathers itself and then unloads some big ones. And that's when these surfers can't afford to let their guard down. You know, you've got to be on your toes. You've got to be constantly aware of what's going on out the back. You know, with the swell coming, it's a long-range swell. It's come from a long distance, so we're going to have those ebbs and flows. And I think the guys, that's going to be the tricky part for them, is to make sure that they're constantly making sure they're in the right place, because there's a slow rip that pulls you up the point here at Chopu, and you've got to make sure that you're in the right spot when they do come.
Well, thinking about the right spot for you, Potts, I mean, you're out here on a reef pass in the middle of the ocean, really far from the land here. You have the tower where the judges are. Where are your lineup markers? Are you using the tower to line up with?
Yeah, pretty much. I think, you know, you want those west ones. For me, anyway, when it was a bit smaller yesterday, I was keeping an eye on that, and I was lining myself up with the right side of the tower when those west ones came through. The southerly ones, the ones that came from deeper on the reef, I was sort of more right in the middle of the tower. So, you know, these guys obviously will know their spots, and, you know, thank God the tower's there, because otherwise it'd be super tricky.
It's interesting for some of the guys on tour that only come here for competition. They say how challenging it is when they show up and the tower's not there. They don't know where to line up with when they're out in the lineup.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, Strider said this morning there's 2 cracks in the reef, one for the west side, one for the west swells, one for the south swells. So if you know those cracks, you know where to sit, and you know, pretty much guaranteed to be in the right spot.
Well, right now, 16:50 to go. CJ, just like Nat, was a Rookie of the Year way back in the day, but he's still scoreless at the moment. One of the best of all time at Chopu. We'll see if he makes a comeback right after this.
If we look at the world water crisis, it's overwhelming. It's not about going out there and trying to save the world. It's about going out there and doing your part. And nobody said you couldn't have fun while you're helping people.
Going right into live action with Nat Young, packing a huge bomb right out front here at Chopu. Had so much speed, he gets flown off his board, and he'll get another solid number to add to his 6.83 here in heat number 8. Nat waiting patiently for that one. Now putting more pressure on Tiago and CJ Hobgood as we get caught up with the scoreline here, Potts.
Yeah, that's an interesting situation there. How did Nat Young sneak that one from CJ? Because that's a CJ Hobgood kind of wave. So that's an interesting scenario right there. And, you know, maybe what I was talking to you about before about being out of position, you know, with that big lull so far, CJ's, you know, maybe he was out of position. Nat Young a little bit further down the line and managed to get into this thing. Have a look at that, just driving through the barrel, avoiding that big whitewater ball that comes regurgitating out of the tube. And you can tell he's a happy camper making that one. Look at that, just free falling. You can barely see him below sea level, driving through that pit. Great positioning, great timing, and a perfect technique there from Nat Young. And I tell you what, he's going to extend his lead immensely. Look at that drop, Joe. Nice and vertical. And how did this one sneak under CJ Hobgood's gaze? I don't know, but look at this, driving through the barrel. Doesn't really need to crouch down, but he's just doing that to make sure he's strong on his board. He comes flying through, and well, we thought it was slowing down. Have a look at that wave.
Impressive composure for Nat Young, flying out of the pit. Crazy takeoff, basically jumping out of the lip into the flats. Great composure. Scores coming in at a 9.67. One of the biggest numbers of the opening day.
Wow. CJ's going to be kicking himself over that one. I reckon he's a little bit too deep on that. I think that was more one of those west ones that kind of, you know, if you're about 5'2" deep, it's just impossible to make them. So really interesting situation right there. CJ's going to be kicking himself. As soon as that score got called out, he was not very happy with himself, that's for sure.
Well, CJ still holding first priority. He's going to have to make a huge comeback. And remember, Nat Young finishing in the top 10 his first year on tour. It didn't really come from a result here. He was out in the second round to wild card and GoPro representative Anthony Walsh, who took him out of competition. So this is really Nat's first showcase of serious talent at this wave called Chopu.
Absolutely right. 9.3, 9.5, 9.7s. Up to 9.8 from the judges. So you drop the high and the low out of those 5 scores, averaged out to a 9.67. That rivaled Kelly Slater's wave this morning, Joe. And I'll tell you what, Nat Young looking very comfortable out here. You know, he was on some bombs earlier in the week. You know, first surf out there about 4 or 5 days ago. He was on some really good waves. And, you know, I looked at his positioning. He was deeper on the reef than most of the guys and came driving through those barrels. So he's obviously been putting the hard work in here in the off time.
Well, it's very interesting, Potts, when you look at his scale and seeing that 9.67 for Nat Young, and you compare to what we've been having all year on tour as far as the venues are concerned, where sometimes the takeoff and just gliding in is a bit overlooked. You're looking at overall performance, where they're turning in the pocket, where here a serious committed takeoff could get you actually close to the excellent range.
Absolutely right. You know, and with that, here we go. Have a look at this one.
Moving into this one, here's Tiago. Late takeoff, slides right into the barrel. Nice line, complete control. He comes out.
You know, we're talking about the judging criteria, and right at the top was commitment and degree of difficulty, and that's what the judges are looking at here. It's not about those big radical maneuvers that you're committing to. It's about committing to the wave. Now, Chopu notoriously is a gnarly wave, and you want to find the gnarliest wave out there possible. That's what the judges want to see. Have a look at this. CJ Hobgood's got to go on this one. A massive wave. The crowd is, you're roaring.
CJ looking down, and he has to pull back, and that wave explodes.
Wow. Well, that was one of those unrideable ones that we're talking about. And that had the power of the ocean behind it.
As we try to hunt down that inside reef, you can see how it's completely churned up. CJ was looking over that wave as it was going inside out below sea level, and he was on top of the lip. That's a pretty scary position to be in, Potts.
Yeah, it is. You know, and I'll tell you what, the unique thing with this wave is, oh, someone got caught. Was that?
So CJ did get sucked over the falls.
CJ went over the falls on that one, and I'll tell you what, that's, I hope he's okay. Wow. He absolutely got pounded there.
So as we saw that one, he looked, tried to pull back. The wave was so thick, it brought him with him. And the Tahitian Water Patrol quick to grab him and to pull him to safety. We'll get an update from CJ quickly. His board's gone.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay on that, because I tell you what, that's in some instances it's almost better to go. At least you've got a bit of momentum going over the falls with to maybe penetrate. CJ backed out of that one, and I'll tell you what, 99.9% of humans on the planet would have backed out of that one. Let's have a look at it.
Hey, well,
paddling, yeah, just as it unloads on the reef there, CJ pulled back and just went, oh no, and that's just not what you want. I'll tell you what,
such a scary position for CJ to be in there. Potts, Pete, how did that look for you out in the channel?
I'll tell you what, that was amazing. Just, I don't know if you're going to see something real quick, but hey, he wanted that wave so bad. You could just see it in his eyes. He wanted to make that wave, and it just wasn't makeable, and he had to pull out of it, and sure enough, he got sucked over. And it was like unfortunate because when that happens, you have no mercy. It is just going to be completely going with the explosion. I mean, he's picked up now, but I'll tell you what, that was scary moments.
Hey Pete, is it better in those situations to maybe go over, like have the momentum and go over the falls before the lip, or?
I would think so, Potts. I mean, at that point though, I mean, he thought maybe he could just scoot out of it, but it definitely had so much water and so much current, it just took him over the falls. It was just like straight Niagara Falls.
There was no back on that one.
Absolutely none.
One of the biggest wipeouts that we've seen of the day today for former world champ CJ Hobgood. During that wipeout, we had Nat Young take off on a wave.
Wow, Nat Young standing tall. How was that drop from Nat Young? As he is having absolute ball out here. Looking to replace a 6.83, holding a close to perfect 9.67 in his scoreline. Tell you what, Nat Young, second year on tour, is really having an absolute ball out here. I tell you what, let's have a look at that wave from CJ again. And the thing about Chopu that makes it so unique is the fact that it carries so much water. And the thing that people don't understand is, okay, we see CJ Hobgood paddling into this one right now, and as he pulls back, we're going to watch this wave unload. And the thing with this wave at Chopu, we're talking about if we pause it right there, there's no way he was going to make it in, because you can see it's so flat here, and then the transition is so steep. Now that's part of it that makes it unique, but if we keep the motion going, as he gets sucked over the back of that, the thing with, and pause it right there, right along here, see this top of the top of the wave there, that right there is absolutely no back on that. That is flat ocean all the way behind it. So a normal wave, let's continue that and watch that, because that is just an absolute freak of nature. Thing with Chopu is it carries, there's no back on it. It's complete ocean behind it, and that's what CJ Hobgood was unable to pull out of that, because it had the whole force of Mother Nature behind it. An incredible force there, and CJ would have got absolutely torn to shreds.
We heard the whole channel erupting, Potts, right before that wave came through. CJ, not known to ever back down in his entire career, put himself on the line to take off on that mutant. Unfortunately, got sucked up and over. Remember, CJ still scoreless. A rough start to this heat as he went over the falls, and now he'll be in the back of the line with priority. We saw him on the back of the ski, and his whole stomach was bloody. Here he is, trying to make up for it. Clean read. CJ Hobgood already back and charging once again.
What a legend. I tell you what, I'd be on the beach licking my wounds after that, and he's back out and straight into another one. And that's what you got to do, get back on the horse.
Tiago's turn. Doesn't get super deep, and he'll kick out. 6:50 to go, as Tiago needs a combination to catch up to Nat Young. Nat with a 9.67 and a 6.83, picking off really solid waves throughout this heat. CJ, the favorite for what he's done in the past, has an important 6:40 remaining to try to make a comeback. Let's look at the replay.
Yeah, look at this one. I mean, he's just gone through one of the worst beatings of his lifetime and drops straight in there, pulls into the barrel directly, charging through that one there. CJ Hobgood, one of the best at it. And I tell you what, he is known as Mr. Chopu, and that's exactly why. Look at the survival stance he's got going there. And then right behind Tiago Perez, you know, Tiago's picked some really nice gems and you know, looks really pretty, but he needs to get himself deeper on the reef and get more in the guts of the wave. We know he can do it, but I tell you what, he's just biding his time. You can't force the issue out here, and as soon as you go for it, that's when things go wrong. So you've got to really surf to your ability out here and make sure that, you know, you stick it.
Well, again, for the channel's perspective, CJ Hobgood needing a major comeback. Pete Mel, how did that last wave look for you, for CJ?
Oh, I mean, believe me, dude, he actually just came straight out of the lagoon. He had to go all the way around the entire reef to get back out here. Jumped on, grabbed his board, paddled 100 yards over, and straight into that one. Just no shame whatsoever, no fear. You know, that's straight warrior. I love this stuff.
Incredible to see someone pick themselves back up so quickly. He was so selective at the start and dealing with one of the biggest wipeouts of the entire day. We talk about these reef cuts all the time and how you can get infection, but how's it feeling in the lineup, Potts, while he's paddling and dealing with all that blood?
No, you don't even feel it right now. CJ, you know, he's not feeling a thing right now. He's pretty much numb. His adrenaline's pumping so hard. You know, just going over the falls, that moment where you know there's no, you know, you're going. There's no stopping it. You can't fight it. And that's when you start preparing yourself for the violent wipeout that you're just about to go through. So he's just gone through that. He hit the bottom, guaranteed he hit the bottom. He can't feel a thing right now, except all he wants to know is he wants to know his score, and he wants to make sure he gets another wave. Big scores drop in for CJ in 8.27. So CJ Hobgood right back in the swing here, looking for an 8.24 if he wants to lead. So that's what we're talking about, this man, and that's why we call him Mr. Chopu, because as Peter Mel said, he is a warrior.
Incredible come from behind effort for CJ, still needing an 8.24. So basically one more wave like the one he just had will give him the lead off of Nat Young. Nat does have a 9.67, and he does have first priority with 4:10 on the clock. How's Nat going to use first priority to his advantage?
Well, now, you know, Nat knows what he needs. He needs another 9.67, especially with CJ, who's probably taken the worst beatings of his life right there and come back swinging. So he knows he's got a fight on his hands. He knows CJ's not going to back down. And I guarantee you, another one of those big ones come, CJ is not going to back out of it.
Let's go into the heat recap. All about Nat Young getting started with a 6.83. Great momentum through this tube, and it continued to go his favorite pots at the start.
Yeah, absolutely right. You know, Thiago Perez, on the other hand, he's been getting some beautiful waves. And when I say beautiful, you know, not getting too deep, just positioning himself perfect. And, you know, I'll tell you what, I don't blame him. It is crazy out there. Nat Young somehow snuck this wave under CJ's priority and scored a 9.67. Come flying out with a spit, and that's what the judges want to see. You come flying out with a spit, you're going to get big scores. This one right here, CJ wanted that so bad. And I tell you what, the wave took him down and really just blew him up. Nat Young, again, just free-falling into the barrel. This kid's looking comfortable. He's going to be hard to beat if he keeps this kind of form up.
Impressive showing for Nat Young. CJ, quick on the comeback, was able to swing into this 8.27 to move into second.
Yeah, look how low he gets. Look how he's driving through that barrel, standing tall, coming out with that survival stance. CJ Hobgood, I tell you what, this man is a fighter. He's got an 8.27 on the board, and the heat is not over yet. Just under 3 minutes to go. Nat Young needs another good score to put it out of CJ's reach.
Well, it gives you the chills watching the recap of CJ going over the falls on a beast. It's almost comparable to what happened to Harry Williams in that he with Jeremy Flores the day after the tow session during the Code Red Swell.
I think that was bigger. Honestly, I was sitting in the channel caddying for Jeremy in that heat, and I guarantee you that wave of CJ's was almost double the size of the one Harry went over. Not saying that the one Harry went over was small, it was huge as well, but that was massive. That was a solid 10-foot plus wave.
And going absolutely inside out. A crazy moment for CJ, a seasoned vet when it comes to surfing Chopu, putting himself on the line to try to get a massive score. He waited over half the heat for his first wave, came in at an 8.27 on the comeback after going over the falls. Nat Young with a 16.5 total out front, and Thiago in a combination spot for the win as we hit the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go, and I tell you what, this is not one of the events that the wives will be staying up to watch. That's for sure. I mean, you know, a lot of these guys have got families, and, you know, our thoughts and prayers go out to all the guys in the water. We hope no one, you know, gets severe, you know, hurt badly. It's one of those treacherous ways, but these guys make calculated risks. You know, they're good at getting out of bad situations. That's what makes them even better. They're not only good at surfing, but they're good at judging things and making those split-second decisions and, you know, and wiping out correctly to minimize the damage.
Well, using priority, Nat Young pulls straight into the barrel. He'll let go of the wall and just glide and breeze his way to the channel. Perfect decisions from Nat Young in heat number 8.
Yeah, I don't know about that wave selection there. That's going to be another 6-point ride or in that range. You know, he's looking for something like that 9.67 he got. You know, now priority is in CJ's corner with a minute to go. If a bomb comes, CJ's in the box seat. So I thought Nat Young maybe might have left the door open just a little bit.
Well, a bit of a roller coaster ride for CJ in heat number 8, an 8.27 on his comeback from going over the falls. Now he has the whole lineup here at Chopu, and he's waiting for a set on the biggest day of the window, meeting an 8.24. We've seen him in finals. He was in a final out here in 2010, runner-up to Andy Irons. He was quick to note that no one remembers who finished his second in a final. He's a warrior, and he's not going to hold back if he gets a chance.
Well, we just saw that. I mean, you know, he wanted that wave so bad that he was prepared to go over the falls, just having a look to make sure that, you know, he knew he was going to go one way or the other. And I think that, you know, we're talking to Pete, and, you know, maybe in the next time that happens, I guarantee you he'll go for it. Because, you know, you're going to wipe out anyway. You might as well go have a, you know, die trying kind of deal.
Well, for CJ Hobgood, we run out of time. It is Nat Young skipping around, going straight to round 3. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
Kid, he's got style, he's got class.
It is definitely a changing of the guard in this event.
As the world title race gets excited, we head into event number 7.
Introducing Orbitz Rewards, the instant approach. Earn rewards in an instant, redeem in an instant. Book a flight, use rewards for the hotel. Book the hotel, use them to stay longer. Think reward, redeem, relax, repeat. Orbitz Rewards, instant vacation gratification.
Thanks for being with us. You're watching the Billabong Pro Tahiti as it's about 12:30 in the afternoon. Local time as round one continues. To keep us on our feet, Kolohe Andino wearing the red jersey in the top 10 now as we have a matchup with Freddie Patachia Jr. and Aritz Aramburu. Let's get started with Freddie P. The Hawaiian pulls into the first pit, gets puffed out, and he'll take the lead to start, Pots.
Yeah, you know, Freddie, he loves this wave. In 2011 on the Code Red Swell, he charged. He got a good result. Surfed incredibly well. He knows which waves to catch out here too. He's quite savvy. You know, a lot of the time, if there's not those big bombs coming through, he's not scared to get busy on the inside and pick off a couple of those little drainers. So, you know, watch out for Freddie's wave selection. He's a guy that likes to traditionally keep busy here, and we can tell right there, straight out of the gates, firing.
Amazing to see Freddie P just glide into this one. What'd you like about it, Potts?
Yeah, look at his positioning on the board. You can see he's standing further up the board there. Normally when in a maneuverable situation, your foot's right on the back of the board. Freddie, I like the fact that he's standing further up the board. It allows him to drive through that barrel a bit better. It allows him to be able to wipe off speed if necessary. So Freddie P, always keeping those things in mind.
Well, we look back on Freddie's career. He got the call up to the WCT. He qualified back in 2006, kind of in that class with Adriano de Souza and also Bobby Martinez, that kind of crew. He was one of those exciting surfers as a grommet, had a huge sponsorship deal, had a lot of press. He was good in the air and the ability to charge big waves. And it's crazy to think now we're seeing him still improving and becoming a better surfer here in 2014.
Yeah, you know, I think sometimes you need that little break away from it to realize, hang on a sec, you know, this is my deal, this is my world, this is what I want to do. And he's come back twice as good. He's fit, he's healthy, his mind's in the right place, got a beautiful little family behind him, and I tell you what, he's you know, he's looking probably as sharp as I've ever seen him.
And now Kolohe Andino, one of the younger guys on tour, just 20 years of age, qualified for the tour at the age of 17 as he's growing in front of this global spotlight, and this is his year. He's kind of having that kind of Michel Perez momentum where now he's all of a sudden in the top 10 picture at this stage. How does that change coming from a bottom seed to a top 10 seed? Does he have any advantages there when it comes to the draw?
No, I think it is a bit more of an advantage. Obviously, you're not getting guys that are seated so high, so you know your first couple of rounds you're kind of, you know, coming up against the lower seeds. But you know, to me, that's not an advantage. I mean, every heat's difficult. Every heat's you got to surf on its merits. You know, this heat right now, you know, you've got Aritz Aramburu who's been on fire out there. You know, surfing really well. He surfs good out here. He charges Freddie P. You know, this is a really tough heat for Kolohe Andino.
So Aritz Aramburu has performed out here in the past. Back in 2009, Aritz took out Kelly Slater in round 2. Went on to a semifinal performance. As we check out Kolohe. Packs a pit. He'll get on the board. Freddie Patachia already has a 5.17 start, and the judges will start with their comparisons.
Absolutely right. The first wave of the heat pretty much sets the scale. Judges are quite well in tune right now of what they're looking for. They understand, you know, the degree of difficulty, the commitment right now is what they're looking at. Positioning, timing, the length of tube, how deep these guys get. And it's not about maneuvers here at Chopu, which is an exciting thing. These guys can focus on one thing and one thing only, and that's getting absolutely barreled.
Nice composure. Kolohe Andino kicks out and anticipates the score to come through. We saw him make his first final back in Brazil, and the success continues to go his way. Now let's catch up with Nat Young out on the channel with Rosie Hodge.
Thanks, Joe. Nat Young, an incredible performance from you. We saw CJ Hobgood get sucked over the falls on that monster one. The immediate wave after that, you took off. What was going through your mind? Did you kind of have to push out CJ's wipeout out of your head before you took off?
That was scary. I was like, saw him paddling for the wave, and I heard everyone screaming in the channel, and I was like, oh my god, this wave is huge. And you know, he went, and then like he pulled back at the last second, and I just looked back, and he was looking at me, getting sucked over the falls, and I was just like in pain for him. But yeah, I mean, I think just out there, you can't think of like what can happen or what's happened to someone else. You just have to focus on, you know, getting the waves you want and making it. So that's what I did.
And you're looking really confident. We always talk about goofy versus natural. What do you think the advantages are of being on your forehand on this wave?
I think either way, if you're goofy foot or regular foot, it's a really difficult wave. It's just that's just a lot of timing and positioning. I feel like if you turn around and paddle for the wave at the right time and paddle hard enough, you know, it's whether you're goofy or natural, you have a better chance of making the takeoff. That's the hardest part.
All right, Nat, thanks for your time.
Thanks, Rosie. Nat Young off to the next one. His first round 1 win in Tahiti as he goes straight to round 3. 9+ rides and taking one of the best out. CJ Hobgood moves into round 2. A scary sight for Nat to control as he has to see his competitor get sucked up and over. The thing that you're trying to avoid every time you come to Tahiti.
Yeah, you know, you've got to block that out. You know, you've got to block out the consequences of what could happen because that's going to really affect your performance and your attitude going into it. So, you know, you've got to have that go for it attitude in waves like this. If you've got any kind of hesitation, any kind of doubt in the back of your mind, then don't do it, because that's when you get hurt. You know, you know, we always I remember Curran saying, you know, he gets out of heavy situations by going for it. And you have to. You got to like not pull back. I mean, even though CJ pulled back on that, his initial thought was going for it, and I think in his mind he handled that wipeout due to the fact that he was prepared to go. You know, either way, he was prepared to take that one on the head, and which he did. So, and we showed that was his attitude. By the way, he came straight back out and got an 8.27.
Well, having a look right out front, Freddie P has second priority. He holds back, and he'll let that one run through. Reeds Aramburu still hasn't taken off on a wave yet. Kolohe gets in the mix with a 6.33, so he takes the lead off Freddie on his opener at the 27-minute mark.
Yeah, interesting score there from Kolohe Andino, but nice tube ride nonetheless. Came out with style. Well, Joe?
One thing that we were talking about with Nat Young was the goofy versus regular. As we look at the finalists, 50% for both goofy and regular. 7 natural foot winners, 8 goofy foot winners. We have some clashes when it comes down to the finals that we've had here. 6 wins in the finals for the regular footers and only 3 for the goofy foots in history.
An interesting stat, you know, but in saying that, you know, the regular footers are, well, you look at the freaks of nature, you know, Kelly Slater won 4, Andy's won 2. You know, it's just the way it goes. You know, these guys are well versed in these kind of waves. The Hobgood brothers, Corey Lopez charged out here, Oki. You know, it's just that period of time, you know, where a certain surfer will dominate no matter what the conditions are like. And you know, you're going to find that in the future we're going to have a goofy footer that will dominate. It's just a matter of you know, that circle coming around.
Well, it's always a fun thing to compare as you go to a lot of waves on tour, and it seems like the goofy footers are at a constant disadvantage, you know, as far as the history goes. When you look at this wave, you can kind of feel like it's a very evenly matched field. All-star goofy foots, all-star regular foots in Chopu history. And also, they've been all goofy foot finals. Like Freddie P, when he was a part of this one, for the first time, he was able to make a final against Bobby Martinez.
Yeah, absolutely right. And then, you know, you've Damien Hobgood, Nathan Hedge final. And, you know, so there is instances where the goofies do dominate. You know, the natural footers, yes, so they've got the advantage. I think it just comes down to attitude. We saw Nat Young attack that. I mean, that performance Nat Young put on is going to, if he does that, you know, in the next few rounds, that is going to be hard to beat. Pretty
impressive for Nat Young in his second call-up, his second year on tour this year. He's best friends with Kolohe Andino, who's sitting out the back. A 6.33 on his start. Freddie P with a 5.17. Freddie P back when he was in that final with Bobby Martinez. It came down to the last wave. He even tried a frontside air in smaller conditions and didn't get the score by less than a point.
Wow. Yeah, tight loss there from Freddie P, and that's going to be in the back of his mind. He's going to want to charge, that's for sure, as we see Nat Young on the back of the ski there with Michelle Perez. Waterworld out there at the moment.
And you can see the advantage of having the use of a jet ski in Tahiti. It's kind of crucial. If you're coming here to surf, Potts, you need a ski or a boat if you want to go surfing.
Absolutely right. You know, all the waves are further out. There's no waves really breaking close to the beach here. So I paddled out at Chopu yesterday. It took me about 10 or 15 minutes from the beach. So you can paddle if you don't have boat access, but it's a lot easier if you can just jump off the boat straight into the lineup.
Well, you paddle really fast, Potts. it's a pretty far away. I mean, probably most people 20 minutes, but Michel Perez also recommends that to kind of loosen up before your heat. Get to check out the reef, and you'll be nice and loose before you start taking off on
plus
bombs.
you're preparing your mind, you're preparing your body, you're getting yourself in the zone, you're feeling the ocean moving, and there's no surprises. Sometimes you jump off the boat and that first one comes through and you're literally petrified. So there's different approaches. Some people don't like to watch it too much because that frightens them. You want to sort of semi-be blindfolded and jump straight into it, not knowing what to expect, because if you watch it too long, that's when you lose your nerve. So there's different approaches.
Well, we have on the ASP World Tour website, aspworldtour.com, you can check out all the things that you can fear out here at Chopu. One of the things is the lip. You don't want to be involved with the lip going over the falls onto the reef and learning how to fall in such a shallow space. We'll watch this wave real quick with Freddie Pataccia. He will commit and glide in. He already has a 5.17. Stalls, doesn't get barreled, and he'll have to kick out.
Freddie in third priority, so not really. Did he have priority then, or was that just really just trying to have a bit of fun? Yeah, it looks like a Ritz had first priority anyway, so third priority there. So Freddie P, no losses right there, just keeping the rhythm going. I like the fact that we've seen a lot of guys keep them busy, and it's really hard to do here at Chopu because you want to be in line for those big sets, but also we saw that happen with CJ where he sat too long and that kind of played against him. So there's different approaches for different people, but personally, I reckon keep busy. If someone lets a wave go, ride it, just build your confidence up, find that rhythm, find that momentum.
It's interesting watching the new strategies with the three-man priority and how you can still be useful. Even if you're in the back of the line, you don't always have to have that first priority to win heats.
Absolutely right. Sometimes we've seen priority, well, a lot of times this year, we've seen priority go against the guy that's got it. So, people using too much focus on that.
Now pulling in Aritz Aramburu. Will get spit out and he kicks out. Waited a long time for that opening strike, and he'll be compared to Freddie P's 5.17 and Kolohe's 6.33.
That's exactly right. So Ritz opening his account, 22 minutes on the clock, plenty of time. These guys only need 2 good waves, so it's not a matter of quantity, it's a matter of quality. So you've got to make sure you have that priority when those good ones come through. Chloe Andino moves up into that pole position right now. He's controlling the ballpark, so to speak. Freddie P's got to give way if Chloe opts to take one. But if he lets it go, then Freddie has all the right to take it. So, in saying that, Chloe's going to be more selective and Freddie's going to have more of an open mind, Joe.
Well, it's interesting, Potts, back when Aritz Aramburu upset Kelly in round 2. Back to this one. Freddie P, the Hawaiian, looking for some tube time. And he'll just fly away and kick out, still hunting for a decent backup score. He'll stay in second. But it's a bit of a shock globally when a guy like Aritz took out Kelly because they hadn't heard about him as much as Kelly Slater. Anytime anyone beats Kelly, it's headline news.
Yeah.
You've spent a lot of time in Europe during your career. Where did Aritz learn this amazing backside tube prowess?
Well, he's honed his skills on a wave called Mundaka. Now, Mundaka is one of the most gnarliest beach break barrels you've ever seen, as we see now. Aritz pulling in. Perfect positioning there. Great tube technique from Aritz Aramburu. And scores coming through for Ritz. Didn't get deep enough on that one, so 3.60. I've seen that wave as big as this. I've seen it up to 10 to 12 foot. Mundaka is a wave of consequence as well, and it's cold and gnarly, and it really holds you down. It packs a punch. So, Rich no stranger to these kind of waves.
And it's epic to see him back on tour, re-qualifying after a couple-of-year hiatus. He injured himself in an expression session on the Gold Coast in his rookie debut, and has been fighting back ever since. He traveled out here with his girlfriend, Alameda, who's a top model back in Spain. They love the environment here in Tahiti. It's so different from any other venue around the world. There aren't big hotels or high-rises here at Chopu, Potts. It's all about hanging with the family lifestyle.
Yeah, absolutely right. Everyone's got their little spot where they love to stay, and You know, you're normally staying with families and sleeping on the mattress on the floor sometimes, and kind of roughing it, which is good. You know, these guys are spoilt 90% of the time, and you know, at this place here, what spoils them is getting the wave of their life. You know, this wave called Chopu at the end of the road, it is a wall of skulls. It's a warrior wave, and it really is the end of the road. I mean, if you take the wrong wave, it could be the end of the road for you too. Well, let's kind of think back in history with Freddie Pataccia as a rookie competing in Tahiti for the first time and making a final against one of the best goofy foots ever from California, Bobby Martinez. As you see the channel, a similar feeling to what we have on this opening day. Anything different that you're noticing from Freddie and Bobby in this one, Potts? Well, Bobby's the bald one and Freddie's got hair. But yeah, Bobby Martinez surfed this wave as good as anyone. You know, not only was he prepared to get barrel, but managed to fit maneuvers in as well. Freddie P, a little bit of a different look there. You know, just didn't quite get those clean barrels, those clean exits. But, you know, Freddie P, dynamic surfer, one of the best in the world. You see Dustin Barker having a look on there. Bobby Martinez picked the eyes out of it, got the best waves. There we go, the Freddie P of old with a bit of hair on his head. As we see Freddie, big slashing turn there. You know what, he's looking fitter, he's looking stronger. Look at that big air right there, and Bobby Martinez did enough to win that. And Freddie P, this is one that has eluded him, and I tell you what, he's not going to give up till he wins this event because he loves it out here. Well, it was crazy with Freddie with priority. The wave he did the air on was the wave that he wanted to try to turn the heat, and he came just short. The announcement was made after the final was over, and Freddie was pretty devastated to feel that moment. He was happy to be in a final, but since then he's realized how tough it is to make a CT final. He's also been runner-up over in Indonesia to Bruce Irons, and he's just been waiting to make a final ever since. This is the place to do it. You know, he can do it here, but he's got to make it through this heat. He's sitting out the back right now with a 5.17 and a 1. He needs a good backup. He needs a wave up into that excellent range. He needs to go and sit a little deeper. He's got that drive. He's got that potential to take off and pump through the barrel. He's going to look for one of those bombs. Here we go now. Kalohe Andino has got first priority, so he's got the first pick of the bunch. If Kalohe doesn't want it, well, Freddie's got to go. Well, now Kalohe's been sitting quietly just with that one score. He'll let this one roll, and he'll go to Aritz Aramburu. Pulls in, perfect connection with the face, and he comes flying out. He had a 3.6 to start and only needed a 2.74 to take the lead. Well, I'll tell you what, that's definitely going to be a 2.74. Aritz, a nice little wave there, and you can see that was more of a west bowl. Boys were a little bit too deep on the reef there for that one, deciding not to go. Aritz said, you know what, I'll have it. Get my momentum, get another wave under my belt. Look at this thing. Absolutely perfect. That wind's backing off. It's gone offshore again. Aritz slotted. Perfect. Great technique, dragging his butt to slow himself down and comes flying out of the end of it. So a great wave selection there from Aritz Aramburu. Now back to Freddie Pataccia, showing a little frustration as he kicks out. Waves he's taken off on in the last few minutes haven't been opening up as he's looking to change the rhythm. Is it due to his positioning, not having first priority, that he's not getting tube right now? Yeah, it's, you know, I think it's going through a bit of a stage right now. Is that tide maybe a bit high, or it could be quite sort of high tide-ish at the moment, and that's what's causing that wave to kind of crumble at the top. We need that offshore wind to hold it up a little bit and open those tube rides nice and wide. I think Freddie's just got to wait for the bombs. You know, he's got to back up at 5.17. He's just got to sit and be very patient. Try and get that #1 priority and wait for the bomb. It's almost unfair, it seems, by the swell that we're being offered to throw up so many crazy surprises to our competitors. Remember in the heat before the bomb that CJ went over the falls on, there's a lot of sneaky movement in the lineup right now. You can't rest. As soon as you see a few sets kind of in that 4-foot range, you'll look to the horizon and see the water turn black. Well, you know what? That's in the back of their minds too. You know, these guys are sitting there watching that, so they know that those bombs are out there. And they know at any given time that thing can come through. And you want to be in the right place. You know, you don't want to be sitting too far in. You don't want to be trying to do those circle work on the inside and get caught by that thing. Because the last thing you want to do is be that sitting duck. You know, you're better off on the wave and wipe out than get mowed down by it. So, you know, as I said before, Freddie's got to wait it out. He's got to try and position himself a little deeper, which he's done. He's about 25 meters deeper on the reef at the moment. He's going to be looking for those ones with a bit more south in it and hopefully backdoor that section. So big one here for Aritz Aramburu as he has a 5.27. He takes the lead. Kalohe Andino down to second. Freddie Pataccia
down to third. Freddie's made 2 quarterfinals since that final in 06, one in 2010 where he lost to Jeremy Flores, and one more recently in 2013 where he lost to Kelly Slater. So moments of brilliance. You know, going to Kolohe, he injured himself doing a backside reverse at a beach break at his house right before Tahiti came up on the map in his rookie year. So he's just had 1 start before this. Last year he lost in round 2 to last year's semi-finalist Kai Otten.
Yeah, you know, I've been watching Chloe out here over the last sort of 4 or 5 days, and you know, he's got great technique, he's got that ability too, and I think that's what he's drawing on. He's drawing on that talent, you know. He's got that raw talent, that ability to turn a heavy situation into a makeable situation, and that's what he's got to do.
Now gliding in, Kolohe needing a 2.54. Pearls on the takeoff, and he's down.
Yeah, that wasn't a good situation right there for Chloe. Did he get out the back of that one? Because normally this wave will pick you up and slam you up. Yeah, he popped out of the back, so Chloe's going to get himself back into the lineup. He did lose priority though, and just a 0.20. Can't afford to let those situations go. You've got to make sure that when you've got that #1 priority, because there's not a lot of waves coming through right now, not a lot of good ones, you know, each guy's going to kind of get one good one, and if you blow that one good one, well, there goes your opportunity.
So big switch in priority. Aritz Aramburu is first in line. Freddie Pitacha second in line. Kolohe only needed a 2.54 to get a lead change as he'll try to recover from that mistake. Now seeing a little wave pop up. Freddie takes a look, and they're going to let it run through. You can see the challenge of the forecast. Each and every heat sometimes appears to be a little bit different on how many sets you get along the way. This one really making him earn it so far today.
Absolutely right. We see Julian Wilson. Have a look at this one. Beautiful conditions. That wind's backing off and starting to look pretty again. But we want to see those bombs. We want to see the big ones. We want to see these guys be tested. And we've seen a couple so far. It was you know, I'm with Oki. I think it was looking a bit more gnarly this morning. Seems to have taken a bit of a breather. Maybe there's going to be another pulse through the afternoon session. And we only hope so.
Well, this was our biggest day of the forecast. Our Surfline, our official forecaster of the event, letting us know we'd see some solid size throughout this entire day. We saw the early signs of it late last night, and the free surf was incredible, watching a majority of the top 34 out there waiting for a wave, but it seemed like it was pretty hard to warm up. Kolohe was out there for 2 hours straight without catching a wave due to the thick crowd we had out there.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's hard when all the top surfers in the world out there. It's especially with the growing swell, it is a bit slow. But I'll tell you what, these guys have got some good ones coming through here.
So we saw a lot of the warm-ups happening with the jersey on this big opening day. Right now it's Aritz Aramburu with the lead. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back in Tahiti after this.
Introducing Orbitz Rewards, the instant approach. Earn rewards in an instant, redeem in an instant. Book a flight, use rewards for the hotel. Book the hotel, use them to stay longer. Think reward, redeem, relax, repeat. Orbitz Rewards, instant vacation gratification.
Welcome back to the Billabong Pro Tahiti, stop number 7 on the Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. Gliding into this one on the back end, Aritz Aramburu from Spain will kick out into the channel for safety at first priority. Was looking to better a 3.60 as we go to the replay.
Yeah, beautiful wave here from Aritz, using his priority. A smart decision here from Aritz. He's going to back up that score of a 5.27, I beg your pardon. So I think it's going to come in a very similar place there, and it's going to keep Aritz in the lead. So now Freddie P has really got to open up. He's got to take his time now. He's got 10 minutes to go. There's been enough waves for him to be very selective. And this next wave that he catches has got to be hit the best wave of the heat and put him in the lead. If he makes a mistake on this next priority exchange, he can pretty much you know, rely that he's going to go into round number 2.
Well, an important heat for Aritz Aramburu, coming as the bottom seed in this heat, as he wants to move ahead the 22 mark on the rankings at the end of the season. We have to, for requalification, we take the top 22 on the WCT. We add a fresh top 10 from the QS. A lot of these guys have the crazy duty of surfing in multiple events a year because they have to back themselves up on both tours.
Yeah, absolutely right. You know, if you're having a shocker on the CT, then you know, don't be shy to go and chase those 6-star primes. You know, there's good money, good waves, and a lot of competition, so it'll get the ball rolling for you. Here we see a big set coming through. Freddie P.
in the driver's seat. He'll hold back with priority, and we'll see this one detonate. One of the most beautiful sights in the entire surfing world, right in front of the channel. We'll keep our eyes on this next set. And no takers once again, Potts.
Wow, Freddie P. paddled for that and pulled back and lost priority, so he goes to the back of the pack. Was that a mistake from Freddie P? Should he have gone? Could he have made it? All those questions are going to be going through the back of his mind. Now he's got to give way to the other two surfers, and somehow in the next 4.5 minutes, 8.5 minutes, find a wave. Aritz Aramburu 6.17, so he's extended his lead. Kalohe needing a 5.11 and Freddie needing a 6.27.
So an interesting moment for Freddie P. Didn't need a whole lot, and now he's going to have to wait for another set. We've been talking about the sets being a little few and far between in this heat. So we'll see that ends up costing Freddie P. in this one. He's been so fierce in competition throughout this year, but he hasn't had the results that he's been hoping for. He committed early in the season to the Australian Open and some 6-star events that you really didn't see Freddie P. doing in the years previous. This year, he wants it more than ever.
That he does, Joe, and have a look at this. A bit of water moving through the lineup. Is it going to be one that the boys want? They all paddle over it.
And we'll watch another drainer unfold right out in front.
Yeah.
A couple of bombs running through our lineup. Kalohe has the first decision and looks like he's going to dedicate to this one. He commits, grabs the rail and pulls up into the barrel. Still has a good line, the foam ball right behind him, and Kalohe makes it out. Quiet Flame, he kicks out. He needed a 5.11 to get the lead.
Well, you know, it's really hard to see from this angle whether that was going to be that score. I think the angle that really does produce the goods is the straight-on angle. So that shows how deep these guys are in the barrel. It's kind of a false sense of security. Let's have a look. This is what the judges are looking at. So he takes off, beautiful technique, grabs the rail, slides up into the tube right there. Now he's gone, he's disappeared, he pumps. Look at that, beautiful, behind the curtain. This is going to go into the excellent range for Kalohe Andino. A great wave, great selection. And that, if Freddie had not have paddled for that wave, this could have been his.
As we take another angle on those pumps inside the tube, how hard is that to do backside?
Yeah, pretty hard. That's why these guys are the best in the world, Joe.
Now 750 remaining here in heat number 9. An all-star year for Kalohe Andino as he was growing up in front of the World Tour. It's great to hear him in his second year on tour when people asked about what it was like to be a part of the top 34, and he kept reminding himself how young he is. He wasn't putting pressure on himself to be in a world title race right out of the gates.
You know, and you've got to do that. You know, you've got to relieve the pressure some way, and that's by just saying, look, you know, I'm just going to have fun and see how we go. But I think deep down he wants to do well. He wants that, you know, he wants to win. That's why these guys are on tour. They're not on tour to make up the numbers. These guys are out there to win. Not just events, but world titles. That's the ultimate goal for every single one of these guys. So the ones that deny that, the ones that say, oh, no, I'll be happy with the final, or, you know, a couple of results here and there, that's not the truth. You know, deep down, these guys really want to win.
Well, you can follow all these guys on Instagram, and Kalohe Andino on his profile on Instagram, he updated it this year, and all it says is, I want to win. That's what he's all about coming into this year, and it's been working. Last score, Potts, a 7.43. He's in the lead.
Yep, almost in the excellent range. One judge gave it an 8, and the others pretty much in that 7-point range. So 7.43 for Kalohe Andino. Now Aritz needing a 7.59, and Freddie P still in the ball game. He's only looking for an 8.59. We've seen big scores already today. 5.9. We've seen big scores already today. It is actually quite confronting. You know, you go over a bit of a swell, and all of a sudden the whole ocean just stands up in front of you, and you think to yourself, oh my, what do I do now? You know, and you hear the crowd start yelling in the channel, and you're thinking, do I go or don't I go? And that's that split second.
Wasn't really as filled out and as big, but these last couple of years he stacked on some meat. a lot of power in his surfing now.
Yeah, we have. We've been waiting for him to, you know, peak or just come into his own for a while. I've known him since he's been really young. I know his mum and his dad quite well. Big future for Kolohe. He's just started to get some really good results, but now he's charging too. So it's really impressive. I'm really happy for him.
Yeah, like you said, he stepped it up through the you know, this year, but like it got into the Pipe Masters. I think it was 2 years ago. You know, it was like the back half, and he actually just went out. It was like 10 to 12 feet, and he just charged it. So I know he's got it in the tank. I know he wants it. I know it's in there, and he's got a good traveling buddy there with Nat Young. So he's an animal inside of there. He wants to win.
Definitely. Well, he's broken into the top 10 already. He'll want to maintain that position going into the back half of the year. He'll need a big result. He's out in the lead at the moment.
Thanks, Ronnie, Hockey, and Strider for the insight. Top 10 surfer now for Kolohe Andino with a 7.43 on his last wave. When you look at Aritz as a former semi-finalist here, Freddie, former finalist, he was the underdog. As we see Freddie now pulling in, and he'll make it out. Freddie Pataccia waiting for this moment. He needs an 8.59 to take the lead.
Well, that was better for Freddie, but I don't think it's going to go into that 8.59 range. He needs something deeper, something bigger, something way more gnarly to get up into that excellent range, Joe. Seen some good tube rides all day, so, you know, Freddie there just, you know, the sad thing is he goes to the back of the pack, so he's got to try and find something special. Here we go.
Aritz Aramburu over the ledge, driving. The wave spits, and Aritz Aramburu cannot find an exit. No wave let go of some water a few times.
And the broken board.
Aritz Aramburu swimming to the channel. He'll wear that one on the head, dealing with the turbulence. 2 minutes to go, and that could take him out of this heat with the time on the clock now, Potts.
Yeah, well, he's got Stephen Bell in the channel on his backup, so I'm sure Belly's going to get over there as quick as possible, as he's going to just get rid of that second bit of the board there. That's going to hold him down. Okay, there's his caddy handing over the board. It's not Belly. So Ritz needs to get back into the lineup as soon as possible. Tell you what, I thought he was coming out of that, but that wave there, obviously a lot of water going up the face of the wave, and that really just flipped him off. So Ritz snapping a board there and paying the price. Still in second spot, needing that 7.59.
Really impressive to see Aritz Aramburu commit over the ledge. Huge pit there, ultra deep. And that spit, how does that feel on your back when you're in a tube this size, Potts?
Well, it sort of almost breathes in first, and that's the kind of the thing that really shocks you the most is you'll be flying through this barrel, and it huffs and puffs, as they say, and it breathes in first, and that force of the water coming in kind of stings your eyes, and then all of a sudden you get this woof behind you. So it is really a feeling, an emotion that you've got to get used to. You know, if you do it for the first time, you almost fall off just in fright. Especially with a wave that packs so much punch. So you've got to deal with so many things happening. You've got, as I said, as that wave breaks and the lip hits the water, the surface of the water, it literally creates this white water rush that goes up the face of the wave, and that's what really unhinges a lot of surfers. The ability to ride over and through that is really an amazing technique that you need to have.
Really impressive to watch. Aritz still in trouble, needing a 7.59. Freddie P needs an 8.19. Already out the back with first priority again is Kolohe Andino. He's going to let Freddie take this wave. Freddie pulls in. The stance nice and forward. He'll try to sneak a low road exit. He gets clipped and he's down.
Well, that heat is done and dusted, so Freddie P just throwing the last roll of the dice there and paid the price for it. But moving through the next round, Kolohe, he goes straight through to round number 3, Joe.
Andino with his first win in Tahiti. Coming up next, Josh Kerr, Julian Wilson, and Jadson Andre will bring in Pat Parnell and Ross Williams for the call.
Introducing Orbitz Rewards, the instant approach. Earn rewards in an instant, redeem in an instant. Book a flight, use rewards for the hotel. Book the hotel, use them to stay longer. Think reward, redeem, relax, repeat. Orbitz Rewards, instant vacation gratification.
if we look at the world water crisis, it's overwhelming. It's not about going out there and trying to save the world. It's about going out there and doing your part. And nobody said you couldn't have fun while you're helping people.
Welcome back, everyone, to the end of the road. It is the Billabong Pro Tahiti, the 7th stop of the 2014 Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. Pat Parnell, along with former ASP CT competitor and big wave charger Ross Williams. And what a matchup here in Heat 10. Josh Kerr, Julian Wilson, Jatson Andre, all three surfers known for their above-the-lip fins-free surfing. But I'll tell you what, Ross, it's going to be all about getting shacked here at Chopu. We've seen some great upsets, some expected performances from the red jerseys early on. We just saw Chloe and Dino dig awfully deep, obviously showing that he's getting more and more comfortable in big wave settings. In terms of this matchup, Jatson Andre, Julian Wilson, Josh Kerr, all three surfers known to have those moments when they can rise to the occasion when things get heavy.
A testament to our tour, isn't it? You know, this is a heat matchup you'd like to see at 2-foot Huntington. And here we are at 8-foot Chopu, and each one of these guys can rise to the occasion, as you mentioned, and absolutely charge in these big waves. So 2014, the tour, you know, the landscape has changed a little bit. All these competitors, not many holes in their game.
All three quality surfers, safe to say. And we talk about Josh Kerr. He's always been open to development. It's really shown through his surfing, developed throughout the years, really blasted onto the scene, being known as an air guy, competing in the air shows, and throughout the years, now he's become known for one of those surfers you want to see at the box, you want to see on slabby waves.
He thrives. Yeah. He thrives in these kind of conditions. He actually loves it, and that's the difference it makes. You need to really have that energy where you want these barrels out here. It's that intimidating.
How about Julian Wilson? 4th year on tour. He's been top 10 3 times. Julian Wilson, no stranger to big bombs out here as well. He was comfortable when things got big, getting a big toe in. What about Julian's ability in big waves? Would you say often underrated?
You know, I would say that. He's a little bit under the radar in terms of being like a big wave sort of charger, but as you mentioned, you know, he's had some experience surfing some big waves, and I don't think that he's afraid at all. The thing to take note is most of the tours and waves that are a bit smaller, so it's hard for these competitors to focus on the big wave stuff, but you know, they all have that in them.
And there we look at the stats. Julian Wilson, 25 years old. He did have a little success this year. Saw a little flurry at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, that 3rd place finish there, but then backed it up with a couple of 13th place finishes. So Julian Wilson, he's in that same conversation when you talk about Julian Wilson, and we'll get back to that in just a sec. Josh Kerr, we were talking about Josh Kerr's background and the success he's had. Also the 2nd at the Drug-Aware Margaret River Pro. Josh Kerr started to get that momentum, and you thought in Rio, a place where he would flourish, got the big shocker there, a 9th and then a 25th in Fiji, and then a 9th in J Bay. Josh Kerr is one of those surfers that everyone's waiting for everything to click. What is it that Josh Kerr is doing right, and what is it that he's doing wrong?
Well, I think that 25th really hurt him in Fiji. You know, he's a standout in these hollow types of waves, so he was definitely looking for a solid result there. It didn't work out. You know, the waves were a little bit smaller, but you know, he's got a little bit to improve. But on your screen there, Jatson Andre, here's a guy that's resurging.
That's right, resurging. 2nd time on tour, he fell off, had some success. Remember, beat Kelly in Brazil back in 2010. Woke up a lot of people to his regimen and skill set. But tell you what, Tahiti, it's a little bit different story in terms of having to dig deep. But we've seen Jatson Andre, another surfer who, when conditions get big, I think surprises a lot of people. Yeah. How much, you know, how much fear factor he's able to dig in and push off to the side.
Yeah, you know, that's the beauty of having an event at places like Chopu, where you really see some of these people rise to the occasion. Jadson's one of those guys. In fact, he's been vocal in saying he loves coming here. So I think it's going to take that kind of attitude to push him over that ledge, so to speak, and have him swing on some of these big waves.
Well, we just witnessed Kalohe Andino taking down Fred Patachia along with Aritz Arambaru. Incredible heat that was. For more on that, we check in with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, Kalohe, a great heat one for you. Congratulations. You know, we've seen two types of people today, people that are excited about these conditions and then people that are a bit more intimidated. Where do you see yourself on that scale?
I think everyone's intimidated, even if they don't admit it. You know, this wave can mess you up. You saw Kevin Perez the other day when I was like about half this size, get his whole face ripped off. And yeah, I don't know, I was just, I was scared, but you know, if I lost the heater and whatever, I would have been pissed after, and I knew that, so I just wanted to play a smart heat.
And how important is it for you to win that first round heat and go straight into round 3?
Yeah, it's really important just because of the points. You know, if you lose in the first round as opposed to the second round to third round, then it's a lot more points. I think it's like 1,000 more points. So those 25ths really hurt you at the end of the year on the rating. So yeah, I'm stoked I dodged that and survived.
Yeah, well, brother, we'll let you rest up and get ready for round number 3, hopefully coming up tomorrow. Back up to you, Pat.
Thanks, Rosie. Interesting thing when you talk about Kalohe Andino, we were mentioning earlier how Gabriel Medina has been coming early to stops and acclimating. He's been doing the same. I was talking to his dad on the channel during a couple of days ago during a free surf, and it was like, you know, fun, playful chope, about 3 foot. Kalohe was having fun with the GoPro camera, trying to get some stuff for the GoPro challenge, and then just a, I don't know, West 4-footer came through, pushed him all the way past, and this is fun chope. Right. So it's amazing to see just how challenging this place is, but to see that the effect that it's having on these surfers that are putting in the time in a place like this.
I agree. You know, I think that, you know, what's you'd think looking at Kalohe's career so far, it's a young one. It's you know, he's only been on tour for a couple of years, but he's had a couple of knocks early on, and he's been under that microscope because of the big contracts and the stellar amateur career. And so, you know, it's great for him to see that momentum switch to his side. You know, if you're a Kalohe Andino fan, and I know there's a lot of them out there, things are looking good for him for his camp. He's, you know, he's got the positive mojo going. He's getting some good results.
It definitely shows in his surfing. When you have that confidence, you talk to his coach Mike Parsons and his dad, they say he's a completely different person since having just even the gradual success. It's changed everything in his outlook.
You know, it's funny, it's just, as we see, it looks like
Jadson Andre gets into the first wave of the exchange. Quick pitted situation for him. He'll shake it off and just clean kick out. With a high five in the channel to Owen Wright there.
Little bonus section there for Jadson. You saw that tube ride really extend. And that's that west bowl that really gave Jadson another almost 2 seconds in the barrel. So nice, great start there for him.
We mentioned Jadson Andre had success early on in the tour, and we'll get back to that as Julian Wilson finds his first wave. He'll grab a little rail, try to park it, stalls it up, and gets a great first tube ride in his exchange with Jadson Andre. And now out the back, Josh Kerr with priority as we wait for scores for both Jadson Andre and Julian Wilson. I was talking about Julian Wilson. The other surfer that comes up in the conversation this year is Jordy Smith. Both surfers underrated in terms of the numbers, but looking back on Jadson's wave.
Yeah, great takeoff there for Jadson, and you can see gave a nice big pump to make sure he was going to fly out the end of that barrel. And right here, you can see there's the pump, setting the line, and that's what it's all about out here, Pat, is really, you know, there's the technical aspect of it, but it's all about positioning yourself on the takeoff. And you'll see a better look here from the channel for Julian Wilson. Once he sets his line, it's pretty much on automatic, on autopilot, if you will. Now he's just holding the rail and waiting for that barrel to finish. So, you know, that's the key to take a look at today all day, is where these surfers take off. Because once you pull in, it's pretty much over. It's either you're going to make it or you're not. You just have to draw the perfect line.
Amazing awareness from Julian Wilson there. No-handed coming out and just calmly makes his way out of his first wave here at Chopu. I was talking about the numbers, conversation of Jordy Smith, Julian Wilson, talk about just in terms of the quality and the level of surfing that they're throwing down. The numbers wouldn't, you know, tell the same story. And a lot of people, you talk to people within the, you know, the top 10, who are their favorite surfers, who's doing the best surfing. Julian is a name you continuously hear. What is it about Julian surfing that garners so much respect from the rest of the best?
Well, you can see, you know, I think the main thing is a big part of, you know, having a favorite surfer is watching video clips. And Julian, over the years, has garnered some of the best clips there is out there. You know, he's no slouch in air. He's one of the best in the world. He's got some of those crazy grabs, you know, that almost looks like a snowboarder or a skater that sets him apart from a lot of the other guys in the world. He really is one of the best at doing those air maneuvers. So I think that helps him, you know, be, you know, a lot of the kids out there, that's their favorite surfer because they love to see that. Now, you know, Julian's obviously a great competitor and a world title contender. There's no doubt about that. So he's a complete surfer.
Well, in terms of needing a wave right now, Josh Kerr, the only surfer yet to get on the board. In terms of Josh Kerr fans, they would say the bigger it is here at Chopu, the better it is for Josh Kerr. Explain how Josh Kerr is crazy, but in a good way. What is it about Josh that makes it so right?
He's got that wry smile, doesn't he? You know, you say how he's a little bit crazy, but I think he gets off on the fact that, you know, we're all a little bit of adrenaline junkies, and I think he relishes it. But here we're going to take a look at the breakdown for the GoPro Challenge, and there is some money up for grabs. $15,000 for a clip during competition, 10 if you don't have a jersey on. And you're going to see Josh Kerr right here. This is in Tahiti, where we're competing right now at Chopu, and this is what it looks like when these competitors are inside the mouth of the barrel. Look at that, treading that line. This is Josh Kerr. Again, he's on his backhand, so he's grabbing that rail. You can see his left arm sort of guiding his way, and there's the spit. So again, this is a smaller wave, probably maybe 3 or 4 feet, but that vision never gets old.
And the GoPro Challenge back again. Josh Kerr won the event at the Drug-Aware Margaret River Pro out at the box, had 2 submissions, and obviously looking for cinematography, perspective, degree of difficulty, beauty, and lighting. $15,000 if it's in competition, $10,000 if it's in free surf. And go to aspworldtour.com for more information on that. We look forward to some great submissions looking back on Jatson Andres.
Nice thick wave here. He's got great wave selection so far today. Both of his waves right on that west bowl, and we talked about that section, how it has that more of a clam shape, very boxy barrel. Easy for the judges to throw out a solid number. Even though it's not a set wave, they tend to have more room inside the barrel.
No surprise. Scores dropping for Julian Wilson's first wave, a 7.17. The 2 waves for Jatson Andres, 6.17, 3.33. Still no wave for Josh Kerr in the exchange so far, but lots of time in this heat. 23.5 on the clock. Heat 10, round 1. Winner advances directly to round 3. Talk about the advantage of getting that jump when conditions are like this, and you might have to surf 2 heats in 1 day.
Well, Chloe and Dino alluded to it just a touch. You know, if you get 25th place, that's basically the worst you can do in this competition. You're only going to get 500 points. So all day long, that's going to hurt you. Whereas if you win this heat, you'll skip that round 2 and go advance straight to round 3. As opposed to getting just a 500 points, you get 1750, so a huge jump in points. Again, you don't want a 13th either. You don't want to lose in that 3rd round, but at least that's you know, a death certificate. Getting that 25th place is very dangerous.
And can we speculate at this point, Chloe and Dino, let's just let's say he continues on, has some success here, going into the next event, Trussels and the European leg. It could be his best year ever at this point.
Easily.
Yeah.
Easily. And I think he just feels like he's getting started. You know, he's very young. He's got his entire career in front of him. And again, you know, we talked about it before. all these surfers are so competitive that when they finally get results, it really is a relief.
Big shocker so far in round 1 was Ace Buchan, defending champion, taking out Joel Parkinson, the top rated one in that heat, as still more waves filtering through, and we're seeing that kind of back and forth with the wind. It gets clean for about 10-15 minutes and it'll pull back.
That was a big wave right there. No takers on that one. And if you're at home wondering why, it's extremely difficult to swing around and take off on that thing. Picture a Waimea shore break or you know, a heavy slabby beach break type of wave where it gives you literally 1 or 2 seconds to make that decision, swing and go. It's the most difficult drop you can get. So a lot of these waves that are going unridden, it's simply that they didn't have enough time to navigate it.
And what about the way that the water moves here? It's one of those things you try to explain to people, but it's hard to wrap their head around in terms of the water flow, the way it pulls off the reef.
Yeah, it's a shelf. It's extremely deep, just not even 200 yards off of this spot where they're sitting is extremely deep. So when this ocean hits the reef, it literally unloads and it draws tons of water from the lagoon
back towards the wave, so it almost behaves like a river rapid. So not only do you have the swell coming at the reef, you also have water drawing towards the swell. So it's a double whammy. There's tons of energy.
Two massive cracks in that elbow of a slab, and then you have the channel off to the right, which, as we've been pointing out, swells coming in, and basically it's that abrupt hitting that shelf, and will double, triple in size, and basically fold over on itself. Potts was doing the breakdown, and it really is that. There's basically no back to the wave. It's at sea level. It's like a mini tsunami falling on top of you.
It really is, and I think the biggest reason for that, with having that no back, is because the wave literally goes under sea level. It draws off the reef, and again, it behaves sort of like a river rapid. So it's something to behold when you're out there looking at these waves. It doesn't look right.
Peter Mel, it's no debate. You've got the best seat in the house. In terms of what we're talking about, how would you, from your perspective, how would you describe what happens with the wave when it unloads there?
Well, beyond that, just right now with the tide switching right now, I mean, literally the boats are all adjusting. It's there's so much water coming out of the lagoon. It's kind of chaotic actually here in the channel for a bit. Everyone's trying to readjust for lengthening lines, shortening lines. I mean, it's got to be the exact same thing happening in the lineup. A lot of water moving out of the lagoon. It's kind of something that's got us all kind of jumping in our seats.
Thanks.
I mean, literally ropes are between my legs.
Yeah. Saw Jatson Andre just pumping and driving, able to work, just kind of stitch his way through that barrel section. Amazing ability there from Jatson Andre. And you can see Owen right there waiting for the next heat. Talk about someone who is eager to get in the water and eager to see it get big.
Yeah, he's one of those competitors that really combines that bravado with skill, as we see Jatson Andre picking the lineup apart here. Another keeper, just a 6.17 and a 3 so far, but he seems to be in a great rhythm. You can see him bobbing and weaving through that barrel, a couple of chandeliers. If you're thinking, what's a chandelier? When you have that whitewash sort of fall from the ceiling of the barrel down, sometimes that can create some weird turbulence in the barrel, but Jatson doing a good job.
So just under 19 minutes on the clock, Heat 10, round 1. Jatson Andre combined score putting him on top of 9.5. Julian Wilson yet to get his second wave. His first wave score is 7.17, and Josh Kerr, with priority out the back, has yet to grab his first wave.
Yeah, Josh Kerr, you could if you could look into his mind right now. Here we go, he's swinging.
Josh Kerr grabs a little rail, he'll park it, he'll stand up, enjoying the massive container he just found himself in. All smiles, Josh Kerr finding his inner Labrador. And out the back, we see Julian Wilson finds a medium-sized one. He'll instantly lay into it, and Julian Wilson finds some good distance and some good barrel on that, and an interesting dismount, but nonetheless, Julian Wilson finding a good backup score to that 7.17.
Whew, Josh Kerr, he waited a good chunk of time, almost half the heat for that wave to come in, and it paid off. That was one of the bigger waves ridden so far in this heat, and again, I can't reiterate enough how important it is to choose your spot when you take off. You can see right here, perfectly deep. He's going to make that drop too easy and stand up. Once he picks his line, it's all about just enjoying yourself. And you can see Josh did just that with the Jesus pose inside that blue cavern. Just a perfect ride. And out behind him, Julian Wilson, a smaller wave, but a smaller barrel. Look how he just weaves through that, threading the needle, and comes through that one. A touch longer, but not quite as girthy. And while we're in replay, Jatson Andre was out the back. Again, in perfect rhythm, nice and deep, along maybe the longest barrel out of the 3. So again, that rhythm for Jatson, he is on point.
He is just stringing together these puka sections of like unbelievable scores coming in for Jatson Andre. It's going to definitely impact his score line. We'll get to those numbers as one more score is going to drop for Jatson Andre, and it is going to change the situation. Definitely close to the excellent range for Andre. Still waiting on scores for Josh Kerr and Julian Wilson on that last wave. 16.5 on a clock, and another good-sized set. You can hear the channel erupting.
Right. It's really turning on right now, Pat. You can see the wind has backed off, and that swell is starting to find its way back in here.
I think we've awoken the Kraken here in Chopu. Unbelievable. We'll get to scores in a moment. Stay close. More from Tahiti after this.
look at the world water crisis, it's overwhelming. It's not about going out there and trying to save the world. It's about going out there and doing your part. And nobody said you couldn't have fun while you're helping people.
This is the Billabong Pro Tahiti, stop number 7 on the ASP World Tour, and some unbelievable action unfolding out in the water, but it's been a huge day already. We're going to reflect on some of the big heats. We mentioned how important this contest is in the context of the year. You've got guys fighting to keep their spot on the World Tour. One of them is the man on screen now, Dion Atkinson, the South Australian. And Dion, you know, you haven't seen too much of him in waves like this, but let me tell you, there's a couple of slabs down in SA that are just as heavy as Teahupoo, and Dion put on one hell of a show against Adriano de Souza and Miguel Pupo to earn his spot directly into the 3rd round, and he was extremely happy about it.
Yeah, then we had CJ and Nat Young. What a heat. It was almost a battle of the goofy footers because Tiago didn't really put his hand up, but Nat Young really impressed me. He got a lot of good tubes and surfed it like he knows it really well. CJ only got that one chance. He got this big one, pulled back, got sucked over the falls. Would have liked to see him free fall on that drop. Easy to say, but probably impossible. But it was a really good heat, and hopefully CJ's all right for the next round.
He fought back well, but he did free fall on that drop. He was just on the wrong side of the tube.
And he got this 8.27. He only needed another 8.27 or something, but I would have loved to see him get 2 chances, but he probably got pretty shook up after that. Sucked over the falls.
And Freddie P came in strong right here. I think he was just a little too far out in front, maybe trying to play it safe to get the points. You know, Aritz actually had some great waves in this heat. He actually had the wave to put the nail in the coffin at the end, but he couldn't do it as Kolohe actually weaved through this little one. He got a nice little tube. You heard him in his post-heat interview about how, you know, he'd be pissed off if he didn't win, because he does want the win, obviously. And, you know, hats off to him for taking it home.
Another smart win there from Kolohe and Dino. A big heat unfolding out in the water. Josh Kerr, Julian Wilson, Jadson Andre. How do you see this one playing out, Ock?
This is a hard heat right here. All of these guys charge. Julian is really impressive. He impresses me everywhere. He's so stylish. Josh Kerr can charge. We saw him to get that stand-up barrel right then. This heat is not over by any means.
And no, and you know what? Interestingly enough, I was onto the social media, and his wife Nikki said it's going to be a long day and night, just glued to the TV watching her hubby out there, because these guys are riding some of the heaviest waves in the world, so the family's back home. We're trying to keep them safe to you guys.
Big scores dropping in. We'll throw it back to the booth for an update.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, Strider. Thank you, Aki. Thank you, Ronnie, as bringing everyone up to speed on the scores. Scores dropping for Josh Kerr on that last wave, a 7.93. Julian Wilson, his 2nd wave, an 8.77. And Jadson Andre, his 4th wave, a 6.2. So now on top, Julian Wilson, by virtue of that 8.77. Jadson Andre needed an 8.48. Josh Kerr, yet to get his 2nd wave, is looking for an 8.02. Priority sitting with Josh Kerr. Right now, Josh Kerr has to just sit and be patient, kind of like how he was with that first wave.
Exactly, and that score, you know, albeit an excellent one, 8.02, so achievable for Josh Kerr. So it's just a matter of waiting, picking his time, and swinging on that bomb.
It's been an interesting day of round 1 action. We've talked about the expected performances of the red jerseys, but Dion Atkinson stepping up. I'd love to see too. I love what I saw too. Aritz Ehrenbrew was just amazing. His comfort level out here throughout the week in free surfs, and especially today.
Yeah, you know, he's got that precise surfing, very smart in the barrel. He knows how to adjust and stall, slow down, obviously on his backhand. So technically sound surfer, and we'll see him on the next round.
So still a lot of time to see some shuffling right now in Heat 10, round 1. Coming up in our next heat, Owen Wright, B. Durbridge, and Travis Logie will be taken to the water. And following that, we'll be finishing up round 1 with Jordy Smith, John Florence, and Kai Otten. So 2 back-to-back solid heats after this. We'll be making the call if we are going to be going into round 2. We anticipate that conditions definitely, you know, contestable.
Yeah,
safe to say.
We've been looking at the forecast, and this swell has far from peaked, so we're going to have a lot of energy in the water the next 48 hours. So definitely anticipate to move on it. We just need the wind to cooperate, and we've seen a little bit of texture on the surface of the water, but that's just sea breeze, so it's not hindering the conditions too much.
Kind of continuing with that theme, we were talking about it earlier, how I guess the expectations of a CT surf are so much different in 2014, especially when you talk about the 3 that are in the water right now. If it was 10 years ago, in terms of just being, you know, above the lip surfer, in terms of just being progressive, you wouldn't really have to be expected to charge on this level. But nowadays, it's like with all these guys, we expect them to completely commit and, you know, swing under, you know, any of these beasts that come through.
Yeah, you know, you think about it, really, it's a necessity. There's 3 events that come to mind: Tahiti, Fiji, and Hawaii. You know, Pipeline, Chopes, and Tavarua. Those are demanding waves. You really need to have a ton of courage combined with that skill factor to ride these tubes. So you have to be the complete package.
On a grinder, just spits, and you can see everyone swinging for the channel. This one, a wide one, lots of west.
And that's one of the thickest waves we've seen so far in this event. So that was another level right there. Easily the biggest wave so far.
That definitely woke up the channel. And if there's any question if the swell has peaked or maxed out, the answer is definitely not. Things are still building. Look at this wash through on this. And the scaffolding to the right washed over on that last wave.
There it goes, it's tumbling. That was a good thing there was no cameraman on that thing. So sort of had my wizard hat on there. I was thinking, you know, this swell is still filling in, and right there it shows up. So that was all of a 10-foot wave right there, easily, possibly 12, 15, maybe even 18 feet literally on the face. That was a massive amount of water.
Raw Tahitian power. Pete Mel, what is the atmosphere now that that wave just came through? What's going on out there?
Everyone's freaking. You know, that one was a true, really westerly angle. We had been talking about this swell being dangerous out of that west angle. That one was there by far one of the biggest, and right in the channel, as you can see, it's complete pandemonium. All the lines are all breaking off. Everyone's trying to move out of there. There's water moving. So yeah, it is a bit chaotic. You know, I'm literally with other boats. I got people yelling at me right now. So it's good because there's lots of waves on the way, but it's chaotic out here.
Obviously, Pete, you know, it definitely gets the blood running when something like that comes through. Obviously, there's a safety aspect of it too. In terms of the positioning of the flotilla, is everything? Are you far enough off to the right?
You know what, we are, but I'll tell you what, the buoys that we were lining up off of last night, I mean, it's literally, you know, it's just crazy. They're like, they're covered in water, you know, and so it's hard. We're actually moving out the channel now, pushing everybody out. The safety team is getting everybody controlled. Again, there's a lot of people out here and a lot of boats, so it's a lot going on.
We saw we saw the scaffolding go down. It just illustrates how much power and how much water moves through on those waves.
Well, again, I think a lot of it's got to do with the west direction too. I mean, because it's pushing water up and over the reef, and then it has no place to come back out but go. But you know what? Look at that stuff.
Jadson Andre completely pitted. Can he make it out? He cannot. So Jadson Andre trying to replace a 6.2. Stay safe out there, Pete. We know
I will.
There's still a lot of swell continuing to build throughout the day. We anticipate even bigger waves as Jadson will have to take this one on the head. Jadson Andre sitting on a 7.47, a 6.2. He needs an 8.48. Josh Kerr yet to get his second wave. He needs an 8.02. On top for the moment, Julian Wilson as priority sits with Josh Kerr. And you can imagine water safety, definitely that last wave waking up the entire channel.
Well, talk about, you know, the psychological battle. You know, you're watching these waves come through, and you know, for example, if you have the next heat and you're trying to keep your wits, keep that competitive juice flowing, and then you're watching a virtual water avalanche come through. I want you to take a look at Bede Durbridge. He's in the next heat. Now watch as this wave implodes literally on the reef. Look at the thickness of that lip. And we're gonna slow it down now. This man is in the next heat. Watch as he paddles over the wave right there. That's
speed. Now watch his face as he keeps going. Keep moving. Watch his face. You can see he is definitely not a happy camper. He's like, you telling me I got to compete in the next heat? So it's amazing, you know, you have to keep your confidence up, you have to keep your wits about you and make sure you keep that animalistic attitude, because at the end of the day, these guys are out here competing. Pretty tough to focus though when that wave comes through.
You bring up a good point. When you see just literally, it is like a kraken. It's a type of monster unleashed. When you see something like that come through, how do you calm the nerves and know, you know, how to stay relaxed in between those waves?
It's crazy. You know, the best example I could give, being a competitor in the Eddie Aikau for, you know, a few different times, it's a bizarre feeling. You really are trying to keep your nerves at bay. You can waste a ton of energy. If you harness too much adrenaline or let it get the best of you, you are dead tired by the time you're competing. So you're almost tricking yourself into being relaxed the entire day.
And saw a shot of Kai Otten. He'll be up against John Florence and Jordy Smith in our last round one heat. Kai Otten, there's a surfer who gets excited when he sees waves like that come through. One of the few. We're going to be talking about surfers that relish the really, really big waves and the ones that have to rise to the occasion. And a continuing theme is how many surfers have been having to rise to the occasion as we look back on Julian Wilson's first wave.
Julian Wilson has found himself in the lead right now. That's a 7.17. And Jadson, we talked about his rhythm. He's been hooking up with a lot of nice long tube rides, but a little bit on a smaller side. That's what's kept his score somewhat modest. And here's a great tube right there from Josh Kerr. That's at 7.93, nearly an 8-point ride. He loved it. Just maybe squeezed out of that barrel a touch early. That's why it didn't quite break the excellent range. And here's the wave so far this heat. Really long tube ride there for Julian. I think the judges are really loving when these surfers have to navigate and be precise through the tube.
Julian so stylish as we see Jadson Andre completely hidden from view and makes his way out. Jadson Andre needing an 8.48. We'll have to jump back on board and see just how long he was in that barrel. But Jadson Andre has been awfully active. Julian Wilson only sitting on 2 waves, and Josh Kerr overly patient with under 3.5 on the clock with priority. And both surfers taking a look at this one. We'll see this just lip.
Well, interesting there to see who had priority there, because you could argue that that was a block. Julian was deeper, so I'm not sure if he just relegated priority over to Josh Kerr.
Josh Kerr had priority, and with that, he gives up priority back to Julian Wilson.
Let's take another look here. Jadson from the channel looking into the barrel, and look how deep he is up and over the whitewash ball there. Perfectly slotted in that tube. So again, great reflexes from Jadson, the young Brazilian. Look at that. He's been very active with his surfboard, bobbing and weaving through that tube there. That foam ball, so tough to navigate. It just really wants to break your fins loose, so it's easy to fall, but he's making it look too easy.
I'll tell you what, so far, if you look at the number, the amount of waves, Jadson Andre is having a Brazilian barrel bar mitzvah. I mean, he's 7.47, 6.17, 6.2, and we're still waiting on scores on that last wave. A 9.17. A 9.17 for Jadson Andre. Now Julian Wilson needs a 7.88. Josh Kerr an 8.72 with 2.5 on the clock.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's time for Josh. You know, I believe the scale has been set a little high, so there's definitely room to improve on that 9.17. It's attainable for Josh. He's far from over it, but right now that's a huge score for Jadson.
And we heard Pete Mel talking about the moorings that have been going underwater. This is where the boats tie up, and you can see with the surge, it's actually going underwater. Just how much water is moving through with that west push. That is not a good thing to see if you're tied up to that.
Yeah, this tricky boat driving out there, you know, definitely reserved for the most experienced drivers. It's mayhem. It's like Tetris out there for boats. There's not a lot of room for error.
Tetris with high stakes and this wave, high consequences for any surfer that decides to tackle it. Right now, Jadson Andre, 9.17, 7.47. Once again, under the 2-minute mark. Julian Wilson, he needs a 7.88. Josh Kerr needs an 8.72. Josh Kerr has yet to catch his second wave. Priority sits with Julian Wilson. And there's Gordo the Great out there giving us a big shout out. Gordo getting some great shots. And tell you what, they put themselves right up to the edge in these very intense conditions. Big shout out to our amazing camera crew.
Yeah, Gordo shoots for ASP, so he's the one capturing that angle, looking right into the throat of these barrels. And, you know, it's amazing, Pat, that we're actually broadcasting this event. You know, we're literally in a pretty small neighborhood in a sleepy island, and we're producing this international television event. You know, it's simply credit to how special this wave is. We need to go here. That's how crazy the end of the road is. Chopu produces some of the most exciting surf there is on the planet.
Crazy, impossible to predict, and we talked about this heat going into it as we'll count it down. It was hard to choose who was going to end up on top, but however, it's the Brazilian Jadson Andre with a 9.17, a 7.47, sending Julian Wilson, Josh Kerr to round 2 as he moves on to round 3. When we come back, Owen Wright, B. Durbridge, Travis Logie.
A wave. The first, the Big Bang. The sun, the heat wave, then the sound wave, then it got closer. Right there, every day, at our feet, teasing. It humored us, it dared us to team it.
The biggest aerials ever seen in World Tour competition.
It caused us to dream, to imagine, to dance. It created new artists, new competitors, new battles.
Look at this, Kelly. No hand grabs, just all glory.
It inspired us. It inspired millions. It carried our champions. A wave.
Welcome back, everyone. It is the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Explosive conditions right now as we ready for Heat 11, Round 1. Owen Wright, current number 11 in the world, B. Durbridge and Travis Logie, the South African. A very even stacked matchup, but when we talk about conditions like this, we were anticipating Owen Wright finding form, and he did just that.
Oh, standing tall and proud, and a horrendous wipeout there for Owen. Keep in mind, he didn't do anything wrong. He was simply a little too deep, actually much too deep on that wave. Zero chance of making it out the end of that. So what happened to him, he basically got engulfed by a really thick set wave there. So Owen showing a lot of courage.
Guilty of being too committed. Owen Wright, he's gone on record saying he feels like he's gaining momentum at each stop. Talking to him prior to today's event, he just seems so relaxed. He's been working close with Griggsy, and as he's getting assistance now, we assess the situation. Hopefully Owen is okay there, because you just pulling into a wave that is that hollow, that thick at Tahiti, it could go either way every single time you decide to pull in.
What's telling from that ride, he looked so casual. That was a crazy wave there. That was a solid set wave. You know, a lot of consequence, and he looked like he was pulling into a 2-footer at your local beach break.
Well, let's not forget, back in 2011, it was the Code Red year. Second place to Kelly Slater here. That was the year that Owen Wright really gave Kelly a run for his money. And then you fast forward to when he had the back injury after Bells, and he kind of fell off people's radar. We've been talking about his comeback. He seemed a little tentative earlier in the season. How do you see Owen right now after his performance at J-Bay?
Well, if you take a look at where Owen injured himself, the back is maybe one of the worst places to injure yourself. What it does is it puts doubt in your head. You never know, and it might pinch and give you that feeling where you can't give it 100%. So there was some serious concern for Owen and the state of his career.
But I'll tell you what, he's come back strong. No one's going to argue with how physically intimidating he looks. He looks 100%, but you know, as the years progressed, he's been oozing more and more and more confidence.
We always have fun calling him the Avatar because he is somewhat of a human specimen, but when to take in the wingspan, that has to be an advantage here when it comes to paddle power.
Yeah, he's 6'3". Him and Jordy are some of the tallest guys on tour, so you know it's not easy to be that tall in some of the smaller waves. But this day and age, with equipment and everything, they've really tightened that gap. And you know, back in the 80s and early 90s, it used to be the norm was a 5'9" surfer, someone like Kelly. But you know, Owen Wright, you know, just an amazing surfer.
Right now, let's check in with Pete Mel, who is with, I would imagine, an ecstatic Jatson Andre. Pete?
That's exactly it. You know, we were just talking about the fact that he was riding a lot of waves. I mean, you were wanting it. You were very much so. Is that how you felt all day? You were ready to just partake in anything that came your way?
Yes, I was like, I was watching every single heat, and I saw guys win the heat with like 6 and 5, and other guys like got like 10, like 9.5 and 9.97, and the heat with a Huggy, he lose with a 9. So I was like, I don't know if it's gonna be like a really high score hit or if it's gonna be like a medium score hit. So I just kind of like try to catch the waves, and then I saw Julian had like a 7.5, and I saw Kurz got like a bomb. I was like, oh, I don't think I'm gonna make my hit with the 5 and 7, with the 5 and 6. So I was pretty much just hoping for like for the right wave, and then in the end I wasn't a really high score wave. And I've been training here a lot in the south wave, and today's really like west, but I saw like at its waves he would got like a 10 if he made that thing. So yeah, just pretty lucky to find a wave on those guys' priority, and yeah, that's a really important one for me. So I won't say that I'm really stoked right now. Yes, I am to win a hit, but I really need to have a really big result here, because I don't want to be like the surfer who qualified to CT and have to still on the CT for the QS. Now I want to prove everyone that I'm able to surf between the best 34 guys and be like the top guys as well.
You seem to be doing it right now. Proof's in the pudding, and good work out there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pete. And Jatson points out just an obvious thing is that every heat is crucial and critical for every surfer for different reasons. Jatson definitely doesn't want to fall back off the tour a second time. It took him so long to climb back on, so much hard work. But I'll tell you what, from air reverses to chop hops to charging chopu, Jatson Andre is proving he's, you know, the complete package.
Agreed. There's no room anymore on tour to be a one-trick pony. You really, to survive even, just to requalify, you have to have the complete deal out here. You know, big waves, small waves, airs, carves. You know, long gone are the days where you can kind of survive on just, you know, being a small wave surfer or a big wave surfer. You have to have it all.
We were talking about the wingspan and the strength of Owen Wright. You also talk about B. Durbridge. He has the strength factor. You know, he can overthink his competitors. Then you compare that to Travis Logie, a little bit more stout in nature in terms of his approach, not as tall and menacing height-wise as Owen.
Yeah, you can see right there, B. Durbridge, 6'1", 177 pounds. So he definitely is one of the fitter humans on tour. But, you know, he's, as you mentioned, a smart competitor. I would say, you know, that's one of the definite positives for him and his attributes is how he never makes mistakes.
And current number 11, Owen Wright, if he had a strong finish here and he continued onward, he would be, you could say, a threat, depending. You never know how things are going to happen after Tahiti. Trussels has really changed things up as we jump in. And B. Durbridge grabbing a little rail, looked like he was getting a little tipped as that thing just shuts down on him. So much white water ahead of him on that, but had some good speed as Bede goes down.
Well, he looks like he's not hurt, ripping for on the back of that leash to get his surfboard. And take a look at the front half of his surfboard. It looks like he pokes an outer edge right there. Actually, he pulled the ejection cord, realizing there's no exit for him. Where he was positioned on that wave, he was too far behind. He couldn't make up that ground. And that, again, we're going to see that all day, Pat. These pro surfers, you know, they're so good in these big waves, and one of the ways they avoid injury is by following the correct way. So when they dive like that, they're trying to penetrate and get under that wave so they can pop out the back.
So we were bringing up the discussion with Jatson Andre about requalifying. For Travis Logie, current 27, what's going through Travis Logie's mind at this point?
You know, I think he could pull from, you know, he had some positive memories out here. He had that great resurf with Jordy, as we see up and riding.
Travis Logie pumping, driving down the line. Can he make it through a lot of section? And just too much wave ahead of him. You could see him eyeing down the funnel end of that wave. Had a lot of chandeliering section as B. Durbridge quickly on his backside grabs a little rail. And once again, a lot of wave in front of him. Just so much turbulence to try to make his way through, way behind the foam ball on that.
You saw him pop up there after that wave, and it looks like he's okay. There's our water safety right on top of it, and you'll see that as he snapped his surfboard in two. And a bit of a mistake, really, for B taking off on that wave. To me, when you choose to take off on a wave, you better have a good inclination that you're going to make it. To me, right from the get-go, B looked like he was far too behind the peak there.
Are you starting to see a slight uptick in terms of the intensity in the past 2 hours, in terms of the waves that are coming through and the amount of competitors that are really, they're starting to really get pushed on the challenging factor?
100%. And I'm definitely seeing another level with the ocean. The swell has filled in quite a bit. Look how much water is moving around as our water safety is trying to reconnect with B. Durbridge. Such a challenging thing to do on this ski. You can see him right there, nearly bottoming out on that dry reef, just barely made it back out.
And there he is right there, all the way on the inside. It's a good, obviously a good sight to see, but it shows you how much distance you can.
So what happens, Pat, is at the end of this wave, when they're finished, a lot of these guys are kicking out. Actual right-hander comes into play. So this wave closes out, but what a lot of people don't see on camera is there's a 6-foot grindy hollow right that closes out with the left at Chopu. So if you straighten out or get caught inside, you're faced with the challenge of dealing with that closeout on dry reef.
The Water Patrol definitely getting pushed to the limits. Just a wow. So two surfers needing assistance, Travis Logie and B. Durbridge. Out the back, Owen Wright on that 3.67, and tell you what, definitely gives one pause when you talk about the intense situation here. Saw that big west come through the channel, had everyone scatter. And so right now, B. Durbridge just got to re-rack it emotionally, mentally, physically, and get right back out there and hunt for some decent waves.
Keep in mind how physically taxing this is for Bede. What he just went through, you know, he collected a 1.7. So, you know, he's got to mentally take that in. Okay, you know, for him, his game plan, he's still not achieved. He needs to go out there and get a couple of scores. Physically, he's been taxed. He got washed through the reef, tumbled up and down. I guarantee you he feels like taking a nap when his heat's over. But guess what? If he doesn't make it, he might have to surf another heat today.
No, B. Durbridge is such a resilient competitor. He's shown throughout his career. Talked about the success, having to do the resurf in Margaret River, and grabbed a third-place finish there, but then had the 5th in Rio. So B. Durbridge obviously tapping into the fitness side of his surfing right now. Owen Wright yet to get his second wave, and still waiting to check in with Travis Logie.
Something to take note of, the sea breeze, that wind has come up just a touch. You can see the texture on your screen there. It's been causing those quote-unquote chandeliers inside the barrel. It's making just that crumbly whitewash action fall through the ceiling of the tube, which makes it difficult to exit the barrel. So, you know, it's going to be pretty challenging unless this wind cleans up.
And we're seeing what something that Owen Wright has become known for, amazing wave selection. He's being awfully patient, grabbed that 3.67, couldn't make it out of that, but utilizing priority wisely. Priority sits with Owen Wright. B. Durbridge will be second, and third, Travis Logie. 22 minutes on the clock here in Heat 11, round 1, going right into Heat 12 of round 1, and we'll be keeping you up to date how far we anticipate going into round 2. As Owen Wright out the back. We talked about his back injury combined with personal matters, and it's been a little bit of a climb back, and he's admittedly open about it in terms of finding the right person to work with. He's been working with Matt Griggs. He says his honesty and insight, it's been priceless, and having someone like that in your court can really be the one thing that tips the scales.
I like Matt Griggs. You know,
Yeah.
he's got a very positive energy, and I think if I'm a competitor, I think that energy does nothing but help you. Of course, solid advice is going to help, getting those tips you need, but really having that positive influence in your camp at the end of the day, that's what you want out here.
He said Griggsy made him realize he was repeating and expecting the same result, and that's, you know, that's one of those things that even your best of friends have a hard time saying. So it's definitely, we've seen, you know, Owen steadily improve with each stop, and this is a stop that he's had success at before.
Why is that?
Yeah.
Friends like to needle each other. So
I know.
Sometimes you might have to pay for someone to give you positive
when it comes to the real stuff, it's so different, so different. So Owen Wright just outside of the top 10 on the world rankings right now, sitting on a 3.67. Both Travis Logie and B. Durbridge struggling with the conditions on hand, but still a lot of time in this heat. And that's going to be, I think, the continuing theme throughout the rest of the day is dodging those bullets, because Chopu can serve up some H-bombs in between.
It really can. So it's a mental struggle to know for Owen Wright. You know, he has first priority. He's sitting on your left there on the screen, so he's got the pick of the lineup as you see the flotilla in the channel. The anticipation, you know, for him, going, okay, I'm first up right now. If a big set comes, everyone's going to whistle. Everyone's going to, you know, be coaxing me into this set wave. So it's a struggle. You have to stay calm.
We keep bringing it up, but there's surfers that, you know, relish in the moment when things get heavy. I put him in that category. You know, he's like John Florence. Like when it gets seriously big, he starts to salivate. It's a different Pavlovian reaction.
You know what's funny is it really boils down to the character of each and every individual. It has nothing to do, believe it or not, where you're from. Some of the biggest, craziest big wave chargers are from Florida, where there's no big waves. And then I have friends that are from Hawaii who hate big waves. So you just never know. It really boils down to the character for who's going to be a charger or not.
There's been a lot of talk here in Tahiti about board setup. Owen Wright, interestingly enough, he's gone away from the quad, gone to the thruster setup, but you look at that length, 6'8". He is a big human.
Well, yeah, so this is a 6'8" actually the length of the surfboard he's chosen out there today, and yeah, you're right. He's a tall guy, 32 liters. That's probably the biggest surfboard out there, you know, in the lineup today. He's not afraid to have some foam under him, and you can't blame him. It's going to do nothing but help today. Again, you know, the design of surfboards are one thing. It really is up to the surfer to choose that line. That's what it boils down to. It's that 80% of having a good ride out here is where you're going to swing and take off. The rest is pretty much just drawing your line and getting spit out the other end.
Well, we've seen a few surfers switch back to the thruster setup, and there's Kai Otten getting ready for his heat. And like I said, if the bombs do come in, which we know they will within this heat, Jordy Smith, John Florence, Kai Otten is one surfer that has no problem of swinging around and committing. He will pull into some massive kegs out there.
That's a super heat right there. We've been kind of tagging that heat from the get-go. You know, hopefully this wind backs off just a little bit, because those three individuals will be swinging.
And right now, it's all about Heat 11, round 1 in the water right now. Owen Wright still waiting for a second wave. Owen Wright on top. Still much more surfing to come here from the Billabong Pro Tahiti.
Thanks for staying with us. This is the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Stop number 7 on the Samsung Galaxy ASP World Tour. Big day of action, and it appears as though things are only getting bigger out there at the moment. Oh, a couple of huge sets rolling through in the last couple of heats.
Sure. So, we thought it was going a bit quiet, but then it just came back with a vengeance. I believe we're going to run into round 2, the first 4 heats. Look at that big empty wave. Durbridge like paddles over it right there. Just comes into shot. Almost got cleaned up. Just imagine getting cleaned up before your heat. It's getting radical out there, boys. Owen Wright pulled into that massive wave too, but I think we're going to go into the second round.
Here is that wave. Owen Wright, this was the first wave of that heat, heat number 11. And he just got absolutely obliterated.
That was so radical. It was kind of reminiscent to the one we saw before. It was just so big and so heavy. There's Bede pulling it up in there, trying to get something done. You know, the waves out there, it's hard to cooperate. You need those bigger ones with the throat on them. These guys are having a battle out there. You can tell they're just getting hammered. These guys went through carnage already through this heat. Nobody's got really a big score on the board, and it is just going off out there. There's going to see some more action for sure.
It's getting really serious this afternoon. Seriously, like these guys are getting nailed. This last heat of the day, last heat of round 12 is a doozy.
It sure is, yeah. For me, it's the best heat of that first round. Geordie Smith, John Florence, and Kai Otten. John, he's been doing some of the most incredible free surfing in this event window so far. So really looking forward to seeing what he brings to the table.
Well, if anybody's going to whip it, it could be John. And then the way that these sets that we've seen, some of those waves, the one that they showed just now, there's no way you can even get down that thing. It goes to that toe zone. So, you know, it'd be interesting, a debatable point. Do you flip to a toe zone in an event ever?
Never. Not on the ASP Tour. But, you know, like you probably will need a rope out there this afternoon on those big waves. But I'm just looking forward to John and Kai Otten maybe just going at it toe for toe, because I reckon that one of them's going to take a big wave, the other one's going to take a bigger one, and let's just see where this heat goes.
Bede Durbridge in that last heat, just prior to his heat getting underway, saw that set wave roll in. I mean, how do you, as a competitor, maintain focus and control before having to go out there and take that kind of stuff on?
Well, it becomes a thing where you want to go and talk to the contest director and say, is it unsafe out there? You know, I'm feeling it. You know, what do you think? Maybe talk to the other guys. It does get to that situation.
Well, there's still some incredible rides out there, some amazing scores being lodged. Let's get a situation update from the boys in the booth.
Thanks, Ronnie. Yeah, obviously safety, the primary, the primary concern, but also giving these guys amazing barrels. So they're right at that point on those amazingly large west swells. It's definitely challenging, to say the least.
It is, but we're still well within the safety zone, I believe.
Yeah.
You know, of course, there's going to be a wave or two where you're not going to have any takers, and you can't blame anyone. They're almost physically impossible to take off on, but there's many waves in between where they are. So we have some space left to, for this swell to even build a little bit. But boy, you don't want it much bigger, do you?
I like Strider. He always thinks the Hanano's half full. Like, I think everyone can swing around and make it in. So, tell you what, I think all these guys that are out here, even in round 1, continually surprise everyone what's possible. However, each year, I think they reset the bar a little bit higher, and we've seen that.
It's, in terms of the really big waves, those 10 to 12 foot waves, you have to be in that perfect button to be able to swing and flip your board around, pull the trigger, no hesitation, and take off. There's a real small window for it.
And John Florence, all smiles, probably super psyched in terms of what he just saw that rolled through the lineup.
He's a funny character too. He's technically so sound in big waves, but he really has the demeanor of he's a sleepwalker. He doesn't get too excited.
Well, he flourishes in challenging conditions. He makes it look awfully easy. You watch John grow up his entire childhood. I mean, could you see the promise from early on?
Yes.
Yeah.
From age 8, I remember seeing him surfing double overhead pipe, just looking at the kid like he's an infant. And he's out there sharing the lineup with you at 4 foot back door, and he still looked like he had ice running through his veins, just so mellow and chill. That's the kind of demeanor that really suits you well and does you favors in big waves.
Well, as we can see, quality waves continuing to roll through. And situation is this: 11:45 on the clock here in Heat 11, round 1. Owen Wright on top by virtue of 3.67, 1.5. It's been very quiet for both Bede Durbridge and Travis Logie. Bede sitting on a 0.93 and a 1.7. Travis Logie a 1.17 and 1.93. So Travis Logie needs a 3.25. Bede Durbridge a 3.48. It is on at the Billabong Pro Tahiti.
Yeah, these numbers somewhat irrelevant right now. You know, it's kind of a bizarre heat right now, isn't it? We've seen almost every heat so far today with at least a couple of 5s at this point with just 11 minutes left. So these big waves that have rolled through really shook the lineup up, and then now it's taken a breather. So you could argue Owen with that 3.67, maybe it'll give him a little bit of an edge at this point.
We can always assume our own Pete Mel, whether it be a locker room or just even in the lineup, he'll get his hands on some boards. Broken or not, what do you have, Pete?
I just have Owen Wright's board here, of course, and you know this was probably one of the fresher boards he's been riding. It hasn't been big enough yet to even test these things, so that was his first wave probably on this board. 2.5 inches thick with a very thick stringer snapped in two like a twig, and that just goes to show how much power this place packs. You know, and you were talking about how it kind of settled in, and it's amazing. Like now all of a sudden we're back to Lake Havasu again. It's like it's all mellow and beautiful again. But you know, it's just a matter of a couple of those sets come in, and all of a sudden the water starts turning around. I mean, he had to make a full trip through the lagoon on his very first wave, got back out here, did the same thing CJ did, just jumped right on his board, straight out there, wanting more of it.
Hey, Pete, I got a question for you. You know, obviously you're the commissioner for the Big Wave Tour, and you've been surfing yourself in big waves for a long time, and you're tight to that community. Do you see a crossover or any relation to, or possibly even a difference between these competitors and the big wave competitors and how they handle these types of conditions?
Well, I think that, well, it's very similar, to be honest. You've got to have the same kind of mindset that goes into it. You know, this wave is just as deadly as some of the waves you have on the Big Wave World Tour. You know, just because it's so shallow, it packs a mean punch, obviously, as you can see here. But the mindset when you put a jersey on, you put a spotlight on them, things change. You know, these guys actually turn into full-on warriors. And as you can see someone right now in the barrel for a long one, Bede. There you have it, right? These guys just turn into warriors.
Thanks, Pete. Continue to rummage your way through the lineup, see how many other broken boards you can find. Interesting thing, too, on Owen Wright, when he talked about the boards, he did a board breakdown for us. A lot of adjustments coming into this stop as we look back on Bede Durbridge.
Yeah, smaller wave here, but as we mentioned, some low numbers, so this could actually shake things up just a little bit. You know, it's going to be in that average zone, but that big wave took a lot of energy out of the ocean, and so it could be a matter of, you know, hurrying up and getting a couple of 5s and putting some pressure on the other guys.
Just under 9 minutes in Heat 11, round 1. Owen Wright still on top with 3.67, and scores dropping for Bede Durbridge. So wait just a second there. 3.73. So now Bede Durbridge on top. Owen Wright 3.67. Owen Wright needing a 1.77, and Travis Logie a 3.51. I mean, look at this score line, Ross. It's unbelievable that we're at 8.5 in, or 8.5 to go in this heat, and we're seeing a 1.7 and a 3.7. Is that going to take the heat?
Well, the tricky thing there is, you know, and by the way, I love these scores from the judges. They're keeping it very modest, and that's because they know the potential out there is still there. You know, there's plenty of room for an excellent score. So it's all about really handling the pressure and not buckling, and maybe waiting for that one nice solid 8-foot wave and you know, maybe grab an 8-point ride.
Priority sitting with the South African Travis Logie. Back in 2011, he grabbed a 3rd here. So Travis Logie knows the pressures of Chopu, and 2011, of course, the Code Red year. Definitely some challenging conditions. A lot of excitement for the entire week here, the entire holding period, as we anticipate swell continuing throughout the entire week. And Bede Durbridge, you can see him on top, a narrow 0.26 lead. Owen Wright needing 1.77, and once again Travis Logie looking for a 3.51 with priority. 7.5 on the clock.
Well, you can see right now they're definitely focused, but as you mentioned, Travis Logie has priority, so you know, he's got that almost that horrible label on his back right now that he's first up, and if one of those black crazy blobs come at him, it's going to be up to him to swing.
Okay, so you talked about the button being in that ideal position, and people that have this place dialed, they make it look awfully easy. the waves that came through, was there a place to get in on any of those?
Oh, you could definitely argue that there was not. That being said, there's always an entry somewhere. It's going to be very small. It's crazy. It almost takes a sixth sense to know where you have to paddle. There's a lot of talk about Raymana, and his local knowledge here, and some of the local guys. They know exactly where to sit. And to be honest, the lineup shifts a bit with tides and swell and direction. There's not just one single spot. It moves around, and you have to be flexible.
Well, we saw what happened to CJ Hobgood. Obviously committed, wanted that wave, but the second you pull back at Chopu, that's when things can go wrong.
Yeah, and CJ, one of the bravest surfers we know. If he's not going to go, I don't think anyone would have. So it really is a matter of just being in that perfect spot and to give you just a little bit of momentum, to give yourself a chance to get down that boxy face.
So just under 6 minutes, B. Durbridge on top, albeit by a narrow margin. Owen Wright still needs a 1.77. Travis Logie, 3.51. Winner of this heat advances directly to round 3. Second and third place finishers have to battle it out in an elimination, a second round, as we see John Florence getting ready for his next heat, along with Kai Otten and Jordy Smith. So the last heat of round 1, we anticipate going into round 2. As conditions, we're seeing these pulses where it starts to pump, it backs off, and then before you know it, it goes from Lake Havasu to victory, not just victory at sea, but more Armageddon.
Well, you can see it looks like Bede's having a look at this. And Pat, you'll get that with true ground swells, these low pressures that create these large swells. They come from a long distance, and they have those ebbs and flows where, waves will pump at an hour at a time, and then they'll take it easy.
So that 11 to 13 foot swell, obviously starting to show. It's that west in it when we see it swing wide and come into the channel. Just under 5 minutes left, and all surfers hoping that there'll be at least one more pulse before this heat finishes.
Tell you what, that 11 to 13 feet too is somewhat misleading because it's at least that much wide as well. So this is a brick of a wave, and it's what creates so much force out here is how thick it is.
Well, the wave that Owen Wright pulled in on, that is something to behold. I mean, you don't get more committed than that. I'm sorry, you just don't.
And he's so casual about it too, so definitely one of the highlights of today. And again, Travis Logie, the South African, holding down priority in this low-scoring heat with 4 minutes to go. And by their body language looking on screen, doesn't look like they see anything coming right now.
All three surfers keeping it fairly cash as priority, as you pointed out, sitting with Travis Logie. He needs a 3.51, and Owen Wright needing the 1.77 as time is ticking down, and a lot of anticipation for our final heat as well. We mentioned John Florence, Kai Otten, and Jordy Smith will round out the first round action, hoping to go into round 2. And just a hard thing to deal with mentally when you have just massive sets roll through and then it goes completely quiet. You have to stay on your toes here, because especially when there's that west in it, it comes out of nowhere.
Every single human on this point is going to sleep like a baby tonight because there's so much adrenaline running through everyone's veins. It takes a lot of energy. And, speaking of the second round, first up is Joel Parkinson up against the wild card, Tuamata Puatini. So that's going to be a crazy matchup for him. Obviously, the wild card, Tuamata, is dangerous out here. He can definitely get the job done against him.
He's won the trials twice, and he worked his way out along with Nathan Hedge. Von Zipper Air Tahiti Nui trials earlier this month, grabbing those 2 coveted transfer spots. 2:45 now on the clock in heat 11, round 1. Beat Durbridge narrowly on top, a very low scoring affair as we check in with Travis Logie utilizing priority and gets behind the section, and he'll have to jump off in an awfully shallow section there. Travis Logie getting a little bit behind and couldn't find his line to grab a barrel, so a throwaway with priority and wave. Priority will now go back to Owen Wright with 2.5 on the clock. So Owen Wright has a chance to battle back. All he needs is a 1.77.
Bit of a mistake there from Travis. I think he just over-committed to that wave. You have to have the ability to back out of a wave. If you are under the influence of knowing that, hey, this wave's not going to be producing a score for me, you have to back out.
And you looking at that wave, you would think, okay, fairly harmless wave, but just even taking that much water in that shallow of a situation at Chopu, and we hope Travis Logie, judging by his body language.
That's what makes this wave so dangerous.
Hope he's okay.
You can connect with the bottom very easily out here, even on a 3-foot wave.
So a minute and a half left here in Heat 11, round 1. B. Durbridge still on top. However, Owen Wright has priority if anything comes through, and Owen Wright glides into it, drives, pumping. Can he make it out? A lot of speed. And I honestly thought there was a chance Owen Wright could make it out of that. Unfortunately, just got pinched.
That had 10 written all over it if he squeezed through that. He was super deep on that barrel. Interesting score for him. Only needs a 1.77. You could argue that he did enough to get that score, even though he didn't make it out of the barrel.
Well, scores starting to drop. 2.67. He does get it as we look back on Owen's wave.
And that's basically, you know, the way he surfed his board in that barrel, weaving through that tube, pumping. There was a lot of skill and effort. Obviously, courage goes without saying. So 2.67. He didn't make it out of the barrel, but it was enough to turn the heat.
Hats off to Owen Wright, going clutch in the last seconds of this heat, ripping the jersey off as B. Durbridge now needs a 2.61 and Travis Logie needs a 4.41. And we saw Travis Logie, his body language on the ski didn't look all that great as time is running out for B. Durbridge. And one more wave will come through, and it would not be enough time for B. Durbridge. So Owen Wright, as we count them out, 3, 2, 1. Owen Wright advancing directly to round 3, and Owen Wright smiles despite the beating. When we come back, John Florence, Kai Ott, and Jordy Smith take to the water here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Don't go anywhere.
If we look at the world water crisis, it's overwhelming. It's not about going out there and trying to save the world. It's about going out there and doing your part. And nobody said you couldn't have fun while you're helping people.
Welcome back, everyone, to French Polynesia here for the Billabong Pro Tahiti, the 7th stop of the 2014 Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour, the last heat in round 1. Jordy Smith, current number 12 in the world, John Florence, current 13, and Kai Otten. And all three surfers known for their abilities at Chopu, but especially John Florence, a lot of expectations on John's shoulder to step up in these heavy conditions when the waves do come through. In terms of battling the likes of John, who has the edge? Kai Otten, Jordy Smith?
Well, you know, I wouldn't say it's a no-brainer, but everyone's eyeballs are on John Florence. He's arguably the favorite in this event. That being said, Jordy Smith and Kai Otten can easily win this heat. Smart competitors, and they're not afraid as well. And great technique in a tube. So this is a pretty square heat.
I have heard, now speaking of afraid, I have heard Jordy Smith, you know, in previous years, unabashed to admit, yeah, I'm completely scared. But you know, it's one of those things. I think all surfers, when you strip that first layer off, as we jump in, barrel to start things off with, and Kai Otten finds a screamer.
And we saw Kai Otten warming up yesterday afternoon with that vest on, the flotation vest. So he's one of those surfers that likes to tick all the boxes in terms of being prepared. And here you see it's first up, first to draw blood in this heat, and that gaping tube ride right there. We heard Pete Mel talk about how the westerly direction that this swell has been taking on, hitting that corner bowl in the reef, really creating those huge clamshell tubes. And Kai Otten off to a quick start.
So best Kai Otten has done here in 2013, 2007, was able to grab a 3rd place finish, but he is known to be very comfortable in heavy conditions. Jordy Smith on his first wave does a good job negotiating that first section, grabs a little rail, and then unable to make it out for Smith. But it looked like for a moment he was starting to float, take that high line, and just got clipped.
Yeah, we'll have to take another look. I'm not sure what happened. Still underwater, just now popping up. And looks like he's okay. And he's going to retrieve his board and head back out there. But yeah, that was kind of funky to see. Here's from the front on angle. A little bit of a glitch on a takeoff, grabbing that rail. Right here, it seemed like he was coming out and got swallowed up by the foam ball inside that tube monster. And what happens is a lot of times when you're drawing a line, waiting to exit the barrel, the floor opens up as he just narrowly misses that buoy.
Jordy Smith, we talked about him being 12th in the world right now, and we brought up the discussion earlier in terms of the quality of surfing he's doing at every stop, where the numbers really don't tell the real story. All the rest of the best that are on the tour right now, they would put Jordy in the discussion of being one of the best surfers on tour. What is it about Jordy that he's not getting the finishes that he needs?
He's in that same category with John Florence. Some of the highlights of the year, some of the most memorable rides we've seen. That doesn't mean you're going to win an event. You have to be consistent. So that's where those guys, Jordy and John, some of the others can improve. You need to peak in the final. It's not about just having that amazing heat in round 1 or 3. You really need to pace yourself and get win after win and go all the way through.
And John Florence, a phenom on all levels, whether it be above the lip, rail to rail. He really, I think, embodies what the next generation, or even the current generation of surfer is, but really represents the future now.
Yeah, and he has that bravado or that vibe where it almost seems like he doesn't care. Sometimes he'll sacrifice a win to go for a huge error. He seems like he can't resist a big fat ramp. If something comes at him, he will boost. If a big wave comes at him, he'll turn around and go. So it's really fun to watch, but he has sacrificed a couple of heats with that.
He's kind of awesomely apathetic at times, and it's one of those things that I think so many people admire. We just witnessed Owen Wright finding a little magic, a low-scoring affair, but nonetheless challenging for all surfers. Let's get an update with Pete Mel.
A heat win is a heat win, that is for sure, but it wasn't from a lack of trying. That first wave, I kind of chatted a little bit, but just give the viewers of what happened on it.
Yeah, just really, I think it was a pretty big set.
Yeah, it was.
It's hard to tell because there's so much water to it. You don't know how high it is, so it felt pretty big, and I was in the spot. I was out far, so I just immediately paddled in. Like, I didn't have to turn or anything, so just went for it. And I thought it was going to be a good one. As soon as I got to my feet and looked up, it was like a straight closeout. Like, the channel was already broken, and I was just like, oh, you're joking. So I just stood in it and was just like, loving it. Yeah, I enjoyed it, and then enjoyed the pounding afterwards.
And tell me about the pounding. You said that you pulled your leash while you were taking the wipeout.
Yeah, like, as soon as I fell off, I knew, like, just because of how much it bent, I kind of thought I'd be doing a lap. So I was underwater and I was just flipping, and then I was down deep, so I just ripped the leash off, and I came straight up because I think the board was pulling me, like the board kept pulling me down. It was weird. It should be pulling me up, but I just ripped it and popped up. It wasn't too bad. It was pretty good. I was pretty psyched.
I love the fact that he says it wasn't too bad. Okay, at the end, you need a 1.77 to take off in that wave, obviously wanting to make it, but once you didn't make it, were you kind of bummed at that point, or did you think you had enough?
I knew it, well, because it's a set wave and I traveled a fair distance, I thought it would be more than the one that I needed, but I was just hoping there wasn't another wave behind. I was kind of spewing it closed out. I didn't make a wave that heat. I kind of tried the big sets, and then I tried a medium one, and it was just a bit crumbly, so I know I tried, but I still won. I'm pretty stoked.
Absolutely. Job well done. Owen Wright's through the second round, or third round. Good job.
Thanks, Pete. And I think it's safe to say we expect a lot more from Owen Wright further down from third round and beyond. He has so much more to deliver at this 2014 Billabong Pro Tahiti.
I love to hear that demeanor he has. He has the makings of a big wave surfer. He really does. How he just took that wipeout in stride and actually seemed like he kind of enjoyed it, which is odd, but that's you know, that's the attitude you need in serious surf.
Just a perfect amount of you know, masochism. And we're talking about in terms of the right quiver for Tahiti as we check in with Kai Ott and his board schematics. Taking a closer look. And there's that volume 31 for Kai Ott on Channel Islands Proton.
Yeah, so you can see there again, 6'8". That's in today's terms, that's a big surfboard. So that shows you how serious these waves are, and basically the volume, the thickness, the length of these surfboards. It's all about getting that momentum down the face. That's what they're worried about. They want to pick the right line and be able to tuck in underneath that lip. So there's a fine line between having enough volume to paddle and also a little amount of surfboard so it doesn't hinder you while you're trying to tuck in before that lip line folds over.
So Kai Otten on the board with a 3.17, Jordy Smith a 1.33, and John Florence with priority yet to grab his first wave with under 26 minutes in Heat 12, Round 1. As we look at Kai Otten, he'll find a second wave immediately, finds a little tube, stays high. So a quick barrel for Kai Otten, trying to stack up the scores, and out the back, John Florence finds his first wave, instantly stalls it up, gets a little bit more vertical on that, and a quick grab, and he's out.
You got a really good glimpse there of how good John is at positioning himself.
And another wave as Jordy Smith stalls it up beautifully, takes that high line, and he'll glide out. So 3 waves back to back for all 3 surfers. John, rather quick one, same with Jordy and Kai, but some good components to each wave.
Yeah, I can't say enough at how important it is to pick the right spot to take off. That really is 80% of the ride out here. You know, there's definitely some surfing going on the wave, but where you choose your line to drop in is where you're going to get the points. You can see Kai Otten here on his front side. He's a goofy footer, right foot forwards, pretty quick little barrel there. Just the first wave of that set. You know, I think he didn't have priority, so the other guys waited for the better wave. And a little less water on the reef here, and look how much more hollow this wave is. And John picking that perfect line. You saw him let go of the rail and then actually grab it again. So much control and skill in the tube.
And then right behind him, Jordy Smith taking advantage of this set.
Again, as mentioned, 80% of the ride is where you take off. Jordy Smith just a little too far on the shoulder, and that's why he wasn't able to get a long tube ride. So again, I can't say enough how important it is to position yourself in the perfect spot to get the maximum tube ride.
In terms of all the skill sets that's needed to be on the CT, when you watch someone like John Florence in the barrel and the comfort factor, you know, the way that he can jump on rail, stand up, relax, and you know, the type of adjustments, where would you rate that type of skill set, how difficult it is to attain?
It's, you know, it's kind of weird because a lot of these surfers that are, there's not many of them, the few surfers that toy with barrels, they're almost born with it.
And it looks like Kai Otten will find another wave a little late, and he'll go down on his back and takes the lip. Hopefully not on his chest there, was able, hopefully trying to pierce the water.
That was easily the most awkward wipeout we've seen today. It's rare to see one of these surfers, you know, fall when it's not their choice. He got on his heel edge there and couldn't recover. So it looks like he's fine. Maybe he hit the bottom there. It looked like he was holding his hand. But, you know, when he got all his weight on his heel edge, it seemed like he couldn't recover and he fell over.
Well, obviously, getting in early is key here, and it looked like he just wouldn't let him in. And by the time that he made it in, was off balance. But I'm going to say very lucky. I mean, had it been maybe a split second before and that lip came down on his chest, it'd be a different story.
He's on his forehand, a goofy footer, so normally he's looking to put that weight on his toes. You can see once it shifted to his heels, it was all over. That lip actually exploded on his chest, so horrendous wipeout.
So Kai Ott will make his way back out. Kai Ott looking for a 3.24. You can see him on the ski, making his way around.
I'm not sure if he's coming in or not. He is looking at his hand again, so hopefully he didn't connect too hard with the bottom.
And we've seen this past couple hours, the swell starting to show signs of an uptick in intensity. And Kai Ott, and hopefully
yeah, he
not connecting with the reef there.
He looks fine to me. This is what they do. They're in that lagoon. It's too shallow right now, Pat, with the low tide. They actually can't make a straight line back out. They have to go around the lagoon where there's an actual channel made here for the boats. And now that he's going to swing around, that's almost like a harbor entrance, and he'll tuck right back out there in a matter of less than a minute.
So those of you keeping track of the scores, you can see how much water. It's literally a river riptide flowing off the big slab of reef there. John Florence on top with that 7. Yet to get his second wave. Jordy Smith finds another one, hits the e-brake, stalls up, stands up, and a quick kick out.
Better line for Jordy there. He was right in the spot, nice and deep, and a big one for John.
A monster out the back. John Florence cannot get in, but watch this thing unload.
A little surprising. He just was not in the spot. That wave, you know, was easily small enough for John to navigate through. But if you're not far out enough, if you don't give yourself enough time to get underneath it and slide down the face, you're simply just not going to make the drop. So a smart decision there from John.
So it is on at the Billabong Pro Tahiti as even more sets. Quick spit there. John Florence still with priority, yet to grab a second wave. Score starting to drop for Jordy Smith, as Jordy Smith, by virtue of that last wave, a 5 and a 3.57, will jump up to the top. Looking back on Jordy's wave,
you can see perfect line for him. Now all he has to do is let go of the rail and stand tall and proud. So a great tube there for Jordy. Just a 5-point ride, but one of the best feelings in the world for a 5.
Oh, just making it out and pulling in. Can he make it out? Lots of distance. He does. John Florence strings together what seemed like an impossible line there in the end. Came through a very tight section.
Well, every now and then you'll have a performer where it just makes you say the word ridiculous. You know, he didn't grab his rail. He bottom turned. Look how deep he is. Crazy how he maneuvered through that whitewash ball as if, you know, he was taking a stroll in the park. So extremely difficult tube ride that he made look way too easy.
I could watch that a couple times. No hand on the adjustment on the bottom turn to set up, and he might have just touched the rail, but then literally hands-free backside barrel riding from John Florence. Sitting on a 7, we expect a good score on that last wave. Kai Ott needing a 4.81. And John now back on top with the 6.53 under 20 minutes, 19.5 on the clock. Priority going with Jordy Smith.
John, you know, you could use the word flagrant. He definitely toys with this wave. It's sort of like Muhammad Ali when he would box. He would just, you know, mess around almost. He has so much skill and control that he has a couple extra notches above the rest of the field.
So with John, it's like a kitten with a ball of yarn, and with some surfers, it's a mouse with a mousetrap. A little different approach to the wave here.
It's amazing, you know, and his intuition to up the level with that wave, knowing that it wasn't a big one, he definitely maximized his score, you know, by toying with that wave, not grabbing the rail. You know, he made something special out of a wave that, quite frankly, wasn't, you know, a huge barrel.
And really, when you watch highlight reels of John Florence surfing a place like Chopu, he really makes you forget just how dangerous this wave is. That's, I think, one of the biggest things you can take from his ability and level of surfing in a place like this.
It's exactly right. And he does the same thing at Pipeline, another wave that's so difficult to sit in the right spot, to make the drop, to maximize the barrel. So this is the kind of training that John has gone through as a child, you know, and it's created this surfer that we're watching right before us. You know, he really is toying with these conditions.
John Florence, we were talking about the expectations of him to do a little bit better in this 2014 season. He's a favorite, whether you're talking films or competition. Everyone always wants to see John have success. He's struggled a little bit. He did have success at Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, got a 3rd place finish there, and then a 5th in Rio. But it's really a few of the waves that we thought he would really rise up. Places like Fiji and J Bay. Interesting stops for John with 2:13s.
Yeah, J Bay, I feel like is a spot that John can improve on. He has in the last couple years. I feel like his carving is not his strength, but he's improved a lot. He's obviously one of the best surfers in the world at doing aerials. So a lot of people put him in the mix for beach breaks or places like lowers. Fiji was just a bit of a bummer for him for how small it was.
Jordy Smith with priority, glides into it instantly on rail, gets stalled up nicely, a quick cover up, and he'll kick out. Not a lot of depth on that barrel, but good textbook style, and right behind it, a thick one. John Florence wants it. Makes the drop, no problem. Vertical stance, and he'll calmly kick out. Unbelievable performance so far from John Florence.
Wow, that wave regurgitated all over him. John making that incredibly steep drop. You could see he grabbed his rail to make sure he slid down the face and didn't lose control. Meanwhile, Jordy Smith picked up another, sort of a smaller wave. So right now it looks like it's the Florence show.
John Florence, prior to dropping in on that, was sitting on a 7 and a 6.53. Jordy Smith needed an 8.53, and Kai Ott needed a 9.76. And priority sitting with Kai Otten, 16 minutes on the clock. And as anticipated, John Florence decided to show up.
Watch the bottom of this wave completely drop out from under him, and he manhandles it, grabs that outer rail to keep the surfboard under his feet. Everything is trying to make that board fly out from under him, and he held on nicely. Not the longest, deepest tube ride ever, but just to make the drop on that beast was a big deal. So look at this from the front on view. His board disconnecting, actually getting air under his fins. Now he'll re-engage. Watch him pull on that outside rail, tucking himself under the lip. If he doesn't do that, folks, that lip's gonna land square in his head. Now he stands tall and proud as that wave completely yaks all over him. Incredible 3 seconds right there. I mean, these waves are so fast. It's about as much excitement as you can handle in 3 or 4 seconds.
So the Hawaiian John Florence looking so comfortable right now in round 1 competition up against Jordy Smith and Kai Otten, trying to take the fast track to round 3. Best 2 waves count. Winner moves directly to round 3. It's the 2nd and 3rd place finisher that are forced to go to the 2nd round, an elimination round. So if John Florence stays on track, he can find himself directly into round 3. However, it is not over. We've seen some amazing back and forth in these last few heats. As scores starting to drop for John Florence, the judges gobbling up that last drop, an 8.83, highly technical, as you pointed out, and now the situation for Jordy Smith and Kai Otten got that much more dire. Combination situation for both other surfers.
Oof, almost speechless, and the funny thing is, John has a lot left in the tank. I bet you could argue he's even unsatisfied out there in the water. He wants to get a long, thick, deep barrel. Keep in mind, Jordy Smith, Kai Otten, amazing surfers. They have what it takes to get 10-point rides.
Kai Otten late on the drop, able to stick it. He stays with it. And a clean drop, a little loose on the dismount, but how about that drop? Fins just caught at the last second. He was able to navigate it and then find his way down the line.
Tail wagging. You could see Kai Otten sticking his tongue out there. He is so happy. Look at that energy he has, stroking back out to the lineup. And watch this drop. Another nice set wave here. It's going to drop out underneath him, reconnects, pulls under the hood. That's almost as deep as you can get in that barrel. And when he comes up after that kick out right there, he was so happy. Great to see. Look at that drop. falling from the sky. Now he's going to re-engage that rail, poking a nose just for a second. It actually slowed him down, which was a good thing because it got him behind this curtain right here, and he stands tall. That's what's cool about being on your front side out here. The goofy footers with their right foot forward, they're constantly standing up. They're not grabbing the rail like the backsiders are, and that looks pretty nice when you're standing tall in these tubes.
Well, scores dropping for Kai Otten, and it is a 9.57 for Kai Otten. Now he only needs a 6.26, and I say only, definitely betters his situation out of the combo situation. Jordy Smith, however, still comboed. An incredible wave. Let's get some more insight as we check in with Ronnie Blakey, Strider, and Aki, guys.
Cheers, Pat. On paper, we said that this looked like being the best heat of the first round. A lot of the time, those kind of heats don't live up to expectation, but this one is certainly delivering. An amazing exchange there from John and Kai Otten.
Yeah, this has been incredible. I mean, these guys are getting like the drop, just looking over the edge of those waves, and what they have to look at, they're literally disconnecting completely and then reconnecting and having to set the rail. And then, you know, John on his backside and Kai on his front side, both of them doing amazing jobs. Look at this, Ak.
Aki, what you're loving is the fact that the judges are really rewarding the commitment, these big takeoffs. They're scoring these guys for charging.
Yeah, absolutely. I like it. You know, I mean, we had... Look at that from John, just a beautiful big drop. It didn't get totally deep, but that's what they're rewarding charging. This whole event is going to be about charging. Look at Kai just on a wave, not dissimilar to John's, but he gets a lot deeper. Look at him, he nice big bottom hand turn and just sets himself up so deep. He's obviously going to come flying out of this one, but I just might touch on Owen's heat. You know, he got scored for charging. He didn't make a wave. I've never seen it before, a guy not making a wave and winning the heat. Bede might have had something to say about that, but he didn't have a backup. But Owen, right, you know, for the first time I've seen someone get through by just charging, didn't make a wave.
Big numbers dropping. Jordy Smith now trying to get himself into this heat, the last heat of the first round. We'll throw it back to you guys.
Thanks, guys. Wow, yeah, we just witnessed Jordy Smith. He's getting hungry, a bit scrappy, and you saw the size of that foam ball. That was a massive monster. Completely committed on that. Oh. Jordy Smith, and takes another one on the head. Water Patrol having to exit. They were
big set here, Pat.
And right behind that, Jordy Smith will have to take another wave on the head.
Oh, that's a serious situation there. Jordy, you can see him waving his hand. That ski needs to get to him. Right here, the guy behind is going to grab him, and he's jumping on. So great save there from our water safety as one of the biggest sets of the day unloads on the inside.
Great job by the Tahitian Water Patrol getting Jordy Smith out of harm's way on that. You saw just how much water was moving through, and Jordy Smith ditching the board. Unbelievable amount of power. Look at how much whitewater now is moving through the section right now.
Horrible timing there for Jordy to pick up the first wave of one of the biggest sets. You know, it's one of those situations you hate to be in as a surfer. Lucky enough for him, he's in a contest. There's jet ski assistance, there's water safety. He got nabbed in seconds, so no harm, no foul. He'll take a ride through the lagoon and back out.
Even with all the support, when you take a wave like that on the head.
That is harnessing so much power. Keep in mind, Jordy's wearing that on the head. It's hard to explain to you, you know, watching on your television set at home or on your computers, how much power and how crazy the energy that's being produced with this swell on this shallow bit of reef. It really does look like you're staring up at Niagara Falls. And just the fact that these guys are trying to, you know, slide down these faces and pull into these barrels, it really is something else.
And something that you really can't tell is the depth of water. Even where those jet skis are riding. And this whitewater line coming through right now in front of your screen is about 1 foot to 2 feet deep. So it's unbelievable that they can navigate their way out of it. A heavy, heavy heat. The final heat of round one. We anticipate going into round two. Still John Florence on top. Can Kai Otten and Jordy Smith climb back? We'll find out when we return to the Billabong Pro Tahiti right after this. A volatile day here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Round 1 action continues with John Florence on top. Kai Otten trying to climb his way back with a 6.26. That's all he needs. But Jordy Smith just took an amazing amount of water on the head, trying to work his way out of a combo situation. Still time on the clock, 6.5 to go. Winner of this heat will advance directly to round three, second and third place finisher on to round 2, and some ugly ones starting to move through, Ross, and really starting to see the force and the potential of this swell unload.
I can see another pickup there on the inside, John Florence. So our water safety is working overtime today, and this swell's really filling in this afternoon.
This was while we were away, John Florence.
Swinging around nice and late here, grabbing that rail, and there he's gonna stand tall way too deep in that barrel. And what happens when you're that deep in that barrel, basically the floor of the barrel that you're surfing on opens up and you fall through the floor straight to the bottom. It is one of the worst feelings as a surfer to be in a barrel and the floor opens up and you fall. You just hope you don't connect with the bottom. There's no progressing, there's no momentum going forward. You just fall straight through.
And out the back, more barrel time, and with that, Kai Otten looking for a 6.26. Gets a lot of shade, a lot of cover, and grabs some good distance on that for good measure. Only needed a 6.26.
Well, this, could be an upset in the making right now. Kai Otten has something to say, and with John relegated to taking a ride around the lagoon, he's going to have some precious time tick away. Here you can see nice and deep right there actually too. So this is going to be a good score for Kai, and he likes it. Pretty sweet claim there for Kai, and not a large wave, but nonetheless navigating nicely through that tube. You can see that onshore breeze, just enough crumble to make these tubes kind of technical, but it makes it exciting.
And let's just refresh the memories of our viewers. I mean, the beating that Kai took earlier, to come back from that, get everything recalibrated and get back in that charge zone. That is something that you have to be so mentally fierce.
Each and every one of them, if you think about this, think back on this heat, every single one of these guys, Jordy, John, Kai, they have all taken some serious lickings in this heat. So the conditions have definitely turned up a notch.
Tuamata Puatini, the winner of the trials event, up against Joel Parkinson, former finalist here and former world champ, and we anticipate very, very intense round 2 action as the swell continues to build, putting all surfers on edge, on alert, and we're seeing amazing back and forth. Jordy Smith still in that combo situation. Now John Florence needs a 9.42 as Kai Otten, the score dropped for that last wave, an 8.67.
Wow, big score there for Kai. So you'd think 9.42, almost unattainable for John, but guess what? He's one of the best in the world at sneaking under the lip out here at Chopu, so this heat is far from over.
You talk about Kai Otten, you were mentioning it would be an upset. Obviously, John Florence, the favorite, but there's a lot of fans, a lot of Kai Otten fans out there that know what Kai Otten is capable of. When it comes to heavy situations, he really has, no problems committing to, very, very heavy barrels.
Proven competitor. He's had many great results out here in heavy stuff at Pipeline and Chopu, as well as Fiji. So, as I mentioned, we at the top of the heat, we talked about John. Sure, he's the favorite, but guess what? Kai and Jordy are great surfers, and they can definitely get the job done. And then there you go. Kai Otten's found himself in the lead.
Kai Otten on top. Now John Florence needs a virtual perfect score, a 9.42. I mean, up to that point, we thought John Florence was owning this competition, and here comes Kai Otten. Otts just quietly working his rhythm up, had some problems early on in the heat, and then threw down the 9.57, a veritable 10, an 8.67 on that last wave. So now priority sits with Jordy Smith. He's in a combo situation. Not enough time to climb out of that, but John Florence, if he finds a bomb, he could grab that 9.42. It's not officially over for John.
Well, Jordy could if he grabs a huge score right away, maybe. But I agree that window is definitely closing. Kai Otten, he is a fiery competitor. I'm actually not too surprised to see him winning this heat. Obviously, he charges. We all know that. But he's also got a ton of skill. He knows how to navigate through these thick, heavy barrels. So you know, one of the more fiery competitors on tour. You knew he was going to bring it today.
Well, down to the last 2 minutes. The good news for the second and third place finisher, they will have a chance in the second round. That is the elimination round. However, the winner gets to take that jump to the third round of competition. A little bit of a rest, so to speak, as we'll continue into round 2.
John's just sick enough to maybe be happy to have an extra round out here at Chopu. So maybe he's thinking, hey, you know what? I get to surf one more time with one other soul out at Chopu. So who knows what he's thinking?
Shockingly, you're probably right. I mean, that's. I mean, his mindset is a tough thing to figure out, but he loves surfing more than anything, and he loves surfing these type of waves. All right, let's check in with Peter Mel, who's with Commissioner Kieran Perot. Pete?
Yeah, here with the Commissioner, and we are definitely going into round 2. In that decision, you know, how many heats are we going to be running, and what were your thoughts? I know that Parko came up and talked to you a little bit, and maybe trying to swing a little extra time there, but we're going to go right through?
Yeah, definitely. We just were looking at the heat before this one, actually, when the conditions kind of started to get a little ruffled. That wind felt like it was coming around. It's backed off a little now, and hopefully the angle just improves through the afternoon. When the waves come, they're just unbelievable. The wind's not really affecting the barrel. It's so hollow and draining so much water off the reef. So we definitely go straight into round 2, and we'll be aiming to finish 4 heats.
There you have it, 4 heats.
Thanks, Pete. Good news for surf fans worldwide. 4 more heats of round 2 action, and as we keep mentioning, so much swell on tap throughout the week. So it is going to be a legendary 2014 Billabong Pro Tahiti. In the water right now, Kai Otten, John Florence, and Jordy Smith. Jordy Smith remains in that combo situation the last 20 seconds. And unfortunately for John, after showing such promise early on in this heat, we'll count it down 10 seconds. Not enough time, but what a performance, blistering performance by Otts. Kai Otten, 9.57, 8.67. Some of the best scores we've seen all day. Stay close when we come back. Round 2 here from the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Joe Trappell and 89 world champ Martin Potter take to the booth.
Kid, he's got style, he's got class.
It is definitely a changing of the guard in this event.
As the world title race gets excited, we head into event number 7. Welcome back to the Billabong Pro Tahiti. A beautiful way to get out to the channel to watch the world's best compete. The channel is packed to max capacity as we have Joel Parkinson, former world champ, taking on the local wild card Tuamata Puatini. And with a big matchup on paper for Parko to try to avoid a second round loss as he is in the middle of a crazy world title race. Joe Trappell alongside former world champ Martin Potter as we assess the conditions pots. We knew the swell was on the rise. We saw that onshore flow come and go. What do we have in store for round 2 action?
Crazy waves, Joe. If that last heat is anything to go by, you know, we saw all of those guys get some incredible waves, but also some incredible wipeouts. You know, it is a wave of consequence out here this afternoon, and I'll tell you what, these guys are really earning their bucks today.
Exciting matchup on paper because we always talk about the wild card story around the world. Parkinson coming into this event as one of the seasoned vets, 33 years of age, 6'1", 184 pounds, representing the Gold Coast and current world #2.
You know, Joel's on a bit of a roll. You know, he's got a world title under his belt. He knows exactly what he's got to do. He's in good form. He hasn't won an event yet. Came close on the Gold Coast, but he's been consistent. You know, you look at his world title year. He didn't win at Con-Est right up until the last event at Pipeline. So he's kind of channeling that energy and keeping himself in the mix. You know, he's pretty much got the ability to win any of these events, and I think it's around the corner. Maybe it's this one.
Pretty exciting when you see this matchup with Joel Parkinson. Tuomato Puatini won the trials back in 2010. We saw him get a call up in competition back then where he lost to Mick Fanning back in round 2. So we'll see now with getting this second chance to get called up into a venue like this. We saw Dylan Lightfoot represent that role for Jeffreys Bay. Tuomato with a little bit more experience with this break. Can he upset Joel Parkinson here?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw what happened in that last heat. You know, John was on a roll. We thought it was a John Florence show, and then all of a sudden Coyote stepped up, got that 9-point ride, backed it up with a high 8. So, and that happened really quickly. So, you know, this is the kind of wave where no matter how good you are, you've just got to be on the right ones, and it just goes to show that anyone on any given day can step up here at Chopu. You know, Tiamano's got to really focus on that. He's got a lot of experience out here, and I'll tell you what, Joel's going to be a little rattled. It's pretty heavy conditions out there, and it's anyone's game.
So still about 4 minutes off the clock and waiting for an opening ride to come through. You'll see these insiders go unridden. Man-on-man heats now for the first time today. We had 3-man heats in round 1, so now we're at our first elimination round where we reseed once again. We had top seeds like Medina effective, so Parkinson represents that top seed in this round. Coming up next, it'll be Adriano de Souza and Nathan Hedge. Looking back in history, we've seen a lot of our world champions have to deal with round 2 in Tahiti, and sometimes the wild cards are very deadly, especially the year pods when we had an all wild card final with Manoa Droulet and Bruno Santos.
You know, I've always said you're going to beat the best guys. It's good to get them early, before they get that roll going. Here we go, up and riding.
The local boy Tuomato Puatini with a lot of speed, and he will make this tube without a problem and take the lead.
Wow, Tuomato. The locals are loving this. They've got their boy out there, and I tell you what, he's probably one of the best bets right now. Joel's got his work cut out for him. You know, Joel's surfing incredibly well. Got that snatched out of his hands. Let's have a look at this wave. Joel wanted it, pushing the issue. And the local boy stepping up to the challenge. Look at this, perfect positioning, driving through the barrel. Very tricky conditions here this afternoon. It's going to play into his hands. And I tell you what, drawing first blood on a pretty good wave.
Nice effort there for the former trials champ back in 2010. Air Tahiti Nui putting together a series of local chargers. Also, a big part of the Billabong crew is a part of that trials. It's an event within the event, and there are all these tube specialists that try to get a spot into the WCT. At the moment, Peter Mell is with Kai Otten in the channel.
Thank you. They're just showing you the new tattoo that Kai Otten picked up here in Tahiti. As you can see, and oh man, this is the battle wounds that happen. They are definitely at war. Kai, you know, that heat right there was amazing on paper, and it didn't disappoint, so nice work there. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, all the 2 days we had practice here was all just John talk. I was talking about him. I think the whole world was talking about him. He's schooling everyone. He'd go on the black ones that would come in and no one would want him. He'd just make him. I didn't even see him fall off, like every free serve I had. So I was pretty nervous coming up against him. You know, you probably shouldn't talk about your opponent like that all week, but you know, it's just appreciate good surfing, I guess. And I knew I was up against it, and I've been watching Geordie. He's no slouch. He's got really good waves out here too, like the last few days. So it was a big heat for me.
And just you know, tell us about, I mean, how do you bounce back after getting your body just destroyed?
Oh, probably from not wanting to be too embarrassed because I butchered a pretty good wave. I think my board was just a bit long for that particular wave in the section. I rode a 6.8 at the start of the heat, and I rode it this morning, and it felt really good. But just out here, it seemed to have got more like you've got to go the west ones. I think there's been the biggest waves of the day coming in, and they're all west, so you really got to poke in under them. And the backup board I went for was 6.6, but it was quite fat, and it felt really good.
I gotta ask, I mean, there's a couple waves there as we see the local boy there taking off in this one, but you know, you're committing like literally in between next wave, like you're paddling, you know, 20 yards before the wave's even starting to break.
Yeah, well, that's the thing I've been watching, and even with John, and even John's brother Nathan was out here this morning, and he went a crazy one, but he started paddling like so early, and it's just, you got to pretty much be at the bottom of the wave when it's cupping out and keep paddling, because if you get up too early, which I actually did on one this morning, you're at the top of the lip. So yeah, I guess it's just a little bit of a tactic.
Great technique. Kai Otten is through.
Thanks a lot, Pete. Kai Otten, and feeling like the underdog and admitting that his favorite surfer all week has been John Florence, but he found a way to take him out. We know with Kai Otten's street cred, making the final series last year, fearless in the South Pacific in big open barrels, he was going to be deadly. He had a fresh quiver. Kai has 17 boards here, Potts, to choose from.
How do you know which one to ride? I mean, that's going to be confusing enough as it is. But, you know, obviously picked the right one there, and, you know, Kai just stuck to his guns. You know, he had a crazy wipeout. He dusted it off. You could see there he got a nice little Chopu tattoo for his efforts, but managed to get back out, you know, just take those deep breaths and get himself in the zone.
Having a look now, Joel Parkinson on his first wave, grabs the rail, perfect line. Spit blows him into the channel, and he'll start the comeback roll against Tuamata Puatini. Opening scores for Puatini at 7.83, backed it up with a 4.67 as we take a look at Parko.
Yeah, beautiful technique there. You can see just doing that nice little check turn halfway up, grabbing the rail, ensuring his exit. Now, a lot of guys, you can wonder why they're grabbing that rail. It's just to make sure that they come out. You know, this wave is very powerful, and any little bit of that lip that touches you can easily knock you off your board. So these guys using that rail grab to keep the board in the right line and make sure that that last little section that kind of folds over, they make sure they pop out of that. So Joel Parkinson answers back, and he's going to have to a 7.83 and a 4.67 for Tuamatu.
Well, as we open up a brand new round two, we'll have Nathan Hedge in the lineup coming up in round two, heat number 2. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon here local time in Tahiti. Good night to everyone watching in New York, about 9 o'clock at night. Back in Los Angeles at ASP headquarters, it's 6 in the evening. Honolulu is right on time with us in the South Pacific. And Sydney, they started watching at 2, 3 in the morning. It's now 11 in the morning there. Good morning to everybody watching on Fuel TV. And I know the European connection is alive and well. It's about 2 in the morning there. And you know, all of them are joining the conversation, letting us know what time it is and who they're rooting for. Continue to hashtag Billabong Pro Tahiti and join this conversation throughout an amazing week with an amazing forecast, arguably maybe one of the best forecasts we've been handed in Billabong Pro history.
Yeah, you know, it's not just one of those events where we're going to get one hit of swell. It's going to be completely pumping through the entire window. So these guys are going to, you know, Kieran obviously, along with the head judge and the surfers representatives, they're going to pick the eyes out of it, make sure they run this event at the right times. It's going to be great. I mean, we're going to have from start to finish with pumping surf.
And right now, Kieran Pro, our ASP commissioner, deciding that we'll at least try to finish 4 heats of this second round. So we'll also see guys like Mitch Colburn, Brett Simpson out later today. Meanwhile, Tuamata looks over the edge and lets this one blow up unridden. Opening ride for Parkinson, and though at a 7.4, he's right in there.
That he is. You know, Joel's really good at that. He's good at answering back quick, and here we go. Have a look at this bomb.
Over the edge, Parkinson grabs the rail. Speed line for the channel.
Oh, wow.
He controls it. Only needed a 5.11 there.
I tell you what a day of surfing we've had from start to finish. And it is not disappointing. Look at those waves unloading onto the reef. There's so much power and so much technique required from these guys just to get down the face of these waves. Never mind pull up into it. Have a look at this from Joel. Free falls out of the sky, grabs a rail, sets his rail perfectly, and comes flying out the end. So Joel Parkinson showed his technique as he just free falls down, pulls up straight away. That board is looking like it's going really good and comes flying out, doing around about 65 miles an hour there as Joel Parkinson gets spat out. Look at that, straight up and down, grabbing that rail, perfect technique. Look at the style. All points are awarded for these kind of things. The go for it attitude, the judges are liking that and scoring big points for their commitment. Degree of difficulty, look at that from Joel Parkinson, just on edge the whole way, and another good score just about to be locked in for our former world champ.
A lot of commitment from Joel Parkinson on the takeoff, where he has to commit to going to the bottom of the wave. Potts, when you're out here for the first couple of sessions, do you have the instinct to try to pull up and high and aim for the channel right away?
Well, you know, there's so much water getting drawn up the face of the wave, Joe. If you try and pull up too high, you're going to go up and over. So you're basically going to keep your board almost facing towards the beach. It's the only wave in the world that really you have to do that. You're going so fast yet, you've got to keep your board facing almost directly towards the shore. As soon as you turn and face your board towards the channel on those big ones, there's so much water drawing up the face that it literally takes you up and obviously flips you over. So there's a real fine line there between pleasure and pain.
Joel Parkinson locks in a 9-point ride on that last effort, takes the lead off of Tuamata, and now the local boy needs an 8.58 to remain in contention. As we dive into that trial story, once again, a whole select event of chargers. Guys like Bruce Irons, Vitea David, who's the head of the Water Patrol out there, Alan Ryu have won this one in the past, even Hawaiian Jamie O'Brien a few years back. It makes this scary scenario where they can take out guys like Joel if they get the chance. They're especially amazing in waves of consequence. Even with Tuamata down to second, you know, he has plenty of time to answer back.
Yeah, you know, it's the same thing at Pipeline where we get all these pipe specialists come into the event, and, you know, it's a real daunting situation for the guys that have been traveling all year. You know, having to come up against those kind of guys, and especially here at Chopu, it's such a crazy wave that there's guys that really surf it well, and you named some of the best in the world there out here at Chopu. So, you know, for these guys to then come up against the best in the world, you know, it's no easy feat anymore. It's no wishing to get the wild card. It's kind of like, hang on a sec, I don't want that guy because he's already gone through an entire event already. He's got the ball rolling, he's got the feel for it, and I'm coming in cold. So the guys at the top really do have their work cut out. Really impressive to see how far pro surfing is coming in the world. You always know we have a massive Australian contingent as they're the most dominant surfing nation, and they have been for quite some time. As we started with 15 Australians in the draw, Brazil with 6, USA with 5 contenders, 3 Hawaiians, 2 South Africans, 2 from Tahiti with Tuamata and Michelle, Ireland representative with Glenn Hall, and Portugal with Tiago Perez, and Spain is Aritz Aramburu, and that rounds out the top 34 plus the extra 2 that we have in this event. You know, you can see there USA, you know, normally there's a few more guys from the USA on tour, and you know, I look forward to seeing more. But Australia are really dominant here on the world stage. Really competitive humans, the Aussies. As you look at all the former champs and the records year by year, and there always is this crazy Australian contingent. Have you found an answer for that, Potts, why we have so many contenders? You know, I don't know. It's just competitiveness. You know, I think the way these guys come through the ranks, you know, taught at a very young age to have that competitive streak and the eye of the tiger from the day dot. You know, I think they're born with that competitive instinct, and it's almost like a survival thing. You know, you're out there and you're fighting for your life, and these guys really engage in that. So, you know, and that's what makes our sport so exciting, so dynamic. You know, you've got such talented humans going head to head in these amazing conditions, and we've seen it today. Guys are prepared to throw themselves over the ledge. Well, you see the guys that came before Joel Parkinson from the same turf, guys like Peter Townend, the first ASP world champion way back in the day. Those were the guys that were really trying to figure out a system to what it would take to crown a world champion at the time, and we've seen that go through so many changes from top 4 rides to top 3 down to top 2, with priority changing each and every year. And right now we've got the best system up to date. Absolutely right, you know, and it's conducive to good surfing. You know, the best guys are winning. Here we go. Having a look, Tuamata Puatini. Oh. Can't stop the takeoff. Oh my gosh. Goes straight down to the reef. Ouch. And he'll lose priority. Let's hope he's okay, because that was a really awkward wipeout. That's one of those ones where you go down with no penetration as he pops up. So everyone claps there. Clapping is a commitment as he's waving for help. Get me out of here, he's saying. You know, that's the thing with the spot. This guy's grown up surfing this wave, and still it rears up and bites you, and you can see him putting his head down, taking in some deep breaths. He took some serious donuts there as he lets go of the board, and they get him out of the zone. So let's hope he's okay. He's got his head down at the moment as he gets driven into the inside, and they're going to have a closer look at him. Still got his head down. He got some absolute pounding right there, Joe. So right now, Tuamata Puatini starting to stand up on the back of the sled. Parkinson out in the lineup all alone, still with the lead, and he'll be holding priority. A 7-4 and a 9-point ride. Puatini was needing an 8.58, still taking some time pots. Yeah, he got a real good beating right there. Boys are having a closer look at him. See what the water patroller on the loudspeaker there, Poto, maybe getting the medical staff on call. Serious moments right here, ladies and gentlemen. You don't understand the severity of this wave, and you know, I think we've been pretty lucky so far today with some of the wipeouts these guys have taken, as we see him getting brought to the inside section.
Well, great job to the Tahitian Water Patrol to bring him into some clear water, and we'll keep you posted on his status as he still has his head down, dealing with the medical attention. Puatini going straight down on that last wave, air dropping into the flats in an awkward fashion.
Well, he kind of almost lost his balance. He almost came down backwards, and he would have got back slammed and then picked up. Yeah, he got whiplash. That's
right
kind
there,
of what it looks like. Yeah, he's they're holding his head in one place, so let's hope he's okay, because he's looking pretty... Wow. Heavy moments, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure we'll try and get to the information as soon as we get it.
Now Parkinson all alone. He'll drive and pull into another barrel. Still driving, and he will make it. A long tube ride for Joel Parkinson as he's left alone. A 7.4 and a 9.0, as looks like he'll probably be taking an event win, with seeing Tuamata being held in the C-spine. It looks like he might probably have to leave the event. It'd be a tough situation for Puatini, working so hard in the trials. They had a solid swell for that one. Coming back into the CT format, and he's going to go straight to medical attention. Let's go back to the wipeout pots to see what happened
Let's go real slow. Let's have a look at this thing really slow. As you can see, he takes off. He's getting held up at the top, and that's what we said. Kai said it almost takes you backwards, and you see how he's falling backwards? And right there, slap, he gets whiplashed. And he hits the water really hard on his back. His head would have got thrown back, and then he got picked up and slammed. So definitely a serious case of whiplash on that one, but I'm not going to guess on what happened, but you can just see there he really did go down hard, and we hope he's okay, because that was not a good way to wipe out here at Chokes.
Tough moment for Tahiti, as we see Tuamata coming into the channel as well. Such an all-star crew with our Tahitian Water Patrol, quick on the scene, and score still dropping in for Joel Parkinson. Looks like another excellent range score. Joel definitely didn't want to win this way. Unfortunate moment just moments ago, coming all the way from the trials into his big show here at the WCT, and his family will be here to greet Tuamata, still keeping a strong hold on his neck here, Potts.
Yeah, well, it's a bumpy ride on that jet ski, so you don't want to damage his neck any more than what it already is. So they're just keeping him, you know, relaxed, trying not to make him move his arms and legs, and the medical staff will be onto him really quickly. It's not a good thing for Tahitian surfing. Michelle Perez's little brother went down pretty hard and spent 4 hours in surgery and came out the other side okay. So fingers crossed that Tuamata comes out of this one okay. That was a really devastating wipeout right there.
Well, coming into a swell like this, you know, the athletes are preparing, warming up in the crazy free surfs leading up to this session. But we talked to the medical staff the other day. When they saw the swell, they're also preparing to be very busy throughout this week. And hopefully we won't see any more injuries throughout this event. And a tough one for Puatini was such a great start. He opened with a 7.83, backed it up with a 4.67, started off with the lead. And right now for Joel Parkinson, he's realizing that Tuamata is not paddling back out. What's Joel's role at this moment? Should he keep surfing, or should he save himself in conditions like this?
If I was in Joel's corner, I'd say get back to the boat right now. There's no point really continuing it. It's pretty dangerous out there. The wind is coming on shore. He's got a 9 and an 8.17. As you see there, Tuamata getting, he's got the neck brace on. Fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen, we'll bring you the outcome as soon as we get information on his injuries.
Well, we remember back to some of the serious sessions we've had in Chopu history, the Code Red swell, the dramatic toe-in session. We saw Keala Kenley go down the day after when the event was back on a smaller wave. Sometimes it doesn't even matter if it's a toe session or a small insider. The reef is so treacherous here at Chopu.
Well, you know, everyone's been hitting it. I mean, Kai Otten got some skin off in the last heat, and you know, we saw Geordie Smith hit it. He was kept checking the heel of his foot. I'm sure he got some, got hit, you know, hit the reef. And you know, it's one of those waves where it unloads so much power and pushes you straight down. And if you fall just that little bit awkward, if you don't penetrate the water properly, if you don't fall with the right amount of momentum, you're going to come out second best. You know, this wave will teach you a lesson.
Well, Joel Parkinson does add an 8.17 to his top 2. We'll take a quick break and try to give you another update on Tuomato Puatini's status right after this.
If we look at the world water crisis, it's overwhelming. It's not about going out there and trying to save the world. It's about going out there and doing your part. And nobody said you couldn't have fun while you're helping people.
Air Tahiti Nui, the official airline of the Billabong Pro Tahiti, offering you daily nonstop flights from LA to Tahiti and Auckland. As we are into round 2 today, Joel Parkinson, former world champ, former runner-up at the Billabong Pro, with a 17.17 total in first. And our wild card, Tuomato Puatini, with the quick start, a 12.5 combined total, and unfortunately went down on a wipeout and is taken out of the heat. Still 11:20 on the clock. Just reminding everyone why, Potts, that you say this is a wave of consequence. You say that with a lot of meaning, especially when we come to this venue here at stop number 7.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's a wave that you got to. It demands respect, and you've got to give it. You know, it's a wave that you're pretty much cheating death every time you take off on it. And you know, you've got a super shallow reef. You've got a wave that comes out of deep water, so it's carrying a lot of speed, a lot of power. And you know, if you fall awkwardly, if you fall without momentum, you're going to visit the bottom. So it's just a matter of how hard you hit it and where you hit it. So you've got to be real careful. You've got to play your game right, as you see Joel having a look.
Marco all alone, taking a win here and just enjoying a lineup by himself. He'll get barreled, let go of the rail, and just coast his way into the channel. He's staying right here on the point like he always does. Stays with Aki, stays with Shane Dorian, Kamale Alexander. They have a repeat crew at this one house, and it's been a hard week containing himself because he knew it was going to be firing. Every time you pass by, Parko was feeling amazing, and he's in fine form. Now with more insight, we'll send it to the desk with Ronnie Blakey, Aki, and Strider.
Thank you, Joe. A very important heat for Joel Parkinson. It looks like he will be moving through to the next round. In his first heat of this contest, he actually tied for the win with Adrian Buchan. Ace had the higher wave score, though, ended up getting the jump on Joel, but Joel has recovered really well here, a 9 and an 8.17. Looks like he's moving on through. Some big heats coming this afternoon. Round 2 shaping up really well.
Yeah, it is shaping up well. The next heat, Nathan Hedge against Adriano de Souza. It's going to be a hard heat for Adriano, I feel, because Nathan's been here for a couple of weeks. He's got Chopu down, and, you know, we've seen some heavy stuff go down, so you know, we'll keep on going, and the waves are there. It's heavy, but it's there.
And Strider, I believe it's going to be Josh Kerr taking on Mitchell Colborne. That's another tough wild card heat for one of the top seeds.
Well, you got two surfers that are obviously amazing, you know, at the above the lip stuff, and then when he comes with the heavy stuff too, and they're going to be getting after it out here. Obviously, Mother Nature is offering up some heavy situations out in the lineup right now. You know, the mindset's got to be really intense out there in the lineup, in the channel, and these guys know that they've got to go to battle again right now and get back after it. And this is a huge heat right here. Round 2, nobody wants to lose.
That's right, and I believe the last heat that we'll be seeing today is heat number 4, Geordie Smith up against Brett Simpson. Now we know Brett Simpson hasn't made it out of the second round this year, so a crucial heat for Simpo.
Yeah, Simpo, you know, we want him to see him do good. He's got the talent. We saw him get a really nice little barrel out there this morning. He was on the board, and you know, I'm sure all of his fans back home would be rooting for him, but this is a crucial one too. You know, that 25th is a brutal blow.
Big heats and big waves, boys. It's all the action's coming thick and fast here in Tahiti.
Sure is, Ronnie. Thanks a lot, Aki and Strider as well, for the insight. A few more massive heats to come. Round 2 is always the crazy one. You start to realize how important an opening round 1 really is. so you can skip second round, avoid those eliminations, and the same theme goes to our next round where it's non-elimination, round 4. And when that was brought to pro surfing just a couple of years ago, we thought it was just going to be a freestyle round. Now you have to win that to skip round 5.
Yeah, you know, that guarantees you a quarterfinal berth, which is a keeper result moving on towards the world title. So, you know, as well as a keeper result for guys trying to re-qualify. So super important. There's a, you know, priority again in that round as we see Water World there. Chaos, controlled chaos, one would say. But, you know, that's the only vantage point here at Chopu, apart from all you people sitting at home in the comfort of your lounges with a cold drink watching this amazing action. And I know people around the world are enjoying it because it's a great show.
Huge one today, 7:30 on the clock as we start thinking about the world title race. It's our favorite topic, Potts. When we started the opening event of the season, now through the halfway mark, we'll take a look at the numbers. Medina holding world number 1 and that yellow jersey. Parkinson in second, consistent with his role, still waiting for his first win. Fanning with 2 wins at number 3. Michel Perez, number 5, the other surfer with 2 wins this season.
You know, you look at those guys. Gabriel Medina won. Joel, he's looking pretty good here in round number 2. Mick Fanning, one of the heats of the round. Taj surfed really well. Perez, Slater on fire again. Nat Young, De Souza. I mean, all the boys right there are surfing insane right here. So it's going to come down to the wire. It's going to come down to who can really focus and pull a win out here. If Gabriel Medina can win another event here, that is going to really put him out in front. But I'll tell you what, he's got to deal with some crazy talent right below him.
And maybe the biggest surprise looking at that, Slater outside of the top 5 picture. He's played that role in the past, so we had that look back moment back when he beat Taj Burrow, when he went from 11th in the world all the way to the lead, as we have crucial points on the line. If you lose in this second round, it's 500 points. You won't even feel that. You'll probably drop a couple of spots.
Yeah, absolutely right. You know, and then you jump up to 13th place, which is 1,750. Then there's another massive jump into 9th with 4,000. You know, basically you're looking at 5ths or better. Those are the keeper results. Ultimately looking for that number 1 spot with 10,000 points. So, you know, there's, I'll tell you what, there's some big bucks on offer as well, but these guys really, the points are the issue. And you look at 3rd up to 1st. That's what you're looking at to keep and take you on to the World Championship. 6,500 for 3rd, 8,000 for 2nd, and obviously 10 for 1st. So, you know, that's the world title points. It has changed in the past where we used to have different points for different events. But, you know, all CT events produce the same points.
And Parko still enjoying the free surf out front as he's the only one in the lineup. If you're just joining us, Tuamata Punatini went down on a wipeout, and he's receiving medical attention. Parkinson with a 9 and an 8.17 still has 5 minutes, as now he'll just quietly pace himself and prepare for round 3. Another round where we will reseed, as he was able to avoid that elimination. We reflect back on Parko's career, Pods. Remember, like Jay Bay, he was a wild card, won right away. He was amazing at Bells right away. At Tahiti, it didn't really work out that way. He had a couple of 33rds to start, losing to guys like Shane Powell, Victor Rebus back in the day. It took him a few starts before he made a final series.
Yeah, we'll have a look at it. I mean, it takes a while to get used to this beast, you know. It takes a lot to wrap your head around how crazy the wave moves. It's a phenomenon. It's one of those 7 wonders of the world, and I tell you what, it takes a couple of years to get the right boards under your feet, be comfortable here staying. You know, you've got to find that right spot, right little family to hang out with, get that right vibe going, and you know, actually surf a few heats under pressure. And I tell you what, to surf it like this is pretty rare. So.
And now let's check out the heat recap from the opening heat of round 2. Tuamata Punatini started with a 7.83 and the lead.
You know, it started off good, and I thought, wow, hang on a sec, Joel Parkinson has got a heat on his hands, as we see this one here. Very John-like as he drops straight down the face of the wave, grabs the rail, pulls in nice and tight, and gets spat out of an absolutely humongous barrel. So Joel Parkinson looking good. And I'll tell you what, that board under his feet looks magic. So to me, that is what it's all about here. And this was the moments where we're all holding our breath right now. You know, just Tuamata going down. You can see that the Water Patrol holding him tightly to make sure there's no real bouncing around there. But, you know, as I said, our fingers are crossed. We're holding our breath to hear some information about Tuamata.
Standing by for that, 3:50 to go. Last wave for Parkinson is 6.67, 5.10 before that, as he's remained in the lineup for quite some time. He's all alone with 3:30 to go. Still waves of consequence on hand with this swell on the rise. Potts, do you think it'll get bigger before we leave the lineup today?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's supposed to peak this afternoon, so you know, we've seen some massive sets, and just when we thought that it was kind of dropping, that CJ Hobgood set came through. So you know, we're just going to see what happens. It's really hard to predict this ocean, and you know, it's big enough as it is right now, I reckon. And if it just needs to, I think it just needs to clean up a little bit. If we saw that wind swing around a little bit, it'll probably start looking really gem-like again.
So looking forward to a few more heats to go as the round 2 matchups are already squared away. Coming up next, it will be De Souza and Nathan Hedge, followed by Josh Kerr and Mitch Colburn. And then Jordy Smith and Brett Simpson look like it'll be the last heat of the day. Matchups to look forward to this week: John Florence and Rioni Montero, followed by Pete Durbridge and Glenn Hall. Very important heats for those guys involved in that second round.
You know, that's these guys are all looking for points. You know, there's whether you're in the middle of the draw trying to maintain that top 22, whether you're trying to move up into that top 22, or whether you're trying to go for a world title race, which Joel's doing. You know, it is a super important round. We've seen the points break down, and it's definitely not what you're looking for.
Well, right now, Joel looking for his first victory here in Tahiti. Remember how close he was a couple of years back against Mick Fanning in 2012. Started off with the total in first, but ended up losing the lead with Mick Fanning coming from behind as we look back at Chopu history with Joel Parkinson.
Yeah, you know, you look back at 2009, and, you know, it was a 9th place there, then injured in 2010. 2011, 25th spot, 2nd in 2012 and 9th. So he hasn't really had it his own way here. Still struggling for that win. But I tell you what, Joel Parkinson, if he keeps surfing the way he is right now, he's on a great looking board. He's picking the right waves. He's looking comfortable. He's looking confident. He's done a lot of training. He's super fit at the moment. I think Joel Parkinson's in the best place right now to win this event.
Well, pretty amazing to see Joel Parkinson surf in waves with this kind of substance to it. Former pipe master, just waiting for this title to come through. As you can see, the channel at max capacity. All the local Tahitians grabbing any type of watercraft they can get their hands on to paddle out and watch the world's best. You have some crazy sailboats and yachts that are docked just a little bit into the bay, where you have people flying in from Australia. They have their personal captains timing the waiting period of the Billabong Pro to watch the world's best compete.
It's changed, hasn't it, Joe? It used to be a nice little quiet surfing event down here, and it's created a big noise, and people come from all over the globe to watch it. And if they can't, I'm sure they're at home watching it via the webcast or Field TV or you know, different channels around the world, which is amazing. It's the sport has gone global. It's one of the best sports on the planet to watch. It's got everything. It's got excitement. It's got drama. We've got some of the most talented humans in the world doing it. And Mother Nature's our playing field, and it's constantly changing, which makes it so exciting.
As you already see, the next heat on deck in the lineup right next to Joel Parkinson. We're into the countdown, and looks like Joel will be just working his way to the channel to call it a heat. He'll be keeping a 9-point ride and an 8.17 as he eliminated Tuamata Puatini to move on to round 3. Exciting heat coming up next. Looking forward to Adriano De Souza and Nathan Hedge when we come back.
It's kind of like the thing that drives you, like it gets you to, well for me, it gets me to a place that I can't get to anywhere else, having surfed Chopu and that fear. You really learn a lot about yourself, and there's parts of me that, you know, if I look into it too much, you know, you can get a little bit anxious about it all, but at the end of the day, it's such an incredible wave, and it just so happens that there's a comp site here as well, so there's an opportunity to showcase the talent that we've been given, blessed with. Sort of wonder why I've been so lucky to be able to surf the way I do, and it's just a blessing, and super appreciative of it these days. And before it was just kind of, I guess I took it for granted a bit too much.
2 continues here in the South Pacific, here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti with Adriano de Souza, current world number 7, surfing against Nathan Hedge, the wild card coming from the trials. He's been in Tahiti for a long time. He was a former WCT full-time competitor and took a serious hiatus from the jersey. And now we're seeing the second coming of Nathan Hedge, back with the fire with a goal to re-qualify for the WCT, and now in a venue where he was one of the first to really prove himself as fearless at the wave here at Chopu.
You know, and unfortunately dislocating his shoulder in the process, but I'll tell you what, this man has got so much talent. He's looking way fitter than I've ever seen him. He's looking way more committed. He's back on track. He's dealt with all the stuff he's got to deal with. He's come out the other end twice as strong, mentally stronger as well. So, you know, he's going to be a tough nut for Adriano de Souza to get past right now. Nathan Hedge is not scared of this wave. He's proven that he's got what it takes to do well out here. So I'm looking forward to this heat. It's going to be a battle.
Well, you look at Nathan Hedge with his year he's had in 2014. He's been almost in every single event. When you check out ASPWorldTour.com, you're seeing him at 1 stars with a win to start off the whole year. He's going to all the big prime events. He did well in the trials back at Margaret River and got a spot in the main event back then. So now we'll see him second time with this CT wildcard kind of feel here at Chopu.
Yeah, I saw him at J-Bay as well. So he's pretty much getting the feel back, and I think he's made it quite clear that he wants back on the tour. You know, Aritz Baru got back on, Jadson Andre got back on. You know, so why not him? You know, he's surfing good enough to do it. You know, he's got himself in the right place, and you know, good luck to him.
It's interesting when you look at the contrast of de Souza coming up on the World Tour at such a young age and remaining in contention for a top 10, top 5 sort of feel throughout. With 31 on the clock, priority still isn't set yet, and we haven't had a wave ridden so far, Potts.
You know, 5 minutes gone. Well, just under 5 minutes gone. So, and you know, these guys are going to play the patience game. They just saw what happened to Tuamata. They're not going to push the issue. They're going to make sure the waves they catch are the ones they can make. You know, you've got to make sure you're on the jams here this afternoon. It's a very tricky afternoon. A lot of bump on the face of the wave. The wave is kind of chandeliering, so I think that might play into Nathan Hedge's hands. It's easier to maneuver yourself through the barrel on your forehand, whereas on your backhand you've got to kind of grab the rail and set that line. But I tell you what, you know, Adriano de Souza looked good in his early heat.
Well, Nathan Hedge takes the first wave, 2-hand drag. Just a quiet little barrel, and he pops out. So a small score to get things underway, and de Souza will now hold priority. He'll wait no longer, pulling right into the pit. Easy on the exit for de Souza. Bigger barrel as he'll take the lead.
There we go. So Adriano de Souza probably got the better of that exchange. Just spending a little bit more time behind the curtain, showing the judges some stalling techniques that the natural footers use. They normally drag a certain part of their body in the wave just to slow themselves down. The technique that it's very hard for the natural footers, I mean the goofy footers, to do. And when I say goofy foot, I mean they stand with their right foot forward, so they literally face the wave. A natural footer stands with his left foot forward, so he's got his back to the wave, a different technique involved. And some may say that it's a little bit more critical, but I think it's pretty much an even playing field.
Potts, back when you were Grom looking at your heroes that came before you, would you ever kind of look at your own footage in the mirror or look at goofy footers and watch them in the mirror to see what they look like as a natural footer? As we get back to that, here's the replay of de Souza.
Yeah, you can see Adriano there dragging that butt, putting his backside into the wave, and what that does is it just wipes a bit of speed off and allows him to spend a little bit more time behind the curtain. And that's what pretty much comes into the judges' criteria. The amount of time spent disappeared from view. That is determine how long you're in the barrel, and the more time you spend behind that curtain, the bigger your score is going to be. But back to your question, no, I used to just look at the guys I appreciated. You know, the Sean Thompsons, the Mark Richards, Tom Carroll, Shane Horan. You know, I always imagined myself being a regular foot Tom, you know, trying to emulate that power. But you know, I sort of had the natural footers that I looked to. I think Tom was the only goofy that I really respected and looked towards, but I think the rest were all natural footers.
As you look at that, there's always been a great rivalry between the two. Nathan Hedge from a crazy board riders club called North Narrabeen in the northern beaches of Sydney, Australia. 35 years of age. We saw this kid come up so young in all those awesome search movies with Tom Curran. qualified for the World Tour, was dangerous when he was on tour. Now he's coming back. Now let's get caught up with former world champ Joel Parkinson on the boat with Rosie Hodge.
That's right, Joel Parkinson, incredibly close heat this morning with Ace back and in fact tying. Did that kind of make you a little bit hungrier for this round number 2?
Yeah, I suppose, you know, when the waves are like this, it's, you know, as hard as it is to lose, I guess it's still like I still got to surf this afternoon. I mean, the wind was a little into it, but it was so good out there.
And once the wildcard had hurt himself, you pretty much had the lineup to yourself. Did you feel like you could have come in and conserved your energy, or did you relish the fact that you had Chopu all to yourself?
Yeah, I definitely just, you don't get moments like a Chopu by yourself. It was like a practice session in a way. I mean, but, you know, the heat definitely, when someone gets hurt in a heat, it really, you know, you psych up for a heat, you get all pumped, and all of a sudden all that energy and all that, you know, you kind of turns to a bit like, oh, I hope he's all right, and, you know, it really deflates I guess, because he was all pumped up too, you know, we wanted a battle, and but, you know, I guess guys really go for it out here, and saying that, man, I hope he's all good, and I hope it sounds like he's hurt his neck, but it should be okay.
All right, Joel, we'll look forward to seeing you in round 3 coming on later this week.
Can I just say hello to my wife and kids? I miss you guys. Love yous.
Thanks, Joel. Back up to you boys.
Thanks, Rosie. Joel Parkinson's been known for taking his entire family, all the kids, around to all the venues. So right there, he's already missing them dearly. Enjoying the fact that he got the heat win, but a tough one there. He's ultra competitive. He wants a battle in waves like this. What does that tell you, Potts, to Joel's demeanor in this event?
You know, he wants a battle. He doesn't want to win like that. You know, he doesn't want the guy to get hurt. He wants to get pushed to the limits. You know, he wants, and basically with the good guys, with the world champs, that brings out the best in them. You know, these easy heats that you know, something happens and it's kind of a default. You know, these guys don't want to win like that. They want to have that full, you know, matchup, that battle royale. And what that does is it just produces the best surfing possible, and that's what these guys want, and that's what we want.
Well, remember Joel back at the Code Red Swell. He did lose in round 2 to Brett Simpson, so now with a great forecast ahead of him, he'll get to relish in perfect conditions out here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. One thing we reflect back on that swell as well, when Owen Wright met Kelly Slater in the final in 2011. First thing Owen looked up to Kelly and asked, he's like, wow, you've been on tour for so long, what keeps you going? And he looked at Owen and said, hey, there's no one out. It's perfect. I want to do this for the rest of my life.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, it's those moments that motivate the best surfers in the world. You've got to keep digging deep for them. You've got to keep finding those things that make it worthwhile. You know, going the hard yards, getting on the airplane, spending that time going through airports, living out of a suitcase. You know, people say it's a dream job. Yes, it is, but it is a job nonetheless. And I think if you don't treat it that way, if you don't treat it accordingly, it's so easy to come unstuck. So, you know, you've got to do the hard yards. You can't just turn up at a place like Fiji or Chopu, Tahiti, and make it feel like a holiday. You know, you're here to work. Yes, it is beautiful and there's palm trees and the weather's great, but you're here to do some business, and that's to win heats.
And it's all about the world title, which is the dream for De Souza in this matchup. Hasn't made a final yet in 2014. Does that surprise you, Pot?
Yes, it does. You know, I mean, the kid's amazing. Won Bells last year. I was expecting bigger things from him at Bells this year. Unfortunately, sustaining an injury in Bali on his time off, and I think that hindered his performance at J Bay. But he looks like he's back. It looks like he's in good form again. So, you know, the year's not over. He surfs good at Trestles. He surfs good in Europe, and he proved last year at the end of the year that he's now got it a pipe. So, looking for big things from him.
Well, we have Peter Mel, former big wave world champion, out in the lineup right now. Pete, you went through the Surfline forecast. You've been out in the water all day. Any surprises for you condition-wise at this stage?
No, they were pretty spot on. I mean, Surfline definitely called a little bit of this northeast kind of stuff to come in, and we see a sea breeze, and we're seeing it right now. Luckily, it's been kind of staying off the, you know, really affecting the waves too much. I mean, there's a little fluff on it, but not too bad. But I just wanted to get, I'm out in the channel. I'm actually all the way in the channel. 100 feet deep below me right here. And that's what makes this wave so special, right? It's 100 feet deep, and it's made by those mountains behind me. You see those two big valleys? That's where that fresh water comes down, and it comes down right into the zone. And then it made a low spot in the reef, and all the current carved its way over millions of years to create this special place on Earth. You know, and again, it's 100 feet deep, and you guys have been talking about it. There's nothing that'll allow these waves to stop. They just are freight training down the reef and out of that 100 feet into 10 feet. And that's what makes that wave so special and so crazy as far as the meat and potatoes that thing has. It's like black water, and that's what you talk about, right? And that's why, because it's so deep.
Now, Pete, I noticed that you're moving out towards sea. Is that the rip going out?
It's definitely moving out here, Potts. I'm trying to stay in position. It's definitely moving. You know, again, it's just so deep, and all the water there. I mean, there's reef pass that runs all the way up to Papeete, and then all the way around the corner, and there's just little zones where water can move out of here, and this is one of the spots that has the most water moving out.
Very impressive. Well, Pete, I know you've surfed a lot of slabs around the world. Have you found anything to really compare to this side of setup at Chopu?
I would say no. Not for the part of perfection part of it. I mean, it's so just ruler edge. You know, slabs usually generally going to be a real quick kind of, you know, sometimes off steps in it and, you know, the ship sterns and all that kind of stuff, and not so perfect. This is one of the most perfect lefts in the world, and it's most challenging wave in the world, and that's why we're here for the World Championship Tour.
A pretty impressive showcase of talent here on the World Tour. Pete, one of the fearless chargers that have surfed this place, maxed out. Thanks for the insight from way outside of the channel. You can see how deep he is sitting in water. That is, you can't even see the bottom. And then you can paddle up to the reef. And a lot of the world's best take the time on flat days to grab a snorkel mask and check out this beautiful reef. They can actually scare themselves sometimes because they really realize how close they are to the impact zone.
Yeah, I actually did that at Pipeline one year and wished I'd never done that because there's caves and caverns and trenches and, you know, and very similar here where, you know, pretty easy to get stuffed into a little crevice and really do some damage. So, you know, wave of consequence, as I always say, and you've got to be really prepared, you know, mentally, physically. You've got to have that go for it attitude. You can't afford to hesitate one little bit. That little bit of hesitation creates a little bit of doubt, and that little bit of doubt can really make you come unstuck.
That's right, Potts. Well, it's on at the Billabong Pro Tahiti with De Souza out in front with a 6.67. Nathan Hedge with a 3.60. And a slow start to this heat. We've seen a serious low so far. Nathan Hedge got the first wave, just got in the 3 range. De Souza picked the wave right after him. We're seeing a lot of weights in between, the real perfect gems at this moment. Potts, as we look back on a massive opening day of competition, who are some of the all-stars that really left a message on this opening day?
You know, we always talk about, you know, Kelly Slater not being in the mix for the world title. Well, he's in the mix for the world title, but an uncharacteristic 6th place. So, you know, that's pretty much as low as Kelly goes. But, you know, in saying that, I think one of the standout performances straight out of the gates, not an early guy, hates getting up and too early and surfing those early heats, but really came to today with a mean streak and surfed incredibly well. I thought Mick Fanning, coming off a win at Bell's Beach, J Bay, I beg your pardon, is looking absolutely sharp as, and he's going to be a tough one to beat as well. Gabriel Medina, you know, everyone was questioning the fact of, you know, he's never surfed Chopu this big. I think he looked a little bit shaky in the beginning, but then came through at the end with the goods. So, you know, he's looking pretty good. I think the other one that stood out for me was Nat Young. Nat Young came out, you know, 2nd year on tour, looked like a seasoned veteran out here at Chopu.
Impressive day with still a few heats to go and 20 minutes on the clock. De Souza, the 6.67, as we wait to see his first final of the season. We saw him do amazing things in his career at Bell's Beach with a huge win, Mundaka in the past, so he knows what it's like to win. He's waiting for that moment. As we now will take a moment to get an update on the event with Rosie Hodge out in the channel. Rosie?
Thanks, Joe. I've actually got an update on the wildcard Tiamata and his condition. He went into the beach. He has been stabilized. He was on a stretcher with a neck brace. And chatting to the medics, Kieran just gave me some intel that, you know, it looks like he's okay. He's talking. He's coherent. But they do want to take him into town just to do an MRI on his neck. Obviously, he got massive whiplash from that wipeout. So, you know, whatever the MRI indicates, you know, we'll know a bit better about his condition, but right now he does seem to be stable and to be in okay spirits.
Nice update, Rosie. Thanks a lot for that one. A huge one there for not just Tahiti, but for the global surfing world, appreciating his courage and commitment on his local lineup. And now the focus will be on Michel Perez, as he's the last Tahitian left here in the draw, still going, Potts.
Yeah, big sigh of relief there. And, you know, you don't want to see that. You know, it's one of those moments where, you know, with a wave like this, you know, you can tell by the way he fell, he sort of twisted around and fell backwards and then got that whiplash as he came down on his back. And, you know, that he's got a massive headache right now, but fingers crossed that MRI comes back a-okay. But, you know, good news there.
Well, we've seen that happen, obviously, in free surfs here in Tahiti, but Nathan Hedge was on the wrong side of an injury way back in his final in 2004, dislocating his shoulder way back when. We saw Damien Hobgood run into a ski in his final a few years ago. It's a fairly common theme when you come to Chopu.
Very common theme. I mean, you know, there's going to be a lot of skin left on the reef by the end of this event. I don't think there'll be many guys that will get through unscathed. So, you know, it's just part of the deal here. It's part of, you know, paying your dues when it comes to this kind of wave. You know, you've got to be in it to win it. And, you know, you saw the attitude Owen Wright had. I mean, that's a crazy commitment there, and it was rewarded. And the judges are understanding that, you know, it takes a lot of guts to take off on those kind of waves, and Owen Wright was rewarded for that. I'm really glad to see that the judges are understanding the heaviness of the situation and rewarding that committed, you know, performances there from those guys.
Our head judge Richie Porta talks to the panel each and every morning, and when the judges have an off heat, they'll actually get a chance to get taken on the ski into the channel to look into the tube. As we watch De Souza on his second wave, he gets clipped, and he has to get out of there.
Yeah, I think he kind of got through there for a little bit, but I dare say he might have got sucked up and over. Really hard to penetrate this wave, really hard to get through the back of it. And if you do, you're going to wear the next one on the head no matter what, but there you got sucked up and over. So very hard to get through the back of this wave because there is no back, Joe. It's the whole power of the Pacific Ocean behind it. And look at that, De Souza's going to have to get himself out of that zone. The Water Patrol are going to need to do their job right now. Where is he? Yeah, it looks like he's been picked up already. So the Water Patrol well and truly on it today. Got their work cut out. There he is, getting on the back of the jet ski, ditched the board as they'll make their way in and around the lagoon. As De Souza is wearing one of those life preservers underneath his wetsuit, getting him to the surface a lot quicker as he gets under the back of the jet ski. So easy to take off on the wrong wave, and I'll tell you what, it's a commitment that you've got to take. You know, some of those ones that don't look like you're going to make them are the ones that end up being the 10-point rides, Joe.
Pretty scary situation when you take off on the wrong wave, turn around, and there's a bigger, especially a west one, coming your way. Happens a lot. Sometimes you have those mixed up swells. Back to this one with Nathan Hedge starting to dig in. Only has a 3.6. Looks down the ledge, airdrops, stomps it.
My goodness.
Wide open pit for Hedgie. Arms to the sky, and he flies out.
Is this going to be the first 10 of the day? That was absolute commitment there from Nathan Hedge. That was absolute. Look at that. That just spat straight onto Gordo's camera. That's how close it is to. Wow, that was insane wave there from Nathan Hedge. And did he get out? He got out. Let's have a look at this. Paddles into it. Look at that free fall drop on his tiptoes. Just pulls underneath there, avoiding the guillotine, and comes flying out of the end. So Nathan Hedge, I tell you what, the afternoon has proven really tricky for a lot of guys. And look at that commitment from Nathan Hedge. He is absolutely on edge. I thought he was gone. Manages somehow to set that rail and just duck under the lip there. Nathan Hedge, wow, what a wave from Hedgie. And comes flying out the end, Joe. Talk about commitment.
Really impressive to see how weightless he was on the takeoff. Hedgie knows right away that's going to be a massive score. Two hands to the sky, waited for a long time for that one to come through. What was the hardest part about that ride, Potts?
I think the hardest part about that ride was going for it. He knew he was late. He knew he had to commit to it. And that he did, you know, and that's what I'm talking about. You've got to have that go for it attitude. He was believing that he was going to make that wave. There was not 1 ounce of Nathan Hedge that was doubting the fact that he was going to pull that off. And I think that's what you got to have. He's got, you know, he's got the ability, and he relied on that. He was on his tiptoes dropping down the face of that wave. He managed to just get the edge on the bottom turn and duck under that lip there. And I'll tell you what, had he not ducked, that thing would have taken his head off.
And it comes in at a perfect 10 for Nathan Hedge. When we say perfect, that means every judge thought it would get the best score in pro surfing. Our first 10 of the Billabong Pro Tahiti. We've seen how hard it is to get that perfect number so far this season. They hold back on it, and they wait for a moment where they look back and say there's nothing else that could have been done on that wave. Incredible commitment for Hedgie, using that wild card crazy ability to his advantage. He had that opportunity last year. He could really upset this world title race.
Wow. Well, I tell you what, I called it straight away. I mean, that was by far one of the most radical drops to, you know, drop down, grab the rail, pull it up under the lip, duck, get barrel, get spat out. There was so much going on that wave. The judges had nowhere to go but give it a perfect 10. So Nathan Hedge proven why he was definitely worthy to be put in the trials #1 and now have a shot at some of the world's best.
And he's had such an amazing role in pro surfing this whole year. Up and down results, dealing with battling in beach breaks, and now into his specialty, pulling into the pit once again. Hedgie highlining this first section. And he'll skip out on his way out at the 13-minute mark. Remember, he already has a 10. All he needs is something solid to back it up with. De Souza, meanwhile, got picked up by the ski. He's sitting out the back with first priority, needing a serious comeback roll at this stage.
You know, Nathan Hedge has got to just settle down right now. You can see he's really fired up, and you can see his body motion. He was kind of sitting out the back, kind of trying to tell himself, okay, calm down, relax. It's one wave, it's one good wave. You can see Nathan Hedge there. Looks like he's flicked the board. Did he snap it? See if we can get see what happened there. But he's swimming back out. He's absolutely fired up after that 10-point ride. He doesn't need a jet ski. Give me my backup board, he's saying, and get me back out into the lineup. I want more of this.
How often do we see this with Nathan Hedge? Incredible athlete. He is so fired up. We'll get the inside view from the channel with Peter Mel. How'd that 10 look for you, Pete? I think
Sorry,
Pete
guys.
fell in. Yeah, how'd that feel for you, Peter?
Just wanted to let you know, first of all, that wave right there, he needed that one, right, to back up the 10. But the 10 itself was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He dropped in underneath the thing, and if you can look behind me, this thing's gonna come up, but he bottom turned in the barrel, literally in the barrel, which is just something I've never seen before, and of course that's why it's a perfect 10. He's got his backup board, Matt Granger's there. He is gonna head right back out and hopefully back that thing up as I get sucked into the pit.
Be careful, Pete.
It's all right, just right here.
Yeah, Pete can handle it. That's why he's sitting out there. But Hedgie's still
Why
swimming
is he
here.
swimming?
Potts.
I mean, he's got to get on the back of the jet ski. And this baffles me. Number one, where's his caddy? Number two, why isn't he on the back of the jet ski yet?
So
This is
still
a crazy
waiting.
situation. I think he lost his backup board. That was the board we saw going up and over the falls then. So Nathan Hedge, a little bit of a blunder here. It's going to take some time for the Water Patrol to go in and get his boards. Because both his boards now are in the lagoon. As we see someone reluctant to get rid of that board there. This is a crazy situation. It's all happening here today, I tell you, Joe.
A huge one there for Nathan Hedge, swimming all the way to the channel to find another piece of equipment. So spending quite a few minutes without his surfboard. He does have a 10. He's in a great situation, but he let a lot of time roll off the clock. And De Souza still sitting out with priority. Now he'll regain his composure and get out there to compete, Potts.
Yep, just got to settle down, and there we see his board breakdown as we see Nathan Hedge, 6'2.5", 18.5 inches wide, 2 3/8, 26 litres of volume. He's got the Future Fins quad set up and a small swallowtail. I like the small swallowtail, Joe. It's you know, I come off that twin fin era, so I'm really quite partial to the swallow. It gives the board so much more maneuverability, and it just looks better.
Great to see a lot of boards in his quiver too that he has on deck. He had a couple of boards that actually have glass on fins on them. You don't see that too often with how often these guys travel.
Yeah, you know, it just gives it that little bit more strength. You know, I like it. I've got Matt Hoy made me a board with glass in fins, and you can really feel the difference. Unfortunately, it's hard to travel with them because obviously the damage that occurs.
So big heat still to come. Hedgie back in the lineup with a perfect 10. More to come in heat number 2 right after this. Round 2 continues here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti with Nathan Hedge, the wild card, earning his spot from the trials, which is just littered with some of the best tube riders in the world. And at the moment, he has a 10 and now looking for a solid backup to eliminate Adriano De Souza from competition. You look at that trials draw when it gets squared away, Potts, and I think one of the big things we saw was the Billabong trusting a lot of their grommets on their program. Guys like Jack Robinson, Griffin Colapinto, Taylor Clark, to get apart, to battle with some of the best tube riders in the world.
You know, and they're all worthy. I mean, that little Jack Robinson showed that he's got as much guts as anyone I've ever seen. You just look at some of the ads of that wave that he went over the falls on. That takes a lot of guts from a little bloke, and he's a charger. Tell you what, he's going to grow up to be a very, very dangerous human, very confident in big waves too, and I'm looking forward to watch that kid's career grow.
Really fun to see him still on hand, surfing this morning, surfing last night. Jack Robinson, write that name down. We'll see him on tour very soon. 750 remaining. Hedge with the 10 and just a 2-point ride. One of the weird things that we've had sometimes in Pipeline and in Tahiti is where someone gets a perfect 10 and every once in a while they won't be able to find a backup. We saw that happen to Kai back at the Pipe Masters, Potts.
That's exactly right. Now, what Hedgie's got to do is just calm down. He's gone through about a 5-minute drama. He had to get rescued. He whipped the leash off, dove under, swam back out, got his backup board, got caught by one of the biggest sets of the day, lost his backup board, and someone had to give him a board. So I wonder if he's actually got his normal board back, the one he's been riding. He's just got to calm down, take a deep breath. At the moment, De Souza with priority, so De Souza only needing a 5.34, but Hedgie carrying a low 2-point ride as his second score. So
now with 7 minutes on the clock here in round 2, heat number 2, let's send it to the desk for an update with Ronnie Blakey, Aki, and Strider.
Cheers, Joe. Yeah, we always talk about these first couple of heats of most second rounds in any World Tour event is when you generally see wildcards coming up against some of the top seeds, and we saw that with Joel Parkinson in the first heat. Tuamata didn't really get a great opportunity to have a good battle with Joel, injuring himself midway through the heat. But at the moment, Nathan Hedge is putting on a masterclass out there.
Oh, isn't he sensational? That was unbelievable, that drop. Like Pete said, he pulled up in the barrel. He almost fell, but it got him deeper. And here it is right here. Let's have a look at it. Slow motion. He slides down. It almost falls off right there. Almost goes over the handlebars, but it gets him deeper, and he just points his front arm to where he wants to be. Just got under the lip there. And I knew when he was going to come out of this, I knew he had it, and I knew it was a 10. So the wild card, so dangerous. Coming up again in the next heat is Mitch Colburn. He's pretty much a wild card too. He's a replacement up against Josh Kerr. That's going to be a big heat.
It is going to be a big one. So Adriano De Souza in a real spot of bother here at the moment. He's been incredibly consistent this year. Hasn't bowed out in the second or third round yet, Strider. He's up against it.
Well, he's not out of it all the way. You know, he's still got some time. There was some confusion there in the channel with surfboards and losing boards, and, you know, there was some heavy, you know, yelling and screaming and Hedgie trying to get something on it, but then he got back on. He's on a board now. He's back out the back, and they're going to go head-to-head still to finish this thing off. Saw
the boys scrambling for the horizon. Let's see if there's any sets on the way.
Thanks, Ronnie. Aki and Strider, big points there with De Souza with his back against the wall, against the wild card. Nathan Hedge with a perfect 10. Interesting to note, De Souza's only had 2 round 1 wins this year. As we look back to this wave of De Souza pulling in and out. A quick tube ride as he looks to gain some momentum, Potts.
Yeah, what's he looking for? A 5.4 or something in that range right there. So De Souza, he's, tell you what, is that wave going to put him in the lead? You know, Nathan Hedge needs to improve on that 2 as a backup. Let's have a look. It wasn't one of the biggest set waves. Nice easy in for Adriano De Souza. Pulls up under, beautiful positioning there. Comes out nice and clean. So it's going to be interesting to see where that wave fits in into the scale of things. We've seen some incredible waves so far today. And the perfect 10 from Nathan Hedge only minutes ago.
So passing the 5-minute warning, a tough time for De Souza as he's on the road to come back. That score will be locking in just a moment as Nathan Hedge still has the lead. As we start thinking about their totals right now, 12-point total for Hedgie, and Adriano De Souza looking for that 5.34 to move on and move straight into round 3. But interesting, when De Souza used to dominate round 1 when it was a non-priority format, 3-man priority, he's only had 2 events where he's gone straight into round 3.
Well, his hands are tied, Joe. So one of his major weapons has been taken away from him, and that's positioning and you know, strategy, and that's you know, that used to be a major part of surfing. It still is, but it's definitely been you know, tuned down, so to speak, and it's basically what's happened now is it's all the guys have been given an equal opportunity to catch waves. and it doesn't come down to that guy who's got the ability to hassle and put himself on the inside. You know, especially here at Chopu, you know, you've got guys that will get that first wave of the set, paddle back out and push the issue. And here at Chopu, you can't afford to go too deep, so you end up giving up the inside position. And then what Adriano would do would do that. He'd push you so far up that you're way too deep to get the next wave. So they've eliminated all of that. They want to see good surfing, and that's exactly what it's doing. It's producing the best surfing.
And you get clean rotations. We also have the 4-man priority rule now in the Prime and 6-star events on the ASP World Tour, so eliminating a lot of that hassling for position. Right now, first priority is with Nathan Hedge. We saw him swimming for a while, trying to get to the channel for his backup board. Finally made it there. One of the big things his coach Matt Granger was talking about is trying to teach Nathan Hedge to cool the jets sometimes, how to maintain his composure, because he's one of the most fired up humans on the planet.
That he is, and we just saw a little bit of that in that little bit of a mix-up. You know, all he had to do was get on the back of the jet ski, get himself back into the channel, and then get on that backup board. So what he did was he swam back out, and that put him in a really tough situation. As we have a look there now, Nathan Hedge was at a blocking maneuver. He had priority, 2.5 minutes on the clock. We're still waiting for scores to come through. D'Souza looking for a 5.34. So that last wave obviously was not enough to put him up into the lead. And Nathan Hedge hanging on by the skin of his teeth right now. It's going to be interesting to see if the priority will switch to the surfer in red. Nathan Hedge, I tell you what, it'll be a real crying shame if he doesn't make it through this heat, because to me that one wave was worth moving through the next round.
Impressive to see the commitment out of Nathan Hedge this part of his career. Still fearless, even better than he was back in the final in 2004. D'Souza, a guy that's involved in the world title race, 7th in the world at the moment, a lot of quarterfinal appearances, had a semifinal start of the Gold Coast. He dealt with a broken nose right before he got to Jeffreys Bay. He had to deal with that oxygen deficiency because he wasn't breathing right due to that broken nose, and it seemed to slow down his tempo and rhythm when it came to Jeffreys. When you think about that scenario on a wave like this, yeah, that could be a little bit scary with big waves coming through.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, you know, when you're out in the water free surfing, normally you can surf for a couple of hours or whatever, but when you've got the intensity and the adrenaline pumping through your body in a 30-minute heat, it's kind of like a 3 to 4 hour surf. It takes that much energy out of you. So, you know, and then you look at waves like Jeffreys Bay that demands so much of that physical fitness, as well as this wave. I mean, we saw how much it took out of Bede Durbridge. He took 2 gnarly wipeouts in the first couple of minutes of the heat, and it really put him on the back foot for the rest of the heat. So, you know, and Bede is one of the fittest guys out there. So you've got to really be so in tune with everything out here at Chopu. Physical fitness and mental fitness is probably at the top of the list.
So big one for D'Souza, Potts, with 50 seconds on the clock. He doesn't have priority, so he'll have to try to sneak a wave off of Nathan Hedge. D'Souza needs a 5.34. His last wave was a 5.10. Just not enough as we see the paddle for position. Nathan Hedge will take this wave off him if he has to, and they both let it go.
You know, good move there from Hedgie. He didn't need that wave, and D'Souza knew that, you know, looking at that 5.10 he got on his last wave, that thing was nowhere near it. So with 20 seconds remaining, Nathan Hedge gets closer to a round 3 berth, and I'll tell you what, he's going to come up against probably the #1 surfer in the world at the moment, Gabriel Medina, and what a heat that's going to be.
Insane roll for Nathan Hedge with 10 seconds on the clock. He had a perfect 10 on his road to victory, creating this major upset. Adriano D'Souza, who is looking for one more chance, they're into the countdown, and they'll let this one run through. D'Souza gets an equal 25th, and Nathan Hedge moves on to round 3 here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Amazing one here as we'll watch this last set run through for Nathan. And Hedgie on to the next one. More action to come. Pat Parnell and Ross Williams for the call right after this.
The Big Bang. sun, the heat wave, then the sound wave, then it got closer. Right there, every day, at our feet, teasing. It humored us, it dared us to team it.
The biggest aerials ever seen in World Tour competition.
It caused us to dream, to imagine, to dance. It created new artists, new competitors, new battles.
Look at this, Kelly. No hand grab, just all glory.
It inspired us. It inspired millions. It carried our champion. A wave.
And welcome back, folks, as we have finished up that last heat. Nathan Hedge, 10-point ride, and a little bit of chaos. I mean, tell us about it.
Oh, it's gnarly. I mean, it's big and west, and it's kind of like a little bit onshore. So only the big sets like go clean and barrel, and then I tried to back up that 10 with a score, and I just sort of like, I don't know, my board, I got hammered, and then it was just this case of like get on the ski, not get on the ski. And I went to get the ski, and they just kept going, and then so I tried to paddle out, and this big wet set came, and it was just kind of, it's pretty clutch. I had to get going.
And tell me a technique there. I mean, you literally bottom turned in the barrel on that set.
Mate, yeah, it's just years of coming over here. I've had 10-point rides before. You know, I grew up at Narrabeen, went to left-hand barrel, and
this isn't Narrabeen.
Oh, you know, the inside lefts are pretty heavy sometimes. No, I'm stoked. You know, I just really love this wave, and it's like you have to do that out here, or you're not going to get through. It's like I just had to get myself over that line and just really push it. Otherwise, because I pulled back on a couple before, and I was like, you haven't come in to do that.
I mean, what does it take to be on the line like that? I mean, you're so, you wear your heart on your sleeve, and that's what makes us love you.
Mate, I think, you know, I've got a lot of my dad in me. I know he's looking over me. He was pretty gnarly. He had some character, and fuck, I just love it, you know. I just absolutely love it.
So do we. That's good stuff, guys.
Yeah, thanks. Well, Kieran Perro, we've had an incredible day of surfing so far. We did round one, we're into round two. What's the call for the rest of the day?
Yeah, just in the last 5 minutes of that that second heat in that round, the wind came up really onshore. It clocked around more to the south, so we're going to cancel the rest of those 2 heats that we were planning on running. So we'll go on standby and come back tomorrow morning, 7 a.m, and it's looking like another great day of surf. But unfortunately, the wind's just really affecting the takeoff now, and it's not opening up so much. So yeah, conditions are deteriorating, and we've had an amazing day.
Yeah, having said that, amazing day of surfing, round one, a little bit of round two. What have been the highlights for you?
I think there's the whole day, you know, just the excitement level was up the entire time. There's been some amazing waves ridden, guys throwing themselves over the ledge on some just crazy, just, you know, on the borderline of being able to paddle into them. So it's been amazing to see.
And we've waited 3 days for the swell to materialize. How difficult was it to be patient?
Yeah, I think it was a pretty easy call, actually. Like, that swell didn't really build until the afternoon yesterday, and we were watching this from about 2 weeks ago. So for it to see it, wake up this morning and see it actually arrive, everyone knew it was on, and it wasn't too big. You know, we were hoping it wasn't going to get too big, and that's what happened.
All right, Kieran, well, thanks for catching up with us, and we're going to take it away. Ronnie, you're going to take it away and give us a little bit of a after heat show.
That's right, Rosie. Let's get the post-show started. What a day of competition it was. The Billabong Pro Tahiti kicking off in a big way. Huge swell arrived, and didn't the boys step up, Och?
Oh, they sure did. It was one of the most amazing days I've ever seen. Like, I've been coming to Chopu for 15 years, and I haven't seen a day like that. It was incredible.
The title contenders, Strider, they stood up. Mick Fanning really did throw together one of the best heats we saw all day.
Yeah, it was the highest heat scores that we saw. Also, just an amazing show of confidence out there. It just looked like he was on fire and just pushing underneath the ledge. It was just so refreshing to see him come into play like that.
A 9.03 and a 9.13 as his counting scores. He was dropping an 8.83 in the final stages.
Yeah, like I said, Fanning on fire. It's not the first time, it's not the last time we're going to say that. This guy is looking good for a 4th world title.
Definitely. With that win at J-Bay too, it just seemed to set Mick put him in a different place, confidence-wise. You see his focus really narrow when he gets on a bit of a roll, and he looks super dangerous here in the opening round in the Billabong Pro.
Well, he just gets better and better. Remember that year that he came a couple months before and spent like a month here to get really get this wave down, and since then he's just gotten better and better.
Definitely. Another big heat was the one that followed. It came right down to the wire. In fact, two surfers tying in that clash, Joel Parkinson and Adrian Buchan.
Yeah, that was that was my favorite heat so far. I really enjoyed the end of that thing, and Ace just getting through that one section. He just disappeared even from the channel, which was just amazing. I mean, he started strong, obviously, nice and casual right there. That one where he was just so deep behind it. You know, Joel's wave to me was one of the most amazing waves. Hedge just going after it, picture perfect surfing right there. He's still on fire, obviously, after watching that last one, but in the end, it was the Ace Buchan just deep and steep and just coming over the foam ball, and look at that, looking in at him, can't even see him, and then he comes out. I mean, that's what, you know, champions are made of, just holding on, let the force be with you.
Definitely probably the best foam ball ride that we did see all day. And keep in mind, Adrian Buchan yesterday afternoon suffered a pretty horrific wipeout, got slammed on his back, came in and saw the doctors, had a lot of bruising. Parko, that was his best ride in the heat, and he got a 9.8 for that one off.
He did, and you know, they both could have been 10s. The judges they weren't given a 10 today, but Nathan Hedge just dragged it out of him, didn't he?
All finalists, these guys previously here in Tahiti. Ace, of course, the only one of them to have won the contest, and he moved directly through to the third round. But it really was a great matchup, and all surfers locking scores in the 9-point range. Very interesting to see. Another big clash on paper that really delivered for me was the last heat of the first round. Geordie Smith, Kai Otten and John Florence. And Kai Otten took this beating in the early stages, had to go around the lagoon. That was a horrible looking wipeout.
Yeah, that was his offset. He got on the face of it and it just pushed him off and he just got slammed. And then, you know, to watch John just back it up and come into true fashion, just dropping out of the sky, some just amazing technical surfing right there. But Kai Otten just brought the pain. We knew he had it in the tank, and just deep as he could have been on that wave. Incredible surfing right there from Kai.
I'm sure a fair few people probably lost money on that heat, but it would have been smart to maybe put a bet on Otto if you were watching that clash, because he just really turns up for those big battles with the higher names, the bigger hyped guys, and he really delivered.
Yeah, I kind of called it. I knew that they were kind of try and outdo each other, Kai and John. So, you know, we're going to see John in the second round. I'm sure he'll be fine. I mean, I just love watching him out here. And, you know, Kai, you know, we have to say it's an upset, but Kai's done really good out here in the past. So it was not exactly an upset, but it was a good heat to watch.
A crucial heat for Kai Otten. You look at his year last year, he finished 7th in the world. This year, well, he hasn't made it past the third round, except for I don't think he's made it past the third round. He had to miss an event because he had a baby, so that is a huge turnaround heat for him, I think. And we saw there some big scores locked in for all those competitors. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, that was, I mean, Kai's such a warrior, and we know he's got all the skill that it takes, and we saw him, just all of those guys in that heat got so pounded. I mean, the energy that it takes out of you getting worked by just one of those waves and just multiply just going through the machine out there and just getting pounded, getting on the ski, getting picked up, taken all the way around. It's got to be, I mean, just everything out of you, and then you got to get back into mindset and do it again.
Oh, it was pretty impressive today. No matter how many beatings we saw, we just kept seeing guys get back around the lagoon, get back into the lineup and throw themselves over the ledge again.
You know what? I really like the way the judges judged today. They were rewarding charging. You didn't have to get super deep, but if you took those radical drops and pulled in, they got big scores. They never used to do that much. So I just reward the judges for their day's efforts today. I think they judged great.
Stick with us. We're going to have more coming to you from the post show in just a moment. You're watching the Billabong Pro Tahiti. You're watching the post show. I'm Ronnie Blakey, and joining me, Mark Occhilupo, who took out this event in 1999, and Strider Wasilewski, who has thrown himself over the ledge of some serious monsters here in the past. Gentlemen, what a fantastic day it was. We just finished the afternoon with an incredible performance from, I think, what could be one of the most deadly wildcards that we see all year. Nathan Hedge, a former finalist here in Tahiti.
Yeah, definitely the wild card. He's the dangerous one. He's going to draw Gabriel Medina, and Joel and Mick Fanning are going to be riding Nathan Hedge all the way through that heat. They want to see him take him down.
Just unbelievable what Hedge is able to do in this heat. How late and critical is that drop, Strider?
I mean, it's just amazing that he got to the bottom on his tippy toes, and he's just barely on rail there, gets under the hook, and he's just so deep over the foam and just comes out with style, throws the arms up. I mean, it's got to be, that is the most amazing feeling in the world. Awarded with a 10. Judge is nailing it, and his passion and his just energy and everything he's brought here has been so fun to see. I saw him on the side of the road. We had a great conversation about it, and he was just so focused, and the look in his eye was so good. I was so pumped for him.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, a great heat score there, a 10, but he only had a 2 as a backup, but he played it really smart in the final stages of that heat. When he spoke with Pete Mell after the heat, he said, you know, I'm from Narrabeen, it's a left, and Pete kind of laughed at him and said, Narrabeen is not Chopu, and he's right, but I'll tell you what, Narrabeen breeds a really sort of tenacious competitor, and Nathan has that in him, and he brought it to the table today.
He really did. Yeah, so tenacious, and he's been here for a while, so he's really got Chopu down. I keep on thinking about that heat, when he draws Gabriel, probably tomorrow, is going to be Gabriel's hardest heat this year so far.
Seems like the script's kind of writing itself here with Nathan, a former finalist. Like Damien Hobgood that year, he dislocated his shoulder. Hedge didn't get the opportunity to finish off the dream here. Maybe he'll do it in 2014.
Well, he's going to have the opportunity in his next heat if he's at Gabriel Medina. Medina's going to be thinking about that one. Hedgie's got so much energy and passion, and he's going to be going after him. You know, he's very smart, veteran competitor. He knows what he needs to do. Just like in the end of that heat, he knew where he needed to be, knew how he needed to keep the Souza off the waves, and he's going to do the same thing to Medina. So Medina's going to have his hands full.
Well, that's true, you know, because Nathan's got so much experience. He's been on tour for years and years. He had a great career, and he's going to probably have he's already having a great second coming, but I can't wait to see that heat, Ronnie.
It's going to be big. Well, one thing we know about Tahiti is you can't get the big barrels without taking some big beatings, and today we saw some spectacular wipeouts. Some guys really ate it big time. We saw jerseys ripped off, we saw skin torn off, and I think we're going to have a look at some of the best beatings now.
Yeah, well, it's just a matter of time, you know, until you get the beatings out there. And Wilco just going for it with the paddle vest on. He actually said he just needed a couple more paddles, and you really do need a few more out there.
And that was Taj. Taj exited early. I thought he had that wave, but he was a little deep, I guess, and he dove and actually got out the back of that wave, so it was pretty smart surfing from Taj Burrow right there.
Mick Fanning did the same thing. I think Mick maybe got a little tumbled on this one, but have a look at that. Just free-falling from the top right to the bottom, and having to do the trip around the lagoon, but had a bit of a smile on his face, Mick.
It's got to be the best thing in the world when you're inside and you actually see the water patrol guys. But that's a tomahawk just beating right there, just getting slammed straight down over it. This was probably one of the scariest things that can happen to you out there. Looking over, just getting sucked back through with the lip, the momentum of the wave just taking you over the falls. I mean, it is just so devastating to be out there in that channel. You know, it just feels the power of that wave. Look at that. I mean, if you could just be here in that channel back home, we wish you could get down here and feel the intensity.
It's like someone pulled the plug out on that ride. It was just sucking below sea level. This was Owen Wright in his heat, and he just packed it in. In fact, he had a pretty interesting clash. He got through the heat on 2 waves that he didn't make.
Yeah, and I'd never seen that before, really. Bede had this wave right here. It was about a 3 or something. Actually, no, Bede didn't make that one, but he did make one, and it was a 3. He had no backup, but the first time I've ever seen someone get through with not making any waves, and that was Owen Wright. And oh, that was Kai Elton, copped it really weird. I thought it hit his leg, might have hit his chest, but that hurt. Yeah, definitely
notable in that one. You know, they came in to get picked up, and Jordy and all these guys were just getting pounded. And really, there's Kai's leg in John's heat. That big giant bomb came through. He didn't even look at that thing. That's how gnarly it is out there. Some of these waves you just don't want anything to do with, and wow, that was heavy.
And that was heavy. That was Tuamata.
That's right.
We just want to tell everyone He's okay. It's a precaution that they're doing these. The Water Patrol are so good at what they do. He's on his way to the hospital. He actually did wave for the ski before he got onto the back of the sled, and they stabilised him, and he's on his way, and he's just going to have some MRIs just for precautions. But wow, he's okay, and that's great. He actually got knocked out for a little while, he said, so he's lucky. I mean, that could have been way worse.
Way worse. The Water Patrol was on the case, and the doctors taking really good care of him now, the medical staff here. We're going to go to a quick break. More from the post show in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
A wave. The first, the Big Bang. The sun, the heat wave, then the sound wave, then it got closer. Right there, every day, at our feet, teasing. It humored us, it dared us to team it.
The biggest aerials ever seen in World Tour competition.
It caused us to dream, to imagine, to dance. It created new artists, new competitors, new battles.
Look at this, Kelly. No hand grab, just all glory.
It inspired us. It inspired millions. It carried our champion. A wave.
If this is how you like to fly, get on board. And when you're finally wiped out, sit back and enjoy the view. Surf Tahiti. Fly Air Tahiti Nui. Just 8 hours from Los Angeles.
Welcome back. You're watching the post show. This is the Billabong Pro Tahiti, stop number 7 on the ASP Samsung Galaxy World Tour. And we are just reflecting. We've been reflecting during the break on what an unbelievable day of competition this has been. We've seen huge barrels, big wipeouts. We've gone through some of those. Oh, a standout performer for you during today?
Wow. Nathan, Hedge, Kai Otten, I'm not too sure. The Aussies surfed really well today, all of them. Kelly Slater was great. I can't pick one. Today, what a day. It was just too much, like, to, you know...
Process. It was tough. It was tough.
Personally, I'm super impressed with the, these guys getting back on the horse. All of them taking gas, all of them just getting the beat down, all of them dealing with Chopu head on, and that is some serious, you got to get out there, you got to get after it, and they did that, and they brought the show. Mother Nature came to the table, so did all the athletes today. It was super impressive for me to watch these guys head down, going for it, and then getting back out there after that. I mean, it is so hard to get back on the horse after you take a beating out there. It is one of the most violent beatings that you will ever take. It's like running into a train, and these guys just get right back on it and get after it. So hats off to the Warriors today.
For sure, I'm proud of them. Proud of all of them. They done great.
For sure, I think it's fantastic when an event window lines up with a swell like this. I mean, this is probably the first time in a while that the surfers have kind of been going to sleep at night going, oh, I wonder what tomorrow's going to bring. But the forecast is suggesting that tomorrow's going to bring a little bit more of the same.
Yeah, I mean, the forecast is epic. Tomorrow's going to be absolutely perfect. Maybe just a little smaller. It's coming back up on Thursday, so this event is going to go down in history as the best one ever.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, tomorrow, like you said, is going to be amazing. The forecast looks really good, and there's some amazing matchups for tomorrow. Freddie P's going to be after it. I can't wait to see him and Aritz go head-to-head. It's going to be, this game is not over. There's so much left in the tank. The forecast looks amazing. I mean, tomorrow could just be a repeat.
I was going to say, Adriano de Souza, he's really the first guy in that top 10 to fall out of the draw so far. So it sets up the event, the World Title Showdown in a fantastic way. But also, we're seeing guys at the back end of the ratings who are desperate for results. Guys like Kai Otten putting on a fantastic show.
Yeah, and this next heat, first heat tomorrow morning, Mitch Colburn and Josh Kerr is a doozy.
It sure is, yeah, and anticipating fantastic action right throughout the second round as we resume tomorrow. Make sure you tune in bright and early. We'll be looking to get the Dawn Patrol off to a start at 7 a.m.
This morning it's as good as it gets out there. It is unbelievable. Waves are perfect, spitting out, so we are on.
Deep on this one. Slater drops right into the pit, standing nice and deep in this barrel. Clean line and a nice exit.
Get you off my mind. Remember the past. It'll never last. I wish you knew how hard I tried to die. Without you, I don't wanna be alive.
Straight in on the takeoff, nice and deep. Atkinson coming out with the spin.
I wish you knew how hard I tried to die. Without you, I don't wanna be alive.
Down the ledge, airdrops, stops it.
Oh my goodness!
Wide open pin for Hedge.
A wave. The first. The Big Bang. The sun, the heat wave, then the sound wave, then it got closer. Right there, every day, at our feet, teasing. It humored us, it dared us to team it.
The biggest aerials ever seen in World Tour competition.
It caused us to dream, to imagine, to dance. It created new artists, new competitors, new battles.
Look at this, Kelly. No hand grab, just all glory.
It inspired us. It inspired millions. It carried our champion.
Yeah! You're world champion! Nick Daly for 2013!
A wave.
If this is how you like to fly, get on board. And when you're finally wiped out, sit back and enjoy the view. Surf Tahiti. Fly Air Tahiti Nui. Just 8 hours from Los Angeles.